Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 12 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 481, Genius Fujin. After making sure that Orochimaru was really gone, Fujin turned his attention towards Kurenai. Seeing Kurenai's state, Fujin's eyes condensed and he looked at Kurenai's injuries with his Byakugan to see if she will live or not. After noting all the damage to her body, Fujin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she can live. At this time, Kurenai had already passed out due to excessive blood loss. Her chest was stained with blood. Moreover, there is a deep cut from her shoulder to her right breast. There are several fractures in her body, including the ribs, hips, and ankle. Additionally, she seems to be having a very high fever. There is poison in her circulatory system, even her chakra is sealed. And finally, her clothes are also torn into fragments, so her private body parts are also pretty much exposed. So it wouldn't be wrong to say that Kurenai's current condition is really bad, but none of these injuries are immediately fatal, not even the deep cut caused by Tobirama. Because the purpose of Tobirama's sneak attack on Kurenai was to hold up Fujin and create an opportunity for Orochimaru to escape. Therefore, Tobirama made sure to avoid all her vital organs, including the brain, throat, heart, lungs, etc., and only inflicted a long and deep wound on her chest that would cause blood loss but will not immediately endanger her life. Of course, if Fujin does not provide immediate medical treatment to Kurenai, she will die without a doubt, so he had no choice but to treat her. Fujin of course has the option of using Karin for this purpose, as biting Karin can easily heal all of Kurenai's injuries, but he decided not to. There's no specific reason for this, he just didn't, so Kurenai will have to make do with the treat Fujin will provide her. Although Fujin is not a medical nin and does not know much about medical ninjutsu, however, he has a lot of knowledge of the human body, so he is capable of giving standard medical treatment. Additionally, the yang chakra of this clone body is also very high, so when the yang chakra is transferred to others, it can help in mending of wounds. Therefore, Fujin is confident in saving Kurenai's life. Since the situation was urgent, so Fujin only used a simple earth release jutsu to lift a rock above and place the unconscious Kurenai on it, and after doing so, he removed all her clothes. They were torn apart, wet, and soaked in blood anyway, so they were not doing their job. Now that Kurenai was completely naked in front of him, Fujin first focused his attention on her breast and thought about how to stop the blood flow, at the same time stitch her breast without damaging them too much. After all, if this isn't done properly, the mammary glands in her right breast would be damaged, and we all know what that would mean. Understanding this, firstly Fujin wiped the blood off her chest, then washed her wound to clear away the germs and dead cells. After doing so, he poured an antiseptic agent on the wound. After the basic forensic tasks were completed, Fujin placed his right hand above the wound and started to slowly pour yang chakra on it to start the healing effect. Under the stimulation of therapeutic yang chakra, a healing effect appeared and steam started to rise from the wound. Of course, the wound wouldn't be healed completely, only bleeding will stop, and that too temporarily. After the bleeding was temporarily stopped, Fujin immediately plucked out a strand of his hair, and after covering it in a thin layer of chakra, Fujin used it to carefully stitch the wound. Unfortunately, it will leave a scar, muttered Fujin, realizing that this is because he is not a professional medical nin, so his treatment will definitely leave a scar. I think she wouldn't mind a scar. After all, it's just a scar. It's better than dying, right? Nodding to himself, Fujin then focused his attention on the fractures. Since Fujin himself is capable of manipulating osteoblasts and osteoclasts, because of his Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai, therefore, mending fractures is not that big of a deal for him. However, that is only the case for his own fractures. Treating fractures in others' bodies is not such an easy task, and it will consume a lot of chakra, and Fujin doesn't necessarily have to treat those fractures. Since I have already started to treat her injuries, so I might as well take care of those fractures, was the thought in his mind as he put both of his hands over the fractured part of the ribs and started to carefully inject his chakra inside her body, and then stimulated the broken ribs to automatically mend themselves, and did the same with the ankle fracture. After that, to heal the fractured hip bone, Fujin turned over Kurenai, made her lay on with her stomach with her back facing him, and did the same as previous two cases, placed both of his hands on her hips and poured his chakra inside in order to mend the hip bone fracture. Phew, that took more out of me than the entire fight with Orochimaru. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Fujin then turned over Kurenai and lay her on her back, and pondered over how to extract poison out of her body. While Fujin was busy curing Kurenai, the remaining bone forest that wasn't yet destroyed by the fight gradually shattered into white powder because of having lost the chakra support. The white calcium powder was then blown in the air by the cold winds and was all over the sky. Attracted by this scene, Fujin looked up into the sky. Puff! But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest along with a paralyzing sensation in the body, and the very next moment he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough, puff. Because there was no warning before, so Fujin was sort of unprepared. As a result, a mouthful of blood splashed on Kurenai's face, making her face muddled again. The cold winds of the night were already causing Kurenai's unconscious body to shiver, and now that warm blood splashed on Kurenai's face, she suddenly regained consciousness. As soon as Kurenai regained consciousness, the first thing she was Fujin covering his mouth and intently staring at her, then feeling the cold surface under her hips and back, and the cold sensation of the chilly night winds on her skin. Kurenai felt that something was wrong. She tried to confirm it, and soon saw her bare shoulders, exposed breasts as well as her bottom part, and soon realized that she wasn't wearing anything on her body, like anything, not even her underwear, and feeling the gaze of Fujin on her, Kurenai immediately felt ashamed for being completely exposed. She wanted to exclaim but was too weak to do so. At the same time she felt that she was having a horrible nightmare, so without mentioning anything she fainted again. It's a nightmare. Orochimaru must have given me some kind of hallucinating drug that's making me have all kinds of weird nightmares. Yes, that's the only explanation. So, I am still in a dream and this is not real at all, was Kurenai's thought as she fainted again. Why did she faint again? Fujin was confused as he saw the whole process of Kurenai regaining her consciousness, then immediately fainting back without even saying a single word. He wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth, then also cleaned the splashed blood from Kurenai's face. After doing so he touched Kurenai's forehead and muttered in a wondering tone, "The body is still burning because of fever. Maybe it's because of a high fever that she lost consciousness again." This is the only explanation, otherwise, Fujin can't think of any other reason that would cause Kurenai to faint again. It is just unscientific. Not caring about it anymore, Fujin then paid attention to the flying Raijin marking that Tobirama left on Kurenai's chest. While rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Fujin muttered, "The flying Raijin marking must be cleared. As long as the flying Raijin marking exists, Kurenai will always be in a dangerous situation. Orochimaru can send Tobirama to kidnap and kill Kurenai anytime. Just treating her injuries is not enough. This flying Raijin marking has to be removed to ensure her safety." The coordinate of flying Raijin placed on Kurenai's chest is also a Fuin Jutsu, and essentially, Fuin Jutsu is just chakra. As long as a stronger chakra is used to erode the Fuin Jutsu seals placed on Kurenai's chest, it should be possible to clear away the flying Raijin marking. But this kind of erosion will take a lot of time and chakra, along with deep concentration. Even with the high chakra reserves of Fujin, it would take more than an hour to erode. Moreover, during the eroding process there should be no hindrance or disturbance, as even an instant of disturbance would require him to restart the process. This is also the reason flying Raijin is very dangerous. If the flying Raijin marking is placed on someone in the middle of a war, it would make the situation very passive. There would be no opportunity for the person to erode the marking, as aside from time and high chakra, extreme chakra control skills are also required, which is not something one can dedicate while in the midst of combat. This is why Namake's Minato was extremely dangerous during the Third Great Shinobi War. There was simply no counter to him. Anyway, Fujin then started eroding the flying Raijin mark. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. After a full hour of hard work by Fujin, he finally managed to erode the flying Raijin mark on Kurenai's chest. After doing so, Fujin wrapped a bandage around her chest to wrap the stitched wound as well as cover her breasts. Of course, he made sure to not tighten the bandages too much, else she would suffocate to death. Next, Fujin removed his own kimono and made her wear it. With this, she shouldn't feel cold anymore. As for her fever and poisoning, if it was a simple fever and poisoning then I would have already treated her, but unfortunately, it's not. Kurenai needs to be conscious so these two can be put on hold for now. And unsealing her chakra? Obvious I wouldn't do that for now. Now that Kurenai's matter was dealt with, and he was sure that she would live, Fujin then stood up and focused his attention on the surroundings, especially in the direction of the shrine half a kilometer away. What the hell are Shisui and Itachi doing? There was such an intense battle going on outside, yet they didn't even notice it? And now that I think about it, even when I looked inside the shrine with my Byakugan I didn't sense either of their chakra, so does that mean they have yet to arrive here? Fujin muttered in a doubtful tone. But he quickly denied this possibility, because, in the message he received from Itachi's clone in Konoha, it was specifically stated that they have already arrived at the site, so why are they not here? Is it possible that they had an accident? Fujin was indeed a bit worried and walked towards the shrine to find out what was it that Shisui and Itachi wanted to show to him. As Fujin walked towards the shrine, he was followed by an iron sand flying carpet on which an unconscious Kurenai was laid. Arriving at the shrine, Fujin looked around and soon noticed several cat decorations around along with several scriptures which clearly stated that this shrine was dedicated to cats. And at the worship ground, the statues of two cats, one black and one white cat, could be seen, and what's more interesting is that they seem to have several human characteristics as well. They are called Nikomata. Huh? Curious, Fujin walked forward and looked at the statues of the two Nikomata. Apparently, these two Nikomata also have names. Kuroka and Chiron? Fujin had a thoughtful look as he searched for other information about these two Nikomata, but sadly there was no other information around that would give him some insight, so Fujin had to give up and focus on finding Itachi and Shisui. Puff! Just as Fujin was preparing to search further, he again felt a paralyzing sensation in his body, coughed out a mouthful of blood, staggered his steps because of a sense of dizziness, and almost fell to the ground. Cough cough, puff. At the same time, behind him, the iron sand carpet floating in the air also began to collapse. Fujin hurriedly leaned on a wall to maintain his balance and controlled the iron sand to slowly put down the unconscious Kurenai. After taking a few deep breaths, Fujin sighed, "Damn it, I did not expect that the pain and body paralyzation caused by hemopathy would be so strong. It seems that I can't use Shikatsumiyaku too much in the future, else this clone would be ruined because of the curse of the Kagaya clan." From the time he had first vomited blood, Fujin knew this is because of the curse of the Kagaya clan. This wind clone is really excellent, and precisely because of this, it is always under the threat of death due to the curse of the Kagaya clan. As far as the status of the curse had to be considered, then it is already more critical than Kimimura's case, but no matter how bad the situation is, Fujin didn't care too much. After all, this situation was inadvertently linked with Shikatsumiyaku, and nothing Fujin would do would change it, so it's better to not worry and put your attention on more important things. After wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Fujin separated a shadow clone to keep a watch over Kurenai, then searched for Shisui and Itachi. The previous battle with Orochimaru also affected the shrine, and the already dilapidated shrine was almost close to being destroyed, but there was one particular hidden chamber that was completely unaffected. With the help of his Byakugan, Fujin quickly located the hidden underground tomb, but there was no grave in the tomb and only a giant stone sculpture in the form of a giant gourd. But there was no entry to the tomb. The walls of the chamber were indestructible, and no matter how much Fujin tried he was unable to break those walls. How hard his own bones are. Fujin knows full well, if anything, the toughness of Fujin's bones is even comparable to the likes of Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade and Sarutobi Hiruzen's adamantine staff, Enma, yet he was unable to slice through the walls leading to that tomb. This feat alone indicated the toughness of these walls. It was as if they were made out of the most solid material in the entire shinobi world. N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on No V3LB1N. Strange, if the creator of these walls did not want anyone to break in, then why don't these walls block my Byakugan vision? I seem to be able to clearly see past these walls with the help of my Byakugan? Fujin thought with a doubtful expression, then focused his gaze on the giant gourd-shaped stone sculpture. Fujin could see that it was just an ordinary stone sculpture as there were no chakra fluctuations, but he would be an idiot if he believes that it was just an ordinary stone sculpture. After all, if it is just a stone sculpture, then why protect it with indestructible walls? So Fujin guessed that it must be somehow related to Sword of Totsuka, and this stone sculpture is exactly the clue that Shisui and Itachi found. And this guess of Fujin is fairly reasonable as the Sword of Totsuka also has the shape of a gourd. But if that's the case, then where are Shisui and Itachi? Fujin muttered in doubt, then thought, could their disappearance be related to some form of space-time jutsu? Or are both Shisui and Itachi sucked inside the Sword of Totsuka to undergo some sort of trial? After all, it's a common anime trope for the predecessors to leave behind some kind of trial, and only the person who would complete that trial will become a worthy successor of their power. Therefore, Fujin also thinks that this might really be the case here and decided to wait. The night passed slowly and soon it was already breaking dawn. Under the warm light of the early morning, Kurenai, who has been unconscious for the whole night, woke up. She looked around and found that she was lying on a bed made up of stone, and the member of Amatsukami, Fujin, who had saved her from Orochimaru, was sitting not too far away and was playing with some fist-sized spheres of fire. As if remembering something, she looked down and noticed that she was wearing an unfamiliar kimono. No! Please no! She was really panicked and immediately opened the strap of the kimono to look underneath. And oh! Kurenai exclaimed, as her worst fear came true. There was nothing underneath the kimono, no underwear, only a bandage that covered half of her breasts and right shoulder. Kurenai's exclaim attracted Fujin's attention. He looked over and noticed that Kurenai was awakened. He immediately extinguished the scorch orbs, got up, and while walking over he asked casually, "Well, you were asleep for several hours. I suppose it's not too strange considering your injuries. Anyway, how do you feel?" Instead of answering Fujin's question, or being grateful to him, Kurenai looked at Fujin as if she was looking at a beast, and questioned in anger, "What happened to my clothes? And this kimono, you put it on me, right? Then does that mean it wasn't a dream and you saw everything?" Huh? Fujin was speechless, and only now did he find this problem. Because he is quite used to seeing a female naked body while controlling the Tsukihai clone, therefore, he didn't really feel anything looking at her and didn't even realize that it would make Kurenai embarrassed. Now what should I say to her? Fujin was now in a precarious situation. Although it was a matter of urgency to give her immediate treatment in order to save her life, it was ultimately a violation of Kurenai's privacy, not to mention he kept her nude for hours. Fujin wanted to explain to her but did not know how to explain, so after racking his brain, he finally decided that he should first compliment her in order to ease the atmosphere a bit, then slowly tell her that it was necessary. Nodding to himself at how genius he is, Fujin said to Kurenai with a pleasant smile, "I must say, you are very well developed at just the right places." Chapter 482, Terrible Karma. Fujin may have tried to present a pleasant smile to ease up the atmosphere, but to Kurenai, it looked more like a perverted grin, especially with that compliment of his. Anger started to appear on her face. You. As soon as Fujin saw the change in Kurenai's expression, he realized that he had said something wrong. Terms such as very well developed shouldn't be used in this situation, as it is obviously impolite to her. Looking at Kurenai's flushed face and how she was getting angrier and angrier, Fujin sighed inwardly and immediately waved his hands and tried to explain with a slightly embarrassed expression, "I am sorry, I didn't mean that. What I want to say is that your breasts are very good." No, that's not true. No, actually it's true, but that's not what I want to say. What I mean is the more Fujin spoke, the angrier Kurenai became. Finally she couldn't bear it any longer and immediately raised her right hand to slap Fujin right in the face. "You despicable shameless pervert." Fujin easily blocked Kurenai's hand that was about to slap him, and said with a triumphant smirk, "Heh, if you think that you can slap me with such low speed, then you are obviously dreaming. You. I'll kill you." Kurenai immediately became angrier and raised her leg to kick Fujin right in the gut, but again her leg was caught by Fujin and held over his shoulder. "Heh, do you think a sneak attack with such low speed work on me? I told you earlier, you are not fast enough to be able to hit me. Moreover, if you do raise your leg in this way, you are practically asking me to. Fujin didn't complete his sentence and just cast his gaze downwards, as he was getting the direct and open view of Kurenai's honey pot. Feeling Fujin's gaze, Kurenai was more embarrassed and immediately withdrew her legs, then stretched the kimono downwards to cover her privates. But it didn't help much. The length of the kimono was short because Fujin's height is only up to Kurenai's shoulder, and even when Fujin wore the kimono, it only reached up to his hips, so on Kurenai, the kimono barely reached up to her hip line. Seeing that her face was getting darker and darker, Fujin sighed and directly explained, "Well, the reason I had to remove your clothes was that they were already tattered, so they weren't covering anything in the first place. Moreover, I had to treat your injuries. If I hadn't given you immediate treatment, you would have died, so." Listening to Fujin's words, Kurenai's expression changed, and at this moment she also realized that ever since she tried slapping Fujin she is feeling pain and a burning sensation around her shoulder and breast. Without saying anything, she turned around, then opened the kimono belt to check the state of her injury, and immediately saw the bandages soaked in blood. "It started to bleed again, right?" Fujin spoke from behind. Kurenai didn't speak anything, just nodded slightly. Seeing her nod, Fujin said, "I am not a professional medic, so I couldn't heal your wound completely, but I managed to stop the bleeding and stitched it. This much is generally sufficient to start natural healing mechanism in our body, but because your chakra is sealed so your body did not start the natural healing process, the wound was only stitched. Then you went and made rigorous hand movement, so the stitches were undone and it started bleeding again." "And whose fault do you think is that?" shouted Kurenai in anger. "Obviously yours," said Fujin with an unfazed expression. Kurenai turned her head and gave a death glare to Fujin, but Fujin had a thick face, and said casually, "I mean, I am not the one who asked you to try slapping me, so obviously it is your fault." Kurenai didn't reply. She was feeling a headache now, first a kidnapper, then undead Hokages, and now a justified shameless pervert. She didn't know what bad things she did that she is forced to face such terrible karma. Noting Kurenai's silence, Fujin took out a bandage and said, "Come here. I'll stitch your wound again, and change the bandages." No reply from Kurenai. Fujin said again, "If you don't want me to, then I won't, but know that you won't be able to survive much longer with that kind of wound. There is also poison in your body and it has yet to be cleansed away, and without cleansing the poison you won't be able to use chakra. I tried cleansing it earlier while you were unconscious, but upon my analysis, I deduced that it's not an ordinary poison, so its method of cleansing is different. I needed you to be conscious to cleanse the poison. So, it's best that I firstly stitch back your wound, then cleanse the poison, else you will die." No reply from Kurenai, but she didn't doubt his words about the poison in her body, and it is the cause of her chakra being sealed. After all, Orochimaru did give a short description of the poison he used on her, and she remembers it clearly. Fujin sighed, and put back the bandages. "If you don't want to believe what I am saying, then it's your choice, but know that you have only until sunset tomorrow. If the poison within your body is not cleansed by then you will die." "I can have poison cleaned at Konoha," said Kurenai with a cold tone. "Of course, you can return to Konoha and have poison in your body be cleansed, but with your chakra sealed, it would take at least a week for you to return, and that too if you travel 24/7 without taking even a single break, but by then you would have long been dead and even your corpse would have been decayed because of the poison." No reply from Kurenai, but if one were to look at her face, he would notice her gritting her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Why didn't I learn medical ninjutsu? What's wrong with her? Fujin can't help but look at Kurenai's back with a confused expression. Does she really want to die? After a long silence, Kurenai turned around and slowly said in a dark tone, "If you dare look at places you shouldn't and try taking any extra actions, I will kill you." Fujin carefully waved his hand and assured Kurenai with a chuckle, "Relax, I have already seen everything while I was treating you earlier, so you don't really have anything left to hide from me, so does it really matter if I see again, right? Besides, even if you were not in this weak state, you wouldn't even be able to touch me, much less kill me." Although Kurenai didn't say anything to retort Fujin's words, The click of her tongue and the deathly glare in her eyes clearly indicated that if she had the ability to kill people with her glare, she would have literally killed this bastard at this very instant. Fujin didn't really care about Kurenai's death glare he was getting and just beckoned her to sit down on the stone bed and remove the kimono. Kurenai sighed and followed suit. After sitting on the stone bed, she dropped the kimono from her shoulders. Of course, she didn't completely remove the kimono, at least it was covering her lower parts. Then Fujin carefully removed the blood-soaked bandages, which allowed Kurenai to see how serious the injury is. Even half of her right breast was cut. After removing the bandages, Fujin also removed the broken stitches, washed away the blood, applied antiseptic, poured yang chakra to temporarily stop the bleeding, and again stitched the wound with his hair, then wrapped the bandages over it again. After tying the bandages, Fujin said to Kurenai, "All done." Already, everything was done in less than 2 minutes. That Kurenai even felt that Fujin is quite professional in it. But on a more important note, from beginning to end, Fujin didn't show any extra reaction, nor did his eyes wander around. This made Kurenai look at him strangely, but she chose to remain silent and was somewhat relieved because if he had shown some reaction, it would be extremely embarrassing for her. This act of Fujin gave him some points in Kurenai's good books. At least, he is not a pervert. Fujin obviously didn't know Kurenai's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. The reason he is not showing any reaction to Kurenai's nude body is that he has already experienced being a woman, so it's nothing new to him. At the same time, he knows how uncomfortable it is when people don't look at your face, but your chest. While Kurenai adjusted the kimono again, Fujin said, "Next comes the cleansing of poison in your body, but before cleansing it, you need to understand what kind of poison is in your body." Kurenai immediately said, "Back when Orochimaru poisoned me, he said that it is a colorless, odorless, and tasteless poison that is difficult to detect by ordinary means. He also said that it does not take effect unless the target uses their chakra, and once target uses their chakra, the poison would instantly plague their bodies unless an antidote is provided." Fujin, listening to the description of poison in Kurenai's words, then shook his head. "Orochimaru obviously lied to you. No, to be exact, he misguided you." Kurenai asked with a frown, "What do you mean?" Fujin said, "The essence of a shinobi is deception. We are a race that would spout out any and all kind of bull crap in order to deceive others, and Orochimaru did the same with you." After a pause, Fujin continued again, "Most of the effects are correct as he described, except, what's inside your body is not poison, so there's no antidote for it." Perhaps he wanted to give you hope into believing that as long as you will help him do whatever he wanted to use you for, you will have a chance of survival. Kurenai's expression changed, and she was a bit panicked. "But if it is not a poison, then what's inside my body? And what do you mean that there is no antidote? Does that mean I will die after all?" Fujin patted Kurenai's head lightly and said, "Relax, just because there's no antidote for it does not mean there is no cure." Kurenai paused, waiting for Fujin's explanation. As for Fujin's hand patting her head, Kurenai did not make any effort to remove it. "Good girl," thought Fujin internally, then said, "What's inside your body is not some kind of poison, rather there's some creatures, more exactly, they were snakes, small and fine enough to move through human blood vessels, and there are millions of such snakes inside your body." "What?" Kurenai's face now had a horrifying look. She was literally scared now. Millions of snakes? But, how? Fujin nodded with a solemn expression. "The poison Orochimaru described to you were most likely snake eggs, millions of micro-sized snake eggs, and these eggs were inhaled by you. These eggs hatched under the stimulation of your chakra. It gave birth to millions of snakes and released a poison in your body, which is probably the cause of your body's weakness. And I have judged that if you use chakra, then a major part of that chakra will be constantly absorbed by those snakes, and they will grow in number and size. How big they can grow, I have no idea, but I think you can understand the implication." Kurenai quickly questioned, "And if I don't use chakra?" Fujin continued, "Even if you don't use chakra, they will grow in size. Although their growth will be slow, they will grow nonetheless, and in this case, they will eat your insides to grow, which would mean I would die." Kurenai's face paled, and asked, "Then what should I do?" Doesn't it mean that regardless of whether I use chakra or not, I will die? Normally? Yes, you would die, unless an incredibly skilled medical nin like Tsunade takes care of your treatment, but given your condition, you would die before you can get back to Konoha, so letting Tsunade treat you is not an option for you. But you don't have to worry too much, although, I am not a medical nin, I do have extensive knowledge of the human body, poisons, and antidotes, therefore, I would say you are in luck, and I might be able to cure you. You can treat me? But how? Questioned Karinai with a suspicious tone. While you were unconscious, I analyzed your blood, the snakes present in your circulatory system, as well as the poison they were releasing, and using the information I gained, I concocted a poison that will successfully kill the snakes in your body. However, it has a risk. The poison is too potent, although it can kill all the snakes within 10 minutes, the process would be very painful for you. It wouldn't be wrong of me to say that those 10 minutes will be literal hell for you, and trust me when I say this, you would much rather prefer to die and end it all than live through those 10 minutes of agony, not to mention there is a 91% risk that you would still die. So it's ultimately your choice whether you want to try this method or not. If you don't, then you will surely die. If you do, then you might survive. Explained Fujin in great detail. After a long silence, Karinai finally nodded, I will take the poison. Noting Karinai's resolute expression, Fujin didn't question her anymore, and said lightly, in that case, lie down and relax your nerves. Karinai followed suit and lay on the stone bed as per Fujin's instructions. And immediately after, Fujin started injecting the prepared poison into her body. While Fujin injected the poison, Karinai looked at his serious face with many thoughts in her mind. Did Karinai completely trust Fujin's words? Absolutely not. How can you trust an unknown person? More so when that person is a member of an organization like Akatsuki? Fujin himself stated that the essence of a shinobi is deception, so she would be an idiot if she openly trusted him. Then why did she agree to him? Because in her heart Karinai knows that Fujin can do whatever he wants with her, she has no power to stop him, therefore, she has no other option but to follow his instructions. The only relief she has is that he at least gave her an illusion that she was making the decision for herself, even if this illusion only removed the psychological barrier in her mind. Besides, the new emotion in her heart has been urging her to want to trust him. If she is mistaken, then she would pay dearly for her mistake, but if not, then perhaps I can. Fujin didn't know all the complicated thoughts in Karinai's mind, and even if he knew, he wouldn't really care, because, in his eyes, Karinai is now nothing more than a pawn used to confuse Orochimaru, so he can't let her die. At this moment, Fujin just finished injecting the poison into Karinai's body, and soon the most hellish 10 minutes of Karinai's life started. Can she live through it? Or will she die? This is something not even Fujin can tell. Chapter 483, Can't Fool Me. Congratulations, you survived, said Fujin with a calm tone as he observed Karinai's state. Why, yes, cough cough I survived. Face pale, breathing haggard, and entire body aching. If she were to describe the past 10 minutes of experience in one word, even the term hell wouldn't suffice, but without caring about her current state, Karinai asked, Are the snakes dead? Fujin observed with his Byakugan, then said, Well, the snakes are indeed dead, but... Karinai questioned immediately, But what? Their dead bodies are still present in your body, moreover, a lot of your cells also died because of the poison, and all that needs to be cleansed too. You don't have to worry too much, your normal excretory functions will play their role here and cleanse everything, said Fujin while reassuring her. So, what's the problem? Asked Karinai with a confused tone. Fujin said, There's no major problem, it's just that urination would be somewhat painful as urine would be acidic for the next few days. At the same time, your menstrual cycle might also be affected by a week or two, so be prepared for that. Karinai just nodded, but when it came to her menstrual cycle, she immediately asked with a suspicious tone, I won't be getting pregnant, right? Cough cough. When Fujin suddenly coughed because of Karinai's question that came out of the blue, and said with an embarrassed expression, Why are you asking this question from me? Kurenai looked at Fujin with a suspicious gaze, and seeing his embarrassed expression, she said with a stutter, "And nothing. I just asked it on a spur. It seems I am still dizzy because of the poison." While internally, Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he did not do anything to me while I was unconscious. Listening to her words, Fujin didn't care anymore either and just said lightly, "Now your life is no longer in danger, and you should be able to use chakra too. You just need to wait some time for natural recovery to kick in and you will be fine. Therefore, you should leave this place as soon as possible and return to your village." Kurenai was hesitant. "Just like this, he will allow me to go?" Seeing Kurenai's hesitation, Fujin thought that she was worried about her clothes, so he said, "There is a small village at 10 o'clock in the southeast. You can get clothes from there." Kurenai didn't know what to feel about the other party's words and decided to follow with a sigh. She silently adjusted the kimono to cover all her private body parts, but not being able to bear the silence, she asked in a low voice, "Why?" "Huh? What why?" asked Fujin with a confused look. "Why? Why do you care about whether I live or die?" These words took all out of her. She really wanted to know the reason why he went so far just to save her. "Care about you?" With a chuckle, Fujin said in disdain, "Don't get me wrong, I only intended to stop Orochimaru. You just happened to be present around and got saved. I don't really care about you at all." The main purpose of Fujin in fighting against Orochimaru was to prevent him from finding the clues of Sword of Totsuka. As for saving Kurenai, in addition to the fact that Kurenai is Hyuga Kuroto's subordinate in the Umbu, Fujin just intended to use rescuing Kurenai as a believable reason to have a battle against Orochimaru in order to hide the fact that Amatsukami too is searching for Sword of Totsuka. Finally, Fujin also wanted to test the combat capability of this clone body, so he fought Orochimaru. It's not like he cares about her or anything. Kurenai stared at Fujin for a while, then said, "You can't fool me." "Huh?" Fujin looked at Kurenai with a confused expression. "What do you mean by can't fool you?" Kurenai lowered her head and muttered, "Although I don't know how he did it, Orochimaru actually summoned Shodame Hokage-sama and Nidame Hokage-sama. I saw them with my own eyes. Shodame Hokage-sama's would release, and Nidame Hokage-sama's water release, along with flying Raijin, couldn't be faked. If you just wanted to stop Orochimaru, then there was no need to be distracted and risk your life to protect me while facing such strong enemies all at the same time. Moreover, you went and even blocked Nidame Hokage-sama's water-severing wave with your own body to protect me, which almost killed you and even exposed your identity. And that's not all, you even treated my injuries and bone fractures, as well as killed Orochimaru's snakes from my body. You did all that just to stop Orochimaru, and not save me?" The more she said, the more she realized just how much Fujin had done for her, and from the very beginning he didn't ask anything in return as compensation, even allowed her to go back to Konoha as is, without worry that she might report his intelligence. Although this bastard did saw her naked, for which Kurenai would never forgive him, however, Kurenai is willing to ignore that matter because he didn't take advantage of her when he clearly had the opportunity in his hand. So with all said and done, Kurenai would never believe that he doesn't care about her unless he is a saint, which he clearly isn't. Fujin said with a helpless expression, I think you are misunderstanding a whole of things here. If it is up to him, he would definitely kill her. After all, the girl knows too much information about him. However, if Kurenai were to die, or go missing before safely reaching back to Konoha, Orochimaru would be suspicious about Fujin's previous intentions, which is not something Fujin wants, so had no choice but to save her and also let her go. And the reason why he blocked the water-severing wave of Nidame Hokage is that he had confidence in his body to be able to resist it without getting seriously injured. As for her life is only important until she returns to Konoha. After that, he could care less whether she lives or die. In fact, he has started to consider how to secretly dispose of her. Kurenai glanced at Fujin from the corner of her eyes. Her gaze wandered on his white hair and Byakugan, and decided to ask something else. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Why do you have so many Kekkai Jinkai? Fujin said with a smirk, it's a secret. The mask was broken during the battle, so his appearance, and eyes were revealed to both Orochimaru and Kurenai. This is indeed an accident. Since Orochimaru also knows this information, so Fujin decided to not erase Kurenai's memories related to his identity. When Kurenai goes back to Konoha, she would definitely report the intelligence in the Umbu. Although Fujin has a headache on how to deal with this issue, he can't care too much about it for now. Kurenai whispered lightly, "A friend of mine is from the Hyuga clan, looks a little bit like you, maybe you know him. Are you from the Hyuga clan?" Fujin didn't answer. He just turned his head to the side and pondered on how to deal with this matter. The only good thing is that Kurenai didn't suspect him to be Hyuga Kuroto, as that would have been quite troublesome. Fujin would be left with no choice but to either imprison Kurenai at Anchor Vantien or secretly assassinate her. Kurenai obviously misunderstood Fujin's silence. She thought that Fujin doesn't seem to want to talk about the affairs of the Hyuga clan, so she can't help but wonder, is there any contradiction between him and the Hyuga clan? Otherwise, why else would he leave the clan and join Amatsukami, and that too at such a young age? Puff. Fujin, who was busy thinking about how to deal with the information leakage, suddenly felt a paralyzing sensation in his whole body, coughed heavily, and a mouthful of blood was spewed out without any warning. Cough cough, puff. Kurenai was taken aback. She hurriedly stepped forward and supported Fujin, who was about to fall on the ground. Are you all right? Is it because of the previous injury?" Fujin just waved his hand and said, "It's all right, don't worry too much." Although Fujin expected the effects of the curse of the Kagaya clan to be very severe, he still underestimated it. In just half a day he has vomited out a mouthful of blood a dozen times already. But Fujin is not too worried because this is just a natural thing for the genes of the Kagaya clan. But Kurenai didn't know this. She thought that Fujin vomited out blood because he was injured by Nidame Hokage's water-severing wave while trying to save her, so she subconsciously wanted to check his injury and try helping him. Fujin stopped Kurenai's hand that was already touching his chest, and said, "Cough, although, I do like women who take the initiative. Now is neither the right time nor the right place. Maybe if you invite me some other night, I would definitely accept. Right now you should go, this place is not safe for you. And who knows if Orochimaru will show up again." "Stupid!" Kurenai almost had the urge to slap him, but looking at his painful face, she couldn't bring herself to, and she also got the sign that he doesn't want her to explore too deeply about him, so she consciously withdrew her hand and turned to leave. But just before she did, she asked him with a nervous expression, Can you tell me, what's your name?" Don't you already know?" "It's Fujin," questioned Fujin with a confused expression and tone. Kurenai shook her head, and said, "No, Fujin is your code name in Amatsukami, right? Just like Yama, Homasubi, and Suijin. I am asking your real name." "Real name? What does she want to do with my real name? Is she suspicious that I am indeed Hyuga Kuroto? If that is the case, then I can't let her go. Maybe I should just imprison her at Anchor Vantien and later think about what to do with her," thought Fujin silently, and started preparing to knock her down. Noting Fujin's silence, Kurenai looked downward and said, It's all right if you can't tell me. Organizations such as Amatsukami must have a lot of their rules. I just wanted to know something about you on a personal level. After all, I owe you my life. I would at least like to know the name of my savior." After a long silence and consideration, Fujin said, "If you desire so much, then I shall allow you to call me Futanda." Futin is the other name of Fujin, the Shinto god of wind. He would obviously not give Kurenai his real name. Futin. After chanting Futin several times, Kurenai took one last look at him, then went out of the shrine. She didn't ask for his family name, because she understood that if he wanted her to know, he would have already told her. In fact, she wasn't even sure whether Futin was his real name or not, but since he said that he would allow her to call him Futin, so she decided to accept it. Looking at Kurenai's leading figure, Fujin, no Futin, while not wearing the Fujin disguise, rubbed his chin and muttered thoughtfully, "I am Kurenai's Umbu captain, so she will definitely report the cause of her disappearance and intelligence about Fujin/Futin to me when she returns to Konoha, right?" Let's see if I can tamper with some parts of her memory to make sure that my identity as Hyuga Kuroto is not implicated for having any kind of connection with Amatsukami. At a hidden underground laboratory in Otogakure. Seeing Orochimaru's return, Kabuto, who was staying behind, eagerly greeted him, but upon noticing the untidy and torn clothes along with the presence of blood on his clothing, Kabuto asked, "Orochimaru-sama, did something happen?" Orochimaru said with a sullen expression, "I encountered a difficult opponent." Kabuto was surprised. To be considered difficult by Orochimaru alone speaks a lot. Even if the entire shinobi world is considered, there wouldn't be too many who could be considered difficult by Orochimaru, so Kabuto asked curiously, "Was it from the Akatsuki organization?" Orochimaru shook his head, and without delving deeply into the matter, he just instructed, "Don't worry too much about it, just bring me a sample of Kimimaro, Haku, Girin, Yugo, and Yamato's fresh blood. I wish to check up a few things." Kabuto immediately nodded, "Yes, Orochimaru-sama," and then he went in the direction of the secret hideout that Kimimaro is in charge of. With Kabuto gone, Orochimaru walked deeper into his laboratory, and after unsealing the entrance to the hidden grid, he took out a scroll from it and sat on a nearby stool. The scroll currently in Orochimaru's hand is the scroll of Chimera Jutsu. Orochimaru has also personally witnessed Hiriko's ritual of absorbing 5 Kekkai Genkai and understands just how greatly Hiriko's strength has increased since then. If Orochimaru were to say that he wasn't jealous at all, he would obviously be lying. But after repeatedly analyzing and studying the Chimera Jutsu, Orochimaru was very clear about the drawbacks and hidden dangers of this forbidden jutsu. Therefore, even if he thought of using it for once, he soon lost his interest in it because of the danger it posed to his life. However, today he was defeated and almost killed at the hands of Fujin, who has also absorbed several Kekkai Genkai using Chimera Jutsu. Orochimaru was so annoyed that he started to doubt whether his previous judgment of Chimera Jutsu was too arbitrary. Chapter 484, Kuroto's Confusion. While rereading the scroll of Chimera Jutsu, sometimes Orochimaru would frown in confusion, sometimes he would sneer in disdain, sometimes the corners of his lips will arch in a smile, other times he would lick his lips in excitement. With his experience, he was able to easily judge many hidden dangers of Chimera Jutsu developed by Hiriko. In fact, he could even analyze 2 to 3 of these hidden dangers and the alternative paths to remove them. Overall, even if it is Orochimaru, he couldn't deny that Chimera Jutsu really has incredible potential. It is truly a forbidden jutsu that can change a shinobi's essence. After all, no matter the identity, background, and past of a person, once 5 or more Kekkai Genkai are absorbed and integrated into the body, there will be a tremendous increase in strength. Surpassing the level of a Kage would be fairly easy. Hiriko himself is one of the best examples. Before his Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual, Hiriko's strength at best reached the level of a high-level Chunin or low-level Jonin. He was such a humble character that Orochimaru never truly bothered to look at him seriously and never considered Hiriko on the same level as himself. But after Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual was completed, and he acquired 5 Kekkai Genkai, Orochimaru had to pay the price of his arrogance and was easily subdued by Hiriko's newly acquired Sharingan's Jinjutsu when fighting against him. It wouldn't even be wrong to say that Orochimaru might have truly died at the hands of Hiriko if not for the fact that Uchiha Tsukihei saved him. However, the experience of being easily subdued by Hiriko and Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu made Orochimaru faintly aware of the flaws of his living corpse reincarnation. He now understands that because of having used this forbidden jutsu several times, his spiritual body has started to have defects in it and has weakened quite a lot because quite a lot of his mental energy is consumed in keeping the souls of his victims trapped lest they emerge themselves. Although this jutsu makes him pseudo-immortal unless he dies, the result of these flaws is that his resistance to Jinjutsu has decreased. This is also the reason why Orochimaru's obsession with Sharingan and acquiring a perfect Uchiha body has started to increase over the years. He wants to get rid of this weakness of his by acquiring the Sharingan, which represents In. Of course, Sharingan also has many other good abilities which would ultimately help him in his pursuit of mastering all jutsu, but Orochimaru has never been able to get his hands on the Sharingan. Whoever Orochimaru chooses as his target tends to surpass his expectations, and even before he is able to make his move on them, they already become people beyond his reach. Although he is helpless, Orochimaru has never given up on his intentions of acquiring the Sharingan, but after the recent defeat at the hands of Fujin, Orochimaru has started to ponder whether he should follow the same approach as Hiriko and Fujin, and absorb several Kekkai Genkai. Of course, Sharingan is a must, and Orochimaru has already selected Uchiha Sasuke as his target for the Sharingan. For other options, Orochimaru has a lot of options to choose from, like Kimimara's Shikatsu Myaku, Haku's Ice Release, Yugo's unique Kekkai Genkai, Girin's Crystal Release, Yamato/Tenzo's Wood Release. Of course, there are many other options he could choose from, but first, these hidden dangers of Chimera Jutsu must be eliminated, muttered Orochimaru with a contemplative look. Just like Fujin warned Shimura Danzo, the Chimera Bud is indeed impeccable when it comes to fusing the flesh and blood of multiple people. However, it is ultimately a double-edged sword. If it is capable of devouring other people's flesh and blood into the user, then it is also capable of swallowing the user itself, so controlling Chimera Buds is a very difficult and burdensome task, perhaps even more difficult and burdensome than maintain Sharingan is for a non-Uchiha. Orochimaru, who is proficient in the human body transformation, knows better than anyone that once a Chimera Bud implanted in the body goes out of control, it will not only pollute the body but also cause severe damage to the spirit. Orochimaru may not care much about his physical body because of his mastery of living corpse reincarnation and the technique of physical regeneration, but even he dares not ignore the damage to the soul body, which is why although he is very greedy to acquire several Kekkai Genkai similar to Hiriko and Fujin, he still can't make up his mind. Thinking of how to eliminate the hidden dangers of Chimera Jutsu, a light bulb suddenly lit in Orochimaru's mind. Since his route was officially disbanded, Danzo has become almost blinded to seize the position of Hokage from Sarutobi-sensei. With how desperate he has become recently, he won't be able to bear the temptations and would immediately start research on the Chimera Jutsu. Maybe I can use him to collect more data on Chimera Jutsu in order to further improve it. At the shrine, the moonlight fell on Fuin's face from the holes in the roof. In the ruins of this ancient shrine that was once dedicated to the worship of the Nikomata sisters, Fuin sat cross-legged with his eyelids closed. He was carefully perceiving the condition of this clone body, and after quite a thorough observation, he did find serious inflammation and decay in the muscles around his spinal cord. Understanding how serious the condition is, Fuin sighed in distress. He never thought that one day he would feel distressed because the result he achieves was too good, but this kind of absurd situation is right in front of him. This clone body is just too good that is likely to degrade early. Although he has only experienced one fierce combat while using this clone, Fuin can clearly feel that the body and soul synchronization with this clone is really perfect as he thought earlier. It almost feels as if he is controlling his main body. No, in fact, it feels even better. It's almost as if this clone body is his main body, and the main body is just a Yin Chakra nature clone. But how can everything go well? This clone is indeed very good, so good, that it is in danger of decay because of its own high quality. It feels absurd and unbelievable, but it is an undeniable truth, and this is also the reason why the outbreak of the so-called disease he is suffering from is also much more violent than he expected. Even without carrying out a blood test, Fuin can judge that at this time the concentration of toxin in his blood must have far exceeded even Kimimara's levels. In the future, I cannot use Shikatsu Myaku, absolutely not, else this clone body would decay before I can carry out Project Godhood, muttered Fuin. With the current development of medical ninjutsu, it is absolutely impossible to cure the curse of the Kagaya clan, so preventing the decay is also absolutely impossible. Therefore, he can only choose methods that would decrease the speed of decay, so that Fuin at least has the chance to absorb this clone while carrying out absorption ritual. After making up his mind, Fuin sighed and stood up. This Nikomata dedicated shrine is very big. Although it is ruined and destroyed because of being uncared for the past few centuries, Fuin is still amazed just how big this shrine is. Of course, he has searched it thoroughly, and nothing except for that secret tomb that is protected by extremely hard unbreakable rocks is worth exploring here. Perhaps because it was abandoned centuries ago, therefore, not much information can be found here, so Fuin is left completely helpless. And that's still not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is that even after searching and waiting for so long, Fuin has found no clue about Itachi and Shirsue's situation. Their whereabouts are completely unknown, which has made Fuin strengthen his belief that both of them are more than likely undergoing some kind of trial. Fuin is not much worried about their safety because when they're together, they wouldn't die. Fuin still has this confidence in them. Not to mention, Itachi and Shirsue's crow clone are still present in Konoha. As long as Itachi and Shirsue don't die, those crow clones will not disappear. And with nothing left to do here, Fuin decided to return back to Konoha. Because of his ability to fly with the help of magnet release, Fuin arrived back in the village, within a single day, changed back into his main body and dispelled the shadow clone he had left behind to gain all the experience that the shadow clone experienced. Now with him back in the village, Kuroto instructed Itachi and Shirsue's crow clone to keep trying to contact their main bodies, while he, himself studied magnet release, scorch release and also waited for the return of Kurenai. It wasn't until a week later that Kurenai returned back to the village, which made Kuroto frown. If her chakra was sealed then 1 week is acceptable, but she was obviously able to use her chakra after the treatment I gave her, so what caused her to spend such long time to return? 2 to 3 days should be more than enough even with her injuries. I guess I will have to listen to her explanation. While thinking so, Kuroto proceeded towards the Konoha hospital. Konoha Hospital. After Kurenai's injuries were checked and treated under the watch of Umbu, and it was confirmed that her body was not rigged with any kind of self-detonation traps that might pose danger to the village, Kuroto immediately took her to an unoccupied room for carrying out an inquiry. As an Umbu of the elite, Teamro Kurenai was abducted from the village, and the kidnapper was none other than Orochimaru, an S-class criminal and defected nin from Konoha. This is not a trivial matter. Kuroto can be sure that Sandaime himself will take out some of his time to carry out a one-on-one inquiry within the next 2 days. As Kurenai's Umbu captain, Kuroto must first do a personal inquiry too, for various reasons. Of course, he did not forget to secretly insert the puppet cursing sphere inside Kurenai's body while the two of them were on their way to the unoccupied room. With the puppet cursing sphere, Kuroto can easily control Kurenai into speaking what he wants her to. At the same time, he can also kill her anytime if he feels the need to, so he was not too worried about his intelligence being leaked. Kurenai may as well be unaware that her life is in the hands of her Umbu captain, but she is well aware just how serious the matter of her kidnapping is. So, she began to reiterate everything to Kuroto in great detail about everything she experienced after returning home on the night she was kidnapped. How Orochimaru ambushed her. How he poisoned her. How he kidnapped her from her home. Everything was explained in great detail. Later Orochimaru took her somewhere, even used a summoned snake to travel to the location. Where exactly he was taking her, she doesn't know because Orochimaru had put her to sleep for most of the journey, but when she regained consciousness, they were in the middle of a forest with nothing except trees in sight. Only forest? And no shrine? Kuroto thought in confusion. He has yet to give Kurenai any instructions, so everything she has spoken until now is of her own volition. This is why Kuroto is quite a bit puzzled as to why did she not mention the Nikomata shrine? Intriguing, thought Kuroto and continued listening to Kurenai until she finally stopped. After Hyuga finished writing up to here, Kuroto looked at Kurenai and asked with a serious expression, "Then how did you escape from the hands of Orochimaru?" Kurenai's expression also became extremely serious at this time, and she said slowly, "We encountered a member of Amatsukami, and for some reason, Orochimaru and that member of Amatsukami had a fierce battle and couldn't keep all his attention on me. I took advantage of the small window to escape as fast as I could." With that said, Kurenai also gave quite a detailed description of Orochimaru's abilities and the fact that somehow, he was able to summon the dead Shodaime Hokage and Nidaime Hokage to do his bidding. "Are you sure they were Shodaime Hokage-sama and Nidaime Hokage-sama?" asked Kuroto. Kurenai nodded. "I am 100% certain that the people he summoned were Shodaime Hokage-sama and Nidaime Hokage-sama. They were able to use wood release and flying Raijin, so it has to be the two of them." Seeing that Kurenai didn't even try to mention anything about Fujin/Futon, Kuroto was again surprised. He has still not given her any command, so whatever she has spoken up to now is what she originally wanted to speak. Is she trying to intentionally hide information about Fujin/Futon, thought Kuroto, and decided to ask tentatively, which member of Akatsuki did you encounter? Did you manage to see any detail that would help us determine the identity of that member? As soon as Kuroto asked this question, Kurenai's heart stopped for a moment. Immediately her heart rate increased rapidly, and although she was trying it very hard, Kuroto with the help of his Byakugan still noticed some things, so he couldn't help but think, is she nervous? Kurenai lowered her head and said, I am sorry, Captain, because I was poisoned by Orochimaru, therefore, I couldn't do anything against him or Orochimaru and was unable to catch any detail that would help us determine his true identity, but I did see that he was wearing a green-colored wind pattern mask, and also had the symbol of wind chakra nature on the chest part of his Akatsuki cloak. What the hell? She literally saw my face. So, why not tell? Kuroto was so shocked by Kurenai's words that his heart stopped for a moment. But he instantly regained his composure and thought, I need to understand what exactly is she planning. Immediately Kuroto questioned again, and what abilities did he use? Kurenai's heartbeat increased again, but after quickly calming herself, she said in a low voice, he was quite proficient in taijutsu, good enough to match Shodame Hokage-sama and Nighame Hokage-sama, but as far as I was able to see, he majorly controlled Iron Sand using magnet release to combat Shodame Hokage-sama and Nighame Hokage-sama. Kuroto was no longer sure what was going on with Kurenai and sighed tentatively, sigh, he is strong enough to match even Shodame Hokage-sama with his wood release, Nighame Hokage-sama with his water release, Flying Raijin and all those self-created jutsu, and even Orochimaru with his strange snake jutsu, all at the same time? And that too with just taijutsu and magnet release? It's really unbelievable. Kurenai nodded, yes, Captain, I was also incredibly shocked. It is inconceivable that someone with just taijutsu and magnet release could match up against Shodame Hokage-sama, Nighame Hokage-sama, and Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. At the same time, Kurenai thought to herself, I am not hiding information from Captain because I want to protect that pervert from the Hyuga clan and the village. No, that's the last thing I would do. In fact, I would much rather die than waste my efforts trying to protect that pervert. I just don't want the Hyuga clan to have any conflict with the village and affect the stability of the village because of Futon's existence. Yes, I am not trying to protect Futon, definitely not. Although Kurenai thought so, however, the devil and angel version of Chibi Kurenai floating on both sides of her ears clearly didn't believe in her rhetorical thoughts at all. Admitted Kurenai-chan, all three of us know the real reason why you lied to Captain. Devil Kurenai said in a teasing tone. That's right, one must never lie to themselves, Kurenai-chan, didn't Okasan said so? Angel Kurenai said with a gentle tone. You too, one more word and I will be your worst nightmare, said Kurenai in a very dark tone. Eep! Devil and Angel Kurenai were so scared that they dared not come forward again. Chapter 485, Kurenai's Strangeness. After dealing with the devil and angel chibi forms of her, Kurenai took a deep breath, raised her head to meet Kuroto's gaze, and asked, Captain, that's all I know, and I have already told everything I can, are there any other questions? Kuroto had a thoughtful look on his face and nodded. What was the result of the battle between Orochimaru and the member of Akatsuki? Did either of the two die? As I mentioned previously, I escaped while Orochimaru and the member of Akatsuki were fighting, so, I am not sure what was the exact result of their battle. Answered Kurenai. That is to say, the exact result of the battle is unknown, muttered Kuroto absent-mindedly. Kurenai nodded and said with a saddened expression, I am sorry for disappointing you, Captain. If only I was better, maybe I could have. If I didn't know the truth, I would have really believed that she is telling the truth. Thought Kuroto as he looked at Kurenai's regretful expression. Knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door, following which Hyade's voice came from outside the door, Captain, Itachi has brought Kurenai-senpai's medical report. Kuroto broke out from his thoughtful expression, and said, let him in. Following Kuroto's words, Height, who was standing outside, opened the door and allowed Itachi to come in. Itachi walked and said, "Here is Kurenai-san's medical report, Captain." Kuroto nodded and took it from Itachi's hands, and flipped through the pages, all while keeping the note of Kurenai's heart rate, which has increased slightly because of nervousness. Kuroto chose to ignore it, and just flipped through the pages of Kurenai's medical report. Since most of Kurenai's injuries were healed by him, so anything related to fractures and snakes present inside her body is not mentioned in the report. The only important points included a deep but not life-threatening shoulder wound that reached up to her breast, lack of blood in her body due to blood loss, and slight traces of an unknown poison in her blood. Poisoning is already cured by simple detoxification. Blood will be transfused to her within 24 hours, and her shoulder injury has already been treated by Susanoo. Aside from this, she is only suffering from physical and mental exhaustion, for which 1 week of rest is more than enough. After reading everything, Kuroto passed the medical report to Kurenai and said, "Here is your medical report. There are no life-threatening injuries, thankfully. Additionally, you have been given a 1-week holiday to rest and recuperate. And do remember that tomorrow you will be meeting Hokage-sama, so be prepared with your report. Make sure to include a map highlighting the route you took to return back to Konoha in your report. We need to investigate Orochimaru's purpose of kidnapping you and the reason he had a conflict with the member of Amatsukami." Kurenai froze slightly upon hearing the map, but immediately nodded, "Yes, sir." At the same time, she can't help but think, "Thank goodness I took 1 whole week and considered this issue, otherwise, it would have been really bad." Kuroto nodded, and said, "All right, that will be all. Go back and rest." Kurenai nodded, then stood up and bowed to Kuroto. "In that case, I will be taking my leave, Captain." Kuroto nodded absent-mindedly, "Do not miss the appointment for blood transfusion." Kurenai nodded and started walking towards the door with a relieved look. She may have lied to Kuroto with a calm and straight face, but only she herself knows just how much pressure she was under while answering each of Kuroto's questions to not give out any detail about Fuin. And the pressure is also reasonable. After all, what she has done now is an act of betrayal to the village. Never in her dreams did Kurenai thought that one day she would do something akin to betraying the village. Even she is not sure why did she go so far. "Perhaps it's because I want to have something in common with Fuin," were her thoughts as she opened the door. "Kurenai, no! Kurenai-chan." Just when she was about to step out of the room, suddenly she heard Kuroto calling her name, which caused her to stiffen a little. Did Captain notice something? But she immediately calmed down because she heard Kuroto using the suffix chan. Kuroto only uses chan when talking to her as a friend and not as captain of Team Ro. Therefore, Kurenai understood that he wants to say something as a friend, and asked, "Is something the matter, Kuroto-kun?" "I apologize for what Orochimaru made you go through," said Kuroto in an apologetic tone. Kurenai turned around and shook her head with a smile. "You need not apologize for Orochimaru's actions." After a pause, she continued, "He is a criminal, and completely different from you. So, please don't beat yourself over something that Orochimaru did. His actions have nothing to do with you." At the same time, she had some thoughts in her mind which she would like to keep to herself. "I am grateful for your understanding, Kurenai-chan," said Kuroto with a grateful tone. Kurenai just smiled and said, "If there's nothing more, I will take my leave." Kuroto nodded and did not stop her anymore. With that, Kurenai stepped out of the room and left. Looking at the spot Kurenai just stood at, Kuroto rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. Something is definitely going on in her mind. Initially, Kuroto had prepared to control Kurenai into reporting the information he doesn't mind getting leaked, but Kurenai's behavior was completely different. Not only did she hide the information about the Nikomata Shrine, but she did not report anything about Fuin either. This is strange, and Kuroto would be an idiot if didn't feel that something is wrong with Kurenai. With Kurenai gone, Height, who had been guarding the door, walked in. Hyuga, who had witnessed the entire interrogation process, said with a frown, "Captain, I feel that something is wrong with Kurenai-senpai." Height said, "It's normal to be a bit depressed after going through what Kurenai-senpai went through." Hyuga shook her head, and said, "No, rather than depression. I would say that she is worried about something. H shook his head, and said, really? She didn't look all that worried to me. I would say she is annoyed and frustrated, considering her experience. It is normal. After all, one party is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, while the other is a member of Akatsuki who is said to be stronger than Homusubi and Suijin. Maybe, Hyuga couldn't refute Hyate's argument, so could only think to herself, but my instincts as a woman are telling me that she is worried. I should talk to her privately, maybe she will feel more comfortable talking with me. Kuroto ignored the lovebirds' daily banter and instructed Itachi's crow clone, keep a watch over her. Yes, Kuroto-san. Itachi's crow clone nodded and disappeared from the room. Just as Itachi disappeared from the room, there was a sudden rush of footsteps in the corridor outside, and immediately afterward, a large group of people opened the door and walked in. The one at the forefront was none other than Sarutobi Asuma, who has been busy searching for the whereabouts of Kurenai for the past few days. Just from his haggard, unshaven face, dark circles, and eye bags, it is not difficult to judge just how worried he was about Kurenai. Following him are most of the contemporaries of the same generation, including Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Marino Ibiki, Mitarashi Anko, Iwabi Yamimiya, Ebisu, and a few more. Translator's note: Iwabi Yamimiya, not the real name, is the third member of Team Orochimaru, alongside Hyuga Kuroto and Mitarashi Anko. His current shinobi rank is Jonin. As soon as he entered the room, Asuma looked around and didn't find any trace of Kurenai. With a frown he turned towards Kuroto and asked, "Where is Kurenai?" Kuroto replied, "She has gone home to take a rest." Asuma nodded, then asked with a nervous expression, "Is she okay?" Following Asuma's question, everyone looked at Kuroto, waiting for his answer. When Asuma heard of Kurenai's kidnapping, he barged into Sandame's office and asked his father to put the village under martial law, at the same time, asked him to issue a compulsory mission to all the capable shinobi in the village to search for the missing Kurenai. What Sandame did in response is not hard to guess. He directly refused Asuma without even batting an eye. Although Asuma's mood was sore, finding Kurenai and ensuring her safety was more important, so Asuma had to turn towards his friends and other contemporaries to help him search Kurenai's whereabouts. Apparently, Sandame didn't stop this approach of Asuma, or to be more exact, he didn't have the opportunity to stop as he was busy in an extremely secret meeting with the Yonde Mizukiage who had just arrived in the village. The exact contents of the meeting are a secret, but it was obviously related to the Akatsuki organization and the Akatsuki organization. This is why Asuma got away with using such an exaggerated team of shinobi just for searching Kurenai's whereabouts. The strength of this team can be imagined, as everyone is either a Jonin or Tokubetsu Jonin. Therefore, for the past few days, everyone in this room, including Hyuga Kuroto's shadow clone that was left behind in the village, was searching for Kurenai's whereabouts, and actually made a lot of effort but couldn't find anything. Everyone started to think that her disappearance was perhaps related to Akatsuki or Akatsuki, which only made the matter more serious, and made Asuma depressed. Asuma was so depressed that he almost barged into his old man's office to ask him to declare war on both Akatsuki organization and Akatsuki organization, but before he could, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of him with flying Raijin and stopped him. Asuma obviously had no intention to stop, however. When Kakashi showed Kuroto's letter to Asuma, Asuma no longer cared about war at all, just ran in the direction of Konoha Hospital to make sure that Kurenai is safe. But now he learned that Kurenai has returned home to rest, so obviously he can only turn to Kuroto and ask about her condition. Kuroto patted Asuma's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, her injuries are not life-threatening and have already been treated by Shizen-chan, only physical and mental exhaustion is left, which is nothing too serious. She just needs to rest for a few days and she will be back to normal." Hearing from Kuroto, Asuma suddenly took a long sigh of relief. Thankfully she is safe. Then after a short pause, Asuma suddenly asked Kuroto, "By the way, which bastard dared kidnapping Kurenai?" Kuroto looked up and down at Asuma for a minute, then after thinking a little he said to Yugao-chan, "Pass the report to Asuma." Yugao asked in surprise, "Captain?" Kuroto nodded. It's all right. Following Kuroto's nod, Hyuga no longer hesitated and passed the report to Asuma. Originally, the details of Kurenai's kidnapping should be kept a secret unless Sandaime states otherwise, but who made Asuma the son of Hokage? Moreover, all the people in this room are either Jonin or Tokubetsu Jonin, which means all the people in this room make up the high-end combat power of Konoha, not to mention, they are all contemporaries of the same generation, and Kuroto, who already understands the ins and outs of the matter, knows full well that there is no information in this report worth keeping secret, so he decided to let them in on the matter. Although, Kuroto did not expect to see Iwabi Yumimiya in this group, but he didn't care much. Kuroto knows that Yumimiya is loyal to Orochimaru, but it makes no difference to him. In Kuroto's view, Yumimiya could still be considered a good friend and comrade because he, Anko, and Kuroto have together fought against many enemies as the members of Team Orochimaru before and during the Third Great Shinobi War. After everyone read the report one by one, they looked at each other in confusion. Asuma was the first to speak, and his tone clearly indicated his surprise. Orochimaru? How could it be him? Why did he, of all people, kidnap Kurenai? What did he even want from her? Because Kurenai managed to safely escape from the hands of her kidnapper, it must mean that the kidnapper was neither Akatsuki nor Amatsukami, so Asuma was obviously inflated. He wanted to catch the kidnapper and present him in front of Kurenai to impress her and win her heart. Then, according to the script, he would invite her to go on a date. Obviously, she would agree and they would soon start dating. If this setting is followed, soon Asuma and Kurenai would be lovers and then married officially. Within a few more years, they will also have a mini Asuma and mini Kurenai playing catch in the yard with their cousin brother Konohamaru. Mini Asuma and mini Kurenai would be naughty kids and constantly torment their grandfather by pulling his beard. Asuma's wife Kurenai would hum a beautiful melody as she cooked for their small family, and he will listen to that beautiful melody while reading the morning newspaper, smoking a cigarette, and occasionally think to himself, "Ah, this is the life." But Asuma didn't expect that his "this is the life" dream was a low-quality cheap balloon and had a hole in it. Even before he could blow air in it, it exploded and brought into reality. Kurenai's kidnapper turned out to be Orochimaru. And who is Orochimaru? No one needs to emphasize. According to Asuma, let alone him, even Hatake Kakashi and Hyuga Kuroto, the two strongest of their generation, are not Orochimaru's opponents. This result will still not change even when Kakashi and Kuroto are working together to defeat or kill Orochimaru. In fact, Asuma knows this better than anyone, that even his father Sandaime Hokage dare not say that he can defeat or kill Orochimaru without losing his life. Although angered and helpless, Asuma had to accept the fact that he can't use this method to win Kurenai's heart, so he could only sigh. Different from Asuma's helplessness, Anko's face was darkened at the mention of Orochimaru being the culprit of Kurenai's kidnapping. Even though she has followed Kuroto's advice, walked out of Orochimaru's shadow, and no longer cares about him, Orochimaru is still the person she doesn't want to face. And different from Asuma and Anko, Kakashi's attention was completely on Amatsukami, as he muttered to himself in a wondering tone, why did a member of Amatsukami have a conflict with Orochimaru? Is it because Orochimaru is a former member of the Akatsuki organization? Others all had their own thoughts, pondering and expressing their own opinions, such that room became a bit noisy. Seeing this, Kuroto took back the report, passed it to Hyuga, and said to everyone, "Okay everyone, we are still in Konoha Hospital, so please mind yourselves. We don't want to cause trouble and incur the wrath of Tsunade-sama, right?" As soon as the wrath of Tsunade-sama was mentioned, everyone immediately shut up and tacitly nodded. Only an idiot would want to incur Tsunade-sama's wrath. Kuroto was satisfied with the result, and said, "We have been busy searching for Kurenai-chan for the past few days, now that she has returned safely, so it's time we too go back to our houses and take a much-needed rest." Everyone nodded and started to disperse, but suddenly, Asuma, who was a bit hopeless because his dream bubble was burst, suddenly said to everyone, "Tomorrow, I will host a party in order to celebrate Kurenai's safe return. Everyone must come." Guy said in a thinking pose, Speaking of which, it's been years since all of us got together. This time we must let the flames of our youth explode." Kakashi, who has become more and more depressed since the alliance ceremony incident, had a droopy look and shook his head weakly. Forget it. Guy immediately said, Kakashi. This is the age to lay our youth on a hot-blooded battle, and you are my eternal rival. I cannot allow you to act lazy like that. Before Kakashi could reply to Guy, Asuma tossed his arm around Kakashi's neck and said, Hey, the trick you told me last time did not work. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Others may not come that would still be acceptable, but you are not allowed to not come. Asuma knows that a lot has been going on in Kakashi's mind, and it has made Kakashi become darker and darker and has caused him to frequently visit Konoha Hospital to get his injuries treated. Tsunade-sama has repeatedly emphasized that Kakashi should not put so much pressure on himself while training because rather than training he is causing self-harm, but no matter how much Tsunade-sama nags at him, there has been no change in Kakashi. This has caused, not only Hokage-sama but even several fiends to be deeply worried about Kakashi's state. Everyone understands that Obito's I meant a lot to Kakashi, and losing it has caused too much emotional pressure on him. Guy wants to help but has been unable to, because whenever Guy would nag him, Kakashi would just disappear with flying Raijin. Helpless Guy turned to other friends. As a friend, Asuma can obviously see this state of Kakashi and wants to help him too. Seeing that both Guy and Asuma have already pressured him, Kakashi cast a hopeful gaze at Kuroto only to be completely ignored by him. With no one left to help him, Kakashi could only nod helplessly. Alright, I'll come. Yosh, now that everyone agrees, at 7 p.m. tomorrow everyone will gather at the secret tavern where we wanted to celebrate our academy graduation but couldn't because of being too young to drink, announced Asuma. Got it! Everyone nodded to Asuma and then left to do their own things. Chapter 486, Absent-Minded Hokage. Morning of the next day. Kuroto brought Kurenai to the Hokage office for the purpose of repeated inquiry, and after submitting the report he had prepared yesterday, along with the report Kurenai prepared as per Kuroto's instructions, the two waited for Hokage-sama to read the report. Initially, Kuroto thought that Sandaime-sama would order Kurenai to reiterate everything in great detail, so Kuroto was prepared to control Kurenai into not speaking anything he doesn't want her to, but unexpectedly, Sandaime-sama just read the report silently, sighed once or twice, then asked 3 questions and finally instructed both Kuroto and Kurenai to go back and rest. In fact, Sandaime-sama did not even bother to issue an investigation mission of the location Orochimaru took Kurenai to. Of course, even if he did order, it would make no difference as the location marked on the map was a fake one. Kuroto himself checked the map that Kurenai added in her report and knew that the location marked on it was a false one. I do wonder if the location she has marked in the map has traces of fighting around it, because if not, Kurenai might be under the suspicion of betrayal, thought Kuroto as he left the Hokage office. After leaving the Hokage building, Kuroto looked back in the direction of the Hokage office and thought inwardly, has the situation already gotten to the point that Sandaime-sama is unable to pay much attention to this incident? After all, an Umbu of the elite team Ro was kidnapped, not just an orphan of the civilian class. Okay, Kurenai is indeed an orphan of the civilian class, but this doesn't change the fact that she is also an Umbu member of the elite team Ro, and yet Sandaime Hokage seemed absent-minded during the entire inquiry and didn't seem to care much that she was kidnapped by Orochimaru, of all people. Of course, it's not that he doesn't care, it's just that he is too preoccupied with much more important things. And Kuroto quite a lot about it. These days, the surface of the village seems quite peaceful and calm, but Kuroto knows very well that this is just the calm before the storm. According to the information given to Kuroto by Pakura and Yagura, yesterday night, Yondaime Reikage of Kumogakure has also secretly arrived in Konoha, and counting the Kazekage and the Mizukage, 4 of the 5 Kage of the 5 great nations are currently present in Konoha. Only the Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki of both scales has not yet arrived for the time being. However, Hokage-sama has already given information to the Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage that Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki has also agreed to participate in the 3rd Gakage Summit and is currently on his way to Konoha. Thinking of all the information relayed to him by Pakura and Yagura, Kuroto thought, if everything is taken into account, then the day Akatsuki will attack Konoha will probably be around the time when all 5 Kage have gathered in Konoha. And since Hokage, Reikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage are already present in Konoha, and Tsuchikage is also on his way. This means that the day of Akatsuki's attack is approaching closer and closer. At this time, Kurenai, who was silently walking next to Kuroto, suddenly raised her head and said, "Kuroto-kun, don't you think Hokage-sama seems a bit strange lately?" This matter concerned Orochimaru and Amatsukami, yet Hokage-sama only asked a few questions then ordered us to leave. In fact, to me he seemed absent-minded the entire time. What do you think could be the reason behind Hokage-sama's strangeness? In order to deal with the inquiries of Hokage-sama, Kurenai spent the entire night preparing herself to make sure that she doesn't leave any loopholes, but Hokage-sama didn't seem to be too attentive during the entire inquiry, making Kurenai feel a bit regretful that she wasted the entire night for nothing. When Kuroto heard Kurenai's doubts, he almost had the urge to hold her by her collars and ask her, "Shouldn't I be asking the same question from you? Because to me, you seem stranger than Sandaime-sama." But Kuroto chose to calm himself, and answered her, "I felt the same way. Perhaps Hokage-sama is very busy in dealing with other things." After saying up to here, Kuroto took a pause, then continued, "It may also be possible that the Hokage-sama we met up with was just a shadow clone, while the real Hokage-sama is somewhere else dealing with other issues." "A shadow clone?" muttered Kurenai in a wondering tone, then continued after a pause, "But isn't it one of the rules that the Hokage is forbidden to use Shadow Clone for doing his main duties? People assume that Shadow Clone is omnipotent and can do everything that the original can, but that's actually not true. The Shadow Clones also have their limits. Different shinobi have a different level of mastery over the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Most shinobi cannot use their shadow clones to carry out sophisticated tasks that require a lot of thinking and analysis, because everything shadow clone does requires chakra, even the normal tasks like breathing and thinking, and not everyone has that level of chakra. Moreover, the shadow clone must be in close vicinity of the original, else it will lose the mental link with the original, and its performance will instantly dwindle, resulting in either its disappearance or it will only do what was initially instructed to it at the moment the shadow clone was formed. Initially, Kuroto was also troubled over this issue when he started to leave behind shadow clones in the village to act as his replacement, but because of the presence of Toyotama/Ryumyaku chakra, this issue was resolved. Toyotama may be sealed within the Ryumyaku gourd that isolates all external chakra perception. However, Toyotama is still connected to Kuroto's soul and helps him maintain a mental link with his shadow clone. The presence of Toyotama also ensures that his shadow clone never runs out of chakra, so for Kuroto it is not big of an issue, but even then, Kuroto never creates more than one shadow clone when he has to leave behind shadow clone to act as his replacement, because as the more shadow clone one creates, the more difficult maintain the mental link with the shadow clones becomes. Perhaps only Uzumaki Naruto can make use of shadow clones like a bug jutsu to make his shadow clones do everything. However, that's mostly because of Kyuubi's chakra, but even he has his limitations, and this was clearly shown after he became the Nanaime Hokage and had to rely on the intake of too much caffeine to maintain the mental link with all his shadow clones, else they will all collapse. Kuroto nodded. True, use of shadow clone to carry out Hokage's duties is forbidden, but this rule is only applicable in normal times. If there are emergency situations, then Hokage-sama is allowed to use shadow clones to act as his replacement. It was Nanaime Hokage Senju Tobarama himself who made this rule, because he, as the creator of the shadow clone jutsu, perfectly understood the limitations of this jutsu. Listening to Kuroto's words, Kurenai had a downcast look, and asked, "What do you think is Hokage-sama dealing with?" "How am I supposed to know? I am not the Hokage," said Kuroto with a sigh, and after a pause, he continued, "But it has to be very important." Nodded Kurenai lightly, then started looking at Kuroto's face from the corner of her eyes. Kuroto noticed her small actions, and asked while touching his face, "Is something on my face?" Kurenai flinched, then immediately shook her head, and, "No, nothing." And as if to change the topic, he suddenly said, "Kuroto-kun, I want to increase my training." Kuroto looked at Kurenai for a while, and seeing the determined look in her eyes, he sighed and said, "We will talk about your training after you have completely recovered. Just rest for now, this is an order." Kurenai pouted and said nothing, although she was busy thinking. Kuroto-kun and Fuin indeed looked quite similar, perhaps Fuin was really a member of the Hyuga clan. Looking at Kurenai's thinking face, Kuroto thought, I can also use this time period to understand your strangeness, and decide whether to dispose of you or not. The two people who were on different channels walked side by side with a comfortable silence when the fork in the road came, and their paths were diverging. Kuroto suddenly remembered something, and asked, do you remember the secret izakaya where we wanted to celebrate our academy graduation but couldn't because we were too young to drink? Kurenai went into thinking pose, then as if she suddenly remembered and nodded, oh, that one in the Eastern Bloc, right? What about it? Kuroto nodded, yes, the one in the Eastern Bloc. Tonight, Asuma has organized a celebration and invited every one of your generations. The timing is 07 to 00 p.m., don't be late. After thinking a little, Kurenai nodded with a yawn. In that case, I must catch up with my sleep early. I didn't sleep well last night, so I will take my leave here. Kuroto-kun, have a good day. Saying so, Kurenai waved her hand and left in the direction of her home. Kuroto glanced at Kurenai's disappearing back, and thought inwardly as his eyes turned cold, Kurenai clearly knows a lot of information about my Fuin clone, so why the hell is she not reporting it? Did she find something? Kuroto nodded to Itachi's crow clone secretly keeping watch over Kurenai, then started to walk in the direction of his home. Chapter 487, Single Dog. In the evening. As promised, Kuroto came to the izakaya, where Asuma had booked a private room for the night. Because it was still a little early, so only Asuma and Kakashi, who was forcibly dragged here, were present. When Kuroto walked into the private room, he noticed that Kakashi and Asuma were discussing something with a very serious expression. Taking a seat next to Asuma, Kuroto asked casually, what are you two talking about with such serious expression? Asuma answered with a distracted tone, Kakashi is giving me advice on how to make Kurenai fall in love with me. Kuroto snickered, he, himself is a single dog, how can he give you advice? Asuma's face changed all of a sudden, and it was at this moment he realized, yeah, no wonder the tricks he taught me didn't work at all. Kakashi said with a rare serious expression, you can't say that, Kuroto, my advice is sure to work, after all, they are all taken from a legendary book. What book? Asked Kuroto with a confused expression as picked up a bottle of sake. Kakashi quickly fumbled through his shinobi bag and took out a small book with an orange cover, and showed it to Kuroto and Asuma, this book. The orange cover of the book had the illustrations of a woman and a man drawn on it, and its title was written in conspicuous red characters which read as Ika Ika Paradise. Puff. Kuroto, who had just taken a sip of sake, suddenly sprayed it out as soon as he realized what book Kakashi was talking about. Cough cough. After controlling his coughs, and wiping away the corners of his mouth, Kuroto can't help but think in amazement, what is this scenario? A book written by an old single dog was regarded as a treasure by a young single dog, and then passed on to another single dog? Kuroto doesn't know if Kakashi knows who the author of Ika Ika Paradise is, but Kuroto knows well enough. Ika Ika Paradise is authorized by a lifelong old single dog Jiraiya, a fool who has pursued Tsunade for most of his life but has never succeeded in winning her heart. Kakashi looked at Kuroto with a strange expression, and asked, why is your reaction too big? Asuma snatched Kakashi's Ika Ika Paradise, and while looking through it, he muttered, I have heard of this book, it is said that the sales are very good. Kakashi nodded repeatedly and said in a deep tone, of course, it's the legendary Ika Ika Paradise. And the sales of this book are off the charts. I was barely able to buy it after spending 3 whole days on the line. Kuroto's side shook his head disdain and said nothing more. Asuma saw Kuroto's disapproving expression, closed the book, and asked, Kuroto, do you have a good way to make a girl fall in love with me? Kuroto said with a smirk, I am sorry Asuma, I don't understand the troubles of you single dogs. Seeing the smirk on Kuroto's face, Asuma's face turned dark, how can I ever forget? This bastard has always made all of us single dogs burn in envy since the academy days. I don't know why, but I suddenly have a very strong urge to beat you up. Yes, me too. Kakashi also nodded in agreement with Asuma. Cut, weakling. snorted Kuroto in a mocking tone, then completely ignored the two and took a sip of sake, but Asuma kept staring at him and didn't mean to turn away even if Kuroto ignored him. After a while of silence and a few sips of sake, Kuroto could no longer bear the begging look of Asuma and sighed, "All right, fine, don't go gloomy. I will give you some advice." With that, Kuroto became the date doctor and started to give Asuma. Of course, he didn't mean to go overboard like Will Smith, lest Asuma starts coming to him for all the things and problems he is facing. While Kuroto was talking, Asuma and Kakashi were listening intently. Hayate opened the door and walked in, greeted the three people in the private room, and consciously sat on the side and listened to the conversation of the three seniors. In actuality, Hayate is a few years younger than Asuma, Kakashi, and Kuroto, but because of the outbreak of the Third Great Shinobi War, he had to graduate early, so he can barely be regarded as a shinobi of the same generation. Moreover, Hayate is still Kuroto's subordinate. But Hayate has always treated Kuroto and the others as seniors and has always maintained a respectful attitude towards them. This is also the reason why he generally uses the suffix senpai or san when referring to Kuroto, Kakashi, and the others. After a while of advising, Kuroto casually asked Asuma, "By the way, what did Kakashi teach you today?" Asuma replied, "Kakashi told me that I should invite Kurenai on a hot spring trip. I even have the coupons ready. What do you think of this idea?" Ahem. After a light cough to attract Kuroto and Asuma's attention on himself, Kakashi said with a particular emphasis, "According to Ika Paradise, this trick is referred to as Nirvana and has a 100% success rate." "A hot spring trip, huh?" Kuroto muttered and started to think about it. Asuma asked eagerly, "Do you think inviting Kurenai on a hot spring trip would work?" Listening to the discussion between Asuma, Kakashi, and Kuroto, Hayate was a bit dumbfounded. He raised his hand weakly and said, "Asuma-san, have you confessed to Kurenai-senpai? And are you two already dating?" Asuma shook his head and said, "I haven't confessed yet. I want to take Kurenai on a few dates, then confess to her." Hayate suddenly became speechless and said, "You two aren't even dating yet? Then I suggest that you don't invite Kurenai-senpai to go on a hot spring trip straight off the bat. It would be very rude and disrespectful towards her. If it is with a lot of people of both genders, then the trip could be taken as fun, enjoyment, and relaxation, but with just you and Kurenai-senpai alone, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. Even if she trusts you as a friend and comrade, it doesn't mean she would be willing to go so far just based on that trust." Asuma quickly asked Hayate, "Then what should I do?" Hayate groaned for a moment, then said, "Kurenai-senpai has a strong personality and she is an independent woman. Moreover, she is an orphan and has nobody but herself to depend upon. True, we are her friends and would be willing to help her wherever we can, but there is always a wall between people that cannot be broken with just pure friendship and camaraderie, and nobody but ourselves knows what kind of people we truly are at our core. As far as I know, people with such a background are generally vulnerable in their hearts and tries to cover their inner weaknesses and fears with a strong outer shell to hide their true selves from others. Kurenai-senpai is no different. So, if you want to make her fall in love with you, then you have to at least give her a sense of security. You have to make her feel that you are someone she can truly depend on. You have to make her believe that no matter what her inner self is like, you won't judge her and treat her as herself so that she can open up her true inner self to you." Kakashi looked at Hayate with pure admiration, his gaze clearly indicated as if he is in the presence of a god. Even Kuroto can't help but nod at what Hayate said, because he was somewhat correct indeed, and can't help but think, no wonder Hyuga is in love with him. He is more of a date doctor than I am. Of course, I am not much bad either. At least, I would like to believe that I am not bad when compared to Hayate. Asuma, on the other hand, looked at Hayate as if he has found his new best friend. He got up from his own seat, sat next to Hayate, tossed his arm around Hayate's shoulder, and asked, "And how do I do that?" Hayate blushed a little at how he suddenly became the center of all attention, but seriously thought about Asuma's question, then said, "Well, the fastest way to give someone a sense of security is to be very strong than them. If you become strong enough to make Kurenai-senpai admire you, she will obviously feel a sense of security in your presence. That sense of security will slowly grow into trust, and at that time if you treat Kurenai-senpai as an equal, don't judge her for her flaws, help her in the areas you feel the need to, but also give her enough space to not make her feel overwhelmed in your presence. Be honest with her and don't hide your own vulnerabilities from her, then that admiration will slowly and steadily become love. At least, that's what I think. Strong, huh? Asuma started to think, and muttered, but it's a bit difficult. If it comes to overall strength, Asuma is obviously stronger than Kurenai, but Kurenai is an expert in Jinjutsu, and her Jinjutsu proficiency is very high, and after months of discussions with Uchiha Itachi, her mastery and understanding of Jinjutsu have increased sharply. Additionally, she has also started to learn Fuin Jutsu. So, even a bit of negligence may as well result in Asuma's defeat. True, Asuma may have a greater chance of winning if the two were to fight, but his strength is nowhere near enough to reach the level that Kurenai would admire him. Hey nodded, it is indeed difficult. Asuma sighed, you mean I don't have a chance? Hey shrugged, if Asuma-san is willing to work hard in training, and not give up on Kurenai-senpai, then perhaps you may have a chance. While Asuma was distressed, the others also started to arrive in groups of 1 and 2. Yugo, Kurenai, then Guy, later Anko, Ebisu, Ibiki, Yumiya, along with the others. A few minutes later, the gate was pushed open, and this time, 2 more kunoichi hurriedly walked in, which quieted down the entire room. As soon as she walked in, Shizen asked, "We aren't late, right?" Asuma said, "Well, just in time." Shizen nodded, "Huh, that's good then, it's a rare holiday Tsunade-sama gave us, if we had gotten late, then I would have really regretted it." Yui, who was standing just behind Shizen, said, "I told you Shizen we aren't late, and yet you made me run all the way." Shizen immediately said, "I was just a little excited." Yui sighed and looked around for Kuroto. Of course, she didn't have to search too much as Kuroto was already waving his hands. As soon as she saw Kuroto, Yui beamed a smile and walked towards him. Guy, who was sitting next to Kuroto, consciously stood up. "Here you go." Yui nodded with a grateful smile, "Thank you, Guy-san." Then sat next to Kuroto and started talking about a lot of things. Guy nodded with a knowing smile and walked towards the seat next to Kakashi and sat down. Shizen also found herself a seat and sat. As more and more people gathered, the room became lively. And because almost everyone is from the same generation, have spent their academy life together, performed a lot of missions, and fought many enemies together, so everyone was quite casual with each other and chatted quite casually. While everyone was discussing something or the other, Asuma approached Kurenai and asked, "The old man didn't embarrass you today, right?" Kurenai shook her head and said with a smile, "Hokage-sama just read the report, asked me a few questions casually, then instructed me to rest properly in order to recover as soon as possible." Kakashi frowned when he heard Kurenai's words. Hokage-sama didn't ask in detail? This incident concerned not only Orochimaru and S-Class Missing Nin, who was able to summon Shodame Hokage-sama and Nidame Hokage-sama, but also Amatsukami. In Kakashi's view, Hokage-sama shouldn't be negligent about such a matter. Seeing that Kurenai was unwilling to mention this matter more, Asuma quickly changed the subject. "Oyaji has indeed been a bit strange lately, most of the time he would be absent-minded. It has also started worrying me as of late." Woon 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 woon. Suddenly, there was a sharp alarm resounding outside the window. Everyone in the room just looked out of the window without much tension on their face, because the village has already announced that there will be an evacuation drill in the eastern part of the village this evening. Yuga whispered lightly, "This is the 3rd time already, right? How come the evacuation drills are being held so frequently these days?" Yumiya said, "Maybe it is to prepare the villagers' reaction to a sudden emergency, and make them aware of what paths to take so that casualty count decreases." Shizen asked in a wondering tone, "But what emergency can there be at such a time? And that too in the village?" Kuroto said lightly, "Perhaps Akatsuki's revenge." As soon as Kuroto's words fell, a solemn silence dawned in the room. Everyone stopped whatever they were doing and everyone's breath was held for a moment. Kuroto could feel Yui's hand tighten around the cuff of his sleeve, indicating that she is worried about his safety. This girl. Sighed Kuroto, then rubbed the backside of Yui's hand in silence to reassure her that nothing would happen to him. The silence brought by Kuroto's words continued until the evacuation drill was completed. In fact, Kuroto can see that everyone present here has more or less noticed some things. After all, everyone is either a Jonin, Tokubetsu Jonin, or an Umbu. The people in this room make up the elite forces of Konoha and are the future backbone of the village. So how can such people not notice these things? However, the one who knows the most is probably Kuroto, because no one in this room other than him knows that 4 of the 5 Kage have already gathered in Konoha, and the only remaining Tsuchikage is also on his way. Chapter 488, A Peaceful Moonless Night. After the evacuation drill was finished, the celebration continued for the next 2 hours. Time passed and everyone started to get drunk and tired and sleepy. Whoever was tired and drunk and sleepy would just sleep on his chair by leaning her head on the table. While everyone was either distracted or sleeping, Kurenai quietly approached Kuroto, sat on the empty seat on his left side. After a moment of silence, she poured sake in 2 cups and passed one of the cups to Kuroto. "Captain, let's have a drink together." Weird, thought Kuroto internally and became vigilant, but externally he smiled in appreciation and took the cup Kurenai passed to him with his left hand, of course. Secretly he analyzed the sake and the cup, and after making sure that it wasn't drugged in with any kind of drug, he took a light sip in silence, while his right hand was gently rubbing the back of Yui who was sleeping on the chair on his right side. The reason for Kuroto's vigilance is the term Kurenai used to refer to him. When not on Umbu duties or training, Kurenai would refer to Kuroto as Kuroto-kun, but the fact she used captain implies that she is talking to him as a subordinate, which is kind of odd considering that they are not on Umbu duties. Of course, it can also be assumed that Kurenai said so because she is drunk, but Kuroto would never believe it. The reason is also very simple. Among the contemporaries of his generation, Kurenai's alcohol tolerance is the highest. In fact, it wouldn't even be wrong to say that no matter how much she drinks, she never even gets tipsy, much less drunk. This is one of the reasons why Kuroto generally uses Kurenai to gather information from various izakaya when performing Umbu missions, so Kurenai also excels in intelligence gathering just like Jiraiya, and perhaps the reason she has approached Kuroto this time is also that she wants to get some kind of intelligence out of him. After having a few bottles of sake in silence, Kurenai lowered her voice, and asked in a casual tone, "Captain, I have always been curious about the Hyuga clan. I have heard that the Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan, and there are not many members in the main family. Is that really the case?" Kuroto looked at Kurenai with a suspicious gaze and nodded. Kurenai then asked with a curious tone, "And do you know all of them?" Kuroto frowned and nodded again. The main family of the Hyuga clan comprises the Patriarch's line and the several elders' lines. The reason for having extra elders' lines is to prevent the collapse of the Hyuga clan, in case the Patriarch's line disappears all of a sudden due to any number of reasons. Of course, the elders' lines are extremely low-key and more than often they will not leave the grounds of the Hyuga clan or make themselves exposed to any kind of danger, or else there is a distinct possibility that they will be specifically targeted for their Byakugan. Therefore, very few people outside of the Hyuga clan are aware of the existence of the elders' lines of the main family of the Hyuga clan. Of course, in terms of rules, the elders' lines are no different from the Patriarch's line, so no matter how many heirs there are in each generation, only one person is eligible to be exempted from being marked with the caged bird curse seal to act as an alternative in case the Patriarch's line disappears for some reason. Of course, the role of the elders' line is not just to act as the replacement. One of the rules is that the marriage partners of the Patriarch's line always come from the elders' line. In fact, Kuroto's mother was also a member of the elders' line, but as mentioned earlier there can only be one exemption for each generation, so his mother was also marked with the caged bird curse seal and was later transferred to the branch family, after which she married Kuroto's father, who was actually her servant and guardian during her days as a member of the main family. Anyway, not getting sidetracked anymore, when it comes to the main family, even if all the members of the main family are counted, the number of people who are not marked with the caged bird curse seal will never exceed more than 10, and Kuroto, because of his current high status within the branch family of the Hyuga clan, does indeed knows of all the members of main family. Receiving an affirmative nod from Kuroto, Kurenai thought a little, then asked with a bit of hesitation, "Does anyone in the main family of the Hyuga clan has white hair?" The hair color of the Hyuga clansmen is majorly dark. Most people have either brown or black hair color, such as Kuroto or Niji and Yui or Hinata respectively. There are also clansmen with dark blue, dark green, and dark purple hair color, but each of these hair colors have black tinge on them, but there has never been a Hyuga clansman having white hair. So, the fact that Kurenai is asking this question from Kuroto clearly indicates that she is trying to investigate Fuin. Thinking so, Kuroto thought, so that's her game? She wants to privately investigate Fuin? Or is it that she suspects me to be Fuin because of our similar appearances, that is why she did not report anything about Fuin to the village? These thoughts were only internal. Externally, he replied to Kurenai without much thought, "As far as I know, there is no member of the main family who has white hair." None? Kurenai was stunned. She thought that since there are not many members in the main family of the Hyuga clan, so it should be easy to identify Fuin with those characteristic features, but unexpectedly Kuroto gave her the opposite answer. Looking at Kurenai's stunned expression, Kuroto narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a slightly curious tone, "Why do you ask?" Kurenai quickly recovered and waved her hand casually, "Nothing, I was just curious is all." Kuroto squinted his eyes and thought to himself in silence, "It appears that I underestimated her. Never did I expect that her thoughts would be so deep. She wants to use my Fuin clone as a breakthrough point to investigate Akatsuki, huh?" Kurenai sighed, lightly took a sip of sake in silence, and thought, "Fuin is strong enough to fight Shodame Hokage-sama, Nidame Hokage-sama, and Orochimaru at the same time. He is the strongest shinobi I have ever seen or known. How can Kuroto-kun not know about this kind of clansman? Or is it possible that his existence was kept a secret from all because he possessed Shikatsumiyaku of the Kagaya clan? And he left the Hyuga clan at a very young age. This must be the case." Immediately, Kurenai became a bit worried, "But if this is indeed the case, then I won't be able to find anything about Fuin even if I search any information about him in the Hyuga clan. What to do? What to do? Should I give up?" N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on NoV3LB1N. No! How can I give up so easily? I must continue to search for him. As long as we are both alive, our paths will definitely cross again. Moreover, Kuroto-kun and Fuin are quite similar in appearances. Perhaps they are distant brothers, might know something about each other but are hesitant to tell others. Thinking so, Kurenai's gaze subconsciously turned towards Kuroto's face, and Kuroto, who was also thinking a few things related to Kurenai's thought, looked at her, and two pairs of thoughtful eyes intertwined. If I continue to work with Kuroto-kun, who is also a member of the Hyuga clan, sooner or later I am bound to land on any piece of news about Fuin, thought Kurenai. You want to investigate information about Akatsuki secretly, huh? Well, as long as you are my subordinate, I will make sure that you get absolutely nothing, thought Kuroto. The two people who were again not on the same channel looked at each other with friendly smiles and continued sake in peaceful silence. Just before everyone was about to leave, Asuma, who was a little drunk, plucked out the courage and asked Kurenai to go on a hot spring trip together, but was politely turned down by the thoughtful Kurenai. Perhaps it was because Hay-8 had persuaded Asuma before, so he was psychologically prepared to be turned down, and didn't feel frustrated about it. On the contrary, Kakashi on the side was desperate. He held the Ika paradise in his hands and kept muttering to himself, "How can this be possible? This is Nirvana. Why did it fail?" Looking at these two idiots, Kuroto sighed, but he didn't care too much, just carried the sleeping Yui on his back and slowly walked towards his home in the direction of the Hyuga clan while enjoying the cold wind brushing his cheeks and rustling his clothes. Tonight was a peaceful moonless night, muttered Kuroto as he looked up at the clear night sky that had no trace of the moon. Chapter 489, Improving Chimera Buds. For the next 2 days, Kuroto continued trying to contact Shisui and Itachi, but he, as well as the crow clones of both Shisui and Itachi, found no news. Even the summons are unable to deliver the message. What kind of trial are those two undergoing? Or is it possible that those two really had an accident? Muttered Kuroto with a slightly worried look. Although Kuroto believes in the strength of Shisui and Itachi and knows that the two of them would remain safe, but it has already been more than a week, yet there is no sign of those two, so he can't help but be worried a little. But no matter how much worried Kuroto is, the two crow clones of Itachi and Shisui are still present in Konoha, which means that those two are not dead, so all he can do is have faith in them and continue with the matters on his end. With this thought, Kuroto created a shadow clone, gave him the gourd of Toyotama/Ryumyaku, then transferred his soul into the Fuin clone, wore his Fujin disguise, and made his way towards Shimura Danzo's secret base of operation. Because of his last visit, the root Kunoichi with whom Fujin had a small scuffle previously recognized him quickly. Of course, this time she did not attack him directly, instead she greeted Fujin politely and led him to the root base. Soon, Fujin met up with Shimura Danzo at his new base of operation, who was waiting for Fujin, which wasn't surprising considering Fujin's arrival was already known to Shimura Danzo. However, this time too, there was an additional person with Danzo, and much to Fujin's surprise, it was none other than Orochimaru against whom Fujin had fought before. As soon as Fujin Danzo noticed Fujin's arrival, he signaled the root Kunoichi to leave, then spoke to Fujin. Orochimaru here was specially invited by me to help me complete the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual. Although Shimura Danzo appreciates Amatsukami, and more specifically Fujin, however, Danzo does not trust Amatsukami. At the same time he does not trust Orochimaru either, so he hopes that Orochimaru and Fujin of the Amatsukami will restrain each other and be used by him at the same time. Following Danzo's words, Orochimaru nodded lightly, a pleasure to be able to work with Fujin of Amatsukami. Orochimaru's expression may be at ease, but his heart was thumping violently and his mind wasn't at ease either. It wouldn't be wrong to say that as soon as he saw Fujin, Orochimaru was extremely vigilant and ready to run away at a moment's notice should the situation escalate, but he didn't mention anything about the battle he had with Fujin a few days ago. The sideliners will feel as if Orochimaru had never ever fought against Fujin and is on friendly terms with Fujin. But Shimura Danzo didn't think so. He clearly knew about the fact that Yuhi Kurenai, an Umbu of the elite team Ro, was kidnapped by Orochimaru a few days ago, and when Orochimaru was taking her somewhere, the two coincidentally encountered Fujin. Orochimaru and Fujin ended up having a fight which gave Yuhi Kurenai the opportunity to escape from Orochimaru's hands. When Danzo showed Orochimaru the report Yuhi Kurenai submitted to the Hokage, Orochimaru just smiled a little but did not specifically say that it was incorrect, which means that it was more than likely correct. Although Danzo doesn't know what did Orochimaru wanted to use Yuhi Kurenai for, he, however, believes that it must be quite important, but because of Fujin's interruption, Orochimaru was unable to use Yuhi Kurenai to fulfill whatever purpose he had. Therefore, there must be deep hostility between Orochimaru and Fujin. This hostility also gives between the two also gives Shimura Danzo the confidence to be able to make use of both Orochimaru and Fujin, which the two of them restrain each other. Of course, Yuhi Kurenai's uncertain relationship with Fujin must also be confirmed, so Shimura Danzo has already assigned Uchiha Itachi a mission to keep a watch over Yuhi Kurenai too, in addition to Hyuga Kuroto, as he always does. After all, Uchiha Itachi is his double agent in the Umbu and the Uchiha clan. Danzo has specifically observed the child since his academy days and understands the child's precociousness and mature thinking. Therefore, he has been indirectly training Uchiha Itachi for years to be a perfect nail buried within the Uchiha clan, and personally recommended Uchiha Itachi to be recruited into the Umbu. And that's not all. Shimura Danzo has also dispatched his subordinates to investigate the area marked in the map submitted by Yuhi Kurenai. The purpose is to find and analyze the true extent of Fujin and Orochimaru's strength. As they say, today's friend could be tomorrow's enemy. So, Shimura Danzo would obviously be cautious against the likes of Fujin and Orochimaru. Fuin was obviously unaware of Shimura Danzo's thoughts. He just nodded towards Orochimaru in a casual tone. A pleasure indeed, Orochimaru. This one sincerely hopes that when working together we can make great progress, and similar to Orochimaru, he too didn't mention anything about the battle a few days ago. Of course, internally, Fujin had other thoughts. TCH, I didn't expect that Orochimaru would also appear here. Does he have the same idea as me? Using Shimura Danzo as a pawn to further study the Chimera Jutsu? But why does Orochimaru has a sudden interest in the Chimera Jutsu? He didn't really think that it is because Orochimaru mistook that Fujin has also used the Chimera Jutsu to acquire multiple Kekkei Jinkai just like Hirako, and seeing the unbelievable strength of Hirako and Fujin, Orochimaru reevaluated the Chimera Jutsu and decided to research it in more depth to better understand it and its true potential. And since he didn't think so, therefore, Fujin could only wonder in confusion and attribute it to the butterfly effect. With greetings out of the way, let's proceed to the main laboratory. Follow me, you two, said Danzo and led the two to the laboratory of his base. The underground laboratory is extremely large, fully equipped, and highly advanced. There are many types of new types of equipment that Fujin hasn't even seen before in his life, so when saw the scene before him he was literally baffled. If Danzo and Orochimaru had any means to look past Fujin's mask, they would have noticed his eyes shining and saliva overflowing from his mouth, in greed, but unfortunately, they couldn't, so Fujin could still maintain his dignity. Calm down yourself, and for now, focus on the objective at hand. After Shimura Danzo is dealt with, everything in here will be yours. Thinking so, Fujin controlled his greed and calmly followed after Shimura Danzo. After walking for a while, the three reached the cell culture site and looking at a petri dish in front of him, Danzo said, "My subordinates have analyzed the characteristics and features of the Chimera buds, and the results surprised me. Controlling the Chimera buds is really much more difficult than I had expected previously." Obviously. Otherwise, why do you think I am here using you as a pawn, thought Fujin internally, but externally, he nodded with a calm tone. Yes, this one warned Shimura-san at the beginning. After a pause, Fujin took out a scroll from the inner part of his Fujin cloak, passed it to Shimura Danzo, and said, "Our organization seized this scroll from Shino before killing him. It records the data of the Chimera buds used by Hirako along with many other details. This one think that it will prove to be helpful for Shimura-san." Danzo nodded, took the scroll from Fujin's hands, read it once, then immediately handed it to Orochimaru, who was standing on the side. Orochimaru wasn't surprised when Danzo handed him the scroll, and in fact, he had expected Danzo to give the scroll to him. After all, science is not the field that Shimura Danzo specializes in, so obviously, Danzo can't understand what such complicated data entails. Orochimaru looked at the scroll with an extremely serious expression, and after analyzing and postulating for a while, he said in a hoarse tone, "These reading and analysis will be very useful for the experimentation." Fujin nodded towards Orochimaru, then turned towards Shimura Danzo and asked, "Shimura-san, tell us about your plan to restrain the Chimera buds." Fujin wasn't too worried about the ritual because Hirako has already completed it once. So, as long as the accurate steps are followed, the probability of success is very high. Fujin cares more about the development and restriction methods of the Chimera buds, and the most important part is how to effectively control the Chimera buds to make sure that Chimera buds don't take control. This is the key factor of his cooperation with Shimura Danzo. Tap tap. Danzo lightly struck his crutch to the ground, following which, one of the researchers in a white coat came towards the three. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "We plan to use Fuin Jutsu. After engraving seals on the Chimera buds before implanting them, we plan to control the Chimera buds using those seals during the ritual." Using Fuin Jutsu, thought Fujin to himself. Using Fuin Jutsu was also the first method Fujin thought of back when he was studying the Chimera buds. However, the nature of Chimera buds is quite special. It has no fixed shape or form as it continues to change. Most of the Fuin Jutsu Fujin knew and used didn't match the basic requirements, while the ones that did match the basic requirement weren't effective enough in restraining the Chimera buds. In Fujin's understanding, this is because the shape and form of the Chimera buds keep changing and distorting, so the seal will instantly collapse. And pondering for a while, Fujin decided not to conceal this problem and expressed it clearly. Further improvement and development of the Chimera buds is the real key to achieving Kekkei Mora, Therefore, even if Fujin regards Shimura Danzo as a good pawn, he still intends to completely devote himself to the research and development of the Chimera Buds. Therefore, Fujin is not leaving behind any information that would prove to be effective in further improvement of the Chimera Buds. After listening to Fujin's reasoning, Orochimaru thought a little and suggested, if I am not incorrect, Uzumaki clan did have a few Fuin Jutsu that can continuously alter the shape of the seal as per the command of the user, such as the adamantine sealing chains. Perhaps we can try using it. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru has the same intentions as Fujin, therefore, he too did not hide any information that can improve the stability and controllability of the Chimera Buds. Chapter 490, Depths of Danzo. Adamantine sealing chains? Muttered Danzo with a thoughtful expression, then instructed one of the root subordinates, bring the secret scroll of adamantine sealing chains. Yes, Danzo-sama. The root ninja nodded and hurriedly disappeared from his position. A few minutes later the root shinobi returned back to the laboratory carrying a red scroll case in his hands and respectfully passed it to Danzo. Danzo directly opened the case and said, "This was left by Mito-sama." Undoubtedly, Danzo is referring to the wife of the Shodaime Hokage Senju Hashirama, the princess of the Uzumaki clan, and the first Jinchuriki of Kyubi, Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito was known for incredible Fuinjutsu mastery, high sensory skills, and special chakra. In terms of personal strength, she was no inferior to Nidaime Hokage Senju Tobarama, and with the Kyubi sealed inside her, her strength was definitely superior to Nidaime Hokage. However, she was a devoted wife and not the kind of person who preferred to be in the limelight, coupled with the fact that the strength of Shodaime Hokage was too strong enough to dominate and suppress the entire shinobi world by only himself, that every other person became bleak in his presence. Therefore, she isn't too renowned these days. But Orochimaru, who was a disciple of Sandaime Hokage, and a close friend of Senju Tsunade, knows the truth and has also explained all these political problems of early Konoha to his disciple Hyuga Kuroto. Therefore, Fujin also knows the truth. After the death of Shodaime Hokage and Nidaime Hokage, and during the time when Sarutobi Hiruzen had just taken the position as Sandaime Hokage, Uzumaki Mito was the backbone of Konoha. Uzumaki Mito is the true reason why even after the death of Shodaime Hokage and Nidaime Hokage, Konoha did not collapse due to political struggle between various clans. Although it is not well known these days, however, when Senju Tobarama selected Sarutobi Hiruzen as his successor to be the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't immediately accepted by all the clans of Konoha. After all, at that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was too young and did not have enough prestige. He may have been a disciple of Shodaime Hokage and Nidaime Hokage, and the next patriarch of the Sarutobi clan. However, that still wasn't enough to be accepted by all the clans. Especially the likes of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and even the Senju clan was unwilling to accept Sarutobi Hiruzen as Sandaime Hokage. The Uchiha clan wanted Uchiha Kagami, another disciple of Nidaime Hokage, to be Sandaime Hokage, while the Senju clan wanted Uzumaki Mito to be Sandaime Hokage. The Hyuga clan did not have any good candidates for the position of the Hokage, but they preferred Uzumaki Mito over Uchiha Kagami to be Sandaime Hokage. However, both Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Kagami refused to take the position, and choose to trust the judgment of Nidaime Hokage, so Uchiha Kagami kept the Uchiha clan in check, while the rest of the other clans all supported Sarutobi Hiruzen to be Sandaime Hokage because of Uzumaki Mito's prestige. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to successfully become Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, while the other disciples of Nidaime Hokage managed to gain the power center of the village despite being a member of a small Shimura clan, and the other two being mere civilians. After Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully took the position of Sandaime Hokage, Uzumaki Mito retreated to her small courtyard and spent the rest of her life there. She rarely ever ventured out and even took her final breath there and died in that small courtyard before passing the Kyubi to Uzumaki Kushina. Therefore, even if the younger generation of Konoha may not know Uzumaki Mito very well, however, all three, including Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, and Fujin, know about Uzumaki Mito quite deeply, and refer to her in a very respectful manner, because she is indeed a woman worthy of true respect. All that aside, when Orochimaru saw the scroll, he said with a sly smile, "I did not expect that the secret scroll of the adamantine sealing chains is in your hands. No wonder I was unable to find it when I sneaked inside the secret archive before defecting from Konoha. At that time, I had assumed that perhaps the scroll was in the hands of Uzumaki Kushina, but now it appears that I was wrong. Danzo glanced at Orochimaru coldly, but chose not to say anything, and unfolded the scroll in front of Fujin and Orochimaru. Adamantine Sealing Chains is an A-rank secret Fuin Jutsu of the Uzumaki clan, and it is also one of the best Fuin Jutsu to be practiced by a Jinchuriki, as it is capable of easily subduing even the like of Kyuubi, the strongest of the 9 Bijuu. In the canon, when Masked Obito forcibly summoned the Kyuubi sealed inside Uzumaki Kushina, Kushina, who was on the verge of death and incredibly weak, used this Fuin Jutsu on Kyuubi and managed to successfully restrain the fox. It must not be forgotten that at that time, she had just given birth to Naruto, so her body was incredibly weak, and then even the Kyuubi was forcibly summoned out of her, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that all the oil in her lamp was already dried at that point, yet she was able to use adamantine sealing chains thanks to her Uzumaki physique and managed to successfully restrain the strongest of the 9 Bijuu. This feat alone shows how effective adamantine sealing chains are. Therefore, when Danzo unfolded the scroll of adamantine sealing chains, Fujin looked at it with great attention and studied it. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and thought, no wonder only the members of the Uzumaki clan can use this Fuin Jutsu. It turns out that only those with the special chakra/blood of the Uzumaki clan can use this Fuin Jutsu. But Fujin wasn't disappointed too much. He has already completely memorized the scroll, and when he gets out of here, he will record it in a different scroll and store it with himself. Fujin may not be able to use this Fuin Jutsu, however, Karin can learn it. Different from Fujin, Orochimaru was a little disappointed, and muttered, a pity. According to Orochimaru, the Uzumaki clan has long since disappeared. At present, Uzumaki Nagato, leader of the Akatsuki organization, and Uzumaki Naruto, the current Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, are the only members of the Uzumaki clan left in the shinobi world. There's no need to mention Uzumaki Nagato, as no way in hell would Danzo dare to go in front of Nagato. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he is just a 7-year-old child who knows nothing about E-rank or D-rank Fuin Jutsu, much less such a complex A-rank Fuin Jutsu. Obviously, he cannot help Danzo keep the Chimera Buds in control. While Fujin had a thoughtful look under his mask, and Orochimaru had a disappointed expression, Danzo was looking at the scroll of the adamantine sealing chain with a frowned expression. This is not the first time he has read the scroll of adamantine sealing chains and is naturally aware of the requirements of using this Fuin Jutsu. So, after a while of thinking, he said in a deep tone, maybe the old man can try to learn it. Fujin glanced at Danzo, but said nothing and chose to remain silent. On the other hand, Orochimaru had a mocking smirk. Both of them are very clear about the meaning of Danzo's words. Danzo has implanted the Hashirama cells, which can be regarded as the blood of the Senju clan. It is well known that the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan were close relatives, and the blood of the Uzumaki clan also flows within the veins of Senju clansmen because of intermarriage between the two clans over several generations. Therefore, if any clan other than the Uzumaki clan has the possibility of learning this Fuin Jutsu, then it is obviously the Senju clan, and Danzo, who implanted the Hashirama cells, may be able to learn this Fuin Jutsu. Of course, this is just a theoretical possibility. And neither Fujin nor Orochimaru is very optimistic about Danzo being able to use this Fuin Jutsu. This is because to dig out the hidden potential in blood, extreme talent is necessary, and Shimura Danzo clearly does not have such talent. Because if he did, then he wouldn't have to rely on implanting so many Sharingan and Hashirama cells and finally turn towards the Chimera Jutsu with the hope of improving his strength. So, even if theoretically Danzo may hold some degree of qualification in learning this Fuin Jutsu, Fujin and Orochimaru don't think that he can. Noting Fujin's silence, which stated that he has no opinion on the matter Danzo's side, but then he noticed Orochimaru's mocking smirk, and he was a little annoyed and said, if this is not an option, then do you have any other way? Fujin and Orochimaru thought a little, then said in unison, try other Fuin Jutsu. Danzo was surprised by the tacit understanding between Fujin and Orochimaru. He stared at the toe with a suspicious gaze for a while, then sighed and said, in that case, come with me. Fujin and Orochimaru nodded. then followed him out of this laboratory, and after walking for a while, the three came to another laboratory which appeared to be a large-scale incubation room. As soon as he stepped into the large-scale incubation room, Fuin's expression under the Fujin mask turned terrified and he took a deep breath. The scale of this incubation room is extremely large, with rows and rows of large incubation capsules arranged horizontally and vertically. At a mere glance, Fujin could see that hundreds of large incubation tanks were placed here, and more than 30 researchers were busy in the laboratory. Not only this, similar to the previous laboratory, this laboratory is also highly advanced, some of the things Fujin has never even seen before. It seems that these are all confidential equipment prohibited from entering the mass market. Had it not been for the mask on his face, the surprise and greed in Fujin's eyes would have again been noticed by Orochimaru and Danzo, but thankfully he could still maintain his dignity. Calming himself down, Fujin even began to wonder, was Root really disbanded by Sandaime-sama? Because if it was, and even then, it still has access to such humongous funds and personnel, then Fujin can't even begin to fathom just how deeply has Danzo dug his claws in the shinobi world. At the same time, Fujin also realized that perhaps Sandaime-sama himself doesn't even know the true depths of Shimura Danzo's root. But different from Fujin, Orochimaru did not have all that complicated or surprised look. He has used and was used by the root several years ago, therefore, he knows quite deeply about root. Danzo did not know about Fujin's thoughts, nor did he care, because in his eyes, an organization as big and secretive as Amatsukami must have its own depths. Besides, what they see here is only a part of what root is truly capable of, as this is just one of the laboratories. There are many other laboratories, some of them are so secretive that aside from himself only a dozen people know about them. And one particular laboratory is only known to him and an extremely loyal researcher named Shigaraki Tanuki. What's being researched there is only known to him and Shigaraki Tanuki. Anyway, Danzo led Fujin and Orochimaru inside the incubation room, and while pointing towards the large incubation capsules in front, he said, "The old man has already tried more than 20 different seals on these chimera buds, but the effect is not ideal." Looking at the large incubation capsule in front of him, Fujin sighed, "From where does he bring such high funds?" Fujin's reason for sigh is reasonable because in these hundreds of large incubation capsules chimera buds are being cultivated, and many of the chimera buds that have already been cultivated have been engraved with Fuin Jutsu, which clearly means Danzo has done a lot of experiments in private. It is important to know that creating and cultivating a chimera bud is not much cheaper than creating a clone body. And unlike Fujin's case where he sees a lot of these from Shino, the chimera buds created and cultivated by Danzo are all done by his own resources. Aside from solving the technical aspects, the consumption of resources for cultivating hundreds of chimera buds at a time is an astronomical figure that Fujin can't even calculate. And then there's the fact that Danzo says that he has already tried 20 different seals but the result has been a failure, which means that 20 shinobi have been sacrificed by him. This is simply cheating. Fujin wanted to cry tears of blood. At the same time, he couldn't help but be glad that he chose Shimura Danzo to be his pawn. Orochimaru was also surprised. Of course, his surprise was not related to Danzo's depths, but something else entirely. The fact that in just a few days Danzo not only cultivated hundreds of chimera buds but even started the experimentation and testing procedure. This clearly indicates something, so glancing at Danzo from the corner of his eyes, Orochimaru sneered, "Is he so impatient?" But soon Orochimaru's gaze turned to that of pity, or to say to that of sympathy. In Orochimaru's eyes, Shimura Danzo is no longer the man who used to the darkness of Konoha, no longer the man who would protect Konoha from shadows like he used to once. The man has completely changed to a foolish creature who has been caught in the whirlpool of greed for power, paranoia, and madness. And for these things, he is willing to destroy everything, be that morality, humanity, and even his loyalty. Chapter 491, When Great Minds Work Together. After recovering his mind, Fujin observed the results of Danzo's experiments. Chimera buds have the characteristics of swallowing flesh and blood, and it constantly changes its shape and form at its own will. Therefore, maintaining control over the chimera buds for a long time is a very difficult task even with the use of Fuin Jutsu. And engraving and activating a seal on Chimera buds is not that difficult. The difficult part comes afterward, during the ritual process. If the seal on the Chimera bud is not deactivated during the ritual, the Chimera bud will be unable to swallow the flesh and blood of others, but if the seal is deactivated, then the seal engraved on the Chimera bud will start to have defects in it and deteriorate because of the change in shape and form of the Chimera buds during the expansion and contraction process. Once these defects and deterioration reach a certain level, the seal engraved on the Chimera bud will completely lose its effects and will naturally fail to play the intended role. And this is clearly evident sight in front of Fujin. The subjects in whom Shimura Danzo's research team implanted the seal-engraved Chimera buds are floating inside the large incubation capsules, and looking at the gruesome sight before him, Fujin can clearly see that the results were a failure. The seals must maintain a fixed form and shape, but because the Chimera buds inside the bodies of the test subjects were constantly deforming, that is, changing their shape and form, so the seals were unable to maintain their shape. As a result, the bodies were either mutilated or looked like gruesome beasts, and without exception, all of the test subjects are dead. Double tetragram seal. 8 trigram sealing. Reverse tetragram seal. Self-cursing seal. Evil sealing. 5-prong seal. Upon further observation of the dead test subjects, Fujin recognized many seals. Some of them have been mastered by him, while others have never been seen by him. Of course, with his understanding and mastery of Fuin Jutsu, Fujin was able to easily analyze all these seals. And after analyzing all these seals, Fujin had no doubt why these seals did not provide any result. The reason is simple: these are shape-dependent. Thinking so, even if a seal is rank A or higher, it would be of no effect in restricting the Chimera buds, majorly because these seals are shape-dependent. What we need is a sealing jutsu that is either not shape-dependent or can constantly alter itself. In Fujin's understanding, adamantine sealing chains, Reaper Death Seal, 9 Phantom Dragon Seal, and a few other seals fulfill the requirement of restricting the Chimera buds. However, the person carrying out the ritual must perform the seal in order to constantly restrict the Chimera buds and to ensure that they don't take over the body. Outsiders cannot perform it. Therefore, many of these seals can directly be rejected, as Danzo either doesn't have enough qualification to perform these seals, or he will not choose to perform these seals, or these seals require more than one user to perform. At this time, Danzo said, both of you can also see that the effects of these seals are not satisfactory. It is unable to show a proper restraining effect on the Chimera buds. As a result, all the test subjects have died. Orochimaru thought a little, then said, perhaps we can try to improve the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan to make it suitable for non-Uzumaki clan members to be able to use it too. After a while of thinking, Fujin nodded with Orochimaru's suggestion. We can try it. Even if a part of the power of the adamantine sealing chains is sacrificed, it would be worth it. After all, what we have to restrain is not the huge chakra of a bijou, but the Chimera buds, so it should be possible. Improving and changing a high-rank seal while maintaining its sealing power is a bit difficult task because it requires extremely complicated calculations and a lot of experimentation. After all, the seal is improved over several generations to suit the needs of the creator, so it contains generations of research, tests, and analysis to where it stands. How can be improved so easily? But if part of the sealing power is sacrificed, then improving and changing it is not that difficult, so Fujin thinks that it should be possible. Fujin said again, and if this still doesn't work, then we can create an all-new Fuin Jutsu to suit our requirement. Of course, it will consume time, resources, and a few lives to test the suitability of the seal in conjunction with the Chimera buds during the implant, but once the seal is successfully created and perfected, one of the major issues will be solved. Creating a high-rank seal is of course a very difficult task. It generally takes years and several generations to be able to create a perfect seal, but who makes Fujin a Fuin Jutsu genius? Although he has never tried creating a new type of seal before, the only reason he didn't try is that it would not consume a lot of time and resources, but also a lot of human lives in the testing process. The worry is not that humans would die. The worry is that humans who meet the needs have to be searched and then kidnapped. This is a very hassling task, not something Fujin can do alone, so a lot of subordinates are required for this purpose, and that's where Root comes in. Orochimaru nodded with Fujin's suggestion, then he turned around to face a large incubation capsule in which a chimera bud was growing, and said, "The main material of these chimera buds is also not good enough. The glue chosen by Hirako is not stable enough. As a result, the activity of the chimera buds increases severely. Maybe we can try to search for more stable material to improve the stability of the chimera buds." Fujin thought about Orochimaru's suggestion while walking towards one of the large incubation capsules in which a dead test subject was floating, and said, "In fact, there is a room for improvement in the process of cultivation of chimera buds. Before the chimera buds begin to grow, we can fuse the target subject cells in it to increase the adaptability and decrease the rejection probability. With this, controlling the chimera buds that was created to match your own body will become easier. The process followed by Hirako is to first cultivate the chimera buds to a certain degree, then implant those chimera buds in your body and form thereon let the buds develop into full-fledged chimera that can swallow flesh and blood." He does not focus on the fusion of cells with the chimera buds. Although this increases the success rate of survival, however, it also leaves behind a hidden danger. Because the chimera buds are not fused with the host cells prior, therefore, they become an independent existence that is wild and difficult to tame and can easily take over the body of the lost, much like a bijou when a Jinchuriki loses control over his emotions, which is incredibly dangerous. However, if the approach suggested by Fujin is used and self-fusion is done prior, then although the success rate of implant would decrease and the expense of creating a chimera bud would increase, however, the hosts will be able to control the chimera buds much easily compared to before. Orochimaru was indeed impressed by Fujin's idea, and further began to discuss other problems and methods that be used to solve those problems. Fujin wasn't left behind, and he was similar to Orochimaru. He too suggested many ideas and possibilities of their success to further improve the chimera buds. Listening to their discussion of one suggesting, the other analyzing its possibility and then further expressing his doubts and helping out clear up the mistakes, then the process would reverse and the discussion continued, while Shimura Danzo and his researchers on the sidelines looked at the two great minds working together with saucer-like eyes. They, who were completely stuck and felt that the experiment has fallen on a dead end, suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment after listening to Fujin and Orochimaru's discussion. Danzo looked at Fujin and Orochimaru, who were still discussing the improvement plan of chimera buds, and thought to himself, it was right to let them participate in this experiment. Shimura Danzo of course did not know that these ideas of improving the chimera buds were not brought out on the spot by Fujin and Orochimaru, but have been conceived in their minds for quite a while now. It's just that both master and disciple suffer from the lack of personnel and financial resources, therefore, they have not been able to implement these plans. For example, the choice of glue material to be used for creating the chimera buds. Both know that Hirako is not a fool, since he chose this glue so obviously, he must have his own consideration, but if you want to improve the material, there are various requirements. First, there must exist a better and more stable material in the shinobi world. Perhaps it exists and perhaps it does not exist, but assuming that it exists, then comes the second problem of being able to find it. And finding is not about just going to a shop and buying all types of possible materials. No! It's far from it. Finding is related to searching the material, bringing it back, examining it, creating the chimera bud out of it, implanting it inside a test subject, living breathing shinobi, then seeing the result, and finally determining whether it is better or not. Even if all the experiments in the middle are ignored, the finding, transporting, researching, cultivating, capturing shinobi, and implanting again consumes a lot of manpower and material resources, and even then, there is no guarantee that it will be a success, so the complete cycle will repeat until a better and more stable material is found. As for improving the process of cultivation, it is not as easy as one thinks, because it will directly decrease the success rate of survival after the implantation, but the success rate must be determined and improved. It must not be forgotten that probability is a very magical thing. Once it decreases, then the methods of increasing this probability is a very difficult task, as it requires in-depth experimentations and sacrifice of the human life. The consumption of materialistic resources and human lives could increase up to 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. So, all these suggestions of Orochimaru and Fujin belong to the category that either they should not be tried, but if tried then they are simply bottomless pits that would keep consuming funds and human lives until a suitable result appears. Fujin and Orochimaru just want to use Danzo's financial and personnel resources to try their previous ideas that they couldn't put into practice, because both understand that these ideas would consume at least a few billion ryo as well as hundreds if not thousands of human lives. While Fujin and Orochimaru are busy exploiting Shimura Danzo's power, the scene changes to somewhere outside Konoha. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With the sound of breaking through the wind, one after another several figures landed in a forest zone. These figures are all dressed as Konoha Umbu. If Fujin was here, he will definitely recognize that the leader of these Umbu is none other than the captain of Sandaime Hokage's guards. After looking around for a while, and receiving reports from his subordinates that everything was in order, the captain of the Hokage guards released a particular smoke and said to seemingly no one, "He's here." Following his words, a stream of light appeared across the forest and one by one many figures emerged out of the state of invisibility. The forest that seemed completely empty only a while ago was filled with a dozen figures in the blink of an eye. These figures, without exception, were all dressed in the shinobi gear of a Wagakure. The leader of this group of a Wagakure shinobi was a short and bald old man with few white hairs, a white mustache, white beard, and a big red nose. The identity of this short old is none other than the Sandaime Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, Inoki of both scales. Inoki, who was floating in midair with both hands behind his back, along with 3 elite jonin of a Wagakure, slowly landed to the ground. The captain of the Hokage guard came forward and bowed to Inoki, and said, "Tsuchikage Dano, I am the captain of Hokage-sama's guard. We of Konoha are here to escort Tsuchikage Dano's entourage to Konoha." Inoki nodded lightly, then questioned, "Have the other Kage arrived?" The captain of the Hokage guard nodded respectfully, "Yes, Tsuchikage Dano, the other 3 Kage, including the Godame Kazekage Pakura-sama, Yondaime Reikage Ai-sama, and Yondaime Mizukage Yagura-sama have all arrived safely." Inoki nodded, then slapped the back of his head and said with a depressed expression, "Sigh, who would have thought that a time would come when the Gakage would meet in such secrecy? It's really inconceivable." Hokage guards and the others also sighed. Then, under the leadership of the captain of the Hokage guard, Sandaime Tsuchikage and his entourage bypassed the Konoha's patrol, and using a newly created secret route they secretly entered the same secret base in Konoha that the Kazekage, Reikage, and Mizukage have been using for the past few days. Chapter 492, An Ominous Foreboding. Outskirts of Konoha. Caw 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 caw. Accompanied by multiple cawing sounds, a murder of black crows flew from one side of the forest to the other. The Konoha shinobi who was responsible for the patrol duties looked at the murder of crows that soon disappeared into black dots, muttered to his companion with a doubtful expression, "Hey, Nato, don't you think the number of crows in the nearby forest has increased several times in the past few days?" The Konoha shinobi named Nato thought a little, and nodded. "Now that I think about it, it seems to be true. Not only this patrol team, but many other people have noticed this sudden increase in the number of crows, and the Umbu even reported this issue to the Hokage, as such sudden change is simply unreasonable, and the members of Konoha Umbu were worried that someone is trying to spy on the village using these crows. However, Sandaime Hokage did not say anything and instructed them to consciously ignore this issue, so even if Umbu were a little worried, but because of Hokage-sama's orders they did not say anything, chose to trust his judgment, and decided to consciously ignore the presence of these crows. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not foolishly ignored this matter, and he has his own considerations for the sudden increase in the number of crows. As for what exactly that reason is, it is perhaps only known to him. Whatever that may be, the real reason for the sudden increase in the number of crows is Hyuga Kuroto. 3 whole weeks have already passed since Itachi and Shirsue's original disappeared, and about a week ago even the crow clones the 2 of them left behind disappeared all of a sudden for seemingly no reason. Although Kuroto managed to cover up their disappearance somehow, it didn't change the fact that he has lost all forms of contact with Shirsue and Itachi. The earlier disappearance of the original did worry Kuroto, but the sudden disappearance of crow clones has started to make him feel a bit uneasy. But because there is no clue, so Kuroto can only spread out thousands of ninja crows and snakes to conduct a carpet search. Of course, he did not spread out too many snakes near Konoha, else it would definitely attract Orochimaru's attention, which is something Kuroto doesn't want. Anyway, in addition to arranging crows and snakes to search for Shisui and Itachi, Kuroto has also been watching the Gakage conference in the past few days from the eyes of either of Yagura. At the same time, he is also cooperating with Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo as Fujin to improve the Chimera Jutsu. Kuroto had to admit that his sensei indeed has an unparalleled talent in the development of Kenjutsu, and Kuroto too because of his extraordinarily deep insight because of possessing the Tenseigan coupled with rich experience is no inferior to Hiriko in terms of knowledge of Chimera Jutsu. So, when the two great minds of Kuroto and Orochimaru worked together for a few days with the objective of improving the Chimera Jutsu, coupled with the manpower and financial resources that the root of Shimura Danzo displayed, many of the problems that were troubling before were solved in one fell swoop. The speed of progress was so fast that even Kuroto was taken aback. The same degree of improvement of Chimera Jutsu which only took a little over a week would have actually taken at least 6 months if it were him alone, so he had to accept that this approach of using Shimura Danzo as a pawn was indeed a very good idea. Today, Kuroto, who is controlling the Fuin clone and wearing the Fujin disguise, is at one of the laboratories of Root and is currently testing the performance of one of the new colloidal materials to determine whether it is suitable for cultivating the Chimera buds. In terms of finding suitable materials, Danzo once again showed the depths of his pockets and the manpower he commands. And within just 2 to 3 days, the Root that should have been disbanded by Sandaime-sama actually managed to collect more than 70 different types of new colloidal materials. Some of the colloidal materials are not only unknown to Fujin but even to Orochimaru. Of course, whether any of the colloidal material among these 70 different types will be suitable or not will depend purely on luck, and all Fujin can do is try the luck of the test subjects by using the process of elimination on the live subjects. If the test subject is unlucky and the result is a failure, then the test subject will be overtaken by the Chimera bud, writhe in agony and explode immediately into bloody gore. But if the test subject is lucky and the result is not a failure, then the test subject will not be overtaken by the Chimera bud and die peacefully. If the luck of the test subjects is good enough, and the material that Fujin picks up next is suitable, then many of the problems that have plagued him may be solved in an instant. However, if the test subject is unlucky, then Fujin will have to keep spending more time and effort, which will result in the agony and death of more test subjects due to exploding into bloody gore than those dying peacefully. After excluding the 9th colloidal material due to failure, and signaling the Root Ninja to clean up the bloody mess, Fujin walked out of the test room and thought to himself, before selecting the suitable material, these tests must have been carried out by Hiriko too. If Shino had obtained that data, then a lot of my workload would have been decreased, but alas. With a sigh of disappointment, Fujin turned to look at Orochimaru standing not far away from him. Similar to Fujin, Orochimaru is also doing the performance test to select a new colloidal material. Fujin is always surprised by the change of Orochimaru while he is doing anything related to research. The insidious, wicked, and cunning snake completely turns into something else. His entire mind gets focused. As a result, he becomes fully absorbed. His attitude turns meticulous with no signs of superfluous expression. This change of Orochimaru also reminds Fujin of his early Genin days when he used to work as Orochimaru's lab assistant and carrying out many types of research. And now, Fujin is no longer just a lab assistant of Orochimaru. He has graduated from being a lab assistant to a qualified equal collaborator, who thinking so an unusual smile appeared on his emotional face under the mask, and he can't help but think unexpectedly, I have come so far. But soon a determined look appeared on his face, and he thought, but I still have a long road ahead, so I must not get ahead of myself. Fujin soon retracted his gaze, then his expression turned into a frown one. He is not exactly sure why, but for some reason, he is having a bad feeling today. It's a gut feeling, it's as if something is about to happen today, like an ominous foreboding. Of course, Fujin did not ignore his gut feeling, because he understands very well that as long as the soul is strong enough, and the insight is high enough, it will have some miraculous effects. This is also how a few forms of future telling works. Therefore, Fujin's gut feeling is telling him that something is about to happen, and Kuroda can only think of one thing that is big enough to even make him feel pressured. Is today the day Akatsuki organization attacks Konoha for revenge? Konoha. Today, the streets are crowded with people and it is especially lively today. The reason is also very simple because today is the day a new generation of students are enrolled in the academy. Amidst the crowd, Hyuga Hisashi wearing regular clothing led his son, Hyuga Neji in the direction of the academy. When Neji came to the academy, he did not misbehave, laugh or play unlike most of the other children. Instead, he carefully observed and analyzed the contemporaries who were also here to be admitted to the academy. After a while of observation, Neji's serious face shook slightly and he sighed in disappointment. Hisashi has been paying attention to Neji's behavior asked, "What happened?" Neji replied with a somewhat regrettable expression, "Oto-sama, there doesn't seem to be any good student who could prove to be a challenge." Hisashi smiled slightly and shook his head. Hisashi is well aware that his son is a very rare genius even by the high standards of the Hyuga clan, and even when looking at the entire Konoha village there have been very few shinobi who could match up to his talent, so Hisashi wasn't much surprised that no one in this academic year interests Neji. After all, not everyone is a born genius. But Hisashi as a father must also make sure that Neji doesn't get too ahead of himself and lost sight of himself, so after thinking a little, he said to Neji, "Remember Neji, one's true opponent is always oneself. What you must always strive for is to be better than you were in the past. Only this way will you know your path forward." Neji listened intently to his father, and nodded, "Yes, Oto-sama, I will keep these words in mind." The forms of the academy were already filled, and then the entrance ceremony began, which lasted for a long time and didn't end until the evening. After everything was done, the pair of father and son walked out of the gate of the academy, but noting that Neji's mood was not in high spirit, instead, he had a thoughtful expression, so Hisashi asked, "What are you thinking about, Neji?" With a bit of hesitation, Neji looked at Hisashi and asked, "Oto-sama, did you not say that Hokage-sama hosts the entrance ceremony every year? But Hokage-sama did not come for the ceremony today. Is it because this year is not good enough and worthy of Hokage-sama's attention?" Hisashi looked at Neji with a complicated expression. He knows his son may seem calm on the outside but has become extremely sensitive in his heart for the past few years, so he gently rubbed Neji's head and said, "Silly child, didn't Tsunade-sama hosted the ceremony? Hokage-sama must have had something very important at his hand, so he was unable to attend the entrance ceremony. It has nothing to do with whether your academic year is worthy of his attention or not." After listening to his father's words, Neji lowered his head and whispered lightly, "I see." Ever since he witnessed his father being punished by his uncle in the main family, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, using the caged bird curse seal a few years ago, Neji has become extraordinarily sensitive in his heart. Even if pointed by a member of the same clan from far away, Neji would be particularly concerned. Hisashi has of course noticed this and has tried to help Neji overcome this problem in his heart, but he has not been able to do anything about it. Worried about his son's growth, Hisashi even discussed this issue with Hyuga Kuroda. But Hyuga Kuroda only said, "Your son is much stronger than you think, Hisashi-sama. He can overcome such problems on his own, and it is necessary that he overcomes them on his own, as that is what we call growth. Therefore, all you need to do is to have faith in your son and support him as a father. As for the rest of the issues, leave them to Neji, and me, as his sensei. If I have agreed to take Neji under my wing, so obviously I will watch over him." Noting Kuroda's confidence in Neji, Hisashi chose to trust him and hasn't particularly said anything to Neji in regard to his sensitive character, only hoping that his son will be able to overcome this problem on his own as he grows up. While the father and duo were walking out of the academy, Neji's gaze shifted to a distant tree and locked on a specific child with black hair, Uchiha Sasuke. Hisashi also cast his gaze over and said casually, "If I remember correctly, the second child of the Uchiha Patriarch is a year younger than you, so he should not be starting the academy until next year." Neji said with a serious tone, "I see, Oto-sama. According to what Kuroda-sensei told me, Uchiha Sasuke has a very high potential. It's a pity that he is not in the same year, otherwise, I could compete against him." On the tree, 3 children were present, 2 boys and 1 girl. The 2 young boys, both about 7 years old, were hanging upside down on the branch of a tree. One had blonde hair, blue eyes, and 6 whiskers on his face, while the other kid had black hair and black eyes. At the same time, the young girl, about 6 years old with similar black hair and black eyes, was sitting on the swing. The blonde-haired boy pointed in the direction of Neji, who was staring at Sasuke, and said, "Sasuke, look, that guy with the Byakugan has been staring at you." The black-haired boy, Sasuke, snorted softly, "Naruto, you fool, if you can notice him, then how can I not notice it? I am an Uchiha who has awakened the Sharingan, and that guy with the Byakugan is not even trying to conceal his gaze, so obviously I have noticed it much before you." Naruto thought a little and it made sense, but then he was puzzled again, and asked, "But why is he staring at you?" Sasuke smiled and was about to answer triumphantly, but before he could answer, the 6-year-old girl with black hair on the swing said immediately, "It's because he realizes that only Sasuke and Ai-chan can match up to him here." Interrupted midway, Sasuke was annoyed and said to the girl, "Kiyomi, haven't I already told you not to follow me?" The black-haired girl, named Kiyomi, quickly said, "But Sasuke and Ai-chan, nobody is at my home. I don't like being alone at home. Oba-chan used to say that I must make friends of my age." Sasuke immediately said, "Then make friends of your age. Why do you follow me? I am clearly older than you. And in the first place, how did you even find me?" Mikoto Ka-chan told me that you were going to play near the academy, so finding you was easy," Kiyomi said with a mischievous giggle. Sasuke immediately pouted, "Ka-san, you traitor." Naruto, who was silent for a while, suddenly asked Sasuke in a whispering tone, "Sasuke, I have been meaning to ask for a while, who is she?" Sasuke turned to Naruto with a thoughtful expression, then after a bit of silence, he said, "Her name is Kiyomi and she is also an Uchiha, well, half Uchiha to be exact. Her Ota-san was a Konoha Jonin who died in the war against Kumogakure a few years ago, and her Okaya-san died while giving birth to her. Since then, only she and her grandma were left in the family, but 2 weeks ago her grandma also passed away. So, well, Okaya-san decided to take care of her since her Okaya-san and my Okaya-san were friends." Naruto nodded. He is also an orphan, so perhaps he can somewhat relate to Kiyomi, and said, "Say, Kiyomi-chan." Woo woo woo. But before Naruto could finish speaking, suddenly, several loud roars and wailing cries sounded in the distance. The sounds were layered on top of each other and felt like they were coming from a different space altogether. At the same time, they seemed to be distorting the space. For a moment they sounded far away in the sky, and at the other moment they sounded very close to the ears. Overall, the roars and cries made everyone shiver and made them feel very uncomfortable. All 3 of Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiyomi stopped instantly and looked at each other. Then Naruto asked, "Did you two hear that too?" Sasuke nodded with a solemn expression and looked into the distance, as his black eyes turned scarlet with a black tomo spinning in them. On the other hand, Kiyomi felt scared, and all her goosebumps were erected. To her, the roars and wailing sound seemed evil. Chapter 493, Konoha Collapse Plan, Appetizer. Woo woo woo. The weird wailing and roaring sound continued to spread throughout Konoha. Byakugan. Byakugan. As soon as the father and son duo heard this wailing sound, both of them subconsciously activated their Byakugan and, similar to Uchiha Sasuke, looked in the direction from where the sound came, but they could notice anything, and it seemed that the source of the sound was too far away from them, which exceeded the upper limit of the range their Byakugan could perceive. Finding nothing, Hisashi deactivated his Byakugan and instructed Neji, "Okay, let's go back to the clan grounds." Neji also deactivated the Byakugan, but different from his father, he said, "Ota-sama, I don't know why, but I feel an ominous feeling from those sounds." Hisashi nodded with a solemn expression, as he too felt that those sounds contained a wave of evil chakra that is full of madness and destruction, and he has a feeling that something big and ominous is about to happen. Thinking so, Hisashi urged Neji to hurry, and when passing by the 3 children named Naruto, Sasuke, and Kiyomi, he said to them, "You 3, don't wander around here, and hurry to your homes." somewhere in the Konoha market. Little Cheyenne, who had just finished attending the academy entrance ceremony not too long ago, is currently walking through Market Street and is on her way to the Hyuga clan grounds. As always, she is wearing her Miko garb, which consists of a white hakui and a pair of red hakama, a pair of white socks, along with sandals. She is holding a stick of dango dumplings in one hand while her playing with her hair using her other hand and looking around to find something interesting. Cheyenne's guard Teruho was helplessly following behind her, holding a lot of snacks and toys that Cheyenne had just bought on a whim. This has become his daily life these days. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the wailing sound echoed throughout the village. The moment Cheyenne heard this voice, she stopped. Rather stunned, it felt as if she was struck by lightning. The pupils in her eyes changed into a complex geometrical pattern and her expression changed into a horror one. Teruho noticed Cheyenne's strangeness and quickly asked, "Cheyenne-sama, what's the matter?" Cheyenne, who seemed to be shocked suddenly, recovered, but she no longer had her previous look. She turned around slightly and said to Teruho, I saw a death prophecy," as tears started to stream out of her eyes. Teruho was startled, and he also understood what Cheyenne's reaction means. "So this time, it's my turn, huh?" Beep beep beep. Alarm sounds. Before either of the two could say anything, a loud alarm sounded in the entire village. The alarm was a signal that all the villagers must rush towards the refugee immediately. "This is my duty and I was always prepared for this." With this determination in his mind, Teruho no longer cared about all the things in his hands, and without any hesitation picked up Cheyenne and rushed towards the refugee, as Kuroto had instructed him. On a cliff not far from Konoha, an elite jonin of Kusagakure named Mui, who also happened to be the master of the Hozuki Castle until his disappearance a few months ago, was step by step walking towards a huge cubical black box that had several ghostly faces carved on its four sides. If our protagonist Hyuga Kuroto was here, he would have definitely recognized this huge black box exuding an evil chakra, because based on the memories from his previous life, Kuroto knows that this box is Kusagakure's hope of reviving their village to their previous glory, their ultimate weapon, the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Behind Mui were four different people wearing individual sheep, cow, dog, and monkey headgear. These four are the elder of Kusagakure's radical faction, and at this moment, when the Box of Ultimate Bliss is about to finally open, their expressions under their headgear are crazed and ecstatic. It is as if the entire shinobi world is about to fall in their hands. Magnificent. Our long-cherished wish about to finally come true. The revival of Kusagakure to its former glory starts on this day, at this moment. Mui, do not hesitate, Mui, the box is supposed to listen to the gatekeeper. Hurry and wish for the revival of Kusagakure. Your late son must be wishing is as well. There was no hesitation in Mui's face, and he continued to walk forward. Uchiha Shinichi adjusted the clothes of the unconscious Nai Yujito, the Jinchuriki of Nibi. Currently she didn't have much chakra left, as more than 90% of Nibi's chakra sealed inside her was siphoned away by the Box of Ultimate Bliss. After she was nearly empty, and Shinichi had adjusted back her clothes, he threw her on top of the giant chimera beast where Hirako stood akimbo. Immediately he glanced at the Kusagakure shinobi in the distance with a disdainful expression and said, "A bunch of ambitionists who doesn't even understand their upper limits. Are they also worthy of ruling over the entire shinobi world?" Hirako, who was standing on top of the chimera beast, caught the unconscious Nai Yujito, then moves his gaze towards the Box of Ultimate Bliss with a curious expression. Unlike Uchiha Shinichi, who has Uchiha clan's arrogance deeply rooted in his bones, Hirako has the mind and curiosity of a researcher. Therefore, he was quite curious about what the Box of Ultimate Bliss is capable of. He had been curious about it, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't make a single dent on the Box of the Ultimate Bliss. This alone was more than enough to pique Hirako's curiosity. Moreover, in the past few months, he has also researched the history and the background of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, and he has learned that this box has existed for several centuries. Its history dates back to the era of Rakudo Sennin, so he is much curious and really wants to know what is this box that used to exist in the era of Rakudo Sennin. As Shinichi walked closer to the chimera beast, Hiriko's lips arched in a smile, and he asked casually, "What do you think is hidden inside that box?" Shinichi said, "Whatever is hidden inside the box, I highly doubt if it is capable of destroying Konoha." Hiriko said in a surprised tone, "Oh? You seem to overestimate the strength of Konoha." Shinichi shook his head in disdain and said, "And you seem to underestimate Konoha's strength." After speaking so, he also thought with a smirk, after all, the boss is the ultimate boss of Konoha. As long as he is alive, destroying Konoha is just a pipe dream. Hiriko did not argue with Shinichi. Instead, he said, "Our deal with Kusagakure's radical faction is just that we will open the box of ultimate bliss for them, and in exchange, they will destroy Konoha for us. Just because we made this deal with them doesn't mean that we truly expect them to be able to destroy Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages. The attack from the box of ultimate bliss will just be an appetizer. The main course of Konoha collapse plan is something else entirely. Even if the 5 Kages have gathered here to deal with the Akatsuki, it would make no difference when he makes his move." With a burst of mocking laughter, Hiriko said, "Let's go. Our mission here is complete. Now let's enjoy the show of Konoha disappearing from the map of this shinobi world." Shinichi said nothing. He just jumped up and landed on top of the Chimera Beast then, together with Hiriko, and the unconscious Yujito flew away from here, although, midway he did look back at the side of the village with a melancholic expression and thought, "Boss, I do hope that you will be able to handle him, because if even you can't, then Akatsuki's Konoha collapse plan will really succeed, and today will really become the day when Konoha disappears from the map of the shinobi world, and the era of the 5 great shinobi villages come to an end." On the side of Kusagakure radical faction, Mui, who has walked closer to the box of ultimate bliss, looked at the hideous face on the box and stopped. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil and all he could do was remember his son, Muku. As a staunch member of the radical faction of Kusagakure, Mui's lifelong wish was to open the box of ultimate bliss because he hoped to revive the previous glory of Kusagakure. With this objective, he tried opening the box using his son, Muku's chakra, but his son's chakra was too little to be able to open the box. As a result, his son was swallowed by the box. It has been 2 years since that happened, and for these past 2 years, all Mui can do is curse himself for what he did to his son. It was at the moment when his son was sacrificed that he realized that what he cared for most was not the glory of Kusagakure, but his own son, Muku. Therefore, all he wants now is to bring his son back. To this end, Mui did not hesitate to follow the elder's advice to cooperate with the Akatsuki organization, nor did he hesitate to sacrifice all the criminals locked in the Hozuki castle with the hope that his wish to see his son can be granted. As Mui raised both his hands, the memories of his son continued to fill his mind, and all the urging of the elders of Kusagakure were completely left behind by him. "Open, here and now! Oh, box of ultimate bliss!" As Mui yelled, suddenly a layer of black chakra enveloped the box of ultimate bliss. The sounds of whispers and cries full of pain sounded everywhere. "Heed my wish," but Mui continued as several trails of tears started to stream out of his eyes. The whispers in the surroundings increased, and so did the expectations on the faces of the Kusagakure elders under their masks. Mui continued word by word, "Let me see my son Muku. Oh, box of ultimate bliss. Heed my wish. Woo-woo." Instantly, an echo sounded from the box, and the black chakra enveloping the box turned purple. "What?" the Cowhead Elder exclaimed in shock. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to /n/o/vel/b/n. "Have you gone mad, Mui?" the Sheephead Elder shouted in shock. "Kusagakure vanished from my heart long ago. Yes, from the day I lost Muku 2 years ago." "You traitor," the Monkey Head Elder shouted in anger. "How dare you betray the village?" the Dog Head Elder also added in anger. The 4 Kusagakure elders of the radical faction were shocked. Never did they expect such a problem to arise at the final moment. Never did they expect that the guardian of the box of ultimate bliss, who had always dreamed for the revival of Kusagakure to its original glory, would suddenly betray them at the final moment. Angered for the betrayal, they immediately rushed towards Mui, hoping to kill him and change the wish. "Woo-woo. But before they could make it close enough, another loud wailing echo resounded, following which the joints of the strange face carved on the side of the box of ultimate bliss facing Mui glowed in orange light, and one by one all fell to the ground too, and the face of a black beast carved into the box immediately appeared before everyone. The beast opened its mouth wide open to reveal a big hole that seemed to hide the darkness within. It felt as if the mouth was a connection to a different dimension where only darkness of madness lurks. When the hole opened, a wave of evil chakra appeared out of the box of ultimate bliss. All 5 people, including Mui and the 4 Kusagakure elders, were stunned and felt almost condensed, substantial malice coming out of the box of ultimate bliss. But soon, the malice disappeared, and lone figures wearing ragged and torn clothes staggered out of the darkness. Konoha inside Hokage office. The representative of the conservative faction of Kusagakure bent forwards and apologized to Sandaime Hokage. Please forgive our incompetence, Hokage Dano. We were unable to delay Mui from making his move until the day after tomorrow as per your requirement. Sandaime sighed, and said while waving his hand to let the man stand up, the ones bound to come will eventually come. You were able to delay up to today is already more than I could have asked for, so there is no need for the apology, Musan. And after a pause, he continued, what about the information on the box of ultimate bliss that I asked for? Is it really all lost? The representative, named Mu, sighed and nodded. I assure Hokage-sama that we did not hide anything. All the meager information we had about the box of ultimate bliss has already been passed to Hokage-sama. Sandaime took a deep breath and released a puff of smoke, then said, that is to say, neither the conservatives nor the radicals know what actually is inside that box. Mu sighed and nodded with a solemn expression. Back in the day, Kusagakure tried all means to open the box, but nothing worked, and in the past few decades thousands of people have been sacrificed to it by the radical faction. All the criminals locked inside the Hozuki castle have also been sacrificed to that box, but still, nothing worked. Therefore, we will believe that whatever is inside that box is really ominous and endanger the existence of the entire shinobi world. So, when dealing with it, please take it extremely seriously. Chapter 494, Konoha Collapse Plan, Appetizer, Satori Appears. The figure that staggered out of the box of ultimate bliss walked step by step and slowly came towards Mui. Oto-san, said the figure as he looked up at the man in front of him. Muku, forgive me, I was wrong. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Mui shed tears of joy. At this moment, he was not an elite jonin of Kusagakure, nor was he the master of the Hozuki castle. He was just a guilty father who had no trace of keenness or vigilance against his son. He was endlessly joyed that he finally got to see his son again. This guilt and joy caused him to ignore the insidiousness and the madness hidden within the eyes of his son. Whoosh! Just as Mui was preparing to step forward and embrace his son who had finally come out of the box of ultimate bliss, Muku, who was slowly staggering forward, suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Mui at an incredibly fast speed. The scene changed so quickly that Mui, despite being an elite jonin of Kusagakure, had no opportunity to react. Slash. And the next thing Mui felt was a sharp burning pain coming from his chest. He looked down and saw that his son's right hand was inserted inside his chest. Blood was spurting out of the bloody hole and sprinkled on Muku's tender face, who relished it deeply, making him look like a monster in the skin of a child. In shock and realization, Mui staggered backward and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Puff, then asked with some difficulty, Why? Muku looked up and said, Yes, Oda-san, you were wrong. You shouldn't have let me out of the box. Then he stretched out his tongue and licked the blood splashed on his face, showing a look of enjoyment and ecstasy. It's the long-lost taste of sweetness. You are not my son. You are not Muku. With a shocked and unwilling expression, Mui slowly collapsed on the ground. Perhaps, muttered Muku with a smirk, all while licking the blood on his hand. Not far away, the 4 Kusagakure elders were shocked upon witnessing the scene in front of them. Their legs softened and they collapsed on the ground in horror. There is no doubt that the box of ultimate bliss did not fulfill Mui's wish. What came out of the box was not Mui's son Muku, but a true monster in Muku's skin. At this moment, they also realized that the dream for which they gave up everything, even their humanity, was nothing more than an illusion. The revival of Kusagakure to its former glory was just a mirror flower watermoon. Muku coldly glanced at the 4 Kusagakure elders who were too terrified to do anything. He wrinkled his nose and sniffed, then immediately turned away with a disgusting expression. A bunch of corrupt and greedy old fools. Even the smell of your blood makes me sick. Next, he turned his gaze to the other side to look in the direction of Konoha, where he could sense a whole lot of fear and deliciousness, and soon muttered in appreciation, "I think I will go that way." With that said, suddenly a palpating evil black chakra engulfed Muku's young body, and instantly his body distorted and morphed. Arms distorted and lengthened to reveal huge brown claws and arms covered in black feathers. Legs bulged and grew bigger, a big mouth with 2 pairs of sharp white fangs, a very slender stomach, a long black tail, and a pair of giant black wings like that of a crow, giving it the appearance of a true monster. Roar! With a loud roar, the monster waved his right hand, producing a sharp air current. Instantly the 4 elders of Kusagakure were affected. Their masks all broke and collapsed on the ground far away. 3 died instantly, only 1 still left alive and not so injured, but he was too scared to be able to do anything and could only shiver in horror in the presence of that monster. After dealing with the 4 elders, the monster no longer cared about them, just jumped upwards and landed on top of the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Then, using his huge and sharp claws, the monster grabbed the Box of Ultimate Bliss, opened his wings, and accompanied by a strong wind he flew in the direction of Konoha. Konoha. As soon as the sound of alarm bells rang, the entire village became extremely noisy. The streets were filled with civilians wanting to get to the refugee as fast as possible. The noise of children crying in fear, and the noise of adults arguing in anger acted like oil in the fire, making the village very chaotic. But because the village has already conducted several evacuation drills in the past month or so, therefore, Konoha shinobi soon began to spontaneously maintain order, calm the panicked populace, and organized the villagers to enter the refugee in an orderly manner. At the same time, many elite Konoha shinobi moved towards the center of the village to gather near the Hokage building, waiting for Hokage-sama orders. On the outer wall, the Konoha shinobi responsible for patrol duty watched the surroundings with utmost vigilance. Although everyone has a bad premonition that the village is under attack, so far, no one who the enemy is, from which direction they are attacking, and how exactly are they attacking. Therefore, the patrol has to watch over everything keenly. Suddenly, a Hyuga shinobi, who is part of the outer patrol, pointed in the distance and alerted everyone. At 11 o'clock, there is an unknown object approaching the village at a horrifying speed. Everyone immediately looked in the direction pointed by the Hyuga shinobi, and they all noticed a small black spot that suddenly appeared on the horizon in front of the setting sun that is slanting westward. And the strange thing was that the small black thing was really approaching the village at a horrifying speed. An Inuzuka shinobi asked, "What is that?" And Aburame answered with a thoughtful expression, "From here it appears to be some kind of insect? Or perhaps a bid?" But the Hyuga clansman immediately denied. "If it's an insect or a bird, then its size is too exaggerated, and don't you people sense chakra fluctuations from that thing? Not only is its chakra as exaggerated as a bijou, but it is of a vile and evil nature. It's definitely an enemy." The Nara shinobi, who is also part of the outer patrol, also noticed this, because as that object was approaching closer and closer, everyone was able to sense vile and evil chakra. He immediately said to the Yamanaka shinobi standing next to him, "Inoryu, immediately report the exact information Hyuga-san dictated to Inoichi-sama." The Yamanaka named Inoryu nodded, got it, and immediately reiterated everything back to the intelligence base using his Yamanaka jutsu. And while the Yamanaka was transferring back the information, the Nara said to the others around him, "Everyone, it might take a few minutes for the reinforcements to arrive. Until then, it is upon us to keep that thing occupied here. By any means, we cannot allow that thing to get past us and enter the village, else, the damage done would be tremendous. So whether for our families, for our clans, for our village, or for the will of fire, we must keep that thing occupied here." Everyone nodded. For the family, for the clan, for the village, and for the will of fire. Boom! But before they could start implementing the combat strategies, the huge monster suddenly accelerated and directly slammed into the outer wall of Konoha and let out a sharp, frightening roar. Smoke and dust filled the sky, wood and stones splashed everywhere, and in the area where the monster slammed, a large section of the outer wall collapsed to reveal tens of meter-wide hole. In the gravel pile, the patrol ninjas who had barely escaped with some serious injuries looked at the huge monster hovering in the sky with a dull expression and murmured in horror, "This thing, we can't deal with such a monster." Ads by PubFuture. Just when all hope seems to have been lost, a loud voice echoed that seemed to give everyone a sense of security echoed in the surroundings, summoning Jutsu. Poof! With a surge of white smoke, a giant toad leaped out and rushed towards the monster that was raging near the outer wall. This toad is none other than Gamabunta, the toad summon of the toad Sannin Jiraiya. And as soon as Gamabunta rushed out of the cover of white smoke, he waved his giant tanto towards the monster whose back was facing towards Gamabunta. Slash. Gamabunta's slash was extremely fast and unexpected, yet the moment his tanto was about to cut the monster, without even bothering to turn just leaped high, and instantly avoided Gamabunta's attack. Jiraiya, who was standing on the head of Gamabunta, exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Did the monster just dodge the attack at such close proximity?" Gamabunta was also surprised, not because his attack was dodged, but because he recognized who exactly is this monster, and exclaimed in shock, "Satori? Damn! How could this monster be revived? I am afraid we are all in very big trouble." Root base. All of a sudden, a glass crashing sound resounded in the laboratory, and the experimental material that was in Fujin's hand a moment ago slipped his hand and was destroyed. Fujin frowned because he could feel that his hand shook all of a sudden, which was unnatural, and looking around, he noticed that this wasn't the case just for him, but a lot of similar scenes appeared in the laboratory. This means that it wasn't just his hand that shook, but the entire laboratory shook for some reason. At this time, Orochimaru, who was not too far away, also stopped the experiment halfway. His face had an annoyed expression because of the sudden interruption. At the same time, there was also a curiosity as to why did the laboratory shake all of a sudden. It must be known that this laboratory is hundreds of meters underground and is reinforced with several Earth-style jutsu, therefore, ordinary explosions on the ground above do not affect the laboratory even a little bit. Therefore, both Fujin and Orochimaru can judge that something massive and terrible must have happened on the ground above, which can even shake the laboratory located so deep underground. Shimura Danzo, who was patrolling in the corridor, also stopped upon feeling the tremors and had a thoughtful look on his face. Not long after, two rude shinobi, one of whom is Bishojo-chan, hurriedly appeared in front of Danzo, and one of them reported, "Danzo-sama, a giant monster is attacking the village and has already gotten past the outer wall after destroying a large section of it. It is suspected that this is the start of Akatsuki organization's revenge." Bishojo-chan added, "Danzo-sama, Root Force has assembled and is awaiting your orders to act." Danzo didn't even bother to think, and immediately ordered, "On standby." Bishojo-chan was taken aback. She didn't seem to expect that Danzo would give them an order to stand by. For a moment, she felt as if she misheard, and said lightly, "Danzo-sama, the monster has already invaded inside the village." Danzo's expression sank. "Are you questioning my order?" Bishojo-chan immediately shook her head and apologized. No, Danzo-sama, it's just that the village." But Danzo did not allow Bishojo-chan to continue, and directly ordered, "Withdraw." "Interesting, now I am more curious about Bishojo-chan," thought Fujin, who looked at the entire conversation, "but it appears that I cannot get any information out of her, for now at least." But restraining, he looked up at Danzo and questioned, "As an elder consultant of Konoha, the village is attacked by the Akatsuki organization and you are not going to do anything about it, Shimura-san?" Danzo said in an as-a-matter-of-fact tone, "The old man has more important things he must do." Fuin smiled disdainfully under his Fujin mask and thought to himself, "You dare not show up when the village is facing crisis, and you still want to be the Hokage?" Chapter 495, Damn It All to Hell. Seeing Danzo's straightforward and guilt-free face, Fujin shook his head in disdain. The young Danzo may really have the belief of shouldering all evils and protecting Konoha from the shadows, but after staying in the shadows for so long, Danzo has changed and has completely lost himself in the pursuit of power. The term for Konoha might have been his belief years ago, but now, it has become an excuse for him to hypnotize himself and make him feel self-righteous. To him, it is as long as he keeps murmuring for Konoha in his mouth, all his betrayal to the village becomes an expedient measure that could be forgiven, no matter how damaging they are, and all the sacrifices made by others become something that should be taken for granted. In the canon, whether it was on the night of Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack initiated by Obito that led to the death and sacrifice of Yondaime couple and many Konoha shinobi and civilians, Konoha collapse plan launched by Orochimaru which resulted in the death of Sandaime Hokage and many Konoha shinobi and civilian, or Nagato's act of destroying Konoha, which would have also resulted in the death of tens of thousands Konoha. Throughout these attacks, Danzo's root was missing. Every time the village suffers, Danzo is missing. His root does not try to help in solving the problem, instead, they remain on standby. This alone shows that Danzo regards his own power as more important than the village, and what he truly wants to protect is not Konoha, but his own status. This is why this time Fujin did not conceal his disdain for Danzo, and with a mocking sneer, he said, "I will go out and see." Bishojo-chan was surprised by Fujin's words, but she made sure that her surprise was completely masked. Orochimaru on the other hand looked at Fujin with a curious expression. Is Akatsuki also going to make their move? In that case, I must not miss such a good show. Then he also stood up and said, I will come along. I am also quite curious about the monster that has attacked the village. Suit yourself, said Fujin and started to walk towards the exit of the laboratory. Danzo was a little annoyed. The experiment has reached a critical junction. Are you going to give it up halfway? Fujin, who just passed by Danzo, said with a casual tone, just going out to take a look. This doesn't affect our agreement. Danzo turned around, tapped his crutch in annoyance, and said with a sullen face, the Akatsuki organization has been preparing so long for the revenge. Their plan this time will definitely not be easy. Is Akatsuki going to dirty itself in the muddy waters? Fujin, who was walking outside, stopped and glanced back at Danzo. It sounds weird when a Konoha elder is giving such warning to me, a member of Akatsuki. If people who don't have any impression of our identities were to see such a scene, I am afraid they would believe that I am an elder of Konoha. Having said that, Fujin no longer stayed and quickly walked towards the exit several levels above. Looking at the leading figure of Fujin, Danzo said coldly, my experiment has not been completed yet. I hope you don't lose your life because of your curiosity. On the side, Orochimaru, who also passed by Danzo, said a hoarse tone, worried about him, are you? He is a real monster. Danzo frowned. You seem to have inexplicable confidence in him? Orochimaru said nothing, just smiled mysteriously, and followed behind Fujin. Soon, Fujin and Orochimaru left Danzo's underground root base. After arriving on the ground, Fujin looked at the distance from where constant roars echoed and asked Orochimaru, walking on the side, how long has it been since Shimura Danzo fought against someone strong? Orochimaru immediately understood what Fujin meant, and said with a smile, quite a few years, if I must say. And Shinobi of Darkness is what he calls himself. After staying so long in the shadows, he may not be able to adapt to the sun. One of the many reasons why both Orochimaru and Fujin dares to completely assist Shimura Danzo and do not hold back any knowledge in the improvement of Chimera Jutsu is that both of them understand Danzo's true nature quite well. Aside from the idea of using Danzo as a pawn, they also know that Danzo is not that big of a threat, because he has lost the fearless heart of a strong man. Those who do not have the fearless heart of a strong will never be able to truly accomplish anything, and Danzo is the best example. He has forgotten that he is firstly a Konoha shinobi, and then a Konoha elder. For such a cowardly person, even if Chimera Jutsu is improved, and even if he is allowed to complete the ritual in a better state, and even if he is allowed to acquire the power, he still won't be able to become daunting enough, because cowardness is rooted in his bones. He doesn't seem to realize that this shinobi has long since changed. As he said, Fujin jumped higher, and instantly a pair of iron sand wings spread out behind his back, then with those pair of wings Fujin flew in the direction of Konoha at an incredibly fast speed. Orochimaru looked at the disappearing figure of Fujin and licked his lips with a smile. It appears that my guess is correct. Akatsuki truly does intends to make their move. Let's see how it turns out this time. On the other side, Fujin, who was worried about the safety of Yui, quickly flew towards Konoha. By now, the sun has already set on the western horizon, and only a dim afterglow is left, but this dimness of twilight did not affect Fujin's vision, who has already activated his Byakugan. Standing on top of the half-destroyed outer wall, he looked at the two monsters who were fighting one another. One side is Gamabunta, and standing on top of his head is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, while on the other side is a black monster with a pair of giant crow-like wings. As soon as Fujin saw the monster, he had a look of realization. Isn't that Satori, the puppet of the Box of Ultimate Bliss? So, the Akatsuki organization has really teamed up with Kusagakure, huh? After recognizing who is the culprit behind the attack on Konoha, Fujin frowned. Fujin does have some impression of this monster named Satori. According to the legend, this monster seemed to be able to detect fear in people's hearts and any attack filled with bloodlust. Therefore, attacking it is an extremely difficult task for those who have some kind of fear in their hearts and those who intend to kill it. After Fujin observed the battle for a while, he soon realized that the legend is indeed true. No matter what kind of attack Jiraiya and his summoned toe Gamabunta made, they really couldn't hurt him at all. Bored, he turned his gaze, and upon noticing a black cubical box with several strange faces embossed on all its sides, he muttered with a thoughtful expression, "That should be the Box of Ultimate Bliss?" In his Byakugan vision, Fujin could see a strong evil chakra emanating from the Box of Ultimate Bliss. This evil chakra is constantly resonating with the souls of villagers. As a result, it is stirring up their hearts and corrupting their minds. Many villagers who were too late to evacuate have gradually lost their souls and are influenced by this evil chakra and are being controlled like a puppet into forming a long queue and slowly walking inside the Box of Ultimate Bliss. At the same time, a long queue of people and shinobi who are already corrupted by the Box of Ultimate Bliss are exiting out of the box and causing further chaos in the village. So, it also has the ability to form an army of its own, much like the demon Morio. The only difference is that the nature of the army is different. Morio forms indestructible stone soldiers, while this Box of Ultimate Bliss forms an army of corrupted human puppets, thought Fujin. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion occurred, and at the same time, Gamabunta, who was thrown away by Satori, abruptly flew out and heavily hit the ground, as a result overturning the entire street. At this time, Satori, who was floating in the air, condensed a red-colored giant chakra spear like a small bijidama and suddenly fired it towards Gamabunta, who had previously fallen on the ground. Boom! There was another loud explosion, and Gamabunta, who was hit by the giant chakra sphere, made a muffled and painful roar. Fujin has been silently observing the beatdown of Gamabunta and Jiraiya. Of course, he doesn't mind helping the village, but firstly, the safety of people close to him, such as Yui, Cheyenne, Niji, and other relatives and friends must be confirmed. This is why he did not immediately intervene in the battle but focused on confirming their safety. Then, if time permits, he will change back into his main body and find a chance to intervene in the battle. But just when he was about to leave towards the territory of the Hyuga clan, from the corner of his eyes, Fujin noticed that a large group of Konoha shinobi was rushing towards the zone where the battle between Jiraiya plus Gamabunta and Satori was taking place. The leader of this group of shinobi is not someone else but Tsunade, the other legendary Sannin, and what's more, most of the shinobi following her were Chunin, except for 2 Jonin. Of course, Fujin is not worried about most of those Chunin or Tsunade, but someone else who is also part of the team. Now he no longer has the option of first ensuring the safety of people close to him. Therefore, without even a shred of thought or hesitation, Fujin rushed towards Jiraiya and Satori. Noting the arrival of reinforcements, Satori immediately fell from the sky and instantly broke through the formation of Tsunade and the shinobi under her command. Satori's sharp long claws were like highly sharp knives and drew a long ravine on the ground. Anyone that came in its path was pierced and killed instantly. Seeing the huge claw approaching her, Yui, who is also part of the team, immediately took the battle stance and started to emit chakra from all her tenketsu in order to use Revolving Heaven with the objective of repelling the claw. But Satori's speed was too fast, and even before she could start spinning, the claw had already reached her neck. Time seemed to have slowed down, and Satori's claw appeared closer and closer. The moment it touched the skin on Yui's neck, a small cut appeared at that spot. From the cut part, drops of blood flowed out, but the claw did not stop there and continued further to completely tear her down, and no hope in sight. Tsunade could see that Satori's speed is too fast for anyone in the immediate vicinity to be able to react, and only she might have the chance of being able to save Yui's life, but blood and corpses in the surroundings made her instantly weak. Her fear of blood kicked in, a look of horror appeared on her face, making her unable to exert even a bit of her strength. Now I won't even be able to save my disciple. This thought emerged in her mind as the death of her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan flashed in her head, and all her hope seemed to be collapsing. Damn it all to hell! Chapter 496, Tsunade's Change. Screech! Bang! Boom! Smash! But just as Satori's claw was about to completely tear Yui, a loud smashing sound echoed in the surroundings, and the next thing everyone knew was that the monster named Satori flew away into the distance, rolled over a few streets and collided with a building, immediately destroying it in the process, and then further continuing to roll over and finally stopped after smashing into the outer wall of the village. "What just happened?" muttered one of the shinobi in a confused tone. The sudden change of events surprised everyone, and everyone was confused as to how exactly was Satori smashed away. "You know that monster is as big as Gamabunta. And yet it was smashed away to a distance of hundreds of meters. How much physical strength does one need to be able to do so?" And when it comes to the matter of physical strength, obviously everyone thought of Senju Tsunade, but Senju Tsunade was also looking around in confusion, which clearly indicated that it wasn't her who did this, but somebody else. But who exactly? At this time, a giant iron spear fell from the ground, and a figure landed on top of the giant spear made up of black iron sand. Everyone looked at the figure calmly standing on top of the giant spear. The figure was wearing a black cloak with a yin-yang symbol and the symbols of 5 basic chakra natures on the back of it, along with a green mask with a wind pattern on it. From the manner the other party was dressed, everyone recognized who he is. A member of Amatsukami? Yui, who had fallen to the ground, also stared at the strange figure standing on top of the black iron spear with a dazed expression. It wouldn't be wrong to say that was a bit scared a moment ago, and almost felt as if she is about to die, but because of her Byakugan, she also saw that it was him who saved her. While Yui looked at Fujin with a dazed expression, Fujin glanced at Yui without revealing any trace. Seeing that she was only a bit scared and not to hurt with just a small cut on her neck, Fujin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately cursed, "Stupid girl. Haven't I already told her to not participate in dangerous battles? This level of fierce battle where even Jiraiya-sama couldn't do anything and she still dares to move forward? If I hadn't made it in time, then she would be dead right now. Humph, when all this mess is cleared up, I think I will have to teach her a few things again." He was really scared a few moments ago and almost had his heart explode in nervousness. This is also the reason why when he smashed Satori, he didn't restrain too much of his strength. As a result, Satori flew all the way and collided with the outer wall hundreds of meters from here. Originally, Fujin had planned to stay hidden in the dark, first let the village make its move, and when all the members of Akatsuki appear on the stage, then he would choose a suitable opportunity to make a sneak attack on Nagato or Obito and solve at least one of them. But when he noticed that Yui was in danger, he couldn't care about his plan anymore and hurriedly intervened in the battle, because if he hadn't, then she would have definitely died. Although he saved her, by doing so, he, who was hidden in the dark, also jumped into the bright and was now the center of all attention, whether from the village or from the Akatsuki. As such, he is in somewhat of a passive situation. But now that he has already taken action, so regretting it or getting annoyed over it won't help much, not to mention he did this to save Yui's life. The importance of Yui's life for him is self-evident, and a mere wind nature clone can never even come close to how important she is. Therefore, Fujin did not feel much troubled, and after pondering over it a little he immediately decided to ridicule Konoha shinobi who had been so embarrassed by Satori. "It's really all trash here, makes me surprised a little bit. Is it really true, as the rumors suggest? Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, has such pathetic strength?" Tsunade stood up with strong support at this moment and asked with a frown, "Are you a member of Akatsuki?" Of course, for now, she decided to ignore the matter of the other party ridiculing Konoha, because no matter what, he did save her disciple's life, which she, herself couldn't. Fujin looked down and glanced at Tsunade Heim with a thoughtful expression. He is 100% certain that Tsunade Heim is still being plagued by hemophobia, fear of blood, therefore, she can't show her true strength. And if it weren't for Fujin's action of saving Yui's life, she wouldn't have been able to rescue her disciple and would have to witness the death of her disciple, which might have even made her phobia worse. But since that didn't happen, so her phobia did not get worse, and Fujin could see that the current Tsunade's symptoms upon the sight of blood are much milder than he had initially expected. In the canon, Tsunade would basically collapse at the mere sight of blood until she overcame her homophobia because of being influenced by Uzumaki Naruto's talk no jutsu. However, at this scene, flesh and blood are basically flying around her, and blood has even splashed on her clothes and face, yet she did not collapse completely and is able to push herself and stand while gritting her teeth, and her consciousness also seems to be clear enough to observe the battlefield and make a subjective judgment. All these signs indicate that she has started to overcome her fear of blood. In fact, before coming back to the village, Tsunade had already made up her mind to get over her fear of blood. This is because she is very clear that sooner or later, she too would have to participate in battles against the Akatsuki organization. Then there was her meeting with Orochimaru before returning to the village, her later discussion with Hyuga Kuroto, which finally made up her mind. Therefore she has already begun to try to overcome her hemophobia in private. And her efforts have not been in vain. She has somewhat overcome her fear of blood, so the sight of a little blood does not affect her anymore. Therefore, upon the orders of Sandaime Hokage, she led a team in order to support Jiraiya. But she didn't expect that as soon as they appeared on the battlefield, Satori changed his target and went after her and her subordinates and even killed many of them. As a result, she was forced to witness the bloodiest scene and couldn't bear it for a while. As for the reason why Satori changed his target immediately, Fujin attributes it to the fear in her heart. Satori is able to sense fear in the hearts of others, so it's quite possible that Satori sensed the fear in Tsunade's heart and acted accordingly. As for how did Fujin manage to hit him despite Satori's special abilities? It's actually quite simple, it was just a lucky shot. Fujin doesn't expect to be able to land another hit anytime soon. In fact, even before initiating the attack, Fujin didn't really expect that he would be able to land a hit on Satori, nor did he have that intention. His intention was just to direct intense bloodlust on Satori that would make Satori vigilant and back off. Unexpectedly, Fujin managed to land a hit on him, which was surprising. Whoosh! Whyish, 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 whyish. While Fujin and others were thinking of various things, Satori got up and flew here at an extremely high speed. After coming closer, he spread his wings wide, and instantly hundreds of black feathers as sharp as the sharpest blades were shot towards the ground at an astonishing speed. Fujin didn't care and just waved his right hand upwards. Under the influence of Fujin's magnet release chakra, black iron sand rose out of the ground and immediately turned into a shield big enough to protect everyone on the battlefield. Ding 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 ding. Although Satori's feathers were extremely sharp, however, when they collided with Iron Sand Shield, they still couldn't pass through it. As a result, Metal Collision Symphony echoed in the surroundings as the feathers kept colliding with the Iron Sand Shield. And while Fujin stopped Satori's onslaught, Tsunade gave the order to her disciples, "Quickly, heal the injured ones," then turned towards Fujin and questioned, "Why are you helping us? What are Akatsuki's intentions?" Fujin saw that Yui was treating the wounded around her regardless of her own safety and sighed slightly. Then, listening to Tsunade's question, he snorted coldly and said, "Helping you? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I help lowly creatures like you? I just think that this monster is quite interesting, that's all." Having said that, Fujin directed more magnet release chakra to control more iron sand that appeared out of the ground. but this time he did not use it to attack Satori. Instead, he used this iron sand to carefully moor Yui, Shizune, and other Konoha shinobi in the vicinity to a safe distance from the battlefield. Tsunade had a tick mark on her forehead when she heard Fujin calling her a lowly creature, but when she noticed that Fujin was also helping these lowly creatures in his mouth to evacuate from the battlefield, she didn't pursue it anymore. Instead, she asked, "What do you plan to do?" Fujin said in a deliberately cold tone, "Take away these trashy shinobi of yours and get far away from here, and don't get in my way." No matter how much she was trying to ignore it, she can't help but get more and more annoyed as Fujin repeatedly trash-talked her and other Konoha shinobi. Although her sense of belonging to Konoha is not as strong as it used to be following the death of her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan, however, Konoha is still very precious to her, so the fact that Fujin was, again and again, trash-talking Konoha shinobi was starting to get on her nerves. Of course, she is also a Sannin, and no matter how violent her temper is, she controlled it because of the situation. Moreover, Fujin's trashy suggestion of letting the other Konoha shinobi retreat was also correct, so she immediately instructed the Konoha shinobi around her, "Join and stay, while the rest will retreat and help in the evacuation process." At this time, Jiraiya, who was buried in the ruins not far away, also jumped out, and while panting heavily he shouted towards Tsunade, "Be careful of this monster, it can read our intentions and see through all of our attacks." The injured Gamabunta said in a weak tone, facing Satori, "We have no chance of winning, at all." "Damn it!" After listening to Jiraiya and Gamabunta's words, Tsunade looked up at Satori in anger. Her hand was clenched tightly. The tragedy of the village, as well as the dead companions around her, were urging her to get past her fear of blood. Satori, who was flying in the air, let out a burst of strange laughter at this time, and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Are you scared? Despite being just lowly humans and insects, you people are actually trying to resist me. It's ridiculous, ha ha ha, no matter what power you master. Senjutsu, medical ninjutsu or something else, it wouldn't stop you from feeling fear, ha ha ha. For being nothing more than a puppet of the box, you sure like to overestimate yourself." Mocked Fujin in a cold tone, then he took out a storage scroll from inside his cloak, unfolded it, and after making the hand signs, he said, "Release." Poof! With a poof of white smoke, an astonishing amount of black iron sand appeared out of the storage scroll and covered his surroundings. Fujin will not make the same mistake twice. Because of the lack of iron sand at his hand last time when facing Orochimaru and the two Edo Hokage, he was forced to use Shikatsumiyaku, but he can't use Shikatsumiyaku so easily. The same goes with Scorch Release. The fact that he can use Scorch Release is only known to the Kazekage Pakura, and Fujin would obviously not reveal it so easily given that the entire Akatsuki organization is still hidden in the dark. So, what's left is mainly Magnet Release, and after learning a lesson from his battle, Fujin made sure to keep an extremely large amount of iron sand at his disposal. When he was satisfied with the amount of iron sand in the surroundings, Fujin made the required hand signs and shouted, "Magnet Release, iron sand drizzle. Whyish 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 whyish." Instantly, iron sand around Fujin hardened into minuscule grains, and like continuous gunshots, they were fired towards Satori floating in the air. Seeing Fujin's attack, Tsunade smiled in joy. With such a large-scale intensive attack, it should be impossible to remain unharmed given the size of that monster. However, the smile on Tsunade's face soon solidified because Satori used an astonishing speed and managed to either dodge or defend against all the iron sand hardened grains. "Ha ha ha, it's useless." Satori's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the village as if mocking the entire village. And while Satori was mocking everyone below, Fujin, who continued to attack Satori, mocked him in his mind, "I'll see how long you can continue your mockery." The frontal attack is just a temptation to keep Satori occupied. Meanwhile, Fujin has already prepared a backhand in order to be able to deal with him. I do hope what I am thinking will work. Chapter 497, Delusional Sandaime. Boom boom boom. Listening to the constant roars and sounds of explosions coming from Konoha, the corners of the Tomo Mask DMS Abitos, the Mask Abito used in 4th grade Shinobi War, lips under his mask arched in a mocking grin. Unexpectedly, Kusagakure is quite capable. The red-haired Nagato, who stood still silent with an indifferent expression, had a cold look in his eyes. Ever since he transplanted the Hashirama cells, Nagato has completely bid farewell to his wooden cart and can properly walk on his own. Not only that, even his body has become extremely strong, and his chakra reserves have grown sharply. The characteristics of the sage body of the Uzumaki clan and the characteristics of the sage body of the Senju Hashirama were fused together in his body. At this time, Conan, who was observing the state of the village from a distance, landed on the ground next to Nagato and said, "The monster that ran out of the Box of Ultimate Bliss has destroyed a large section of Konoha near the outer wall and has penetrated inside the village." Nagato said lightly, "That monster has an aura that makes me feel disgusted." Tomomas DMS Obito shrugged. Konoha collapse? And making them feel the pain? Isn't that what was your objective? So, does it really matter if that monster does it or you do it? Nagato fell silent upon hearing Tomomas DMS Obito's words. Indeed, Konoha must feel the pain. Those who do not know the pain will never know what true peace is. While Nagato was silent, Zetsu leaned out of the ground and the half-white complained, "Oh, why do I have to do such dangerous things every time?" Although, the monster that came out of that thing called Box of Ultimate Bliss is indeed extraordinary. Using his mayfly, Zetsu can not only easily travel under the ground but also converge his aura that makes it very difficult for anyone to sense him. As such, he is the best candidate for carrying out an investigation, so he has been trailing behind Satori and watching how Satori ravaged through Konoha. Extraordinary? How extraordinary is it? Tomomas DMS Obito asked with a curious tone, and then continued, "What move did Konoha make to deal with it?" White Zetsu replied, "Konoha firstly sent Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, but Jiraiya was no match for the monster. Even his bid-toed summon was completely useless, he couldn't land even a single hit." When Nagato heard White Zetsu's words, he had a look of surprise on his face. As Jiraiya's disciple, and as someone who has faced Jiraiya at the Summit War, Nagato is very clear of Jiraiya's strength. Even if Jiraiya does not use the Sannin mode, with just the giant toad of Mount Myaboku and Jiraiya's own set of skills and experience, he is undoubtedly a shinobi of Kage-level strength. Even if he cannot completely defeat a Bijou, he is still capable of fighting back and forth against a Bijou and won't be completely useless. Yet, such a shinobi is completely useless against the monster that came out of the Box of Ultimate Bliss? So, Nagato had to reconsider his opinion on that monster. Tomomas DMS Obito was also surprised and said, "It was originally just part of a trial that was arranged casually. Who would have thought that the effects would be so good? It seems that the entire shinobi world has underestimated Kusagakure's heritage." After White Zetsu's description of the battle, even Tomomas DMS Obito realized that the monster that came out of the Box of Ultimate Bliss is indeed quite extraordinary. White Zetsu continued, "After Jiraiya's repeated failure, the other legendary Sannin of Konoha, Tsunade led a team of shinobi to support him, but for some reason, she looked a bit weird. I couldn't sense the real reason for her weirdness, and she didn't seem injured, but for some reason, she was unable to fight. In short, her state was not right. She couldn't help Jiraiya even a little bit and almost had her subordinates get killed by the monster." Then a member of Amitsukami appeared. As soon as the word Amitsukami was spoken by Zetsu, a strange silence engulfed the place. Whether it was the cold and indifferent Nagato with his god complex or the mocking Tomomas DMS Obito, both of them had their expressions turned serious. After a long silence that lasted who knows how long, Nagato said, "Sure enough, Amitsukami is in some kind of cooperation with Konoha. A few months ago, the Tri-Alliance consisting of the teams led by the Kage of the three great shinobi villages attacked Amigakure and were about to be eliminated by Akatsuki, but just when they were about to be killed, Amitsukami suddenly intervened and the leader of Amitsukami personally fought him and almost killed him. Although he didn't think too much about it at that time because of the shortage of time and the emergency situation, Nagato didn't forget that matter, and upon later analysis, Nagato faintly felt that Konoha must be in some kind of secret cooperation with Amitsukami. This time he arranged for Kusagakure to raid Konoha to test out the waters and Konoha's response, and there were also some tentative intentions in it. However, he did not expect that Amatsukami would really take the bait and jump out unexpectedly. Tomomas DMS Obito also changed to serious expression and asked in a deep and gloomy tone, "Which member of Amatsukami has appeared?" White Zetsu thought a little and said, "It's the guy Suijin referred to as Fujin. He has the wind chakra signature on his chest, wears the green-colored wind pattern mask, and uses magnet release to control iron sand." Conan, who is in charge of intelligence analysis, continued after Zetsu's words, "The member named Fujin who uses magnet release doesn't seem to have too many records. The only time he even participated in any fight was to help out Homusubi resist Kumogakure's A-B combo, and even then, he did not do much and Amatsukami had to retreat. But there is a rumor that he is stronger than Homusubi and Suijin." Tomomas DMS Obito thought a little and said, "Perhaps that's just an excuse or a false rumor to create deterrence of Fujin. With just magnet release he cannot be as strong as Homusubi, who is clearly stronger than Suijin. So, maybe he is the weakest member of Amatsukami." After taking a pause and suppressing his urge to make a move, he said again, "And if he is indeed the weakest, and has already appeared on the battlefield, then perhaps this a bait deliberately released by Amatsukami to bring us out of the shadows. Let's not act rashly. The other 4 Kage and their guards are also gathered in Konoha." Nagato nodded with a cautious expression. Seeing that Nagato also agreed with Madara's suggestion, Conan turned towards Zetsu and said, "In that case pay attention to the battlefield. Once there is any information about the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, report it to us immediately." Tomomas DMS Obito also added, "The same is the case with Homusubi and Suijin. If either of the two of them shows up, then notify us immediately." According to the intelligence gathered by Akatsuki about the members of Amatsukami, the leader, Yama, is ranked as the strongest and the most dangerous. Then comes Homusubi, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, followed by Suijin, who can use ice release and can transform into an ice water dragon, and at last, there is Fujin, who only uses magnet release and has not yet shown any significant battle prowess. So, even if they do care a little about Fujin and the rumor about him, but when facing the 5 Kage and the other members of Amatsukami, they can only assume that perhaps Fujin is really not that strong, is just bait. Zetsu nodded and submerged back into the ground to pay attention to the situation and see if he can find any information about Yama, Homusubi, and Suijin. Konoha inside Hokage building. Looking at the smoke and dust rising in the distance, and listening to the noise of the explosion, painful cries, roars and so many other types of noises, Sandame sitting in the Hokage office had a gloomy expression on his face. Ryuen and Mu standing next to him both looked worried. No one had expected that the monster that came out of the Box of Ultimate Bliss would be so powerful and so difficult to solve by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Even when Tsunade was sent, the situation still did not change. It was as if even 2 of the legendary Sannin were completely useless. You must know that the current Jiraiya and Tsunade are not the same young Jonins during the Second Great Shinobi War who fought against Hanzo of the Salamander and barely managed to hold him. The strength of the current Tsunade and Jiraiya is strong enough that if the 2 of them were to team up against Hanzo of that time, then Hanzo would be brutally thrashed and killed by the 2 of them. Yet they are being completely useless against the monster that came out of the Box of Ultimate Bliss. This has made Sandame more worried. After all, Jiraiya and Tsunade are the trump cards in the hands of Sandame. In the plan formulated by Sandame, Jiraiya and Tsunade will not only be responsible for repelling the tentative attacks of the Akatsuki organization performed by using the radical faction of Kusagakure, but also be responsible for leading up the follow-up offensive against the Akatsuki organization, such that the leader of Akatsuki, Uzumaki Nagato, would be forced to show himself and will be dealt with by the surprise assault led by Gakage. For this purpose, even if the village becomes a battlefield, Sandame has no hesitation. Yes, Sandame did not hesitate to use the village as the battlefield in order to solve Akatsuki organization once and for all by directly killing Uzumaki Nagato and destroying his Rinnegan at the same time. Such things as Rinnegan that represent the legendary power of Rakuto Sennin must not be allowed to exist, as it is clearly disrupting the authority of the five great powers, which is not something Sandaime Hokage wishes to see. But things completely deviated from his plan. The so-called Box of Ultimate Bliss, which was Kusagakure's radicals' hope of reviving their village to its former glory, turned out to be so difficult, and what came out of the box is a terrible monster against who even the two legendary Sannin are completely helpless. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N, 0, Vel, B, J, N. Jiraiya and Tsunade have already teamed up, and yet they are unable to deal with the monster and are at a disadvantage. As for the rest of the members of the Akatsuki organization, they haven't even shown up yet. Ryuen couldn't stand it any longer. He stepped forward and said, "Hokage-sama, we of Kusagakure are responsible for this mess, so we are willing to help Konoha deal with that monster." However, Sandaime Hokage shook his head. The shinobi of Kusagakure cannot show up yet. If Mu and Ryuen, as well as other shinobi of Kusagakure, were to appear in Konoha, Akatsuki would probably guess that their attack plan has been leaked to Konoha in advance, so they would be prepared in advance for some surprises, and if that were to happen, then the effect of the Gakage raid against the leader of Akatsuki will be greatly reduced. Ryuen is also aware of the Sandaime Hokage's concern, so he could only sigh in helplessly. He is very fortunate now that Kusagakure has never been able to open the Box of Ultimate Bliss in the past few decades. Otherwise, the entire Kusagakure would have been reduced to a bloody purgatory overnight, and the Land of Grass would have been destroyed, similar to the Land of Demons. Sandaime looked into the distance and thought to himself, "We can only place our hope on Amatsukami in dealing with that monster, but why did they send out this magnet release user, and not Homusubi, Suijin, or Yama?" When he noticed that a member of Amatsukami was fighting against the monster that came out of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, Sandaime hoped that other members of Amatsukami would also appear and fight against Akatsuki in order to consume each other severely. This way, the five great powers could simultaneously put an end to both of these organizations and return the shinobi world back to how it was. It's a pity that Sandaime Hokage is too delusional and does not know that the Akatsuki organization is very clear about his intention of using the Gakage against them, but they are still not afraid and plans to kill all five Kage along with destroying Konoha this time, then focus their attention on effortlessly collecting the 9 Bijou to revive the Jubi. The only thing that they did not expect was Amatsukami's intervention. Of course, they are still not too worried and plans to solve Amatsukami along with Konoha and the Gakage. At the same time, Sandaime is also not aware that 2 of the 5 Kage are secret members of Amatsukami, so no matter what happens, they would never follow his approach and deal with Amatsukami, and even if they had such intention, neither of the 5 Kage is strong enough to deal with any member of Amatsukami, especially their leader, Yama. Chapter 498, versus Satori. On the battlefield. In order to stop Satori from continuing to advance into the hinterlands of the village, Fujin used magnet release to fly in the air and started fierce air combat with Satori. Whoosh 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 whoosh. One after another, 2 shadows that were constantly entangling each other flew from one position to the another while attacking and dodging each other's attacks. In terms of body size, Fujin is naturally very small when compared to Satori, who is as big as Gamabunta. But if it's about fighting ability, momentum, and flying speed, Fujin, who has iron sand wings acting as an extension of himself, is far superior compared to Satori. However, as Fujin had guessed, the first shot he got on Satori was really just a lucky shot, because after that no attack of Fujin managed to land on Satori. At this time, the golden-orange hue of the setting sun has completely disappeared. The stars have started to appear in the night sky. A gloomy aura has enveloped the entire village that is filled with the strange and maddening laughter of Satori, as well as the sound of iron sand constantly whistling around. Although Fujin has not been able to subdue Satori as of yet, he is not too worried. In fact, his constant entanglement with Satori has allowed most of the villagers to successfully enter the refugee shelters. Of course, this does not mean that there are no casualties. Those whose minds were affected by Satori and the Box of Ultimate Bliss have already lost themselves and are causing chaos, so the wailing and shouting on the streets are still there. At this moment, Fujin flew forward at a high speed and crossed his hands. Under the control of Fujin's magnet release chakra, iron sand around him was divided into dozens of groups and swept towards Satori from several different directions. These several different groups extended forward, waving an endless giant net to trap Satori within it just like a fish. It's useless. Useless, it's all useless. Satori let out a burst of frantic and mocking laughter. At the same time he avoided the range of the endless iron sand net with ghostly speed, slippery and agile movements, just like a loach in the lake. Of course, in doing so, it had to lower its altitude and passed by a wide long street, where someone was already waiting to vent her anger at him. It's now, as she shouted, Tsunade leaped up from a semi-destroyed tall building and with all her strength she slammed her chakra-enhanced fist at Satori, who was coming towards her from the front. Satori wasn't afraid, as he had already sensed her bloodlust, so the moment he reached closer to Tsunade he just tilted his body slightly and brushed past Tsunade at an impossible angle, and continued towards the end of the street while still laughing wildly. Tsunade wasn't surprised that her attack was easily dodged. Instead, she controlled her momentum and while falling towards the ground, she looked backward. At this time, the huge figure of Gambit appeared at the end of the street at an extremely fast speed. And with Satori rushing towards him, Gambit leaped forward to attack him with his tanto. The metallic blade of tanto that was illuminated by the surrounding fire was slashed at a lightning-fast speed. Slash. The speed of slash was so fast that many Konoha jonin in the surroundings were unable to see it clearly, and the power within the slash was so high that it literally released high-pressure air cuts towards Satori, and slashed towards him with a thunderous force. But even such a fast slash proved to be completely useless, as it was easily avoided by Satori because he sensed Gambit's bloodlust. However, Gambit wasn't finished yet. He suddenly opened his mouth and shot his long tongue forward. The tongue was also extremely fast and struck towards Satori. It's useless, I can read everything you want to try, chuckled Satori with a disdain tone of voice, and suddenly rose up to avoid the tongue attack of Gambit that he had long since expected. But Gambit is also a shrewd one. He did not retract back the tongue immediately, instead continued to extend it to the maximum limit, revealing the figure of Jiraiya, who was hidden on the tip of the tongue. The current Jiraiya has already entered his imperfect Toad Sannin mode, with several Toad characteristics on him along with Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima standing on both sides of his shoulders. Using the momentum given to him by Gambit's tongue, Jiraiya leaped further and the chakra orb in his hand grew bigger and bigger as he attacked Satori. Senpo, Kurama Rasengan. Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Satori did the same thing as always. He flapped his pair of wings and while firing countless sharp feathers towards Jiraiya and Tsunade, he soared high into the sky, easily avoiding Jiraiya's attack. So, this series of attacks was also completely useless, muttered Fujin with a thoughtful look on his face. Jiraiya and Tsunade cooperated together to carry out a series of 4-stage attacks, and each of the 4 moves can be said to be an extremely dangerous one, especially Jiraiya's last blow using the Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Rasengan that he used as a surprise move while hiding inside the mouth of Gambit. But even this set of well-thought-out attacks proved to be completely useless, and still didn't manage to touch Satori. While Fujin had a thoughtful look on his face as he observed the unscrupulously laughing Satori, Jiraiya and Tsunade had a solemn expression on their faces. To deal with Satori, one has to become emotionless and thoughtless. There should be no emotions such as fear, anxiety. Nor should the person attacking Satori should have any malicious intentions towards him that would give out bloodlust, otherwise the attack would be easily perceived by Satori and he would be able to dodge it. In other words, the attacker should be either thoughtless, or they should not fear it, nor they should have any intentions of inflicting damage on him. Fujin is naturally not afraid of Satori, but he can't attack Satori without any bloodlust. That's just impossible unless you care about him or love. Fujin neither cares about him, nor does he love him, so obviously he can't fake those emotions. At the same time, his mental state has also not grown enough to be completely thoughtless while attacking, therefore, even he has not been able to hurt Satori. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were angered as they helplessly watched Satori raging all over the village, laughing and mocking others like a devil, sometimes shooting his razor feathers to kill the evacuating civilians, and other times he would throw the civilians inside the Box of Ultimate Bliss to make them puppets of the box. They want to stop him but are unable to, so they can't help but get more and more angered. On the other hand, Fujin's mind is relatively stable, because he is not deeply affected by the death of villagers and also understands the true horror of Satori better than the Sannin. Even in the canon, all the people fighting against Satori at the Hozuki Castle were elites personally led by Tsunade. Elite ninjas like Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Shizune, Yamato, and Sai along with the grown-up Konoha 11 worked together with the Jinchuriki of Hachibi, Killer Bee, and yet proved to be helpless against Satori. Had it not been for Uzumaki Naruto to figure out the weakness of Satori, and use his talk no jutsu Mui to inspire Mui into exerting his utmost effort in using this secret fire style, celestial prison jutsu on Satori to confine him, defeating Satori would have been an almost impossible task for anyone alive at that time. But even while doing so, Naruto was mortally wounded and would have certainly died if not for the sacrifice of Ryuzetsu by using the Dragon Life reincarnation to transfer her life force to Naruto in order to save him, and had she not done that, the soul of Rakuto Sannin might have personally made a visit to save Naruto's life. So, all this shows just how tricky Satori really is. Of course, all of this does not imply that there is no method in Fujin's hands to solve him, and he has been trying to figure out if that method would work. At this time, Satori landed on top of the Box of Ultimate Bliss and said, "You people can never imagine the world inside this box. There is nothing but suffocating darkness inside it. It's maddening, it's sickening. No matter how you tried resisting it, there was no resistance. I tried destroying this box from the inside and escape it, but couldn't. Then slowly and steadily my will to struggle was corroded and crushed. And finally, I gave up. Then when I killed Oda-san, I finally felt relief and all shackles were gone. Nothing can restrain me anymore. There is no hope, no relief, only an endless nightmare." Listening to Satori's words, Fujin's gaze was condensed, and he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, as I guessed, he is indeed Muku, the son of Mui, which means he does have a few weaknesses. Now if only my plans work as I think it would." At the cliff where Mui opened the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Caw 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 caw. Accompanied by the sound of cawing, several crows flew through the forest and landed on the ground near Mui, who was lying in a pool of blood. Not long after, iron sand flew over like a swarm of bees and gradually took the form of Fujin. "Phew, finally found him," muttered Fujin, iron sand clone, with a relieved breath. As soon as Fujin discovered that the monster attacking the village is Satori, he separated an iron sand clone and assigned it the task of finding the location where the Box of Ultimate Bliss was opened and the person who opened the Box of Ultimate Bliss. His intentions in doing so were quite simple in fact. If the Box of Ultimate Bliss was opened by the same person as in the canon, that is Mui, and the sacrifice is the same that is Muku, then Fujin can use Mui to solve the issue of Satori. But if the situation is different, and the person who opened the Box of Ultimate Bliss is different, and the sacrifice is different, then Fujin's clone had to find the person who opened the box to deal with Satori. The Box of Ultimate Bliss may be the ultimate during the era of Rakuto Sannin, but it is just a weapon, after all, and Satori is nothing more than a puppet of the box, so there must be someone controlling the box. And as long as the person controlling the box is found, dealing with the situation will become quite easy. And now that he has found Mui, dealing with Satori is just a matter of time. As soon as Mui is healed, Satori can be easily dealt with. Chapter 499, Scaredy Cat. Boom 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 boom. The roaring and rumbling sounds continue to pass through the thick layers of earth and continue to be heard at the refugee center that is located tens of meters deep underground. In the continuous waves of tremors traveling through the ground, dust would arise and enter everyone's nasal cavity, causing the children to sneeze occasionally. The rows of light bulbs at the refugee center would also flicker, making people feel afraid and distraught. At this time, another group of people entered the evacuation shelter under the leadership of an elderly man of the Hyuga clan. From his clean forehead, it wasn't difficult to judge that he is a member of the distinguished main family of the Hyuga clan, and following behind him are the children, weak women, disabled, and the elderly of the Hyuga clan who needs to take refuge. Among these people, there is also a middle-aged man who is disabled and is sitting in a wheelchair, but unlike the other people taking refuge at the evacuation shelter, his face is not panicked or worried. Instead, he is completely calm, as if whatever that is happening outside has nothing to do with him. With the arrival of the members of the Hyuga clan, the evacuation shelter became more crowded, so the members of the Hyuga clan had to separate themselves to find a place to sit or stand. Upon seeing this, Teruho, who has entered the evacuation shelter quite earlier, quickly stood up and gave up his seat to Hinata. "Hinata-sama, please come here, there is space available here." Because of Kuroto, Cheyenne is very close to the members of the Hyuga clan, especially to Hinata, since both she and Hinata are taught by Yui. Not to mention, both of their mothers are deceased, so they also understand each other and regard each other as best friends. As such, Teruho, who is Cheyenne's attendant, is also very respectful towards Hinata. Hinata, who had tightly held her little sister Hanabi's little hand with her left hand, hastily waved her free hand towards Teruho and said, "No, no. Teruho-san, please sit. I am fine here." "Hinata-sama, not only are you Cheyenne-sama's friend, but also the princess of the Hyuga clan. How can I let you just stand there?" "So, please sit," insisted Teruho. Even Hyuga Natsu, Hanabi's caretaker, standing behind Hinata and Hanabi, said, "Please, Hinata-sama." With Teruho and Natsu's insistence, Hinata finally nodded and took Teruho's seat next to Cheyenne, and of course, Hanabi sat on Hinata's lap. After sitting down, Hinata looked at Cheyenne sitting next to her, and upon noticing that Cheyenne's entire body was shivering, she immediately asked in worry, "Cheyenne-chan, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" However, before Cheyenne could answer Hinata, Naruto, who happened to be seated on the opposite side, said quickly, rather than injured or ill, "I think she is scared of something." Sasuke, who was huddled with Naruto, also looked at the shivering appearance of Cheyenne, and lightly hummed in a cold tone, "She is shivering in fright even when we are at the evacuation shelter? Such a scaredy cat. Head chop." As soon as Sasuke said so, Sasuke's mother, Uchiha Mikoto, who had Uchiha Kiyomi sitting on her lap, knocked on his head. "It's rude to speak to others in such a manner." Sasuke was slumped and had a bump on top of his head. Seeing Sasuke slumped, Naruto immediately covered his mouth and snickered. Sasuke, on the other hand, was quiet and whispered slightly, "Humph, the bad guys are too cunning. They only dared to attack the village when Nii-san and Shisui Nii has gone out to train. If Nii-san and Shisui Nii were in the village currently, then the bad guys would have been defeated already." Mikoto just shook her head slightly and said nothing. If it is said that she is not worried about Itachi, then she would be lying, but at this point, when the village is under such an attack, she can only choose to trust that Itachi and Shisui will be fine. On the other hand, after listening to Naruto, Hinata quickly turned towards Cheyenne and asked with a worried expression, "What happened, Cheyenne-chan?" Cheyenne raised her head and wanted to confide to Hinata about the terrifying scenes she had seen in a prophecy not long ago, but upon remembering Kuroto and Ai-chan's previous instructions, she just shook her head slightly and endured it. At the same time, she silently prayed in her heart that Kuroto and Ai-chan prevents that from happening. Noting Cheyenne's silence, Hinata was at a loss, but she consciously did what her Okasan used to do with her in a similar situation. Hinata reached out her free hand and held Cheyenne's hand and said with a slight smile, "It will be all right, Cheyenne-chan." Cheyenne said nothing but nodded slightly. The mature ones on the side smiled slightly when they saw Hinata's actions, and Uchiha Mikoto can't help but remember the women named Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Himeji as she saw the naughty Naruto and the kind Hinata. Inside the underground base where the Gakage conference took place. In an underground hall, 5 people are sitting around a round wooden conference table. These 5 people are none other than the Sandame Tsuchikage Inoki of Iwagakure, Yandame Reikage I of Kumogakure, Yandame Mizukage Karatachi Agura of Kirigakure, Godame Kazakage Pakura of Sunagakure, and Elder Mitokado Hamura of Kanagakure. Behind each of the Kage stood their respective guards and subordinates. Counting the 4 Kage, 1 elder, and many subordinates, the number of people in this hall is quite a lot. Despite this, the hall is extremely quiet at this moment. No one is talking, and there is only a faint rumbling sound being heard due to the battle taking place in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very shrewd. Only after all 5 Kage had gathered in Konoha did he reveal his true purpose. Although everyone realized that they are being used by Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter which Kage, they can't help but admit that this is indeed a very good opportunity to deal with Akatsuki. So after a brief discussion, all 4 Kage agreed to the request Hokage. And since everyone reached a consensus, so a plan was formulated. The plan is simple. While the main force of Konoha keeps the entire Akatsuki organization in check, the Gakage will strike the leader of the Akatsuki organization by a surprise attack, killing him in the resulting process, at the same time destroy his Rinnegan to completely solve the Akatsuki organization once and for all. And all the 4 Kage agreed to this plan because it really is a good plan. It's just that nobody expected the situation to get out of hand at the starting. Even the first monster released by Akatsuki as temptation isn't solved yet. After a long time, listening to the roars and sounds that showed no signs of stopping, the Yonde Mizukage couldn't help but question the Konoha elder Mitokado. Has Konoha not yet found a way to restrain that monster? The Sandaime Tsuchikage spoke as if an elder mocking the young generation. The young and vigorous still can't hold his breath. As far as Inoki is concerned, it is not his village being ravaged by a monster, so he is not in any hurry or worry. In his opinion, this is a God-gifted opportunity to not only deal with the Akatsuki organization but also deplete Konoha's vitality. Karatachi Agura is naturally not worried about Konoha, he is rather worried about the Fujin. After all, not long ago the people in this hall received the report that a member of Amatsukami is fighting against the monster that came out of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, and as a secret member of Amatsukami, he does care about the life and death of the members of Amatsukami. Reikage, I also couldn't help it any longer and asked Elder Mitokado, does Konoha have any secret agreement with Amatsukami that we are not aware of? Elder Mitokado shook his head, none. The grumpy Reikage immediately asked again, then why would Amatsukami help Konoha? The cunning Tsuchikage also intervened, yes, Konoha must give us a reasonable explanation for this matter. Elder Mitokado replied, Amatsukami's appearance was simply not in our plan, so we are also surprised by the intervention of Amatsukami. For now we can only assume that either Amatsukami intervened because of their enmity with the Akatsuki organization or because of their interest in the monster that came out of the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Reikage seems to want to say something, but Godame Kazekage Pakura tapped her finger on the wooden table to attract others on herself and said lightly, don't quarrel anymore. If we fail this battle, then the 5 great shinobi villages will become history. So, these disputes and questioning should be put on a hold until after the war. The Reikage snorted heavily and said nothing more. The others also tacitly became silent. The battle on the ground continues. Konoha, who was unable to cause damage to Satori, could only choose to passively defend against it and retract its defense line backward. Therefore, more and more blocks were destroyed, and the area affected by Satori, Fujin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Gamabunta's movements became larger and gradually spread to the center of the village. After attacking again to no avail, Jiraiya with heavy breath loudly asked Fujin, who was floating in midair, hey, do you have any ideas on how we can deal with Satori? To Jiraiya, the Amatsukami organization is also weird and unpredictable. Most of all, this organization has always been a mystery to all. It's hard to tell whether the members of Amatsukami are enemies or not, but as a temporary teammate who has been fighting against Satori for a while now, Jiraiya, for some inexplicable reason, feels that this member of Amatsukami is very reliable. Tsunade also looked at Fujin with an expectant gaze, because she could see that from the beginning, Fujin hasn't made any active attack against Satori except for the first time, and after that, Fujin has only passively defended against Satori. It's as if he is delaying something. Initially, she felt that Fujin was buying time for the civilians to evacuate, but as the fight continued, she felt that's not the case. Although he felt Jiraiya and Tsunade's gaze, Fujin said nothing, just looked towards the far sky. At this moment, a mass of iron sand was coming here from the distance and soon approached Tsunade. The vigilant Tsunade did not attack immediately because what came was iron sand, which means it was sent by this member of Amatsukami. After landing in front of Tsunade, the iron sand dispersed and revealed the unconscious and injured figure of Mui. Tsunade was confused looking at the man and soon realized that this man is a Kusagakure shinobi, more specifically, the master of Hozuki Castle. While Tsunade was confused, the iron sand that dispersed previously turned into the appearance of Fujin and hurriedly ordered the confused Tsunade, "Hurry up Tsunade-heim, heal him, this dying man is currently the only key at our disposal in solving Satori." Tsunade crouched down and observed Mui's state. She could see that he is very close to death, and suspiciously questioned Fujin's iron sand clone, how is he the key to solving Satori? Just as Fujin's iron sand clone was about to answer Tsunade's doubt, Satori, who was hovering in the air, sensed Mui's breath and realized that he is not yet dead. Instantly, he dived towards Mui and Tsunade with the objective of killing Mui. Noting Satori's intentions, Fujin's main body descended from the sky, and immediately after dispersing the iron sand clone, he waved his hand. Instantly, under Fujin's control, iron sand from everywhere gathered together and formed a small iron sand dome protecting Mui and Tsunade inside it, while the two will be unable to put any fight, Mui because he is unconscious and dying, and Tsunade because while saving Mui's life she won't be able to focus on other things. With that done, Fujin, who had descended down not long ago, unfolded a pair of huge iron sand wings, giving him an elusive appearance, and said in a cold tone, "That's as far as you go." Chapter 500, Zombie Villagers. Ding 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 ding. After easily blocking a rain of sharp feathers shot by Satori, Fujin smirked as he looked at the hysteric monster in the sky, who is getting more and more impatient as time passed. Although it is true that Fujin is unable to injure Satori because of Satori's special abilities, in the same way, Satori is also unable to do anything to Fujin because of Fujin's Byakugan and iron sand flowing all around. With black iron sand floating all around Fujin, so no matter what kind of attack Satori tried to use on Fujin, neither was able to injure Fujin, nor is he able to get close to Tsunade-heim or Mui, who are present under the dome of iron sand. So all Satori and Fujin are doing is consuming each other's chakra, and Fujin is naturally not too worried about chakra consumption. After all, his chakra reserves are also as high as that of a bijou. And now that Mui is being healed by Tsunade-heim, so it is only a matter of time before the issue of Satori is resolved. And perhaps Satori also realizes this, therefore, he is getting more and more impatient and hysterically shouted in anger, "Damn it, you pest, get the hell out of there." Fujin smirked, scared, "Are we?" Woo 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 woo. Hearing Fujin's words, Satori suddenly stopped and roared loudly. Following Satori's roar there was a resonance echo from the Box of Ultimate Bliss in the distance, and accompanied by evil black and cold winds, a terribly painful cry echoed all over the village. At the same time, a suffocating vile chakra, substantial to the eyes, spread all over the village. This substantial evil chakra was like evil tentacles spreading to the surroundings, constantly expanding and engulfing everything coming in its path and covering the entire village in its clutches. When these tentacles made of a substantial black chakra touched the injured villagers and the corpses of the dead villagers, the villagers and the corpses immediately turned red and madly started to attack all the living creatures around them. Suddenly, the village that was already in chaos became more terrible, and this time, the range of chaos spread throughout the Konoha. The edge of Konoha, Uchiha Clan District. Uchiha Fugaku folded his arms over his chest, quietly stood on top of the roof of the Konoha military police force, and observed the fight going on in the distance. Around him were other elite members of the Konoha military police force, fully armed and ready for battle at a single command, but currently, they too were silently observing the battle in the distance. At the same time, the other members of the Konoha military police force were aiding villagers in the process of evacuation. Whoosh 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 whoosh. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Fugaku and reported, "Patriarch, Hokage-sama ordered us to continue to stay vigilant and guard against the attacks from the Akatsuki organization." Fugaku nodded silently. There was no change in his expression. Although Satori is raging in the village, Konoha's manpower is not too affected by him because the village was already prepared for Akatsuki's revenge. Most of the genin and chunin are responsible for helping out the villagers in the evacuation, while the rest, including Tokubetsu Jonin and Jonin, are responsible for responding against Akatsuki organization's offensive. Therefore, the elite Umbu under Hokage, the elites of the Konoha military police force, and the elites of other major shinobi clans did not hastily join the battle against Satori. Instead, they were distributed around various key areas of the village guarding against Akatsuki's follow-up offensive. Looking at Satori, who was flying in the distance, Fugaku sighed, "Akatsuki's temptation attacks are so tricky, I don't know what will happen next." Just as Fugaku was a little worried, suddenly a commotion that had yet to reach this area also spread over. A large group of villagers with red eyes rushed towards the Uchiha clan district and started to madly attack everything living creature in sight. Fugaku observed the crazy villagers with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, then instructed his subordinates, "Kaminari, lead your team and eliminate these zombies. They must not be allowed to get into the Uchiha clan district." "Yes, sir." The Jonin named Uchiha Kaminari nodded and instantly disappeared along with his team. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Instantly, the Uchiha shinobi in Uchiha Kaminari's team started to face the zombies and eliminate them one by one. Hyuga clan district. Bang 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 bang. With a series of palm strikes, one after another, zombie villagers that were controlled by the Box of Ultimate Bliss lifelessly fell to the ground. Hyuga Hayashi let out a sigh of relief and put down the gentle fist stance and immediately looked around. He could see that his clansmen were continuously eliminating these zombies that kept on coming with no end in sight. Because the Hyuga clan district is closer to the center of the village compared to the Uchiha clan district, therefore, the impact here is earlier and greater. However, under the joint offensive of the elites of the Hyuga clan, the crazy zombie villagers who rushed to the Hyuga clan district were being dealt with ease, although their numbers still didn't stop coming, and within minutes the long streets of the Hyuga clan districts were filled with the corpses of the zombie villagers. Sighing slightly, Hayashi looked in the direction of his younger brother Hisashi and Hyuga Fumihiro, who walked over at this time. Hisashi said, "The brains of these villagers have been completely destroyed and there is no rescue. It is as if they have become zombies." Hayashi nodded lightly. He also has Byakugan, so naturally, he has also discovered this a long time ago. Hisashi then looked in the direction of Satori in the distant sky, and questioned, "Has there been no new order from Hokage-sama yet? Is there really no need to support the battlefield over there?" Fumihiro said, "Not long ago, Kuroto-kun sent a shadow clone and asked me to inform the Patriarch that nobody should get close to that monster." Hayashi nodded, "Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, and that member of Amatsukami is already fighting against that monster. Any more will not help much, but only add chaos. Besides, from what I can see, it's not a monster that can be resolved by using the advantage of numbers. So, we should stay here and guard against Akatsuki organization's follow-up offensive." Hisashi nodded and he too looked in the direction of Satori. On the main road leading to the Hokage building, Team Ro under Hyuga Kuroto/Watatsumi's Shadow Clone's command was stationed here and was the first one to be hit by these crazy zombies. As soon as she noticed hundreds of zombies approaching, Kurenai/Akame immediately waved hand signs and said softly, "Jinjutsu, flower petal escape." As soon as Akame activated her Jinjutsu, in the vision of zombies, countless petals fell from the sky, and the villagers who were initially caught in a frenzy were suddenly at a loss, and one by one their aggressiveness subsided and they all stood still. Next, Watatsumi commanded, "Eliminate them all, not even a single one should survive." The Hay-8/Rabbit was shocked, "Captain, they are all ordinary civilians, not the enemies." Watatsumi shook his head, "An evil chakra same as that monster is flowing inside these villagers, and it has destroyed a major part of their brains, so they are all beyond help, not to mention, many of them were originally corpses, so they have to be eliminated as soon as possible. One more thing, be careful and make sure to not let these villagers bite you or dig their nails inside you. The zombies are using these means to further propagate this evil chakra into others, corrupting them and turning them into zombies too, so if this evil chakra gets inside you, then you all will also fall in the same situation as them. Now hurry up." With Watatsumi's explanation, nobody hesitated anymore and immediately drew out their umbu swords to eliminate these zombie villagers corrupted by the Box of Ultimate Bliss. After dealing with a few zombies, Akame released the Jinjutsu, and absent-mindedly looked into the distance, more specifically at the battle going on in the distance. She has also received the news that Fuin was fiercely fighting against the monster who has ravaged the village. Although Kurenai is worried about him, with her meager strength all she can do is to trust in his abilities and hope that nothing will happen to him and he will remain safe. At the same time, there is also a bit of happiness and warmth in her heart when she learned that Fuin is fighting to protect the village, and Kurenai can't help but think he may have left the village due to some personal reasons, but right now Fuin is fighting to protect the village despite the risks. It means he still deeply cares about the village. So, he is not just some lowly criminal. Back to the battlefield. Seeing that Satori became more and more hysterical, Fuin became happier and happier. This desperation of Satori clearly indicates that Fuin's approach was right. Jiraiya, who was not far away, also noted the change in Satori. Realizing this strangeness and its implication, he immediately jumped on top of the iron sand dome with the intention of stopping Satori should he manage to get past Fuin. Currently, Jiraiya is in Sennin mode, and his situation is quite similar to Fuin. Although he is unable to injure Satori, in the same way, he is not afraid of Satori. Of course, Jiraiya is still a little worried, and he looked around the village with a distracted expression. Noting Jiraiya's worried expression, Toad Fukasaku, standing on his right shoulder, said, "Jiraiya-chan, don't get distracted, don't forget that this is Konoha." The villagers corrupted by the evil chakra of the Box of Ultimate Bliss may have been strengthened to the level of a chunin, but they won't be able to cause much harm. Toad Shima, standing on Jiraiya's left shoulder, nodded, "Yes, I can sense that the number of villagers corrupted by the evil chakra of the Box of Ultimate Bliss is rapidly decreasing. This means that other Konoha shinobi are doing their work, so don't worry too much about these things, just focus on what is in front of you." As long as Satori is killed or sealed back inside the Box of Ultimate Bliss, the corrupted villagers would all lose their chakra support and die on the spot. Jiraiya nodded and focused all his attention on Satori's body. The two sides have been entangled for so long, so he already understands Satori's strength. Leaving aside the special ability to sense fear and bloodlust, Satori's personal combat effectiveness is also at the level of a Bijou. Although not as exaggerated as Kyubi or Hachibi, it still ranks at least at the level of the Gobi or perhaps Rokubi. So, his combat effectiveness is not that difficult if three people like Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the member of Amatsukami are combined together. The main reason why Satori is so difficult to deal with is that his ability to sense fear and bloodlust is too incomprehensible. Additionally, he can also fly and is quite nimble and agile contrary to its massive size, coupled with the fact that it can shoot extremely sharp feathers and chakra spheres, so it indeed becomes a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, Fuin now understands that the legend of the Box of Ultimate Bliss being the ultimate weapon is very likely to be true. Because as long as someone doesn't know the method to restrain Satori, it is almost invincible. But of course, that won't happen today, as Fuin has already found the method of dealing with Satori, and is waiting for Tsunade to completely heal Mui. Fuin didn't have to wait too long, and he soon heard Tsunade's voice coming from inside the Iron Sand Dome. "Alright, he is healed." So fast? As expected of Tsunade, him, the best medical nin. After praising Tsunade a little, Fuin immediately removed the Iron Sand Dome, protecting Tsunade and Mui. As the iron sand of the dome dispersed, Tsunade and Mui's figure came into view. At this time, Mui's young face was extremely withered and hopeless, his expression was depressed, and his eyes had lost the light. This man was no longer an elite jonin, but a guilty father who has truly lost his son. In this regard, Fuin can also somewhat understand Mui's current psychological state. He sacrificed his own son for the dream he has been pursuing his entire life, only to find that the dream was nothing more than a scam. The Box of Ultimate Bliss neither helped in the revival of the Kusagakure to its former glory, nor did it fulfill Mui's wish of seeing his son again. Anyone who will face this kind of situation would be distraught. But Fuin can't care about Mui's psychological state right now, and must give Mui a reason to fight Satori, so folding back his iron sand wings, he landed next to Mui and Tsunade and said lightly, "Hey, don't you want to give your son the relief he deserves?" Chapter 501, Fuin's Talk no Jutsu's Effects. After hearing the term son, Mui recovered a bit of sanity and looked at Fuin with an incomprehensible expression. Fujin pointed at Satori, who was busy dodging Iron Sand attacks, and said, "You don't want your son, Muku, to always remain like that, right?" However, Mui seemed to be unable to accept something and shook his head. "No, that monster is not my son Muku." While controlling the Iron Sand to resist the rain of sharp feathers shot by Satori, Fujin said in a flat tone, "Are you going to deceive yourself, Mui? I know that you know that he is your son, Muku." Hearing Fujin's plain tone made Mui unable to argue. He finally looked down with his head slumped and sighed. Yes, his hatred for me was so clear, and I am the one responsible for what my son had to go through. Fujin continued, "The world inside the Box of Ultimate Bliss is no different from hell. Your son has been tortured by that darkness over and over and over and over until all the emotions that once tormented him became vague. Now, he feels nothing except for fear. He may have changed to become what you see in front of you. The fact that he is your son Muku is undeniable. And currently, only you are capable of freeing him of that darkness. Are you going to just sit back with guilt and watch your son not only act like a monster but be a monster, or are you going to help your son get rid of the control of the Box of Ultimate Bliss and free him of that darkness? This is your last chance to make it up to him." Fujin lied calmly and without any guilt. Once inside the Box of Ultimate Bliss, there is no escape. Even if Mui manages to defeat Satori and make his son come back, Muku would just return back inside the Box of Ultimate Bliss. But Fujin had to deceive Mui because he must arouse Mui's fighting spirit. And just as Fujin had expected, under the effects of his low-level talk no jutsu, the color in Mui's eyes changed. He stood up and looked at Satori with a determined expression. It was as if he wanted to do everything he can to make it up to his son, Muku. Noting Mui's change, Fujin under his mask smirked and observed Mui's current state. The injury he suffered at the hands of his son is quite light compared to what he suffered in the canon. There are two reasons behind this change. First is obviously because he received timely treatment from Tsunade, and the second reason is that the current Muku is much younger than in the canon. Because of his young age, his height is also not tall enough. Therefore, the hole Muku pierced in Mui's chest did not reach up to his heart. As such, Mui managed to survive. Seeing Mui stand up, Satori roared in anger, "Damn it, why are you still not dead?" Listening to Satori's angry roar, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other with widened eyes, and both of them had the same thought in their minds. Satori cannot sense this injured man. Satori's anger and shock clearly show that he can't perceive Mui, and if he can't perceive Mui, then it cannot predict Mui's actions. Although they do not know what is the reason behind this anomaly, both Jiraiya and Tsunade understand that this injured man in front of them is probably the only person currently in Konoha who can deal with Satori. After realizing this, the two of them can't help but look at Fujin, who had rescued Mui, with an incredulous expression. At the same time, they deeply felt that Amatsukami is too weird, unpredictable, and most of all mysterious organization. Fujin obviously didn't care about Jiraiya and Tsunade's incredulous expression. Instead, he was focused on Mui and Satori. As Muku's father, Mui neither has the slightest of fear towards Muku, nor any trace of bloodlust towards his son, Muku. Therefore, currently, he is one of the very few people alive who can bypass Satori's special abilities of instinctively reacting to fear and bloodlust. At the same time, Mui specializes in imprisonment jutsu, so as long as he is given a suitable opportunity, just one blow from him is more than enough to resolve the threat of Satori. Mui looked at Fujin and asked, "What should I do?" At this time, Mui's face was no longer the withered one. There was hope, and his eyes were filled with perseverance, and he was determined. At the same time, his psychological state has also returned to the one that an elite jonin should have. But despite all that, he needed someone to tell him what to do, and for Mui, Fujin became that someone. Since Mui needed someone to tell him what to do, so Fujin did. You just have to do what you are best at. After a pause, Fujin continued, "I will create an opportunity for you." Speaking so, the iron sand wings behind Fujin's back unfolded and he flew higher. Before, he knew that he had no good way to deal with Satori, so Fujin didn't even use 20% of his full strength. His actions at that time were very conservative, mainly procrastinating and delaying Satori. But the situation at this time is different. now he has a good method to deal with Satori, so he must use more of his strength in order to create opportunities for Mui to land an effective blow on Satori. With these intentions, Fujin clapped both his hands together. Clap! Immediately afterward, an incredible amount of iron sand appeared out of the ground, rushed towards the sky at an astonishing speed, and quickly covered the entire sky above Konoha in an iron sand curtain. Looking at the black iron sand that covered the entire sky above the village, Jiraiya's eyes trembled and he can't help mutter in astonishment, this guy didn't use all his strength before? Tsunade also looked at Fujin floating in the air with a vigilant expression, and complained to Jiraiya, in terms of intelligence about his performance on all his appearance, isn't this magnet release ninja of Akatsuki quite ordinary? Then how come I am seeing this scene? Tsunade's words also reminded Jiraiya of what Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shursui had said at that time. The member of Akatsuki with Wind Mask was superior to Homusubi and Suijin in terms of authority, so we suspect that he is stronger than both Homusubi and Suijin. At that time, Jiraiya and the others were quite doubtful of Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shursui's statement about the magnet release user being stronger than Homusubi and Suijin, but now that he sees Fujin's strength with his own eyes, Jiraiya can't help but wonder if that is really the case. And not just Jiraiya or Tsunade, the same thought is going on in the minds of all Konoha shinobi as they look up at the sky with a shocked expression. As far as they could see with their eyes, all they see is iron sand covering the sky. It's as if there is no end to it. Hokage Office. Through the window of his Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the iron sand curtain covering the entire village and immediately ordered the Umbu, raise the threat level of this magnet release user of Akatsuki. He truly is as the report of Eagle and Cat said. He has the power to destroy an entire shinobi village by himself. Back to the battlefield. Satori also realized that the situation is not good, and he immediately dived down and glided towards the Box of Ultimate Bliss, and tried escaping the village after lifting the box with both of his hands. However, as soon as he grabbed the box, his figure suddenly stagnated. Confused and afraid, Satori looked down only to notice that the bottom of the box has long been held by black iron sand and is firmly nailed to the ground, so no matter how much strength he uses, it would make no difference. Tsunade noted Satori's fearful expression and cracked her knuckles with an expression filled with wrath. Do you still want to escape after killing so many of our people? As she said so, she jumped up sharply and flew towards Satori at an incredibly fast speed. Satori had no choice but to abandon the Box of Ultimate Bliss and immediately flapped his wings to fly high into the sky, avoiding Tsunade's one-hit kill chakra-enhanced punch. But the higher Satori flew, the more danger he was in as the closer he was to the iron sand curtain. Fujin didn't waste any opportunity and immediately brought down his hand. Iron sand curtain descend. Based on Fujin's experience, even if Satori can react to fear and bloodlust, there is only a limit up to which it can dodge. If the opponent is fast enough, and the attack frequency of the opponent is fast and clever enough, then Satori will also be troubled. Therefore, Fujin feels that if he uses all his strength, then he would be able to easily defeat and kill Satori. Of course, Fujin won't use all his strength to deal with Satori when he has a better and easier method to deal with him without giving out all his intelligence. After all, Nagato and Obito of the Akatsuki organization are still hidden somewhere. Facing the iron sand curtain that constantly lowered its altitude, Satori finally showed a trace of panic. He flapped his wings messily and seemed uncertain whether to directly break through the iron sand curtain while sustaining many injuries or descend towards the ground in an attempt to avoid the iron sand curtain. While Satori was hesitant, Mui ran forward and leaped higher. He didn't have to worry about falling because while jumping he found several footholds of iron sand which he used to jump higher and higher. In terms of speed, Mui was far inferior to Tsunade or Jiraiya, or Fujin, who had been constantly dealing with Satori, but Satori, whose entire attention was focused on the iron sand curtain, was unable to react to this slow speed of Mui because of being unable to sense fear of bloodlust from Mui. Using Satori's inattentive state, Mui again leaped higher using iron sand as his foothold. Then, with all his chakra and with all his strength, he smashed the palm of his hand on Satori's head, at the same time, performed the strongest jutsu at his arsenal, fire style, Great Celestial Fire Prison. Boom! Suddenly, Satori felt his chakra being sealed, his entire body burning in fire, and noticed the red cured mark imprint all over his body. Only then did he realize what Mui had done to him, and roared in anger, "Damn it!" But Satori hadn't even finished speaking, and Fujin had already controlled the iron sand floating in the sky to form several fists and smashed all of them on Satori. Boom! Boom 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 boom! But Fujin didn't stop there. After a rain of many small iron sand fists, a giant iron sand fist was formed, and this giant fist was then used to smash Satori towards the ground. Boom! Chapter 502, Konoha Collapse Plan, Main Dish. As soon Fujin slammed Satori towards the ground with a giant iron sand fist, the angry Tsunade again leaped high and slammed her fist on Satori's head with all her strength. Boom! The effect of a full-powered chakra-enhanced punch from Tsunade was caused a thunderous explosion, and its noise resounded in everyone's ears. Under the effects of Tsunade's wrath, Satori's huge head was smashed into the ground, causing the whole village to feel something like an earthquake. The ground within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered instantly, causing a deep pit to be formed, at the center of which the figure of Satori was half buried. Not far away, the figure of Jiraiya and Gamabunta also staggered because of the earthquake and almost fell off because of the fragmentation of the ground caused by Tsunade's full-powered punch. Fujin, who was floating in midair, witnessed the scene, and his eyebrows under the mask jumped unconsciously as he asked himself hesitantly, "I should be able to survive if I get hit by such a heavy blow, right?" The power of Tsunade's chakra-enhanced punch in the wrath mode is simply jaw-dropping. Satori's large round head was directly squashed by her punch and sank deep into the ground, and for a while, there was no movement. Jiraiya swallowed deeply as if he remembered some bad memories and asked with a stammering tone, he won't be killed directly, right?" Tsunade tucked up her sleeve and said while clenching her fist in anger, "You had better pray that he is dead, because if not, then..." Before Tsunade could finish speaking, Toad Fukasaku immediately reminded everyone with a serious expression, "He is not dead yet, don't let your guard down." Hearing Toad Fukasaku's words, Tsunade's eyes turned cold and she glanced at Satori, but seeing the other figure coming towards him, she controlled herself and did not rush to do anything. At this time, Mui, who had landed on the ground before, walked towards Satori step by step, while muttering to himself, "I have to correct the mistakes I have made. Muku, I shall accompany you to the Yomi, underworld." Soon, he stopped in front of Satori's huge and ugly body, reached out his hand, and gently stroked Satori's hideous claws. Swish! At the moment of contact with Satori, Mui felt as if he was hit by an electric shock and suddenly withdrew his hand. Because in the moment of that brief contact with Satori's body, countless dark and evil emotions surged into his body, making him also plunge into darkness and endless hell at the same time, made him deeply realize Muku's suffering. "It turns out that you were suffering from such torture. I was the one who made you go through everything, and I am the one who should have borne it," muttered Mui as tears started to stream out of his eyes. Just a little touch made Mui unbearable. He couldn't even imagine just how much his son Muku suffered upon undergoing such torture by the Box of Ultimate Bliss for more than 2 years. "I will free you." With that said, Mui raised his hands and started to wave hand signs, then stamped his hand on Satori's head. Following Mui's action, the cursed seal of Great Celestial Fire Prison, previously imprinted on Satori's body, glowed red. Then immediately, Satori's entire body started to burn, and was not long after his entire body was engulfed in fire from the inside to the outside. In an instant, the huge body of Satori was completely swallowed by skyrocketing flames. The flames reached up to the sky, and under the deep night, it colored the whole village in shining red color. Ah! Soon Satori's wailing and painful cries reverberated throughout the village. It tumbled and rolled and struggled on the ground to get rid of the flames, but to no avail, as he couldn't get rid of the shackles of Great Celestial Fire Prison. Looking at this scene, Fujin can't help but mutter, from an outsider's perspective, it appears as if Great Celestial Fire Prison was tailor-made to stop Satori, and now that I think about it, this does seem reasonable. After all, Mui's clan is the gatekeeper of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, so they have probably developed the secret jutsu to keep Satori in check. On a high cliff far from Konoha. A group of shinobi in traditional Akatsuki black cloak with red cloud prints were standing or squatting in a row and looking at the brightly lit Konoha in the distance. Without exception, all of them are members of the Akatsuki organization. The person at the center is none other than Hirako with his body covered in bandages and the Akatsuki organization cloak over it. Currently, he had a very plain expression and looked at Konoha indifferently. Next to Hirako is Sasori, who is wearing his Hirako puppet. Then there is Kakuzu with both hands crossed over his chest, then Haiden licking his lips eagerly to taste the blood of another Kage after the Yondan Kazekage. A little further away is Uchiha Shinichi squatting on the ground with a mocking grin on his face. Next to him is Tobi, not Obito but a shinobi wearing the swirly/guru over him, with the spiral mask. After Tobi is the Kirigakure team consisting of Biwa Juzo, Kagaya Takashi, Yuki Kahayo, Yuki Reihyo, Kahayo's brother and another new recruit in the Akatsuki, Hashigaki Kisame, and Shinoike Majida. Listening to Satoru's painful wailing, Hirako said with a disappointed expression, "Is this the limit?" Sasori said with a cold tone, "The monster that came out of the box of ultimate bliss is much stronger than I expected. We should have used it to attack at the same time as we launched the full-scale offensive." Hirako smiled and said, "No worries, that monster was just an appetizer, and it basically doesn't affect our plan. No matter how much Konoha resists today, with this lineup, it will perish tonight." Shinichi smiled in mockery. The moment he received intelligence that a member of Amatsukami was present in the village, Shinichi's worries were reduced a lot. Although he is still not certain about whether Boss will be able to defeat or kill the current Nagato, he is still at ease quite a lot. At this time, Conan descended on the cliff like an angel. Hirako turned to look at Conan and asked with a respectful tone, "Should we act?" Conan nodded lightly, but also said, "Yes, but there are certain changes in the plan due to the intervention of Amatsukami. Everyone, except for Tobi, will attack as per the plan. Also, remember to recover the Box of Ultimate Bliss, as it may prove to be useful in the future. Additionally, Hirako, you are responsible for capturing Fujin of the Amatsukami so that Nagato can extract out the intelligence of Amatsukami out of him." Hirako nodded, "All right." Conan looked at confident Hirako, and added, "Be vigilant in regards to the appearance of other members of Amatsukami in addition to Suijin, Homasubi, and Yama." Hirako nodded with a smile, "Don't worry, I will take care of Fujin." And immediately afterward, he weaved the hand signs and slapped his hand on the ground. With Hirako's action, several chimera birds appeared on the edge of the cliff, and Hirako said, "Everyone, let's go, it's time for the main dish." All the members of the Akatsuki organization standing on the cliff nodded one after another and one by one jumped on the summoned chimera birds of Hirako and flew towards Konoha. After everyone was gone, Conan looked at Tobi and said, "Follow me to the other side, Madara wants you there." "Lead the way." Tobi just nodded and both rushed to the cliff where Nagato and Madara are present and silently watching over Konoha. Tonight is the night Konoha becomes a history. In the village, Hyuga, Yui, and Shizune, who supported each other, slowly walked to the side of the battlefield, looked at Satori wailing in the fire, and sighed with deep emotion, "It's finally over." At this time, Fujin landed next to the two kunoichi and said, "Over? Don't be ridiculous. The true battle hasn't even started yet." Shizune looked at Fujin with a vigilant expression. Although this member of Amatsukami in front of the two helped the village in dealing with the monster Satori, Amatsukami is also a mysterious terrorist organization like the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, Shizune is extremely wary of Fujin. Yui is no different from Shizune, she is also vigilant, but suddenly she remembered that Fujin had saved her life before and gratefully bowed to him. "Ano, Amatsukami member Sama, thank you very much for saving me earlier." The powerful strength displayed by Fujin made Yui subconsciously use the honorific title, and since she didn't know the other party's name, so Fujin pretended to casually glance at Yui at random, and after making sure that she wasn't too injured or anything, he said, "I am afraid there will be more difficult battles taking place here very soon, so it would better that you people leave here, since neither of you is strong enough to fight the next set of enemies." Shizune immediately shook her head. we are Konoha shinobi, it is our duty to guard this village. When the village is under attack, how can we just shrink away and let outsiders do all the work? Yui also nodded repeatedly. Yes, we are very grateful for the help Akatsuki member Sama is giving us, but as Konoha shinobi, we must protect our home and dear ones. Fujin felt troubled and didn't know what to say. If it was just some Jonin-level enemies, then he wouldn't have urged them to leave here, but the enemy is Akatsuki, and neither of the two of them is strong enough to face the members of the Akatsuki organization. At this time, Tsunade, who was walking here, frowned. She was a little surprised that this powerful member of Akatsuki would bother reminding her disciples so kindly. Although she felt that his behavior is weird, she didn't bother to delve into it at this moment, not to mention the other party's reminder is correct. Tsunade herself has realized that Akatsuki organization is very dangerous. Although Satori has been restrained, none of the official members of Akatsuki have made their appearance, so the real crises have yet to begin. Regardless of whether it is Shizun or Hyuga Yui, neither of the two is strong enough to cope with the current situation, so it is better for them to move to the other areas and provide necessary medical treatment to the injured ones. With that understood, Tsunade said to the two, Shizun, Yui, go to Block C, near the evacuation shelter. Block C is crowded with the refugee and a lot of injured are present there, help in treating their injuries, at the same time, guard the evacuation shelter. With Tsunade's order, Shizun and Yui stopped insisting, and after regrouping the subordinates around them, both quickly rushed towards Block C. After Yui and Shizun were gone, Fujin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yui is on this battlefield that is likely to become the most dangerous one, Fujin wouldn't be able to fully concentrate on fighting the enemy as a part of his attention will always be focused on Yui. Such a thing may not be that big of an issue when fighting low-level enemies like Satori, but when fighting against the likes of Hirako, Tendo Pain, and Obito, it will cause Fujin to reveal unnecessary flaws. Chapter 503, and now it begins! Looking at the leading figure of Shizun and Yui, especially Shizun's, Tsunade's heart was full of self-blame. Although Shizun has been her disciple for over a decade now, most of that period Tsunade was either playing around from one place to another or she was indulged in gambling and drinking, so she had no intention of training Shizun, just wanted Shizun to be by her side because Shizun was her lover Kato Dan's niece. Tsunade's selfishness and carelessness are clearly reflected today because even though Shizun has been by her side for over a decade, Shizun's growth in strength and skills has not been very good as Shizun barely even reaches the level of a low-class jonin. Sigh, it's all my fault. Instead of wallowing in grief, if I had focused on training Shizun, then maybe, sighed Tsunade in a guilty tone. Compared to Shizun, Hyuga Yui's strength is already quite high because of receiving systematic training under the guidance of the deceased wife of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. While Tsunade was guilty, Fujin flew back into the air and looked around. It stands to reason that since Satori has been solved, the Akatsuki organization should also start their follow-up offensive by now. However, when Fujin looked around, he found no trace of any member of Akatsuki organization anywhere near the village, and this has made him a little confused. At the same time, he also realized that the village's response was very strange previously. Satori has destroyed a large section of the village, but the village only sent two powerful people including Tsunade and Jiraiya. As for Sandaime Hokage, Elder Koharu, and Elder Mitokado, as well as the patriarchs of all the shinobi clans and the other elites of the village, did not show up. Are they still so calm? Muttered Fujin and started to analyze the possible cause. And it didn't take him too long to realize something. Before he had been focused on dealing with Satori and didn't have any extra energy to analyze the situation, but now that he is free, Fujin realized that the reason why both Akatsuki organization and the village are so silent is probably because of his intervention. Thinking so, Fujin was a little dumbfounded. Huh? Does Sandaime-sama, Obito, and Nagato think that the entire Akatsuki is also standing behind me, so they have to stop their previous actions and reformulate their strategies accordingly? This thought is quite reasonable, but only Fujin knows that the current him has no support, because, except for him, Shursui, and Itachi, there are no official members in Akatsuki. And since Fujin has lost contact with both Shisui and Itachi, so currently, he is the only one present here who can deal with the Akatsuki organization. Of course, there is also Sandaime Kazekage, but his body has not been cultivated completely, so his combat effectiveness is not high enough to fight against the likes of Hirako, Obito, and Nagato. As for the other members, nobody else is active because his soul is currently present inside the Fujin clone. Of course, Fujin can change his body and reappear at the battlefield with a different identity such as Uchiha Tsukihei or Suijin or Yama, but it's all him essentially, so it is highly unlikely that more than a single member of Amatsukami will appear at the current battlefield in order to resist the Akatsuki organization. While Fujin was analyzing the situation, the wailing and crying of Satori stopped. The fire covering his body was gradually extinguished at the same time its figure shrank and changed back to the appearance of 9 or 10 years old boy. "Muku," said Mui with a joyous expression and hurried forward. The boy lying in the pit slowly opened his eyes and weakly murmured, "Oda-san." Mui cried in joy and hugged his son. "It was all my fault, please forgive me, Muku." But Muku did not share the same joy as Mui. He pushed away Mui and staggered to his own feet. Mui pleaded, "Muku, please don't get controlled by the Box of Ultimate Bliss anymore. Look at me, this time, no matter where you go, I will accompany you." Muku flashed a mocking grin and said, "It's useless and it's too late. I can't get rid of its control anymore, so just live alone." As he finished speaking, Muku forcibly molded chakra and deliberately inspired that great celestial fire prison. Cursed seal that imprisoned him. People who are imprisoned with great celestial fire prison. Cursed seal must not mold chakra, because if they do so, it will trigger that great celestial fire prison. Cursed seal and the person will be swallowed by flames. Therefore, Muku's whole body was instantly covered in fire. "No! Muku, please don't!" Mui exclaimed and rushed towards Muku in order to stop him. However, Mui was too late as Muku, whose entire body had been swallowed by the flames, spun around a little and quickly rushed into the Box of Ultimate Bliss. As Muku said earlier, people who fall into the clutches of the Box of Ultimate Bliss cannot get rid of its control. Even if the entire physical body is burned or destroyed by some means, the spiritual body will still return back to the Box of Ultimate Bliss and will further be used to corrupt the other individuals who enter inside it. Therefore, saving Muku was impossible from the beginning, and Fujin wasn't surprised by this turn of events. The moment Muku entered the Box of Ultimate Bliss, the entrance of the box also gradually closed, and all the crying, wailing, stopped. At the same time, the substantial evil chakra that was being released from the Box of Ultimate Bliss also disappeared abruptly. Swish! The cold night breeze blew and a momentary peace was restored all around. And Mui, who was chasing after his son, collapsed in front of the box as its entrance was closed. His current expression was a dazed one, his eyes were hollow, as if his soul had also left with Muku. While everyone around looked at Mui with either pity or a complicated gaze, an incredibly fast figure suddenly flashed in front of him, and before anyone could react to his sudden appearance, the figure directly pierced his hand through Mui's heart, as a result, killing Mui in a single blow. Fujin, who was floating in midair, suddenly muttered, "Finally appeared?" Tsunade and Jiraiya on the ground were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this new party, because the speed of the other party was too fast, completely exceeding their reaction speed. Vigilant, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at the appearance of this figure, as if wanting to figure out who exactly is he. At this time, the figure that had suddenly appeared tossed aside Mui's dead body, and muttered in disdain, "Kuzugaku's waste. Couldn't even complete the one task he was given." As he tossed aside Mui's dead body, his appearance was also revealed, and it turned out that he is not just anyone, but a contemporary of Tsunade and Jiraiya's generation. "Hirako!" Tsunade's face sank and she shouted at him, "Why? Why did you join the likes of Akatsuki? Have you forgotten that you were a Konoha shinobi?" Jiraiya also echoed from the side, "It's still not too late to stop. We will help you," interceded with Sensei. "Don't make mistakes again and again. I don't have any nostalgia for this village that didn't even bother to take me seriously." said Hirako indifferently, then turned his head and looked at the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Noting the iron sand nailing the box to the ground, Hirako pressed his hands on it, and as soon as he did so, the iron sand lost the chakra support and scattered on the ground. With that done, Hirako lifted the Box of Ultimate Bliss and threw it into the air abruptly. Immediately afterward, he too jumped into the air along with the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, the chimera bird glided across the air and caught the box as well as Hirako on its back. "Do you think it would this easy?" muttered Fujin as he clapped his hands together. Naturally, Fujin wouldn't allow Hirako to take away the Box of Ultimate Bliss. And as soon as he clapped his hands together, countless iron sand rushed towards the chimera bird from all directions as it took the form of a giant tornado, at the center of which was Hirako and his chimera bird. Hirako wasn't panicked as he saw the iron sand encircling heaven and earth. He just raised his hands and shouted, "Dark Release," inhaling Ma. Whyish. Instantly, the air around Hirako's plan looked like two small twisters as it continuously absorbed the chakra controlling the iron sand. And with the loss of chakra support, the iron sand also scattered around immediately. After resolving the iron sand tornado, Hirako chuckled and said in a mocking tone, "Do you think that the likes of you who merely rely on magnet release can come close enough to stopping me? Just wait for a little while. After I deal with this thing, next I will be coming for you." Fujin's face sank. The restraint of dark release on ninjutsu is too remarkable, and unless it is a highly advanced ninjutsu like that of Uzumaki's Naruto's futon, Raisin Shuriken, which is the epitome of shape and nature transformation, otherwise, ordinary ninjutsu simply doesn't work on him. Not to mention, Fujin isn't even sure whether futon, Raisin Shuriken would work on the current Hirako. After all, the current Hirako is completely different from what he was in the canon. While Fujin was pondering over whether to use Shikatsu Myaku against Hirako or not, Hirako stretched out his arm and released the absorbed magnet release chakra. Then, while controlling the scattered iron sand to attack Fujin, he said with a chiseled grin, "Why don't you have a taste of your own magnet release?" Jiraiya and Tsunade on the ground glanced at each other and decided to join the battle in order to prevent Hirako from taking away the Box of Ultimate Bliss. This time, the member of Amatsukami found someone who can restrain Satori does not mean that they will be so lucky next time. Therefore, Jiraiya and Tsunade would never allow the Box of Ultimate Bliss to fall into the hands of Akatsuki. Boom 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 boom. Explosion! But before Jiraiya or Tsunade could make their move, suddenly there were bursts of explosions that came from all over the village. Obviously, it wasn't just Hirako who entered the village. The other members of Akatsuki have also launched a full-scale attack. Looking at Konoha that has again fallen into a chaotic state, Zetsu muttered, "And now it begins!" Chapter 504, Jiraiya and Tsunade vs. Hirako. The deafening explosions sounded from almost all the directions of the village at the same time. The village, which had just returned to tranquility a few moments ago after the Box of Ultimate Bliss was closed again, fell into chaos, clamor, and roars. While hovering in midair, Fujin looked at the current situation of the village with a solemn expression. In his Byakugan vision, he could see that the eastern part of the village had already fallen into a chaotic state. Within a small area of a few blocks, hundreds of new chakra signatures appeared instantly, and all these chakra signatures were connected to a single point via chakra threads. Fujin didn't need to guess too deeply to realize that the person there must be Satori of the Red Sand, who has already started his Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets. But these 100 puppets weren't the end. There was also the presence of Raza's Gold Sand, Yuki Clan's Ice, and Kagaya Clan's White Bones, among many other types of ninjutsu being used there from time to time. Compared with the chaotic and noisy eastern section, the western section is extremely quiet. But nobody who saw the western section from up in the air would assume that the situation there is normal, because it is completely abnormal. Fujin could see thick mist appearing in the western section, and this thick mist was slowly and steadily engulfing the entire western section, and there were vague sounds of fighting coming from the mist. Then there is Uchiha Clan District, where fire and lightning are constantly rising into the sky. Sometimes ice and fire would collide, sometimes fire and fire would collide. As a result, thick thunder clouds have gathered into the sky above the Uchiha clan district. The Inuzuka clan is swarming with all kinds of birds and beasts along with the constant sound of tornado twisters. The district of the Aburame clan is swarming with countless papers carrying out endless explosions. The district of Sarutobi clan is filled with all kinds of ninjutsu colliding with each other. Overall, it seems to be a doomsday scene, and looking at such a scene, Fujin can't help but mutter, did Akatsuki organization just launch a full-scale attack on Konoha? But Fujin was still a bit confused, but if that's the case, then where are Obito and Nagato? Also, is the Conan attacking the Aburame clan is the real one or is it just a paper clone? Although Fujin can see that Akatsuki organization has launched a full-scale attack on Konoha, he still has to be extremely vigilant against the sneak attacks. After all, there are still a lot of players who haven't yet made their appearance, like Nagato, Pain Rakudo, Obito, Kakuzu, and Haiden. Amongst all of these, Fujin is more vigilant against the sudden appearance of Nagato and Obito, especially Obito. Because Obito is now DMS Obito, he has access to both long-distance Kamui and short-distance Kamui, so he is much more dangerous compared to others. With his long-distance Kamui, Obito can kill anyone in the blink of an eye without even a need to show himself. The tearing of Kamui is something that even truth-seeking orbs cannot resist, let alone him who uses Shikatsu Miyaku for defense, so if once conspired by Obito, only death would await Fujin. Jiraiya and Tsunade on the battlefield naturally heard the movements all over the village. Looking in the direction of the Hokage building, Jiraiya muttered with a solemn expression, they launched a full-scale attack. Tsunade did not turn her gaze from the direction of Hirako standing on top of his chimera bird and said in a deep tone, don't worry about the other things, Sensei has been prepared for this situation and would respond accordingly. For now, we have to get that box of bliss from Hirako's hands, can't let such dangerous thing fall into Akatsuki's hands again. After speaking so, Tsunade jumped on top of a broken wall, facing the survived Konoha shinobi who were still present here, and shouted, don't let the Akatsuki organization take away the box of ultimate bliss. Yes, Tsunade-sama, all the ninjas nodded solemnly and were ready to give their all, even their lives to make sure that the box of bliss does not fall into Akatsuki organization's hands. Having experienced the nightmare-like hard fight not long ago, all the surviving ninjas understood the horror of Satori and the box of ultimate bliss. At the same time, they are also well aware of the consequences should the box of ultimate bliss fall into Akatsuki organization's hands. Therefore, they would rather die than let such dangerous things be taken away by the Akatsuki. Hirako, standing on the back of his chimera bird, sneered, you would all rather die, huh? Whoosh! Then I shall fulfill this wish of yours. Even before his words were finished, Hirako's figure disappeared. Immediately afterward, he suddenly appeared on the ground and directly pierced the heart of Konoha shinobi with his arm that was hardened with steel release. The process was faster than the time he killed Mui. You? What? So fast? The Konoha shinobis around were taken aback and only managed to react when Hirako pulled out his bloody arm from the chest of the dead Konoha shinobi. The corner of Hirako's lips arched to reveal a Glasgow grin, and simultaneously 5 figures of Hirako appeared on the battle and dragging long after images all 5 figure pounced on the 5 Konoha shinobi in a different position. This time, however, the 5 shinobi were ready and defended Hirako's attacks with their individual methods, but the result was still the same, all 5 of them died at the same time as their hearts were pierced by Hirako. After killing the 5 Konoha shinobi, all 5 figures disappeared, as if they were never even present there in the first place. Jiraiya was shocked. There was no white smoke nor any other element. This shows that they were not any kind of clones, but after images, his speed has already reached such a degree? Toad Fukasaku on Jiraiya's shoulder was also shocked, such inhuman speed. Is this really swift release Kekkei Jinkai? Even if all the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield were somewhat tired or wounded, but they were all experienced shinobi, not free melons that can be chopped so easily. Damn it! Tsunade was furious as she saw Hirako slaughtering fellow Konoha shinobi one after another, and without wasting any more breath on trying to convince him with words alone, she pounced on him with her fastest speed to land her explosive punch on her and kill him in one shot. Boom! But the moment her fist touched Hirako, it completely phased through him. Tsunade instantly realized that this is only an afterimage left by Hirako, and her fist, after passing through the afterimage, hit the ground, producing an explosive noise as well as smashing a deep pit that sunk several meters into the ground. Although her attack failed, Tsunade was far from giving up, and instantly turned around to find Hirako's figure. Whoosh! But before she could get up, Hirako suddenly flashed behind her and pierced his through Tsunade's back. Feeling the sudden wind behind her, Tsunade wanted to turn around or flash away, but Hirako's speed was too fast and she could barely tilt her body a few centimeters when Hirako's hand pierced through her back and appeared out of her chest. Puff! Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood and her clothes were wet. But thankfully, Hirako's arm did not puncture her heart because she managed to tilt her body a few centimeters, therefore, she would still live. Hirako obviously noticed this, but he didn't mind. Even if she managed to save her heart from being punctured, it would mean nothing as she would die very soon. Therefore, he decided to play with her a little bit and said with an amused tone, "Tsunade, do you see it now? Do you realize it now? This is the gap between us." Cough cough. Tsunade was unable to answer as blood was accumulating in her throat. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya in the distance exclaimed and rushed over. Hirako's smirk widened as he glanced at Jiraiya. "Are you in such a hurry to die?" and decided to toy with Jiraiya for a little while until Sandaime Hokage himself shows up. But just as Hirako wanted to withdraw his arm that was piercing through Tsunade, his brows frowned because he found that his arm couldn't be pulled out. Although Tsunade was coughing up blood, she was also tightly holding Hirako's hand that pierced through her chest. Then immediately she waved her elbow behind in order to smash Hirako's head. Smash! Contrary to what Tsunade expected, there was no sound of bones breaking, nor was there any sound of muscles tearing, which made her frown. Tsunade turned her head onto to notice that her elbow was blocked by Hirako's other arm that was hardened by steel release, and 3 black tomo were already spinning in Hirako's Sharingan. Seeing the Sharingan, the surprise on Tsunade's face was clearly apparent, and noting her surprise, Hirako said, "The contraction of muscles in your shoulder blades has already exposed your intention. Tsunade, anything you do would have no effect in front of these eyes." Immediately afterward, lightning appeared on Hirako's arm that was piercing through Tsunade's chest. The use of lightning caused a paralyzing sensation on Tsunade's body and loosened her grip on Hirako's hand. Using this opportunity, Hirako instantly pulled back his hand at the same time, lifted his leg hardened with steel release, and heavily kicked Tsunade's back, which broke several bones in her body. The debut release occurred at NOV3L equals B, J, N. At this time, Jiraiya also rushed over and started fighting with Hirako. While Jiraiya is in Sannin mode, all of his physical stats including action speed, reaction speed, striking strength, perception, ninjutsu etc. are boosted to the limit. And with the cooperation of the 2 great sage toads that can assist Jiraiya in the honored Sannin mode, it is not an exaggeration to say that his fighting power doubles. However, Hirako is also one of the strongest existences in the current shinobi world, with the combination of 5 Kekkei Jinkai including Swift Release, Steel Release, Dark Release, Storm Release, and Sharingan, coupled with the Chimera Buds in his body and the Dark Medical Ninjutsu that he has mastered. Hirako is not only not afraid of the Jiraiya in the Sannin mode, but is more than confident enough in fully thrashing Jiraiya. Boom 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 boom. The 2 of them are like monsters, constantly fighting on the ground, dragging out countless afterimages across the battlefield. Each and every move would produce shocking airwaves and ear-piercing loud noise. When Jiraiya fought with Hirako, the Konoha shinobis were a little relieved and hoped that Jiraiya-sama can defeat this monster, but it's a pity that they hoped too much of him, as after just a few exchanges, Jiraiya was ruthlessly kicked out by Hirako. Boom! Jiraiya, who was kicked out by Hirako, knocked out several buildings in a row and barely managed to stop the momentum of his body as the smoke and dust covered the sky. Hirako twisted his neck and said in a disappointing tone, "Is Sannin mode only at this level?" Initially, Hirako had high hopes from Jiraiya, who can use the Sannin mode. After all, the power of Senju Hashirama in the Sannin mode was simply mind-boggling. But after personally experiencing the power of Jiraiya in the Sannin mode, Hirako was seriously disappointed. While Hirako looked at Jiraiya with a disappointed gaze, Jiraiya, who crawled out of the rubble, coughed out blood, and his heart was stormy as he looked at Hirako with an incredulous expression. If he was in his best state, then there is no way he would be defeated so quickly at the hands of Hirako, but not long. He fought against Satori that not only resulted in heavy chakra consumption but also inflicted some injuries, so the state of Jiraiya when he fought against Hirako, Jiraiya was already a bit tired. Not to mention, he can't use Senjutsu Chakra Enhanced Ninjutsu against Hirako as they will be easily absorbed by Hirako, therefore, Jiraiya's combat effectiveness is greatly limited against Hirako, who can cope up with all forms of combat thanks to his 5 Kekkei Jinkai. But even with all that, Jiraiya had to admit that he is no longer Hirako's opponent. The difference in raw power is simply too much. Jiraiya has a feeling that even if the current him, Tsunade, and Orochimaru worked together to fight, the result would be no different, and they would still be defeated. Hirako obviously didn't care about Jiraiya's thoughts, and looking at the two of the legendary Sannin lying injured at his feet, Hirako said with a carefree smile, "It's a pity that Orochimaru has already defected, because if not, then I would have easily thrashed the legendary Sannin here, and I wonder, what is Sandaime Hokage thinking upon looking at the scene here? I really want to see his current expression." Boom! While Hirako was distracted in mocking Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sandaime Hokage, a loud explosive sound resounded and the entire battlefield shook. Everyone turned to look at the cause and noticed that the box of ultimate bliss that was supposed to be present on the back of Hirako's chimera bird has fallen from the sky. Immediately afterward, Fujin's figure also slowly floated down and gracefully landed on top of the box of ultimate bliss. Chapter 505, Overwhelming Hirako. Boom! Just as the box of ultimate bliss and Fujin landed on the ground one after another, Hirako's chimera bird in the sky also let out a painful cry. With blood constantly dripping out of the large hole in its body, it crashed into a nearby building and died immediately. Hirako frowned and shifted his vision to Fujin standing carefreely on top of the box of ultimate bliss. Hirako noticed that although Fujin has also experienced a long battle against the monster of the box of ultimate bliss just like Tsunade and Jiraiya, there are no visible traces of that battle on Fujin's body. In fact, there was not even a speck of dust on his black gold-rimmed Amatsukumi cloak. Hirako then focused his gaze on the green wind-patterned mask of the other party, and sneered coldly, "You didn't run away using this opportunity?" The members of Amatsukumi are inexplicably self-confident even in the face of their death. Fujin didn't answer, just coldly glanced at Hirako. In the original Naruto story, Hirako failed to successfully complete his Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual. At that time, he, who barely managed to absorb 4 Kekkei Jinkai, was already capable of crushing Hatake Kakashi's Squad 7 along with the rest of Konoha 11. Just imagine, a Hokage candidate like Hatake Kakashi couldn't manage to hold his own against Hirako. This alone proves that Hirako's strength at that time was already beyond Kakashi's level, who was already a Kage-level shinobi. At the last moment, if Hirako hadn't insisted on absorbing Naruto's futon, Raisin Shuriken with his dark release, he wouldn't have paid the price of failing. Futon, Raisin Shuriken turned out to be far superior ninjutsu than he had imagined. As a result, not only was he unable to absorb it but also suffered serious injuries after the failure, because he couldn't dodge it in time because it was already too late. If he hadn't insisted on that, then Hirako wouldn't have lost and died on that day. But even if he lost and died, it wouldn't be wrong to assume that Hirako at that time was already a Kage-class powerhouse. And in this verse, not only did he get the full support of the Akatsuki organization in carrying out his Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual, but also managed to successfully absorb all 5 Kekkei Jinkai that he wanted to. So, if we exclude the hidden dangers of Chimera Buds and 5 extra souls in his body, then it wouldn't be wrong to say that the current Hirako is a perfect fusion of all 5 Kekkei Jinkai. Moreover, the 5 Kekkei Jinkai that he has absorbed in this verse are far more compatible with his body than they were in canon. So, in terms of potential and pure strength, Hirako was already a Super Kage-class powerhouse at the moment he successfully completed the ritual. The only shortcoming he had was the lack of combat experience, which is the common problem of most researchers. However, after so many fierce life and death battles that he has experienced ever since completing his ritual, this shortcoming of Hiriko is also being quickly made up. The last battle he fought against the Yondaime Raikage was the clear proof. Although Hiriko at that time failed to kill the Raikage, he did manage to overwhelm and suppress Raikage, who is supposed to be the fastest shinobi alive. Fujin, who has had the same experience as Hiriko, knows very well that with the enrichment of combat experience and increased proficiency in the use of various Kekkei Jinkai, the combat wisdom of Hiriko can already display his 100% strength. So now, Fujin at a single glance can see that the current Hiriko has far surpassed all the current Kage. In fact, even if the 5 Kage were to team up together to fight him, they would still be unable to do much damage to Hiriko, and would still be defeated just like they were defeated at the hands of Madara in the 4th Great Shinobi War. After all, ninjutsu is pretty much useless against him. In taijutsu, he is already one of the best in the shinobi world, faster than Raikage, stronger than Tsunade. Coupled with the insight and Jinjutsu bonus that Sharingan provides him, there is hardly any attack that would escape his eyes, so Fujin doesn't believe that any of the current Kage has what it takes to defeat Hiriko. Of course, the Death Reaper seal in Sandaime Hokage's hands might prove effective, but who knows if the Shinigami will be able to match Hiriko's speed and rip Hiriko's soul out of his body. So, in simple words, Hiriko is no longer what he used to be a few years ago. If someone looks at him with the same old eyes and treats him in the way they used to treat him a few years ago, then their end would be the same as bloody Jiraiya and Tsunade, who have fallen to the ground and are unable to put up even a decent fight. Of course, Fujin is different. Whoosh 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 whoosh. While Fujin and Hiriko observed each other, several figures appeared on the battlefield. These people are either dressed in Konoha shinobi vests, or Konoha Anbu vests, meaning they are Konoha reinforcements sent by Sandaime Hokage. Many of these shinobi are Fujin, such as Hatake Kakashi's special tactical team, including other shinobi. In fact, even Team Ro led by Watatsumi, a shadow clone, is also part of the reinforcement. The current situation is different from when Satori attacked the village. At that time, Sandaime Hokage had learned about Satori's special abilities through Jiraiya and knew that the number advantage wouldn't work against Satori. Therefore, he did not send out too many shinobi to the battlefield. But right now, Akatsuki organization has launched a full-scale attack on Konoha. The Konoha shinobi stationed at various key areas have all started to use comprehensive strategies to resist and counter the revenge of the Akatsuki organization. Now glancing at Konoha shinobi in front of him that have come here as reinforcement, not only was Fujin not happy, instead, he frowned slightly. The enemy in front of Hiriko, most of these shinobi that have been sent here by Sandaime Hokage are useless. Except for his shadow clone, i.e. Watatsumi, Hatake Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, nobody else is even qualified to be present here, so he had to figure out how to send them away from here. After all, their presence here is equivalent to seeking death at the hands of Hiriko. While Fujin thought about how to deal with these people, the Konoha shinobi who have arrived here as reinforcement noticed the bloody Jiraiya and the injured Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya-sama. As soon as they spotted the injured Tsunade and Jiraiya, a commotion broke out among the Konoha shinobi who have come here as reinforcements. Obviously, nobody expected that as soon as they would come to the battlefield, they would spot 2 of the legendary Sannin injured and knocked down by a member of the Akatsuki organization. But even if a commotion broke out, there were still a few calm individuals in the crowd who maintained their cool, like Watatsumi for example, who instead of panicking, ordered their subordinates to help Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama. So with the support of Konoha shinobi, both Jiraiya and Tsunade stood up. Based on the damage both of them received at Hiriko's hands, Tsunade's injury should have been much worse compared to Jiraiya, but at this moment, Tsunade is in a much better condition than Jiraiya. The bloody hole that ran through her back to her chest has disappeared with no scars left behind, although she seems to be a little exhausted. On the other hand, although Jiraiya's injuries have healed quite a lot under Tsunade's treatment, there is still a look of malaise. Not to mention the excessive chakra consumption, because of which the Sannin mode has disappeared, and the 2 great Sage Toad are also panting lightly. Despite all this, Hirako did not take advantage of this good opportunity. Instead, he watched this scene with great interest, as if he is relishing the pain Konoha is feeling today. Even a few years back, he had wanted to destroy Konoha but was unable to due to many reasons, but today Konoha will finally be destroyed, and this is making him very ecstatic. He wants to enjoy every bit of this moment. At this moment, Akame's figure flashed to the side of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, and while vigilantly watching Hirako, she looked at Fujin and asked in a very familiar tone, "What's the situation now? Are we already so familiar with each other? Besides, doesn't she realize that currently, she is in her Umbu guise? So, by common sense, I shouldn't be able to recognize her," thought Fujin under his breath, then realized, or maybe she didn't try to hide it because she knows about my Byakugan? Yes, this seems reasonable. After thinking so, Fujin looked at Akame and said, "You came here just right, this box will be handed over to you." Kakashi, who wasn't dressed as an Umbu, but as a regular Konoha shinobi, also came near the box, and while carefully watching it he asked, "This is Kusagakure's Box of Ultimate Bliss?" Fujin nodded gently, "Yes, take it away and seal it somewhere so that Akatsuki doesn't get their hands on it." Although Fujin also has an interest in the Box of Ultimate Bliss and would like to study it, however, the current situation is too precarious and he can't get distracted with the Box of Ultimate Bliss while fighting against the members of the Akatsuki organization, so it is better to let Konoha safe keep it for him until he feels like wants to study it. Seeing that Amatsukami did not attempt to take the Box of Ultimate Bliss with them, Kakashi sighed in a relieved tone, then waved his hands to his subordinates and asked them to transport this ominous box to somewhere safe. Under Kakashi's instructions, several Konoha shinobi came towards the Box of Ultimate Bliss and tried to remove it from the main battlefield. Hirako on the other side also noted the actions of Konoha shinobi. With a frown he took a step forward, and while walking towards the Box of Ultimate Bliss he said with a scowl, "Who allowed you pests to move the Box of Ultimate Bliss?" Seeing Hirako coming closer and closer, Akame took out a pair of kunai and was going forward to try to stop him, but was stopped by Fujin. "You are not his opponent. Don't rush to a meaningless early death." Akame looked at Fujin with a puzzled look and asked, "There are so many of us, can he still defeat all of us single-handedly?" Whoosh! The moment Akame's words fell, Hirako had already flashed in front of her and raised his hardened arm in order to pierce through Akame's chest to kill her in one shot. This. Seeing Hirako's darkened arm strengthened by steel release gradually approaching her chest, Kurenai's face, under her Akame mask, was astonished. Her body was unable to react to such high speed and she literally felt death approaching her step by step. Smash! But just as Hirako's arm approached Akame's chest, and was about to pierce through her heart, Hirako's figure suddenly disappeared with a loud smashing sound as he was kicked away by Fujin. Boom! Before anyone could react to the sudden change in the situation, Hirako, who had flown away and collided with a building about hundreds of meters away, quickly stood up and glared at Fujin with eyes burning in rage. "You are looking for death." The kick just now was nothing to him. Hirako's entire body is strengthened by steel release, so ordinary taijutsu attacks are meaningless against him as they cannot hurt him. Although he isn't hurt physically, he is still very annoyed at being kicked in the face. It's as if the other party wasn't just kicking his body, he was also kicking his pride. Fujin could care less about what Hirako felt. After having kicked away Hirako, he walked in front of Akame and said to her, "Take that box and retreat. None of you are capable of surviving against him, only I can deal with him." Yes. After having a first-hand experience of just how powerful Hirako is, Akame felt ashamed and annoyed. Although reluctantly, she followed Fujin's order and retreated back. Kakashi on the side suddenly felt a little tangled up. He wasn't sure whether he should help the Amatsukami member in front of him to deal with Hirako, or if he should retreat back along with Akame. However, Hirako didn't let Kakashi feel tangled up for too long and said viciously, "Your magnet release is useless against me, and since you are so eager to suffer, then I don't mind tearing up your limbs. Anyway, as long as you don't die, Nagato should be able to extract information out of you." After that, he pulled out an afterimage and rushed towards Fujin at a faster speed compared to the time he fought against Jiraiya. Chapter 506, Fujin vs. Hirako. We'll see about that. After a light snort, Fujin didn't bother to waste his breath. He directly flashed from his position and greeted Hiroko's fist in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the two figures collided with each other at an extremely fast speed, and a booming sound rang in the surroundings due to the collision of two fists. Immediately afterward, everyone felt the airwaves produced by the collision of two fists. Crack! Broke! Ears and air weren't the only ones affected by the collision. Even the ground beneath Fujin and Hiroko's feet instantly collapsed due to the huge reaction force, and the cracks continued to extend outward, covering a range of dozens of meters. Unexpectedly, your physical strength is not so weak, Hiroko muttered with a wicked smile. Undoubtedly, after this short collision of fists, Hiroko realized that the other party's physical strength is also extraordinary, and with the way he carries himself, he is not just a ninjutsu-type shinobi who only relies on magnet release, but Hiroko isn't pressured or panicked by this misjudgment. On the contrary, he is excited and feels as if his blood is boiling for a good fight before he captures the other party. Fujin did not bother answering Hiroko. He just tilted his head slightly and instantly used a reverse sweeping kick. Hiroko's body sank. The black three-tomo and the scarlet copy wheel were spinning quickly. Although he cannot see the contraction and relaxation of muscles in the other party's body because of the other party's cloak, this doesn't stop him from avoiding the other party's attacks upon judging their trajectory. And immediately after dodging the other party's reverse sweeping kick, he immediately strengthened his right arm with steel release and pushed it forward to directly pierce through the other party's chest. At this instant, Fujin's body was still in midair because of the momentum of the previous reverse sweeping kick, and there was almost no foothold for him to use in order to dodge the attack, so Hiroko's face flashed a smile which clearly indicated his success. Humph, he dared to compare speed with my swift release? And insight with my Sharingan? Such a stupid guy. Hiroko sneered coldly. He is more than confident that except for Nagato, and Nagato's Tendo Pain, nobody in this shinobi world surpasses him in terms of speed and insight. At the same time, he also enjoyed the sense of accomplishment that comes with stifling powerhouses. For a moment, Hiroko even felt that if the member of Amatsukami in front of him was stronger, perhaps this Konoha collapse plan would have become more interesting. Heh, it's a pit. However, Hiroko's smile quickly solidified, because Fujin, who was in midair, adjusted his body in such a posture that he not only avoided Hiroko's piercing arm but also landed several back-and-forth kicks. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and Hiroko, who was again kicked away by Fujin, flew all the way to the end of the street and knocked another big hole on the same wall of the same building he previously collided into. Of course, he wasn't seriously injured or anything because his body was completely hardened by the use of steel release, so without much weight, he jumped out again, but his face was no longer the same as it used to be, and no longer filled with mockery. One time could be fluke or carelessness, but the second time cannot be. At the same time, he also realized a few other things and was deeply shocked. But how is this possible? For some reason, Hiroko had a faint feeling that the other party knows Sharingan very well, and even knows how to deceive Sharingan's insight, but this is obviously impossible unless the other party also has Sharingan. Is it possible that he also has the Sharingan? Thought Hiroko for a moment. He didn't think of any other dojutsu, because as far as he knows, except for Sharingan, no other dojutsu allows its user to be able to use the Eye of Insight. Fujin obviously didn't know Hiroko's thoughts, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The reason he understands Sharingan so well is that he has personally used Sharingan, Manjikyu Sharingan, and even the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that Hiroko would never be able to in his entire life. Not to mention, he has trained with Shisui and Itachi for years already. Both of them are masters in using the Sharingan. Hiroko, no matter how good he is, will never be able to compare to the likes of Shisui and Itachi. Besides, Fujin currently has Byakugan, so he can perceive Hiroko's chakra flow and react accordingly, coupled with the fact that he can sense the change in the surrounding airflow caused by the movements of Hiroko, so nothing Hiroko does would escape Fujin's perception. Moreover, Fujin has to not only fight Hiroko but also guard against the sneak attack from Nagato and Obito. Therefore, his perception is currently 100% activated, so Fujin is paying attention to each and every change in the surrounding airflow. He had to make sure that he can perceive Kamui, lest it tears him apart and he dies here inexplicably. While Fujin was silent, Hirako noted that the Konoha shinobi have taken this opportunity to move the Box of Ultimate Bliss out of his field of vision. Angered, Hirako roared, "Damn it, now it appears that I must get serious." Whoosh! In less than an instant, Hirako, who disappeared from his previous position, rushed straight towards Fujin. The full speed displayed by Hirako under the complete eruption of his strength is simply jaw-dropping. Even if it was just an ordinary impact, it stirred up high-pressured airwaves, and a faint sonic boom resounded in everyone's ears. Fujin's expression shrank, although he had expected that Hirako has not yet displayed his true limits. Now that the scene appeared before him, he could no longer keep his hands and must fight this battle with a bit of seriousness. Boom 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 bang 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 bang. And as the two figures clashed, dozens of afterimages appeared on the battlefield in less than a split second. Obviously, the ones fighting are only two people, but their speed is so fast that to normal people it appears as if dozens of people are clashing against one another. Each other their moves would produce a sonic boom, create high-pressure sharp airwaves that were even capable of cutting through stones. The ground beneath their feet would crack and an endless roar of walls and houses collapsing burst out. Are they some kind of monsters? The Konoha shinobi on the sidelines were stunned and their eyebrows jumped out in shock upon witnessing such an inhuman level of battle. Let alone ordinary Konoha jonin, even Jiraiya and Tsunade were not much different. Both of their faces were filled with astonishment. The strength and speed of Fujin and Hirako have completely exceeded the dimension of their imagination. Moreover, this sonic speed is not a one-time burst, as the two of them are constantly fighting at such an inhuman speed and are only getting faster and faster as their battle is progressing. And those dazzling taijutsu skills are simply making their goosebumps stand up in fear, nervousness, and excitement. Toad Fukasaku, who had previously jumped on top of Jiraiya's head, said in wonder, unexpectedly, "This member of Akatsuki can match the speed displayed by Swift Release. It's really incredible." Jiraiya nodded with a dumb expression. "I am afraid, currently there is only one shinobi in Konoha who might be able to match such inhuman speed, Uchiha Shursui. He might stand a chance against these two, in terms of the speed department, at least." Tsunade thought a little and said, "It wouldn't be wrong to say that both of them stand at the pinnacle of taijutsu unless it is someone who has mastered the Kenjutsu Hashimen Tonku and has opened the state of Gate of Death." Although very reluctant, both Tsunade and Jiraiya also had to admit that in the current Konoha, almost no one can reach the inhuman level of strength of the two people in front of them. And listening to the comments and analysis of Jiraiya and Tsunade, who are legendary Sannin, the Konoha shinobi on the sidelines felt palpitations. At the same time, they can't help but look at Fujin with a thankful gaze. Fortunately, a member of Akatsuki took the initiative to resist Hirako, otherwise, this battlefield would have been filled with corpses of Konoha shinobi, and this battle wouldn't be about resisting Konoha's enemies, it would be a battle for survival, with Hirako being their hunter and them being the prey. Boom 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 boom. In the dim light under the cover of stars, Fujin and Hirako were like ghostly existences, fast almost to the degree of invisibility, constantly flashing and fighting. No matter what they encountered along the way, houses, courtyard walls, streetlights, etc., were all broken or smashed with just the sonic boom and high-pressured airwaves produced by each of their collision. It didn't even take a few seconds, and an entire street was destroyed in just a few collisions. Kakashi was also shocked by what he was seeing in front of him, but he had to accept the reality. And ever since he lost the Sharingan, his insight has dropped, so to better understand the flow of battle he had to ask Jiraiya next to him, "Jiraiya-sama, who do you think will win?" Jiraiya shook his head. "I am afraid I can't judge. They are too fast for me to be able to understand the flow of battle." Tsunade spoke her analysis. Hirako not only has swift release for speed but also steel release for body strength and defense, coupled with the insight of the Sharingan. This battle would start to tilt in his favor if the stalemate continued. Akame, who was also watching the battle while standing next to Watatsumi, immediately said, "Fujin will definitely not lose." As soon as Akame spoke, the eyes of all Konoha shinobi converged on Akame's body. Watatsumi narrowed his eyes, and immediately thought, if a stray rock were to crush her, would I be suspected of murdering her? Kakashi quickly asked, Fujin? Are you saying that the name of this Amatsukami member is Fuin? Is it the real name, or the code name? And how did you know? Akame realized that she has made a slip of the tongue, and had to explain, when I was kidnapped by Orochimaru not long, it was because of him that I managed to sneak away. I heard Orochimaru call him by this name. Yes, it should be his code name, not the real name. Listening to Akame's reply, Watatsumi turned back to observing the battle, and thought, I guess she gets to live tonight. Tsunade said, Fujin? Well, it does match the element of his disguise, he is indeed the representative of wind chakra nature. Konoha's intelligence team has analyzed that each of the members of Amatsukami represents a specific chakra nature, and their code names also represent the Shinto gods that somehow or other represent the respective chakra nature, such as Yama, Suijin, Homasubi, and now Fujin. The leader Yama obviously represents In chakra nature, Suijin with the ice release Kekkei Genkai represents water chakra nature, Homasubi with the Manjikyu Sharingan and unique golden flames represent fire chakra nature, and this Fujin in front of them represents wind chakra nature. And using this exact theory, the villages have also speculated that there should be 7 members in Amatsukami, each one representing a unique chakra nature. So, in addition to the already known 4 members, there must be 3 other members, one representing Earth Chakra nature, the second representing Lightning Chakra nature, and the last one representing Yang Chakra nature. Chapter 507, Nikomata Domain and Fuafua. Somewhere in the dark. A teenager with unkempt short black hair, a tanto sheathed on his back, and a black cloak draped over his body, cautiously walked through the silent and dark ruins as he tried to recall what this place is but couldn't figure it out. He doesn't know where he is, and as far as he has observed this area after gaining consciousness, nothing except for the sound of his footsteps could be heard in these gloomy dark passages. After walking for who knows how long, but with no entrance, exit, end, or fork in his sight, the figure finally couldn't help it and sighed helplessly, Sigh, how did I even end up here? The last time I checked, I and Itachi were searching for the traces of Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror. This figure is obviously none other than that of Uchiha Shisui, who along with Uchiha Itachi was at the Nikomata ruins, trying to find the location of Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror as per Kuroto's instructions. He and Itachi had almost gotten close to finding the Sword of Totsuka, but suddenly something unexpected happened, and Itachi was directly sucked inside the stone gourd, while he, who tried to rescue Itachi, fell into a bottomless hole and unexpectedly found himself in these centuries-old ruins after regaining consciousness. Initially, Shisui thought that perhaps these ruins are located beneath the Nikomata shrine he was previously at, so he tried to get out of here by bypassing the roof, but was unable to because there is simply no roof above his head, it's just pure darkness he sees above. Then Shisui thought about using a rough approach and tried breaking through the side walls virtue to brute strength, but unexpectedly, the walls were so sturdy that even the drill sword of his Susanoo couldn't get past them. The fact that even his Susanoo couldn't nick the walls finally made Shisui realize that wherever he is, this place is not so ordinary, and getting out of here wouldn't be as easy as he assumed it would be. Of course, Shisui has also noticed faint traces of Jinjutsu in the surroundings, but since the Jinjutsu wasn't seriously affecting his perception, so he didn't care about it too deeply, or more like, even if he does dispels the Jinjutsu, it would start to act again no matter how many times he dispels it. This strangeness obviously aroused Shisui's curiosity. A Jinjutsu that cannot be dispelled no matter how many times he tries, even with his Manjikyu Sharingan? It's interesting indeed. Although interested, Shisui, however, had to restrain his curiosity and focus on finding his way out of here, because he is worried about Itachi and the village. Therefore, Shisui again determined himself and started walking through the dark and gloomy passages with the intention of getting out of here as soon as he can. Step! At this time, there was a sudden noise behind him. Although Shisui didn't stop, he was vigilant. Black cloak fluttered, his hand slowly reached out for the tanto on his back, and his scarlet eyes searched for the source of the sound. Whoosh! A black shadow quickly passed by Shisui. Shirsui's steps didn't stop at the slightest, but his eyes turned slightly. In the darkness, a pair of green eyes turned around and stared at Shirsui. The two pairs of eyes, one green and one scarlet, stared at each other, and then the fluff on the body of the black shadow exploded and it let out a low groan. Meow. In this extremely quiet environment, this meow was extraordinarily infiltrating. Shirsui frowned, a cat, and there was a tinge of surprise on his face, then the realization, wait. A cat! But how did this cat get in here? And if she can get in here, maybe she can also help me get out of this place? With this thought, Shirsui crouched down and after bringing his hand forward, he said, come here, Kuriri. The cat, however, didn't seem to be pleased by Shirsui's action. Not every cat is called Kuriri. The voice sounded raspy to the ears and its tone clearly indicated that it is annoyed at Shirsui. Shirsui was a little stagnant and asked cautiously, then is it Momo? Or maybe Kuro? Shirsui's words seemed to have made the cat more annoyed, but she didn't care about it, for now. Instead, she looked up and down at Shirsui, especially at those pair of scarlet eyes with a unique four-edged shuriken pattern, and after a bit of thinking, she said, follow me. However, this time her voice was quite sultry, which felt quite awkward. After all, the voice didn't come from the mouth of an adult human girl but from that of a female black cat. Shirsui was surprised, not at her voice but at what she said. He didn't expect that the cat would ask him to follow her, and asked curiously, where do you want to take me? The cat said, don't you want to get out of here? Shirsui nodded, I do in fact. But before that, can you tell me where exactly am I? The cat thought a little, then answered, this is Nikomata domain, or you can say the land of Nikomata. Nikomata? Muttered Shirsui in surprise, then asked again, as in the Nikomata, from the folklore? The black cat confused, I don't know what folklore you are talking about, but in simple terms, Nikomatas are a kind of cat yokai. Shirsui nodded slightly, and apologized, I apologize for trespassing in the domain of Nikomata. I ended up here accidentally, please forgive my discourtesy. Can you please show me the way out of here? The cat didn't answer, she just turned around and started walking forward, and said, I am going to lead you to meet our leader, Kuroka-sama. She sensed your presence in this domain and she is the only one who can lead you out of the Nekashu domain. If you convince her, then you can go out of here. Shirsui seemed hesitant to follow the black cat. After all, he didn't know much about the Nikomatas and this place, so he is not sure what to do. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0v3 Elbin site. The black cat was obviously not so patient. Noting that the kid was still standing in a daze, she said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up! I don't have all day. Shirsui sighed and finally decided to follow the cat. Anyway, what's the worst that can happen? It's Fuafua, said the black cat just as the two started to walk. What? Asked Shirsui in confusion. Fuafua, my name, you wanted to know, right? So, my name is Fuafua, repeated the black cat. Oh! Then Fuafua-san can call me Shirsui, said Shirsui with a friendly smile. Fuafua nodded lightly and continued to lead the way. The sound of footsteps gently echoed in the silent passage as one cat and one human slowly walked through the passage. As he followed the Fuafua, Shirsui had a surprised look on his face. Earlier, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find his way out of here. No matter how much he walked, all the passages seemed similar with no clear clue that would lead him out, with no clear direction. But under the Fuafua-san's guidance, the scenery changed. Now all the passages seemed subtly different, and this surprised him, made him wonder, why is this the case? Fuafua seemed to have noticed Shirsui's doubts, and answered, it's because the presence of natural energy in the surroundings is very dense, so it was hindering with your perception. Only those who have mastered Senjutsu can find a clear path out of here. Those who have not mastered Senjutsu will keep wandering in this never-ending maze and die out of hunger, unless they are guided by someone who has mastered Senjutsu. Shirsui noted the term natural energy and Senjutsu said by Fuafua, then realized that it is indeed possible. He is not ignorant to this energy system that is more primitive and somewhat superior compared to chakra that shinobi uses. After all, Jiraiya uses Senjutsu, which is a combination of natural energy and chakra. But at the same time, a doubt appeared in his mind. Does that mean I won't be able to find my way out of here if I cannot sense natural energy or haven't mastered Senjutsu? The answer to this question is very important to him because Shui has neither an method of sensing natural energy nor has he mastered Senjutsu. Shui knows just how difficult mastering Senjutsu truly is. In his knowledge, there have only been 2 shinobi who have mastered Senjutsu since Konoha was established. The first was naturally Shodame Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who calmed the troubled times of the Warring States era, while the second is one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Of course, Shui also knows that Kuroto-san seems to be trying to master Senjutsu, but whether he has mastered it or not is unknown to Shui. Apart from these 3, Shui hasn't heard that anyone else has been able to master Senjutsu, therefore, he is worried, because if there is no other way, then how will he get out of here? Fuin didn't give any answer to Shui's question and continued to walk forward. As far as she knows, as long as Kuroka-sama wants, she can naturally send this child out of Nikomata domain, but Fuin doesn't know what plans does Kuroka-sama has for this child, therefore, she chose to remain silent. And Shui was really troubled by the Fuin's silence. At the same time, he also became nervous. Fuin seemed to be enjoying Shui's nervous expression. It's as if she has found a new toy. At the same time, there are other thoughts. Despite possessing such strength, the boy is quite naive and innocent. Perhaps, this is why Kuroka-sama has taken an interest in him. I wonder if he is the one Kuroka-sama will choose. Chapter 508, Kuroka e Nekashu? As Fuin and Shui walked deeper and deeper, Shui got to see several shadows. Some constantly passed by the 2 and casually looked at Shui with a unique glint in their eyes, while others were looking at the 2 from far away, watching with cold eyes. But one thing was common in all of them: none of them dared to approach closer, yet they all kept a respectful posture towards Fuin. These are all cat summons. Each of them has the strength to match the strength of a low-level Genin, and their tentatively strongest person is equivalent to a low level of a Chunin according to human shinobi standards. But Shui isn't much interested in these cats. He already has crows as his signature summons, so adding Genin or Chunin level cats in his summons wouldn't be any benefit for him. If he has to sign another summon contract, then it has to be with some powerful summon animal, like that of Gamabunta that Jiraiya uses, or maybe Manda used by Orochimaru, or maybe Aoda or Okinabuta that Kuroto has signed a summoning contract with, else why would he bother taking someone who would only drag him down? So, without paying much attention to these cats, Shui continued to follow Fuin. Fuin observed Shui, and noting that he didn't pay much attention to these cats, she nodded in appreciation. Fuin doesn't really like these cats. If it is up to her, she would rather shoo them all away so that they don't litter around the entrance of the shrine. A while later, the 2 arrived at a narrow dark passage. Shui looked at the passage, but he couldn't see anything, like anything. It was pure black with no light passing by, like a black hole. Meow. At the entrance of the narrow passage, Fuin stopped and glanced backward. After making sure that Shui obediently following behind her, she spoke softly, "Follow me and make sure to keep up." Then after a pause, she spoke in a deep tone of voice, "If you are unable to keep up, or get distracted midway, then you will be lost forever." Shui gulped nervously, but after taking a deep breath he nodded and readied himself. If it is about keeping up, then Shui is quite confident in his speed. After all, he is the second fastest shinobi in Konoha, so he should be able to keep up with Fuin, right? As for the matter of getting distracted, his training as a shinobi should help him keep focused. Seeing that Shui nodded, Fuin said nothing more and jumped into the darkness. Whoosh! Nikomatas have lived in this mysterious domain for generations, and only with their unique sensory skills and mastery over their unique senjutsu can one traverse through these pathways, but Shui neither has any understanding of senjutsu, nor does he possess their unique sensory skills. Therefore, he can only rely on Fuin. As such, he immediately picked speed and followed after Fuin. Whoosh! The 2 figures quickly dispersed into darkness one after another. In this darkness, Shui wasn't able to see anything, nor was he able to sense anything. It felt as if there is nothing present here. At the same time, he also seems to be able to sense everything, as if everything is present here. This state felt unrealistic, at the same time, panicked him. Because this state was not a good thing, because in this state, either his brain will receive no information and cease to function, or his brain will not be able to process too much information at once and will be lost. Whichever thing may happen, there will only be one result: he will lose track of Fuin, and as she said earlier, he will forever be lost. Calm down, breath in, breathe out, breath in, breathe out, breath in, breathe out, breath in, breathe out, now focus. After muttering this sentence to himself many times, Shui calmed his mind, and released all his thoughts. Then his attention was finally on Fuin, who was already about 100 meters ahead of him, while he was standing still at the entrance. Realizing that he has only taken a single step, Shui gulped in horror, because, to him, it felt that he had been in this place for hours. This place is really creepy. After muttering to himself, Shui hurried forward and closely followed after Fuin. He is able to keep himself sane here without my help? He does have potential, at least, thought Fuin in surprise. Then she increased her speed in order to test Shui's limits. Shui did not disappoint her and kept following behind her closely, and soon both of them were running at their full speed. Of course, this was very difficult for Shui, resisting the chaos of this darkness, at the same time not only keeping track of Fuin but also keeping up with her put too much pressure on him, but he just gritted his teeth and persevered. After a while of running at their full speed, which almost lasted an eternity for Shui, the scene suddenly changed, the darkness disappeared, and light emerged. Coming out of the darkness, Shui immediately collapsed on the ground in a cold sweat, and took deep breaths. That was too scary. Fuin said nothing and calmly waited for Shui to recover. If she is honest, then she is really surprised that Shui managed to preserve until the very end. So, her opinion of him has increased, and she is willing to wait for him to recover. After a while, when Shui recovered, he looked at the scenery in front of him. They seemed to be present at the entrance of a shrine. And behind him is a large torii gate. The design and appearance of the shrine somewhat reminded him of the ruined shrine he and Itachi were present at before as they were searching for the traces of Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror. Is it the same shrine? Or is different? Just as Shui thought, his attention turned towards people, or rather, more cats, who were guarding the shrine. These cat guards also sensed the arrival of Shui, but noting that he is accompanied by Fuin, each of them bowed respectfully and gave way for them to enter the shrine. While walking towards the shrine, Shui noted something: the cats here are different from the ones outside. Fuin seems to have noticed Shui's doubts, and said, "The ones you saw outside were just some cats who can fight and can be used as cannon fodder class summons, but the ones here are Nekomata. We may look similar, but we are very different." For an analogy, the difference between a cat and a Nekomata is similar to a monkey and a human in a human's case. One basic physical characteristic you can use to differentiate between a cat and a Nekomata is by noting the number of tails they have. A cat has only one tail, while a Nekomata generally has two tails. Hearing Fuin's words, Shui looked at the cat guards and noted that all these cat guards have two tails, as she said, which means they are all Nekomata. Then he also looked at the Fuin's butt, and she too has two tails, which means she is also a Nekomata. Understanding this, Shui asked, "Fuin-san, you mentioned that a Nekomata generally has two tails. Does that mean a Nekomata can have more than two tails?" Fuin nodded. It happens, but very rarely." "Well, anyway, come along, we are almost there." Shui nodded, then asked again, "So, is this Kuroka-sama also a Nekomata?" Fuin nodded, and patiently explained, "Correct, but not accurate. Kuroka-sama is a Nekishu, a special variant, among Nekomata. Nekishu is the strongest type of Nekomata. Currently, there are only two Nekishu in existence. The first is naturally Kuroka-sama, while the other one is Kuroka-sama's younger sister, Chiron-sama." Shui nodded in understanding, then followed Fuin into the shrine. After walking for a while, the two arrived outside a gate. The gate is very large, and Shursui noted that its height is at least 50 m, therefore, he was wondering if this Kuroka-sama he is going to be meeting now is gigantic in size? And while Shursui was busy in his thoughts, Fuifua gently knocked on the door. Knock knock. Soon, a playful womanly voice sounded from the other side of the gate. Fuifua? Come in, Naya. Hearing the voice, Fuifua gently pushed open the gate to open and walked in. Shursui followed her closely. The inside is a shrine hall, at the center of which is a large sacred seat. On the sacred seat lay a beautiful young woman on her stomach, dangling her legs back and forth. It seemed as if she is in a playful mood as she curiously observed Shursui, who was closely following Fuifua. The woman has a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. A pair of black cat ears, and two black tails that sway from left to right. She is wearing a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. Her kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulder, giving viewers a clear view of her large pair of breasts. And contrary to what Shursui had expected, Kuroka-sama is not a giant creature, rather a woman with the body size of a human. Of course, he didn't exclude the possibility that she might have used a transformation jutsu to take this form. After walking closer to the sacred seat, Fuifua respectfully bowed. Kuroka-sama, just as you instructed, I have brought the kid. While observing Shursui with her hazel gold eyes, the Nekisha named Kuroka nodded at Fuifua. I see, Fuifua, you have done good work, Naya. Fuifua respectfully bowed, then stepped aside. All this while, Shursui was cautiously observing the Nekisha named Kuroka. His instincts were telling him that this Nekishu is terrifyingly strong. One wrong move and it would result in his death. Therefore, Shursui made sure to not look at the places he shouldn't and only focused on her face. He didn't mean to be disrespectful to her. There was a long silence in the hall. Neither the Nekisha named Kuroka nor Shursui spoke anything. And after a while, when Shursui couldn't bear it any longer, he asked, May I refer to you as Kuroka-sama? Kuroka nodded lightly and prompted Shursui to continue. Shursui turned to look at Fuifua, then turned back to face Kuroka, and said, So, Fuifua-san briefed me about where I am? It seems to be a place called Nikomata Domain? I swear I wasn't trespassing. I just accidentally ended up here while I was on a mission. Kuroka nodded, I am aware, Naya. Shursui sighed, at least the other party isn't taking me as a trespasser. Then with a relieved smile, he said, and Fuifua-san also mentioned to me that only you, their leader, Kuroka-sama, can lead me out of here. Please forgive me for my rudeness, but I would like to go out of here and return to where I was before, as soon as I can, due to, well, certain reasons. Kuroka nodded. Fuifua did not lie to you, Naya. Leaving the Nikomata domain without my permission is impossible. However, if you wish to leave, then it is not a simple matter, Naya. Shursui nodded, and asked, Then is there something that needs to be done for me to leave the Nikomata domain? Kuroka nodded, and asked, Tell me something, Uchiha Shursui, do you know what is natural energy? Shursui nodded, Well, I do know bits and pieces about natural energy. Kuroka nodded, and said again, Well, if you know something about natural energy, then it makes things easier. To leave here, you need to be able to see the flow of natural energy. If you can see or sense the flow of natural energy, then you can pass through the gate that leads outside, but if you cannot see or sense the flow of natural energy, then you will never be able to leave this domain, as you will forever be lost in the darkness. Chapter 509, Kuroka's Condition. To leave here, you need to be able to see or sense the flow of natural energy. If you can do that, then you can leave, but if you cannot do that, then you will never be able to leave this domain, said Kuroka. Shursui asked again, Is there no other way? Kuroka shook her head, I am afraid not. Shursui sighed. He had expected this outcome and was prepared to face it, but when it really happened, he can't help but sigh. After some time of thinking, Shursui looked at Kuroka, and asked, Then Kuroka-sama, can you teach me, how to perceive natural energy? And well, Senjutsu? Indeed, I can help you master Senjutsu, but of course, it would completely depend on your talent whether you can truly master it or not. If there is no talent in this field, then even if I teach you, it would be impossible for you to learn Senjutsu," answered Kuroko without hiding. Shursui knew this is true. Senjutsu is not something that just anyone can learn. And he is not sure whether he is talented in this field or not, but Shursui has no other option. He must find a way to get a Nikomata domain and return to the village as soon as possible, because his instincts are telling him that something bad is about to happen in the village. So after making up his mind, Shursui looked at Kuroko with a determined gaze and asked, "Kuroko-sama, what are your conditions for teaching me Senjutsu?" Kuroko looked at Shursui with a hint of surprise on her face. She didn't expect Shursui to be so straightforward with his request, but she likes straightforward men. Therefore, she smirked slightly and said, "I have only but one condition. You need to mate with me." "Huh?" Shursui looked at Kuroko as if he was doubting his ears. "I am sorry, I didn't hear you quite clearly. Can you please repeat that?" "As I said, I want you to mate with me," repeated Kuroko. This time Shursui heard her clearly, but when he heard her, his eyes turned into buttons, expression was a baffled one, and his brain seems to have stopped functioning and can't help but ask with a strange expression, Are you being serious?" He had expected and thought up a lot of conditions that Kuroko might present, but never did he expect her to present such a condition. Kuroko nodded. "I am completely serious, Naya." Uchiha Patriarch's Mansion. "Nisan, wake up, it's time for breakfast." In the bright morning light, 13 or 14 years old Itachi slowly opened his eyes upon listening to the familiar voice and saw the familiar face of his cute and innocent little brother, Sasuke. Itachi subconsciously raised his hand and flicked Sasuke's forehead with a smile. "Good morning, Sasuke." Sasuke pursed his lips and said, "Nisan, you slacker, get up quickly, or else Tsunade will nag you all day." Itachi smiled slightly and nodded, "Yes, yes." Then after getting fresh, he followed Sasuke to the dining room where he found that his always serious Tsunade seems to be having some kind of pleasant conversation with his Okasan who was preparing breakfast for the family of 4, and both of them had a smile on their faces. Soon, his Okasan set up the fragrant breakfast on the dining table, and Itachi, who was sitting next to Sasuke, clapped his hand after the prayer, "Itadakimasu," then began to eat the breakfast. After eating the breakfast in a warm silence, the family of 4 had a few casual conversations about various hot topics. The delicious breakfast and pleasant family time made Itachi's mood better. Itachi smiled gently while listening to Sasuke's bragging as he reiterated his academy life, which brought forth occasional giggles and chuckles from Okasan and Tsunade respectively. Such an ordinary and peaceful daily life are exactly what Itachi has always strived for, and this is exactly the kind of life he has been looking forward to from the bottom of his heart. While Itachi was silent, his Tsunade suddenly asked, "Itachi, do you remember what day it is today?" Itachi was taken aback and fell into a short trance. But Itachi didn't have to think too much, as Sasuke on the side suddenly said, "Oh, I know Tsunade. Today is Hokage's inauguration, a very important day. I heard Shursui and I-san mention that today Sandemaji-sama will retire and pass on the position of Konoha's Hokage to his successor." Fugaku folded his arms on his chest and nodded with a solemn expression. Unlike Nidaime and Sandaime, the one succeeding them values our Uchiha clan very much. This time the entire clan must attend his succession ceremony to show our support to him. Itachi nodded quickly, "Yes, Tsunade," and thought of the only person who is worthy of becoming Hokage in his eyes. After a while, the family of 4 got ready for the upcoming succession ceremony. All 4 of them were dressed in the traditional clothing that is to be worn on Hokage inauguration ceremony. Over their casual clothes, each of them had a white haori with the kanji of fire imprinted on the back. As soon as the family of 4 left the Patriarch's mansion, they encountered Uchiha Izumi and her Okasan, who were also going to the Hokage building, and soon after met up with Shursui. When Itachi noticed Shursui, Itachi stepped forward to greet Shursui. "Shursui-san, are you also going to participate in the Hokage inauguration of Godame-sama?" Shursui said with a hearty smile. Today is the day when he finally becomes the Hokage. How can I be absent on such an important day? Itachi said, in that case let's hurry up. Shursui nodded, yes. When they left the Uchiha clan district and went into the direction of the Hokage building, many other Uchiha clansmen were also walking towards the Hokage building to participate in the inauguration ceremony of Godame Hokage. The streets of Konoha are also very lively right now. The villagers flooded the street in enthusiasm and excitement, slowly walking towards the Hokage building. The Uchiha clansmen were also present in the crowd. All had a gentle smile on their faces as they were having some sort of conversation with their friends and acquaintances among the civilian shinobi of other major clans as well as civilian class. There were no boundaries in the heart of people, and everyone accepted the Uchiha clansmen as an integral part of Konoha. Itachi's heart was filled with warmth when he looked at this scene and continued to walk towards the Hokage building while casually chatting with Shursui, Izumi, Sasuke, and his two san, while Oka-san was having a very important conversation with Izumi's Oka-san to which Itachi didn't pay much attention to. When they arrived at the square in front of the Hokage building, everyone finally saw the person who would succeed as Godame Hokage. He stood quietly on the roof of the Hokage building with his wife who was adjusting his Hokage Aori. Shursui raised his head and looked at the roof of Hokage building. This day has finally come. I have been waiting for this day for so many years. Itachi nodded with a smile. Yes, there is finally a Hokage who can understand us Uchiha and control us properly. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Fugaku, who was stern on the side, also showed a rare smile. Itachi, he told me privately that he is very optimistic about you succeeding him as the Rokudaime Hokage. Sasuke was surprised. Nisan will become the Hokage? Itachi shook his head a little. Tusan, I have much to learn what being a shinobi means. Becoming Hokage is something that I have never even thought of. Fugaku glanced at Itachi and said, there is no rush. You are still too young and can slowly learn things with time and under his guidance. Besides, he told me that Konoha should also have an Uchiha as the Hokage. And he deems you to be the most capable one of succeeding him. Looking at the encouraging and expectant faces of his two san, Oka-san, Otudo, Izumi, Shursui, and other Uchiha clansmen, Itachi can't help but question himself, can I really do it? Can I really be as good as him? While Itachi was busy in thoughts, suddenly the crowd cheered and the inauguration ceremony officially began. The ceremony is hosted by Sandaime Hokage, in the presence of various high-level leaders of the village including Elder Koharu, Elder Mitokado, Elder Danzo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kakashi. Chapter 510, Godame Hokage. We will now begin the inauguration of Godame Hokage. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, will be the one presiding over the ceremony today. Clap, 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 clap. There was enthusiasm in the crowd. All right then, let's call upon the man of the hour himself. The hero of the shinobi world, who guided us to peace and stability by putting an end to the Akatsuki organization's reign of terror. The man who will succeed me as the Godame Hokage, the man you all know, announced Sandaime Hokage with a pleasant smile. All of a sudden, the entire crowd cheered. The excited shouts, applause, and cheers were intertwined, making the whole village plunge into a sea of joy. Godame Hokage-sama is the hero who saved the village countless times. Yes, Godame Hokage-sama also eliminated the terrorist organization Akatsuki and brought forth peace in this shinobi world. He is the strongest shinobi not only in Konoha but in the entire shinobi world. With him as the Hokage, the village will prosper and continue to give birth to many excellent shinobi. Listening to the comments and shouts of the villagers, Itachi and Shursui glanced at each other with a mysterious smile that only the other party could understand. Soon after, Sandaime Hokage passed the Hokage hat to his successor, officially declaring him as the Godame Hokage of Konoha. Again, the entire village cheered and the inauguration ceremony finally came to a conclusion. After the inauguration ceremony came to a conclusion, and Godame Hokage summoned Itachi and Shursui to the Hokage office. Because there were no outsiders, so, Godame Hokage took off his Hokage hat, revealing his appearance, and it turns out that the person who succeeded Sandaime Hokage as the Godaime Hokage is none other than Hyuga Kuroto. Shisui said, "Congratulations Kuroto-san for becoming the Hokage." Itachi also added, "With Kuroto-san as the Hokage, the village will be safe, and the shinobi world will be in peace." Looking at Shisui and Itachi in front of him, Kuroto nodded with a smile. "The Akatsuki organization has been destroyed. With this, Amatsukami no longer has any role left, therefore, it should also disappear silently." Shisui nodded. The mission of Amatsukami was to bring peace to the village and the shinobi world. The mission has been accomplished. Itachi also nodded in agreement. Yes, the other villages have also agreed to the peace treaty proposed by Konoha, so there will be no war from here on. Kuroto patted Shisui and Itachi's shoulder, and said, "Since nothing more is left for Amatsukami to do, therefore, as its leader, I announce that Amatsukami will be officially disbanded, right here, right now." Shisui on the side cheered, but Itachi wasn't the same as Shisui, and said with a frown, "Kuroto-san, don't you need to notify the other members of the organization?" Kuroto asked in confusion, "Others? Which other members? There are only 3 of us in Amatsukami." "Only 3 of us?" Itachi was taken aback and wanted to say the names of other members of Amatsukami, but no name or face came to his mind. It was as if there really were no other members in Amatsukami, as Kuroto said. Noting Itachi's frown, Shisui said, "Itachi, what's wrong? Why would you think that there are more members in Amatsukami? Kuroto-san established the organization in my presence, and only you were recruited. There has never been any other member in Amatsukami, except for the 3 of us." "Really?" Itachi realized that something is wrong here, but he can't figure out what is wrong, and decided to leave the matter for now. Afterward, Shisui and Itachi bid farewell to Kuroto and soon left the Hokage office. While walking next to Shisui, he said, "I don't know why, Shisui-san, but I feel that we have forgotten some very important things." Shisui said, with a confused look, "Really? But I don't feel like we have forgotten anything." Itachi stopped suddenly. "Shisui-san, were there really only 3 of us in Amatsukami?" "Kuroto-san obviously said so. There are only 3 of us in Amatsukami." Shisui insisted. Itachi suddenly said, "But Shisui-san, don't you remember that you used your Kodo Amatsukami on someone to recruit them into Amatsukami?" Shisui shook his head. "I have never used Kodo Amatsukami on anyone for such a reason. Why do you ask?" Seeing that Shisui also insisted that there are only 3 members in Amatsukami, Itachi was more confused. "I remember that there was another person in Amatsukami. She is the one who tested me, trained me, and finally recruited me into Amatsukami. She is like my sensei, but I just cannot remember her." Shisui immediately denied. There was no such member in Amatsukami. "Are you sure that you are not tired and misjudging things?" Itachi did not pause and continued to speak. "There was one more member in Amatsukami. He took me to Amigakure when Kuroto-san fought against the leader of Akatsuki for the first time." Shisui said again, "Itachi, no need to think so deeply. There was no such member in the organization." Itachi did not stop and continued, "There was one secret member whom I helped become the Godaime Kazekage as per Kuroto-san's order. There was another secret member whom we—" "I see, so that's the case." Are we? No, rather am I in a Jinjit." But before Itachi could finish, suddenly the sound of his Two-san and Oka-san echoed from far away. "Itachi, it's time to go home." Izumi also appeared in front of him and said with a blush, "Itachi-kun, don't forget our date today. Tsunade-sama rarely gave me a holiday. I want us to spend this day together. We can't wait around for the whole day. Come on, let's go home." Suddenly Sasuke ran over. After holding Itachi's hand, he started to drag Itachi towards the Uchiha clan district, and said, "Nisan, you promised me that you will help me in shuriken training today. This time, I am not going to let you fool me. Come on, let's go home, then we will go to the training grounds for shuriken training." Shisui added, "Itachi, now that I think about it, I have also learned a new jutsu. I will teach it to you. So, we should first go to our respective homes, then after getting changed, We should meet at the training field. Listening to Sasuke, Izumi, Shursui, and his parents, Itachi smiled bitterly. How could he not realize that he has been in a Jinjutsu? The peaceful and prosperous Konoha in front of him, the village where the Uchiha clan is accepted as an integral part of the village without any barriers, is a false one, a very strong and realistic Jinjutsu constructed from what Itachi wishes to see from the bottom of his heart. A really beautiful world, indeed. After a pause, Itachi said in a deep voice, "Unfortunately it is fake." As he said, Itachi activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, and thought with a smile, if Kuroda-sen truly becomes the Hokage, maybe this scenery will no longer be a Jinjutsu. After that, without any hesitation, Itachi dispelled the Jinjutsu. Chapter 511, Black Ball Space. I don't know if I made the right choice or not, sighed Shursui as he followed Kuroka, then shook his head. Whatever, I still have time, as there are still a few years before the agreed time. I'll get to know by then. Kuroka, who is carrying a lantern and step by step walking through a secret passage, slightly glanced at Shursui's thoughtful face, then looked at Fuwa sitting on his shoulder with an inexplicable smile. Although Shursui did not completely agree with her condition, she is still quite satisfied with his promise, and Kuroka has confidence in her charm. Therefore, she is not worried that Shursui wouldn't fall for her. With this thought, she turned her head forward and continued to walk. As the three traveled through this passage, Shursui gradually lost sight of almost everything around him. Only the area under his feet that is illuminated by the lantern in Kuroka's hand, and Fuwa's mysteriously glowing green cat eyes are visible to him in this pitch darkness. The surrounding darkness is quite mysterious and seems to be capable of swallowing light, so normal eyesight is pretty much useless here. Even the Sharingan and Manjikyu Sharingan are unable to see anything except for Kuroka and Fuwa's chakra. However, this time, Shursui isn't too nervous. Even if he is unable to see anything in the surroundings, he is able to sense it to some degree because of Fuwa sitting on his shoulder. Fuwa, as a Nikomata proficient in Senjutsu, is naturally capable of sensing and seeing through this mysterious darkness. And considering Fuwa's special ability, which enables her to share her senses with others to a certain degree, Shursui, who has signed a summoning contract with Fuwa not long ago, is also capable of sensing the surroundings to a certain degree. Therefore, he is not afraid of losing track of Kuroka. After a while of walking, Kuroka stopped abruptly, and said while looking at the thing in front of her, "We have arrived." Shursui was awakened by Kuroka's words and raised his head to look at what Kuroka is looking at, and immediately his pupil shrank. The mysterious has already darkness disappeared, and despite being a close hall, this area seems to be a little windy. Shursui's black cloak fluttered, and hair swayed slightly in the wind, but all this didn't attract Shursui's attention, because all his attention is currently focused on the thing in front of him. The thing in front of him is an exaggeratingly huge black sphere, and it is exuding an aura of pure chaos. The radius of this huge black sphere is hundreds of meters, and compared to this humongous black sphere, Kuroka, Shursui, and Fuwa are as small and insignificant as ants. Noting Shursui's odd expression, Kuroka introduced with a proud tone, "This place is the holy land of Nikomata. The black ball space, Naya." Shursui converged his shocked expression, and asked with a suspicious tone, "The black ball space? Is it?" Even before Shursui could ask his question, Kuroka nodded, "Yes, this place is no longer in the same space as the outside space. You should have felt this too, Naya?" Because of Fuwa, Shursui did feel something when the mysterious darkness appeared and disappeared. Initially, he thought that it was some sort of Jinjutsu that isolates normal perception, but it turns out that's not the case. Unknowingly, they have entered a completely different space. "By the way, Kuroka-sama, what does this black ball space do?" asked Shursui with a curious tone of voice. "The black ball space is a medium that will help you sense natural energy. For better understanding, I suppose you can say that it is quite similar to Mount Miyaboku's toad oil, Ryuchi Cave's sake venom, and Shikatsu Forest slug mucus. Is that so?" Shursui nodded slightly, although He is not familiar with the practice method of Senjutsu of the three sage regions. This doesn't stop him from understanding what Kuroka meant. Kuroka nodded, and said, "Yes, now follow me inside the black ball space. Your Senjutsu training will be carried out in the black ball space Naya. Immediately after that, Kuroka took a step forward and stepped inside the black ball space. Shursui hesitated a little, whether to follow her inside the black ball space. Seeing Shursui's hesitation and worry, Fuifua gently licked his cheek and assured, "Don't worry." With Fuifua assurance, Shursui no longer hesitated and he too stepped inside the black ball space. The moment Itachi dispelled the Genjutsu, the scenery started to become hazy. Itachi's presence was like a drop of water in a calm lake, and it produced ripples. Wherever the ripple traveled, the scenery began to change. Itachi was no longer present in the familiar and lively village with familiar people. The scene in front of him is a familiar and unfamiliar plain with red and black chaos everywhere. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar scenery, Itachi can't help but think, another Genjutsu? But this place feels a lot like the Tsukuyami realm. What's going on? But suddenly his brows turned into a frown, and his nose wrinkled. This is the smell of sake. However, Itachi didn't have much time to think as his eyes widened in shock, looking at the person walking towards him step by step. "You are." "I am you, and you are me," said the person standing before Itachi. "What do you mean?" asked Itachi with a confused expression as he looked at the person standing before him, although he does have a guess in his mind about the identity of the other party, considering that the person standing in front of him looks exactly the same as him and gives the exact same feeling. To Itachi, it feels as if he is looking at himself standing opposite to him. "You guessed it right. I and you are the same, but at the same time, we are different. I am your inner darkness. Everyone has darkness within their hearts, and I am the manifestation of your inner darkness." "I am also your true self," said the other dark Itachi. "I see, my inner self? So, to get out of here, I need to be able to defeat you, and since you are my inner self, which means, I need to be able to overcome my inner self, in other words, myself." "Is that right?" asked Itachi in a sure tone. The dark Itachi nodded with a smirk. "Yes, to be able to get out of here, you need to be able to defeat me, but you know what's the best thing about this fight?" Itachi narrowed his eyes, and while not letting the stench of alcohol affect him, he asked, "What happens if I am unable to defeat you? Will I be trapped here?" Dark Itachi said with an evil smile, "Yes, if you lose, you will remain trapped here forever, while I, on the other hand, will be able to get out of here. I will be able to take over the body, and then, the fun will begin." Itachi's pupil shrank upon looking at that evil smile, and he instantly made up his mind with a determined expression, no matter what. "I must win," and activated his Sharingan, then raised his right hand, forming a seal of confrontation. Dark Itachi looked at Itachi's determined expression, the Sharingan that is activated by Itachi, and said, "As expected of myself, even when facing me, there is still no hesitation. Well then, let us start this fight. The winner gets what he wants, while the loser will forever be sealed here." As soon as the dark Itachi finished, he too activated his Sharingan, then raised his right hand in the form of the seal of confrontation. Chapter 512, Inner Desire? In the black ball space. Inexplicable black energy is present all around and is constantly forming several vortexes that would swallow anyone and tear them down to shreds. Mighty thunder and lightning flash from time to time, making a loud roar. Anyone who would be victim to such terrifying lightning would be burnt to a corpse in an instant, but these vortexes and lightning don't seem to affect or disperse the darkness of the black ball space. Meow. With a soft meow, Fuifua suddenly appeared in the darkness, and the very next second she disappeared in the darkness without leaving any trace, as if she was never present here. In the depths of the black ball space, where the darkness is looming, a touch of light illuminated Shursui's face. His black hair swayed slightly and some kind of unknown energy is constantly entering his body. After a while, Shursui opened his eyes, but different from his normal eyes with black pupils and white sclera. This time the eyes were pitch black, and there were clear signs of a maddening look on his face. Smash! The very next second, a black stick appeared out of the darkness and slammed on the young man's back. There was a low muffled sound, and Shursui grunted in pain. Ouch. Shursui resisted the intense pain coming from his back, and his eyes were cleared as the pitch blackness from his eyes also disappeared, but there was no happiness on his face, rather a regrettable expression, failed again. Even Shursui is inevitably a little frustrated after repeated failure. Every single attempt of mastering Senjutsu has resulted in failure. Each time he will be swallowed by natural energy, and by now he has already lost count of how many times he has failed. Then there is the strangeness of this black ball space. There is no sense of time. He doesn't know how long has it been since he has entered inside it. This darkness, the repeated failure, and worry that something might happen to Itachi and the village are constantly affecting his mentality, making him impatient and restless. Is it really so difficult to learn Senjutsu? This question is a bit difficult for him to accept. Shursui has always been a genius since he was a child. He was born with 3 basic chakra natures and had amazing talent in all 3 of them. His Jinjutsu proficiency is one of the best in the entire history of the Uchiha clan. His amazing talent allowed him to be able to master a basic body flicker jutsu into something very unique and made him famous all over the shinobi world for that. Then he awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan at a very young age, and along with that he also awakened the ultimate Jinjutsu Kodo Amatsukami. Not to mention he is one of the very few shinobi to have survived the Hashirama cell transplantation and also awakened Mokuton. Of course, Shursui wouldn't say that he is the most talented shinobi out there, considering there are freaks like Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara, and Hyuga Kuroto standing above him, but it wouldn't be wrong to say that his growth has always been quite smooth with few roadblocks. He never thought that he would encounter something so terrible where he would be short of talent, but right now, he is indeed stuck in the first level of Senjutsu training and hadn't made any progress even after hundreds of tries. Shursui knows that Senjutsu is extremely difficult to master. This is not only because it has very high requirements, but also because very few people get exposed to the knowledge of Senjutsu in their lifetime. And here he is, who has not only been exposed to Senjutsu but also meets the requirements to be able to master it, but he has not been able to make any progress even after so many tries, so it is inevitable to get frustrated. Damn it. Why am I failing again and again? Just when Shursui was getting more and more restless, he suddenly felt a pair of arms wrapping around his neck, a body clinging to his back, and a familiar voice sounded next to his ears. Calm your mind, and do not let restlessness take over you, Naya. The person who hugged him from behind is obviously the Nekashu, Kuroka. Ever since she entered the black ball space, her physical body seems to have completely disappeared, but she seems to be present everywhere inside the black ball space. It is as if she has become the black ball space itself. And all this while, she has been helping Shursui and making sure he does not get overwhelmed by natural energy. Whenever the natural energy present in the black ball space would start to take over him, or start to corrupt his mind, Kuroka would beat Shursui's back with the black stick and expel all the natural energy at once. The only problem is that Kuroka's hands seem to be a bit too strong, and each time she smashes Shursui's back with the black stick, it really hurts. Noting Shursui's restless mind, Kuroka gently nibbled his ear much to his embarrassment, then said, "Right mindset is extremely important to master Senjutsu. So, be patient, Naya." Shursui sighed, then took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. He did notice that up until now his mentality has been a little impetuous because he wants to get out of here as soon as possible due to the worries in his mind. And this strange dark space where there is no sense of time is also affecting his emotions strangely. These things are not allowed if he wants to master Senjutsu. But Kuroka's brought Shursui out of restlessness and eased his mind. After a while of silence in which Shursui readjusted his mentality, he closed his hands together and said, "All right, let's start again." Ding 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 ding. In the red and black chaotic space, 2 fast figures flickered from one place to another, and from time to time sparks flew due to the collision of metal. The 2 figures are Natural Itachi and Dark Itachi, who have been fighting all this while in an attempt to defeat the other so as to get out of this strange red and black space. Sometimes they would use ninjutsu, other times they would use shurikenjutsu, jinjutsu, or kenjutsu, but no matter what sort of jutsu or tactics either side used, the stalemate continued because the other side seems to be able to counter and respond to each jutsu perfectly. Neither side remembers for how long they have been fighting this battle. Perhaps it's been minutes, hours, or maybe even days. But one thing that both sides seem to have accepted is that they are an equal match to one another. As another one of his Jinjutsu was broken by the other party using Tsukuyomi, Itachi coughed lightly and muttered, "It can't do on like this." The Dark Itachi smirked after noting Itachi's state, and said, "Heh, it doesn't seem that you will be able to hold on for too long." Itachi looked at the Dark Itachi, whose breathing is extremely rugged, and shook his head lightly. "You are in no better condition than me." TCH. Dark Itachi clicked his tongue in annoyance, because what Itachi said is indeed correct. Dark Itachi's condition is no different from Itachi. Both of them are extremely tired and don't have much fight left. Itachi sighed, and after some time of thinking he asked, "Tell me something. You claim to be my inner self, but what is it that you truly desire?" Dark Itachi was confused, and looked at Itachi in confusion. "What I truly desire? Seriously, are you asking me this question now of all times?" Itachi nodded. "What I have always desired is peace. I want to be able to grow strong enough to be able to stop all wars. This is what I wish to achieve. What is it that you desire? What desire of our gave birth to you?" Dark Itachi's face darkened. "Don't you already know?" Itachi shook his head. "Maybe I know, maybe I do not know. I am not certain. This is why I am asking you. I want to know. What is the desire in our heart that gives you motivation and strength?" Dark Itachi was silent, then chuckled. "So, you want to get rid of that desire in our heart in order to defeat me?" Itachi didn't reply, just silently waiting for the other party's answer. Dark Itachi deeply looked at Itachi, then shook his head. "You need to figure it out yourself. If you can't even figure out what is that desire in our hearts, then you will never be able to defeat me." After listening to Dark Itachi's words, Itachi smiled, because he has already figured out the answer. And when Dark Itachi saw that smile on Itachi, his expression shrank and panic appeared on his face, but he did not have much opportunity to be able to say or do anything because his body suddenly burst into flames and disappeared. Chapter 513, Shikatsumiyaku? Konoha Cure. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the several sounds of explosive collisions, Fujin punched Hiriko's chest with such high strength that even Hiriko can't help but cry out in pain, "Erg!" Boom 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 boom. At the same time, under the impact of Fujin's punch, Hiriko flew out and crashed into several buildings in successions, passed by them one after another, causing rubble, gravel, and dust to fly out, and finally hit the towering outer wall of Konoha Cure, broke a big hole in it and collapsed outside in a deep pit. Puff! And just as Hiriko fell outside Konoha, Fujin also coughed out a mouthful of blood and almost collapsed on the ground. Because Fuin is wearing the Fujin mask, therefore, the blood did not splatter out, rather it flowed out along the edge of the mask and gently dripped down on the chest. Of course, the reason for Fujin to cough out blood is not any injury that Hiriko inflicted on him, it's just the recoil of the curse of the Kagaya clan that his body is suffering from. The disease of his current body has already advanced to the stage that even if he does not actively use Shikatsumiyaku, he will occasionally cough out blood from time to time, so Fujin is not much surprised and not too worried either. After staggering for a few steps, resisting the paralyzing sensation in the body and stabilizing the body, Fujin looked in the direction of Hiriko and sighed, "Damn, this bastard can even withstand the physical attacks of the Fujin clone body. It's really, unbelievable." Although Fujin has already estimated Hiriko's strength to be extremely high, far higher than any of the current Kage, and far higher than any of the previous Kage except Senju Hashirama, that is already reaching the lower realm of a Super Kage class, after the real showdown with him, even Fujin can't help but be surprised and reconsider Hiriko's level is still much higher than Fujin had previously estimated. Hiriko easily reaches the middle realm of the Super Kage class, perhaps as strong as Senjutsu Enhanced Kurama Mode Naruto or even higher. Whether it is Swift Release, or Steel Release, or Dark Release, these Kekkei Genkais are not that big of a problem for Fujin. What's most problematic for Fujin is that Hiriko has also become extremely proficient in using the Sharingan. And after the initial temptation where Fujin fooled Hirako and landed several hits on him by virtue of his experience in dealing with Sharingan and taking advantage of Sharingan's predictive insight, Hirako has become extremely cautious and doesn't easily respond to temptations. Therefore, being able to attack has started to become a serious headache for Fujin. It must be known that the stronger a person, the stronger his Kekkei Jinkai. With current Hirako's strength and speed, the effect of Sharingan is extremely high. Fujin even estimates that the inside of the pair of Sharingan and Hirako's eye sockets has already reached the realm of Manjikyu Sharingan, which makes him all the more difficult. Not to mention Fujin has also found occasional flickers of lightning on Hirako's body, which means that aside from swift release, Hirako is also capable of using lightning chakra enhancement to again increase his speed, strength, nerve reaction, as well as sharpness. Of course, Hirako's lightning chakra enhancement has yet to reach the level of Reikage, but given the rate of his progress, Fujin estimates that at best it would take him a month or two, and Hirako would be perfectly capable of using lightning chakra mode similar to the Reikage, which is another headache for Fujin. Sigh, this guy really. Fujin shook his head to put out the useless thoughts and looked in the direction of the pit where Hirako collapsed earlier. At this time, Hirako got up from the pit and jumped back into the village through the big hole in the outer wall. And while panting heavily he looked at Fujin with an unbelievable expression. Damn it, you are able to hurt me, how is this possible? This should be impossible. The current Hirako's physical state is not very good. The traditional Akatsuki cloak he was wearing has fallen apart, and only a few black stripes were left hanging on his body, revealing the body that is covered with bandages. There are several depressions on his body which are the areas that have been punched by Fujin, then there is his right hand that is twisted at an unnatural angle, and finally, there is a very serious depression on his chest indicating that several ribs have broken inside. In contrast, Fujin on the opposite side is much better. Although the Amatsukami cloak he was wearing has also been torn at various places, it is still not as ragged as Hirako's Akatsuki cloak. Additionally, there are also no serious physical injuries on his body, except for some cuts and wound on the skin. In the shadows, White Zetsu, whose body is hidden in the ruins, spoke with an amazed tone of voice. I really did not expect that this guy Fujin from Amatsukami would turn out to be so strong. He has been able to hold his own against Hirako for so long, it's really taking too long for Hirako to win. But before White Zetsu could complete, Black Zetsu spoke. Idiot. Fujin has not only held his own against Hirako but also suppressed him throughout the battle. White Zetsu was stunned, and asked with a somewhat inconceivable tone, does that mean Hirako would lose? Based on the judgment of the Akatsuki organization, the strength of Hirako is very high. Unless he suffers a backlash from the chimera buds in his body, Hirako is more than capable of thrashing down the Gakage on his own, and this transcendence will only become more and more obvious with the passage of time. In other words, Hirako's growth potential is extremely high and he is considered one of the trump cards of the Akatsuki organization. According to Black Zetsu's own estimation, Hirako's potential is second only to the reincarnates of Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura, which in itself means a lot. So, the fact that Hirako is suppressed by Fujin and Amatsukami is also baffling to him. Glancing at the pitiful appearance of Hirako, Black Zetsu looked at Fujin with a thoughtful expression, and said, something has been bugging me for a while. Fujin hasn't been injured too severely in the battle, yet he suddenly vomited out blood. This shows that the battle now is also extremely burdensome for him. I suspect that either he has used some kind of forbidden jutsu to increase his strength to such a degree that would harm himself too, or he has a serious problem in his body. White Zetsu asked, then what should we do? Black Zetsu said solemnly, go and inform Nagato. Even if Fujin's body has some problems, it doesn't seem that we would be able to capture him or recover the Box of Ultimate Bliss just by relying on Hirako. Okay. White Zetsu nodded, and then Zetsu as a whole sunk under the ground and disappeared without a trace. Back to the battlefield. Out of frustration at repeatedly being unable to defeat Fujin, Hirako roared in anger, die, you will die tonight, no one can save you, no one. While just recovering his breath from the paralyzing sensation, Fujin said lightly, are you only going to curse me to death? Or are you going to fight? Come on, if you think you can kill me, you can try, although, you should be careful too and not accidentally die at my hands. Oh, you think you are so tough that you can defeat me? Idiot, do you think I have used all my strength? With a cold sneer, Hirako said, the level of power I have is not something that someone like you who only uses magnet release and is good at taijutsu can imagine. As Hirako said so, many gelatinous chimera buds protruded from Hirako's body, appeared out of the gaps in the bandages, then wrapped around the twisted arm of Hirako and restored it to its original condition. At the same time, the depression on the chest also returned to its original state with a wave of squirming. Looking at Hirako, whose severely wounded body was restored back to normal in the blink of an eye, Tsunade was shocked, and said solemnly, "This is definitely not medical ninjutsu, this should be the result of some kind of body modification similar to Orochimaru." Jiraiya had a bitter expression on his face as he looked at Hirako, and listened to Tsunade. Not only are there regrets on his face that a former friend of theirs went astray and became a monster in human skin, but also worries about Konoha's fate. Hirako's strength is already extremely strong that Jiraiya can't even put up a fight against him, and now that Hirako has shown a terrifying recovery ability, Jiraiya doesn't even know whether defeating Hirako is possible or not. Fujin's condition doesn't seem very good either. I have to do something to assist him in dealing with Hirako. Ninjutsu won't work against Hirako because of his dark release, then maybe I can try using Sage Chakra Enhanced Jinjutsu on him with the help of Boss and Madam. After making up his mind, Jiraiya discussed his intention with the two great sage toads and got ready to help Fujin. Seeing the nervous expression of Tsunade and Jiraiya, then the recovered Hirako, but not so well Fujin, even Karinai was a little nervous. She had believed that Fuin would definitely win, but is not so sure after witnessing Hirako's recovery. And Kakashi, who had already hidden several flying Raijin mark all over the battlefield in secret, also focused on the battle intently. He is looking for opportunities to intervene and help out Fujin in dealing with Hirako. As far as Kakashi understands, although it is difficult to distinguish whether Amatsukami is their enemy or allies, dealing with the members of the Akatsuki organization is more important because tonight Akatsuki organization is their mortal enemy. Hirako, whose injuries were completely healed, suddenly raised his hands to quickly complete the hand signs, Storm Release secret technique, Demon Dragon Storm. With the launch of Storm Release ninjutsu, dark clouds covered the sky above Konoha, lightning and thunder began to roar. Standing near the broken outer wall, Hirako stayed still and said with a mocking smirk, "Do you see that? This is my full strength. Next, enjoy your death." Following Hirako's shout, the lightning and thundering on the sky above Konoha intensified. Tsunade said, "These clouds are formed by Storm Release. Everyone must be careful. If anyone is hit by the lightning, it would be highly dangerous." Jiraiya, who was trying to enter Sage mode, looked at the dark lightning clouds in the sky with the thought, "I hope I can make it in time." And while everyone was worried and Hirako was smirking in the joy of his impending win, Fujin looked at Hirako and asked in confusion, "What gave you the illusion that I have used everything that I can and has nothing left to be able to defeat you?" As he said, a bone blade glowing with cold light protruded out of the palm of Fujin's hand. Shikatsumiaku? Chapter 514, When Lightning Rains from the Sky. Seeing the bone blade protruding out of the palm of Fujin's hand, Hirako raised an eyebrow in surprise. Shikatsumiaku? Hirako has studied and researched many Kekkai Genkai when he was selecting the best 5 Kekkai Genkai he wanted to absorb, so he is no stranger to Shikatsumiaku of the Kagaya clan. Hirako has also personally fought against the new members of the Akatsuki organization, including Kagaya Takashi, in order to test their combat ability. Although neither side did its best in the combat, it was Hirako who suppressed the entire Kirigakure team consisting of 5 members all by himself. And frankly speaking, Hirako wasn't deeply impressed by any of the new members, except for maybe Hashigaki Kisame. So, even though Hirako saw Fujin use Shikatsumiaku, he didn't really care too much because in his opinion, although Shikatsumiaku is a very practical Kekkai Genkai, it is not strong enough, and won't change anything in this battle. With this thought, Hirako raised his right hand into the sky. Instantly, a flash of lightning fell from the dark clouds and wrapped around Hirako's arm, holding the dazzling of lightning that is giving out palpitating feeling. Hirako smiled and said, "If Shikatsumiyaku is your only trump card, then I will be very disappointed." Fujin fully enhanced the sharpness of the bone blade in his hands, and said with an indifferent tone, "I hope you won't regret it later." This chapter's initial release occurred on the NOV/E/L/Ben site. After speaking so, Fujin didn't wait for Hirako's reply and instantly disappeared from his position. Looking at Fujin's figure with his Sharingan, Hirako said with a Glasgow grin, "Heh, no matter how fast you run, will you be faster than lightning itself?" After speaking so, Hirako pressed his hand on the ground. Zzz. Instantly, the highly concentrated lightning chakra wrapped around Hirako's arm spread in all directions like pulsating waves. On the sidelines, looking at the lightning rushing towards her face, Tsunade shouted, "Hurry up everyone, scatter." With Tsunade's warning, the Konoha shinobi on the edge of the battlefield instantly scattered like birds and beasts. On the battlefield, Hirako kept waving his hand, while simultaneously controlling the lightning in the thunderstorm clouds in the sky above Konoha. In this scene, Hirako was like a conductor, and lightning danced under his command. Wherever he pointed his finger, pillars of lightning with voltage as high as 300 million volts to 1 billion volts would fall from the sky and hit that exact spot, causing multiple rumbling sounds. Considering his generous character, Hirako wasn't discriminated against with his attacks. Although most of the attacks were directed towards Fujin, the Konoha shinobi weren't spared either. In this dangerous zone, where pillars of lightning rained down the sky, Fujin was like an incredibly fast ghost. He avoided each and every attack by virtue of his extremely high speed on Byakugan's insight. But the Konoha shinobi on the sidelines was not so lucky. In the fight between two extremely strong powerhouses, they suffered despite how far they were from the main battlefield. Although Tsunade had warned everyone to scatter away, the speed, insight, and nerve reaction of most of the shinobi is not so fast, so before they managed to retreat far away, many of them were engulfed by pillars of lightning. Ah, arg! In the blink of an eye, the sounds of the wailing of people who were instantly killed because of being struck by the pillars of lightning started to resound all over Konoha. Anyone who is struck by pillars of lightning would turn into a pile of smoking coke and die on the spot. Art of the Raging Lion's Mane. Jiraiya, who was preparing to enter the Sage Maid, quickly used ninjutsu to lengthen his hair to help several Konoha shinobi dodge the lightning pillars. Smash! Boom! Tsunade on the other side also hit the ground with her chakra-enhanced fist. Accompanied by roar and tremor, Tsunade's fist hit the ground, causing rock pieces to fly into the air to protect her and Konoha shinobi around her. 8 trigrams. Revolving Heaven. Watatsumi also used Revolving Heaven in order to protect several Konoha shinobi including Kakashi, Hana/Yugao, and Rabbit/Hay8. But noting that Akame/Kurenai was not around, Watatsumi searched for her position, then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded and instantly flashed away using Flying Raijin. Because Akane was too busy observing the battle of Fujin and Hirako, so she got her ankle bruised while retreating, and was a step too late to dodge the curtain of lightning spread around by Hirako. Now fallen to the ground with her thigh injured and bleeding, she hissed in pain and looked at the pillar of lightning descending on top of her with a horrifying expression. Just when the pillar of lightning was about to fall on her, Kakashi appeared next to her with Flying Raijin, and immediately disappeared together with her. Then very next instant, Kakashi and Kurenai, Akame mask has been removed because of being destroyed, appeared next to Watatsumi and the rest of the members of the team, who have hidden themselves in a building after taking some measures against the lightning pillars. After putting down Kurenai to let Hana heal her, Kakashi asked Watatsumi, "Kuroto, how's the situation?" Because the distance from the battlefield is too far and lightning pillars are continuously raining down so it is very difficult for Kakashi to be able to understand the exact situation since he has already lost the Sharingan. Therefore, he can only rely on Kuroto, Shadow Clone, to better understand the situation on the battlefield. Watatsumi/Kuroto's Shadow Clone had already activated the Byakugan inside. Everyone alive has already retreated into safe zones, but as for the situation of the battlefield, I can't make out the exact situation. too much lightning chakra in the surroundings is affecting my visual acuity, but based on what I am able to make out, Fujin has been able to constantly dodge all the pillars of lightning, so we shouldn't worry too much. I think Fujin might be able to defeat Hirako. After listening to Watatsumi's analysis, Kurenai, whose injury has been treated by Hana, looked at Watatsumi with a suspicious expression on her face. Watatsumi, Hyuga Kuroto's shadow clone, noticed Kurenai's expression and questioned, "What's wrong? Why look at me like this? Did I say something wrong?" Kurenai got up and said, "Kuroto-kun, for some time, I have been feeling that something is wrong with you tonight. With your arrogance and proud character, how can you be so peaceful and carefree even when so many strong individuals are present in Konoha?" The shadow clone was speechless after hearing Kurenai and asked, "When did I leave you with the impression that I have a conceited character?" Hey-8, mask removed, on the side wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Apart from Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama, who are barely qualified to be able to intervene in such battles, no one else can interfere, not even Captain. Although Captain is a bit proud and arrogant, he is not stupid." Yugao, mask removed, nodded with Hey-8, "Yes. Captain can still analyze the difference in strength between him and Hirako. Besides, with Captain's mentality, he would not interfere in such a battle where he stands no chance at all." With Hey-8 and Yugao's comment, Kuroto's shadow clone became more speechless. "Hey, you idiots, don't talk nonsense. I am confident and perhaps somewhat proud, but I am not arrogant. Besides, I am your captain. Shouldn't you people have some respect for me?" At this time, Kurenai leaned closer to Kuroto's shadow clone and whispered lightly, "Frankly explain. Kuroto-kun, do you know Fuin personally?" Ever since she has seen the pair of Byakugan in the eye sockets of Fuin, Kurenai believes that Fuin is most definitely a member of the main family of the Hyuga clan. Kurenai's guess is more confirmed considering the somewhat similar appearance of Kuroto and Fuin. Listening to Kurenai's question, Kuroto's shadow clone asked with a confused expression, "Who is this Fuin?" Kuroto will obviously not give Kurenai any hint about his connection with Fuin. As for the reason why he did not participate in any major battle, one reason is that he was supposed to be a reinforcement to Jiraiya and Tsunade, and another reason is that currently he is a shadow clone. Being a shadow clone, there is always a risk of disappearing. Although this risk is very low for him because of a very good supply of chakra because of Toyama's presence, it doesn't mean that the shadow clone won't disappear if hit by a powerful attack. And Kuroto's shadow clone would obviously not risk it. "Really?" Kurenai looked at Kuroto suspiciously but did not ask anymore. On the battlefield, with continuous body flicker, Fujin continued to flash from one position to another and arrived in front of Hirako. You! Damn it!" Seeing that Fujin was not only able to dodge the rain of lightning pillars, but also managed to pass through the dense lightning nets covering the entire battlefield, Hirako had an incredible expression on his face. He couldn't imagine the strength, speed, and insight required to be able to do such body maneuvering in such short instances. Fujin didn't care about Hirako's shock, and without any hesitation, he waved the bone blade in his hand to cut down Hirako. Converging his surprise, Hirako hurriedly raised his steel release hardened hand to barely block Fujin's bone blade. Ding! A harsh metallic symphony resounded on the battlefield upon the collision of bone blade and Hirako's hand. Seeing that the attack was blocked, Hirako chuckled in disdain. "Idiot, do you really think that you can break through my steel release hardened armor with a mere bone blade?" He couldn't be more familiar with such types of idiots. In the past few years, Hirako has seen many shinobi who tried to break through the defense of his steel release armor using various means, but all would result in for naught. All the attacks on his body will result in a metallic symphony, and nothing more. However, soon his smile solidified, as Hirako noticed that under the sharp bone blade, his arm was but down without any resistance. "What?" In shock, Hirako hurriedly controlled the bandages wrapped around him to attack Fujin. At the same time, he subconsciously waved his left hand towards Fujin's head. Aside from the bandages that are as sharp as swords, Hiriko's hand that came towards Fujin shot lightning at him that could instantly penetrate his brain and kill him in one shot. But facing such an attack, Fujin did not dodge. Firstly, he controlled his hair and lengthened it to deal with the bandages coming towards him. Next he lifted his other hand, caught the Hiriko's attack that was coming towards his face and crushed it immediately. Caught by Fujin, the lightning completely disappeared and only smoke was left in Fujin's hand. Chapter 515, Nagato makes his move. Looking at the dark thunderstorm clouds covering the sky of Konoha in the distance, Nagato's indifferent face also had a touch of solemnity. Conan, who is standing next to Nagato, also frowned, and there were traces of doubts on her cold yet beautiful face. Who has forced Hiriko to such a degree? Have other members of Akatsuki also appeared on the battlefield in Konoha? The destructive power of the storm-release ninjutsu used by Hiriko is extremely high. Every second several pillars of lightning are raining down on Konoha, and there are no signs of this rain stopping. This ninjutsu used by Hiriko is not so simple. It is an area control ninjutsu and consumes too much chakra. Even if it is Hiriko whose chakra is as high as a Bijou wouldn't use this ninjutsu until he is in a very critical situation. The Tomomask DMS Obito also looked at the village in the distance with a thoughtful expression. If it is said that anyone was carefree at this moment, then it would definitely be Spiral Mask Toby, who was just playing around without a care about what was happening here, and none of the other three present here cared about what he was doing. Soon, Zetsu appeared out of the ground, and after walking closer to Tomomask DMS Obito and Nagato, he reported, "Fujin of the Akatsuki is unexpectedly tough. I am afraid that Hiriko alone wouldn't be able to complete the task." Tomomask DMS Obito was stunned upon hearing the situation from Zetsu and asked, "Hiriko can absorb chakra using his dark release Kekkai Jinkai, so how can Fujin, who specializes in magnet release, pose a threat to him?" Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is aware that ninjutsu-type shinobi are completely useless against Hiriko, because as long as Hiriko understands the shape change and nature change of any ninjutsu, then he can easily absorb it. Most of the Kekkai Jinkai are no exception to this, and even the highly advanced Kekkai Toda dust release that is above Kekkai Jinkai can also be absorbed by Hiriko. This is why not only Tomomask DMS Obito, but even Nagato, Conan, and Toby were stunned upon hearing Zetsu's words and looked at him waiting for Tomomask DMS Obito's answer. Zetsu answered, "Taijutsu and Kinjutsu skills of Fujin are highly exceptional. They completely surpass the level of Hiriko, so he is suppressed by Fujin." Then also described the battle between Hiriko and Fujin from his perspective. Conan was surprised after hearing the battle description. No wonder Akatsuki sent him out at the start. He is not abandoned or used as bait by Akatsuki to lure us out. He might as well be the trump card of Akatsuki. Zetsu nodded, then asked, "What should we do now?" After a while of silence, Nagato stepped forward to the edge of the cliff and said in an indifferent tone, "No matter who the other party is, they can't stop me from making Konoha feel the pain. I will send the pain Rakudo. Since each pain is now several times stronger than they were before, so they will be able to deal with most Konoha shinobi fairly easily. At the same time, they will also deal with the members of Akatsuki that are interfering in the Konoha collapse plan." After speaking up here, Nagato turned to look at Tomomask DMS Obito and said, "Madara, you should go too, capture Fujin, and I will let Human Path extract his soul to read all his memories. This time, not only Konoha and Gakage will disappear, but I will also uproot Akatsuki." Tomomask DMS Obito thought about it and nodded, "All right." At this time, Toby, who was staring at a flower, suddenly got up and asked, "Oh, and what about me? Am I also going to attack Konoha, Tomomask DMS Obito thought a little, then shook his head. "For the time being you stay here, Toby. Aren't the Gakage planning to launch a surprise attack on Nagato? Just deal with them." After saying so, Tomomask DMS Obito looked at Nagato and said, "Also, be careful of the leader of Akatsuki. Last time Yama managed to sneak attack you and almost killed you. We don't want that to happen this time, so conserve your strength as much as possible." Nagato's face darkened as soon as Yama, but after calming his anger, Nagato nodded to Tomomask DMS Obito. Tomomas DMS Obito said nothing more and just disappeared into a spiraling whirl. With Tomomas DMS Obito gone, Zetsu also retracted back into the ground and rushed towards Konoha. Konoha. Staring at Fujin's right hand that easily caught the lightning and crushed it while being empty-handed, Hiriko's expression changed. Then he noticed something, and reacted, that is, periosteum? As the smoke on Fujin's hand cleared, Hiriko with his Sharingan noticed the layer of white periosteum on Fujin's right hand, and can't help but curse inwardly, damn, his Shikatsumiyaku is on a completely different level compared to Kagaya Takashi. After personally experiencing the sharpness of the bone blade that chopped of his hand, and the toughness of the periosteum layer that easily blocked and crushed his lightning attack, Hiriko finally realized that Fujin's Shikatsumiyaku is on a completely different level than he has ever heard or seen. And for the first time, Hiriko looked at Fujin as if he was dealing with someone superior to his strength here. Feeling the threat to his life, the crisis of death, Hiriko suddenly felt the urge to retreat backward. His figure flashed and he distanced himself from Fujin. His severed arm that was cut off by Fujin hung downward because of the Chimera Bud. Puff. As Hiriko retreated backward, Fujin committed out blood again, but he didn't care, and after getting over the body paralyzation, Fujin instantly rushed towards Hiriko as he didn't intend to give the other party an opportunity to recover and kill him this time for sure. With the bone blade held in each of his hands, and sharp bone spurs protruding out of his elbow, Fujin chased after Hiriko, whose body was covered in lightning, and slashed at him from time to time. Sometimes an arm would be cut, the other time, the chest would be penetrated, and on the next opportunity his shoulder was slashed. Overall, injuries on Hiriko kept increasing as time passed by. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Hiriko shouted hysterically as anger was gradually growing in his heart. Hiriko's steel release that he was so proud of and thought of as impenetrable and invincible couldn't resist even a single slash from the bone blades of Fujin. The bone blades in the hands of Fujin are so sharp that is really horrifying. On the sidelines, and looking at Fujin and Hiriko, one chasing to kill, while the other struggling to not die, Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were far away, were dumbfounded. After a long silence, Jiraiya sighed, I can only hope that he doesn't become Konoha's enemy in the future, otherwise, there is no way for any one of us to be able to stop him. Each and every move and style of Fujin seems to be indefinite. They look normal and random, but in reality, each move is a killer attack, and even a little bit of carelessness will result in death. They know that Hiriko's strength and skills have surpassed even the Gakage, but in the face of Fujin's increasingly fierce offensive, Hiriko's disadvantage has become more and more obvious with time, and now the situation is very clear. Hiriko is being completely suppressed by Fujin. Many body parts of Hiriko, such as arms, shoulders, thigh, ears, etc., have already been severed by Fujin. The only reason they are still attached is that they are forcibly held together by the Chimera Buds. As for healing his body with dark medical ninjutsu, Hiriko doesn't have the opportunity to be able to do so under the constant fierce offensive of Fujin. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Hiriko has already lost this battle. He wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. His defeat is only a matter of time, and he would either be captured alive or probably die. Tsunade's gaze condensed, and she finally can't help but speak. Have you noticed it too, Jiraiya? Jiraiya asked in confusion. Notice what? Tsunade looked at Fujin and said solemnly, I don't know if you see it or not, but the combat style of this guy Fujin has too many traces of Konoha's combat style, whether it is Konoha, Ryu, Uchiha Taijutsu, and Kenjutsu, Hyuga's Gentle Fist Taijutsu, as well as many other forms of Kenjutsu styles that have been popular in Konoha, are incorporated in Fujin's combat style. Jiraiya's expression shrank upon understanding the implication of Tsunade's analysis. This, maybe. But he didn't have much time to speak as several explosions and rumbling sounds came from 5 corners of the village. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately afterward, there were several roars of beasts that didn't come from the territory of the Inuzuka clan. Jiraiya hurriedly jumped on the ruins of a tall building and observed the situation of the village while protecting himself from the rain of lightning pillars. Looking around, he suddenly found that several huge summoned beasts have appeared in the village from the eastern section, and without exception, all of them seem to have the Rinnegan pattern in their eyes, as well as black sticks affixed on their bodies. After understanding what this means, Jiraiya said with a bitter and helpless expression, "Nagato has also made his move." Chapter 516, Obito makes his move. Hokage Building. Hokage-sama, one suspicious individual with the Rinnegan pattern has appeared in the Western District. Hokage-sama, two suspicious individuals with the Rinnegan pattern have appeared in the Eastern District. Hokage-sama, two suspicious individuals with the Rinnegan pattern have appeared in the Southern District. One by one Konoha Anbu flashed inside the Hokage office and reported the latest news about the sudden appearance of the new members of the Akatsuki organization to Sandaime Hokage. Sandaime asked with a calm face, "Describe the appearance of the suspicious individuals." The Anbu nodded and immediately described the appearance of the suspicious individuals with Rinnegan pattern in the eye. After listening to the detailed description of their appearance, Sandaime muttered, "Each of them has the Rinnegan, either they have orange hair or they are bald, and each of them has black piercings on their faces. It seems that these are just the new puppets of Nagato." What were they called? Pain Rakudo! Although the last raid against Akatsuki organization at Amigakure failed, the villages still managed to gather a lot of information about their enemies, such as Rinnegan and Pain Rakudo of Nagato, would release, and space-time jutsu of Tobi, according to Sandaime's knowledge, because he is not yet aware that the name Tobi has been given to someone else, paper control of Conan, etc., etc. And using this intelligence, suitable combat strategies have been developed by Sandaime Hokage after various consultations with Narashikaku, the think tank of Konoha. So, after groaning for a while, Sandaime instructed the captain of his Anbu guard, notify the 4 Kage to be ready to move at any moment. Although Nagato has not yet made his appearance on the battlefield in person, the appearance of Pain Rakudo shows that he is somewhere nearby and has already made his move. Therefore, the Gakage must be ready to move out at the instant Yamanaka and Noichi locate the position of Nagato. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The captain of Hokage's Anbu guard nodded and disappeared. On the battlefield. Hearing the sudden roars of the several summoned beasts, and multiple explosions that have suddenly increased, Fujin realized that Nagato has also made his shot, so Fujin slightly slowed down the offensive on Hiriko and increased his own vigilance against a sneak attack from Nagato and Obito. And while Fujin became cautious, the Tomo masked DMS Obito, who was hidden far away, muttered with a smirk, "I got you." The very next instant, a spatial distortion suddenly appeared on Fujin's back without any warning and began to engulf him into the Kamui dimension. Kamui? The familiar feeling of tearing and paralyzing sensation instantly shocked Fujin and reminded him that Obito has also made his move on him. Even if Fujin had been psychologically prepared, and even if he had been wary of it, when the attack really came to him, no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. While trying to resist the tearing sensation, Fujin instantly located several chakra signatures in his Byakugan vision. But at this moment, Fujin didn't have enough to be able to distinguish which of these chakra signatures is the real hiding position of Obito, because the time in his hands to be able to break free of Kamui is as short as 1 to 2 seconds. If Fujin doesn't get rid of Obito's Kamui within this short period of 1 to 2 seconds, the end will be self-evident. The distortion of the body became more and more serious. The numbness caused because of being pushed into another time-space filled Fujin's entire body, making him unable to freely control his body. This feeling is stronger compared to the last time he fought against Obito at Kirigakure, which obviously means that Obito's mastery of Kamui has increased several times since he regained his other eye. Facing such a dilemma, Fujin can't help but consider a possibility: should I abandon the Fujin clone body? But this thought was instantly rejected by Fujin. No, I can't abandon this clone. After making up his mind, Fujin's expression became serious. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart, let go of all his thoughts, and a strong will to fight back was ignited in his heart. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Seedling Fern. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by the tremors of earth, Fujin unreservedly used one of the strongest secret jutsu of. Instantly, one after another, countless bone spears pierced through the ground and appeared on the battlefield. One of these bone spears came out of the ground beneath Fujin's feet and directly pierced through and wrapped around his distorted body that was about to be engulfed inside the Kamui dimension. After his body merged into the bone spear, the very next instant Fujin traveled through the bone spear and changed his position in order to escape the area that was about to be engulfed by the bone spear. Crack! At this instant, Kamui was complete. Looking at it from the side, a spiral cavity appeared on the original tough bone spear, and this cavity is exactly the position where Fujin was standing an instant ago. Under the stripping of Kamui, the bone spear had no resistance at all and was directly broken. Hidden in the shadows, the Tomomask DMS Obito frowned when he looked at this scene. When Fujin initially used the dance of the seedling fern, Tomomask DMS Obito felt that something was wrong and he was puzzled why Fujin used this jutsu. At the same time, he is also confused about how Fujin can use dance of the seedling fern at such a fast speed. It didn't take even an instant since the Kamui was launched and a complete bone forest was erected at the battlefield. Damn it, the first sneak attack failed. I should have gotten a bit closer and then used Kamui on him, thought Tomomask DMS Obito with a regrettable expression. After all, the first sneak attack is the most deadly and dangerous, but now that the enemy knows that he is here, so obviously Fujin will be prepared for the next set of offensive. At the same time, he did not expect that Fujin would use such an approach to escape Kamui. Ever since he has retrieved his other eye from Kakashi, Tomomask DMS Obito has better understood his dojutsu, Kamui. Although the Kamui of his right eye can be used to transfer things to the Kamui dimension, the time it takes to transfer things to the Kamui dimension will be affected by the distance. The farther he is from the target, the more time it will take for the transfer. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. In the sneak attack just now, Tomomask DMS Obito stood about 500 meters away from Fujin, so the speed was quite slow and took about 2 to 3 seconds. Although 2 to 3 seconds is not a very long time period, and would definitely kill most of the shinobi, however, Fujin, because of his fast reaction speed and extremely quick thinking, is able to dodge it. Sigh, it looks like this battle wouldn't be easy. Sighed Tomomask DMS Obito, then focused on Fujin and the surrounding bone forest. The bone forest that kept rising from the ground almost frightened everyone on the battlefield. One after another, extremely sharp and strong bone spears sprouted out of the ground. Unfortunately for Fujin, Hiriko, with his extremely fast speed granted to him by swift release, managed to dodge the bone spears with some difficulty. Of course, looking at his panicked expression, it can be assumed that he has probably already developed a psychological shadow against these bone spears and is really afraid to face them. Of course, Konoha shinobi was also panicked. They were afraid that they too would die because of these bone spears, but strangely enough, the bone spears did not grow out of the position where Konoha shinobi stood. It was as if these bone spears were deliberately avoiding them, which made them understood that the member of Amatsukami does not intend to target them and relieve them of a lot of their worries. After calming down, everyone looked at each other. From the moment Fujin was suddenly attacked by some sort of distortion in the void, to the moment when Fujin used Dance of the Seedling Fern to escape the attack, and then the appearance of this bone forest, the whole process was completed in only a few seconds, so most of the people are unable to judge what exactly happened all of a sudden and where did the attack come from. At this time, Jiraiya, who has already entered the Sennin mode, informed everyone, a new enemy has appeared, and it is the guy who uses some kind of weird space-time jutsu along with Mokutan. Be vigilant! Jiraiya is extremely familiar with the intelligence of the members of the Akatsuki organization, so the moment the void distortion appeared around Fujin, he immediately recognized the identity of the enemy, and after confirming his guess with Hyuga Kuroto/Watatsumi, Shadow Clone, he instantly informed everyone. After receiving Jiraiya's warning, all the Konoha shinobi, including Tsunade and Hyuga Kuroto/Watatsumi Shadow Clone, immediately hid their bodies, as they did not want to be targeted by Kamui. Jiraiya went towards Tsunade and said, "We can't be passive now that another enemy has appeared. I will support Fujin, and you will be my backup." Tsunade nodded heavily. "All right." The current situation is disadvantageous for Fujin. 2 Akatsuki members are already on the field. Although Fujin is extremely strong, and other members of Akatsuki should also be hidden somewhere and observing the situation, no matter what, as Konoha shinobi, Jiraiya and Tsunade can't sit still. They must also take action as they absolutely do not allow Konoha to be mere spectators in a war fought in Konoha. The other side of Bone Forest. While panting deep breaths, Hirako recovered a little from his injuries and roared loudly in the direction of Tomoma's DMS Obito, "Why are you here? I am the one who is going to kill the bastard." Listening to Hirako's roar, there was no response from Tomoma's DMS Obito, as he was busy searching for Fujin's location. Seeing that he was being completely ignored, Hirako could only grit his teeth in frustration and clench his fist in anger. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Hirako had to accept the fact that when put in a 1-versus-1 confrontation against Fujin, he is not strong enough to be able to defeat Fujin. Facts have proven that he will have to join forces with this so-called Madara person in order to deal with Fujin. Of course, Hirako knows that with the help of Madara, dealing with Fujin will be extremely easy. After all, Madara is definitely the second strongest person in the Akatsuki organization. And in Hirako's opinion, although Fujin's strength is a bit too outrageous, the opponent often vomits blood and stops midway as if he is paralyzed. Therefore, Hirako can judge that Fujin's body definitely has some kind of problem, so as long as he and Madara join forces, they can resolve Fujin in the shortest amount of time. Just after Hirako's words fell, Fujin's half-body suddenly appeared out of the bone spear behind Hirako, and without wasting any time in speaking nonsense, he directly slashed the bone blade in his hands. The sharp bone blade, glowing with cold light, was slashed across Hirako's neck. Slash! As soon as the bone blade ran across Hirako's neck, blood splashed out, and the very instant, Hirako's head that still had an angered and shocked look was severed and fell on the ground. Chapter 517, Shinra Tensei. Whyish. Just as Fujin's figure retracted back into the bone spear, with the sound of breaking through wind, several large projectiles with the shape of Obito's Manjikyu Sharingan pattern with a diameter of more than 1 meter came right after it and hit the exact bone spear. The bone spear cut by the large projectile was instantly engulfed in a spiraling whirl and soon disappeared from his time-space without leaving behind a trace. The momentum of the large projectiles remained unabated, and with a whirling sound, it continues forward, cutting off hundreds of bone spears that too soon disappeared into the Kamui dimension, leaving behind a large empty area in the middle of the bone forest. Boom! Roar! With a loud explosion and a roaring noise, an emerald blue Susanoo suddenly appeared in the area where the bone forest was swallowed by Kamui Shuriken. Tomoma's DMS Obito glanced at Hirako, whose head had been severed from his body and fell to the ground in a lifeless state. His eyes under his mask were filled with a joking expression as if he was quite happy about the death of Hirako. If Obito wanted to save Hirako from Fujin, he had more than enough time and opportunity to be able to do so without much effort, but he chose not to do so because Hirako is a staunch follower of the Nagato faction in the Akatsuki organization. And because Hirako's strength is extremely high, only weaker than him and Nagato, so Hirako's presence is unfavorable for Obito, as it makes controlling Nagato somewhat difficult. Therefore, he has been looking for various opportunities to either change Hirako's loyalty from Nagato towards him or simply eliminate him to clean a possible future threat. After all, it is only a matter of time before the conflict between him and Nagato broke out. Obito expects the conflict to break out after tonight's destruction of the Konoha, Gakage, and Akatsuki organization, because after eliminating these threats, the Akatsuki organization would focus their complete attention on the 9 Bijou so as to revive the Jubi. At that time, Nagato would become the last obstacle to Project Tsuki no Mi, because Obito and Nagato's goals are different. Nagato wants to bring peace through fear and destruction, while Obito wants to plunge the world into infinite Tsukiyomi. Since their goals are different, so a civil war is bound to break out. So, eliminating future threats at an early stage is only a matter of course. At this time, Jiraiya, who has already entered the Sennin mode, suddenly jumped out of the bone forest and shouted, "Senpo, Gomen!" Whoosh! On Toad Shima's command, Jiraiya sprayed out a large volume of toad oil, followed by Toad Fukasaku on Jiraiya's right shoulder performing a wind release jutsu to propel the toad oil, and finally, Toad Shima on Jiraiya's left shoulder performing a fire release jutsu to heat the wind-propelled toad oil. Within an instant, a superheated inferno burning at thousands of degrees was created, lighting up the night sky red. Tomoma's DMS Obito frowned, his thoughts moved, and instantly, a pair of wings spread out on the back of his complete body Susanoo and he flew into the air. Because of the transplantation of Hashirama cells, the Yin chakra and Yang chakra in Obito's body is in a semi-fused state, resulting in the Yin-Yang chakra or Rakuto chakra. Therefore, even though the Manjikyu Sharingan in Obito's body is not eternal, but because the quality and quantity of his chakra are quite good, and because his visual power continuously returns, so Obito can use the complete body Susanoo with wings on his back after a lot of training, so his Susanoo has the ability to fly. Jiraiya had a dazed expression as he looked at the 100-meter giant flying in the sky. This is the first time he has seen complete body Susanoo, and didn't know that Susanoo can also fly, so he is quite taken aback. At this time, Jiraiya's Gomen has already swallowed the bone forest. No matter how tough these bone spears may have been, when incinerated by the oil burning at thousands of degrees, they couldn't resist and started to break apart and evaporate. Crack crack. Click. With constant cracking noise, one after another bone spears that were affected by Gomen turned into dust and evaporated. At this time, Fujin, who was panting, leaned out of one of the bone spear near Jiraiya and looked at him with a speechless expression. No matter how dangerous the Kamui Shuriken may have been, at most they destroyed a very small part of the bone forest, and that too recovered in a flash under Fujin's chakra, but when Jiraiya used his Sage Jutsu, a large part of bone forest simply evaporated without even posing any threat to Obito. On the other hand, if Fujin hadn't hurried to transfer himself away from that area, then he too would have been swallowed by the incinerated toad oil that is burning at thousands of degrees. Jiraiya also seemed to have noticed Fujin's gaze and apologized with an embarrassed expression. Sorry, I didn't expect his to suddenly fly. Jiraiya's move just now was actually a test in order to verify whether this person in front of him who is using Susanoo can still make himself intangible or not, and whether he can make the entire Susanoo intangible or not. After all, even if it's Susanoo known for its ultimate defense, resisting Gomen is quite dangerous, so if the person can still make himself intangible while using the Susanoo, or he can make the entire Susanoo intangible, then he would definitely choose to do so and not pose hard resistance to Gomen. It's just that Jiraiya didn't expect that the opponent wouldn't play his cards according to expectations, and use a completely different approach and fly off the ground. Fujin sighed, and didn't get too entangled with this small issue. Instead he turned his head, and looked at the place where Hiriko's body was present. At this moment, that area is already a sea of flames. Everything on the ground is burned into char and evaporated by Gomen. Even the rubble was not spared and was evaporated. Fujin doesn't know if Obito has saved Hiriko's body or not, but if he hadn't, then no matter what secret jutsu or kenjutsu Hiriko may have used, his body would have definitely been destroyed. Of course, Fujin is not completely certain whether Hiriko is dead, even if all his life signs have disappeared. After all, Hiriko is capable of using dark medical ninjutsu similar to Yomi of the Land of Demons. And since Fujin has already once learned the lesson from Yomi, so he cannot ascertain Hiriko's death. Not to mention he didn't see whether Obito has saved Hiriko's body or not because Fujin was busy escaping the Kamui Shuriken and Gomen. Putting aside that thought, for now, Fujin looked at Tomoma's DMS Obito, who was flying high into the air, and looking at Fujin, Jiraiya, as well as other Konoha shinobi with a condescending look in his eyes. I am quite curious, can your dance of the seedling fern and Sennin mode withstand what's about to come? After speaking so, he didn't wait for any reply, directly dispersed the Susanoo, and disappeared into a spiraling whirl with a burst of mocking laughter echoing all over the village. Jiraiya said with an anxious expression, well, he must have chosen a different target. Jiraiya is self-conscious and understands things quite clearly. If he were in the enemy's shoes, then he would also avoid the enemy's strong fighters and directly attack the weak links in order to disturb the strong ones psychologically. This is only a matter of course, and since Konoha is so big, determining the enemy's exact target is quite difficult in such a short time. But Fujin wasn't so worried about who will be Obito's target, because he feels that Obito hasn't left yet. No one in Konoha or other great villages poses a threat to DMS Obito. If there is anyone he is vigilant against, then it is definitely Akatsuki. So, Fujin feels that Obito's move just now was only a deception to hide into the dark to carry out another sneak attack, lest he would be targeted by other Akatsuki members who are hiding in the dark while he is on the bright side. And while Fujin was thinking, the village suddenly became quiet. The explosions, howling and roars of chimera beasts and summoned beasts, fierce fighting, along with every other sound seems to have subsided for some reason. Ads by PubFuture. Fujin's expression shrank. What's the matter? Why would they retreat all of a sudden? Not only Fujin, even Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, as well as other Konoha shinobi and Umbu in the surroundings noticed something strange with the sudden silence because it gave everyone an eerie feeling. Walking out of the ruins, Kurenai looked at Kuroto's shadow clone and asked, "The members of Akatsuki organization have retreated?" Kuroto's shadow clone, who was also observing the situation with his Byakugan, was also quite confused, and nodded. "They seem to have retreated for some reason. It's quite strange." Kakashi said with a solemn expression, "I am afraid it's not that simple. Let's be more vigilant." Just as Kakashi spoke, both Fujin standing on top of the bone spear and Kuroto's shadow clone suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. Feel pain. In the sky, there is a figure floating high above, his position at the center of the village, wearing Akatsuki cloak and his arms outstretched as if doing something. Except pain. Following Fujin and Kuroto's shadow clone's gaze, one after another everyone turned to look in that direction and spotted the small figure. And no pain. Jiraiya frowned, that is, for some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling, and immediately afterward, he shouted at everyone, no matter what he is doing, he must be stopped. Those who do not know pain will never understand true peace. Fujin shook his head, and while printing hand seals, he said, "It's too late for you all to stop him. I will do what I can, you all just need to do something to be able to protect yourselves." Fujin's words just fell, and a majestic, yet indifferent voice echoed, "And now, this world shall know pain." Shinra. Tensei. Boom 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 boom. Instantly, a huge repulsive force swept through the village, quickly spreading around and affecting everything. In the face of this repulsive force, everything including people, animals, houses, buildings, etc. seems to be like fragile wood and could be crushed unilaterally. Feeling the heavy shockwave, everyone seems to be feeling a sense of disparity. Kakashi looked dull, he had a complex expression that was filled with shock and helplessness. Heiei subconsciously rushed towards Hyuga with the hope that he could do something to be able to protect her even if he loses his life while doing so. Kurenai looked at the person suspended in the air, then turned to look at Fujin, who seems to be trying to do something. Kurenai also looked at Kuroto standing next to her and noticed that his eyes were golden at this moment instead of white, and he was also trying to do something. Although curious, she didn't have the time or opportunity to ask anything, as she closed her eye with the hope that she wouldn't die. Just as everyone was preparing to meet the impact, an endless iron sand curtain suddenly unfolded above the sky of Konoha. Looking from the sky high above, the iron sand curtain seems to be a black mattress that covered the entire village and seems to be trying to resist the repulsive force that swept over the whole village. Chapter 518, Scene of Refugee Shelter. The lamp above the head flickered and dimmed, making bursts of contact noises. Cough cough. Hinata was like a cat, with a dusty face, coughed slightly, then looked at the surroundings with a dazed expression. "Please, someone save me. It hurts. I want Okasan. Uwawa. I want my Okasan." At this time, several strong and weak cries filled with intermittent moans and painful wailing were coming from all corners of the refugee shelter, overlapping each other, causing the refugee to fall in a painful and sorrowful state. Hinata looked around, and her eyes were dim. She doesn't seem to be able to see or understand what exactly happened all of a sudden. The long rows of tube lights on the dome of the refugee shelter had already been broken for some reason, and the few remaining lights were also flickering and dimming due to the damage in the power system. Dust and rubble are constantly falling from the roof, so the entire refugee seems to be covered in smoke and dust, making it very hard to see even 3 or 4 meters ahead. While Hinata was unresponsive to the situation, suddenly a figure rushed towards her, and while shaking her shoulder, he asked, "Hey, are you hurt somewhere?" Hearing the familiar voice, Hinata's eyes gained focus. She was able to clearly see the figure in front of her, and replied, "Naruto-kun? I am not injured. But I am unable to get up because of those rocks." "Oh, all right then. I will remove these rocks." After nodding lightly, Naruto removed the rocks on the side and helped Hinata get up. As Hinata got up, she noticed that her sister Hanabi is also next to her, although Hanabi seems to have lost consciousness. After making sure that Hanabi was not injured, Hinata discovered Cheyenne, who was originally sitting beside her, was buried in the rocks. "Ah! Cheyenne-chan!" With an exclaim, she with the help of Naruto removed the rocks. It didn't take long for the two little guys to clear up the rocks and found that Cheyenne wasn't the only one buried under the rocks. Apart from Cheyenne, Teruho was also present, and it seemed as if Teruho had protected Cheyenne with his own body. After rescuing Cheyenne and Teruho, Hinata asked with a concerned expression, "Are you alright?" Teruho nodded weakly. To be honest, he was actually prepared to die. After all, Cheyenne had actually foretold his death, but it seems that something has changed. Anyhow, he is alive. Although he is injured, his injuries are not too severe and there doesn't seem to be any immediate danger to his life. On the other hand, Cheyenne, who had also been rescued, seems to be crying. She is very scared at this moment. The tragic scenes she saw in the prophecy seem to be fulfilling one after another. Both Naruto and Hinata were at a loss at how to help Cheyenne. Even Teruho didn't know what to do. "Hinata-sama. Hanabi-sama." At this moment, Hyuga Natsu, Hanabi's caretaker, also found them and checked their state. Not far away, Sasuke's mother carried the unconscious Kiyomi and looked at the shocking scene. Her face was heavy and painful, and she said to Sasuke standing beside her, "Sasuke, you go and help the others." Although Sasuke is only 7 years old, in the shinobi world, this age is already considered old enough to be on the battlefield fighting in the wars. In the Third Great Shinobi War, many children under the age of 8 have participated in the war, not to mention her older son Itachi, who witnessed the cruelty of war at the age of 4, so in the eyes of Makoto, Sasuke is not just her son, but also a shinobi. Looking at the bleeding leg of his mother, and unconscious Kiyomi carried by her mother, Sasuke hesitated, "But Okasan, your leg, and Kiyomi." "Kiyomi-chan is just unconscious and nothing more. As for me, such a small injury is not enough to hinder me, so you don't have to worry about the two of us." As she said, Makoto activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and said while gently rubbing Sasuke's head, "Don't forget, Sasuke, I am also a Jonin." Sasuke no longer hesitated. He stood up and shouted to Naruto, who was not far away, "Naruto, come with me, let's save the others." "Oh, got it, Sasuke." Naruto nodded hastily. While Naruto was about to go with Sasuke, Hinata whispered in a low tone, "Naruto-kun, can I also come with you?" I have the Byakugan, it will be easier to find the others." Sasuke walked over, looked up and down at Hinata, then said, "You can follow, but you have to act smartly, and not hinder us." Hinata nodded hastily, "Yes, thank you, Sasuke-kun." After saying so, she turned towards Natsu, and said, "Natsu-san, please take care of Hanabi-chan and Cheyenne-chan. I am going to help others with Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun." Then immediately followed Sasuke and Naruto without waiting for Natsu's reply. "Huh. Wait, Hinata-sama." Natsu wanted to stop Hinata, but by the time she had reacted, Hinata had already walked away with Sasuke and Naruto. "Oh, what am I going to do now? If something were to happen to Hinata-sama?" At the same time, Makoto along with the other shinobi present at the refugee shelter also started to carry out the search and rescue operation, while also reinforcing the walls of the refugee shelter in order to ensure the safety of the villagers. On the other side, 3 little guys walked through the refugee shelter, although the entire shelter was filled with dust and smoke and rubble. Finding and rescuing Konoha villagers buried under rocks wasn't very difficult because of Hinata's Byakugan, coupled with Sasuke and Naruto's combined efforts. After a while, they came to a large cavernous boulder that seems to have blocked the passage. Looking at the completely collapsed passage in front of her, Hinata can't help but mutter in worry, "Why is this happening? Why did the refugee shelter collapse all of a sudden?" Naturally, Naruto couldn't answer. He doesn't really have much of an understanding of what exactly is going on. So instead of thinking about this problem, he stepped forward and tried to push away the boulder blocking the passage, and found that he couldn't move the boulder at all. Of course, Sasuke is different from Naruto. He thought about it a little, and said casually, "This refugee shelter is tens of meters underground. Even if there is a very big explosion on the surface, it should not affect here." Naruto said with a smirk, "Then why have so many places collapsed at this refugee shelter?" Sasuke obviously didn't have the answer, and said angrily, "How do I know? But something very big must have happened on the surface for its impact to have even reached here." Hinata said with a worried tone, "I don't know how my Ota-sama and Sensei are now." Listening to Hinata, even Sasuke also became faintly worried, but he soon reassured himself, "Humph. My Ota-san is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan as well as the captain of the Konoha military police force. He must be fine." While Hinata and Sasuke were busy in their thoughts, there was suddenly a sound of hurried footsteps getting closer and closer. The 3 little guys looked in the direction of the hurried footsteps, and soon recognized the identity of the person coming over. Sasuke said, "It's you. Hyuga Niji." Niji nodded at the few people in front of him, then immediately said to Hinata, "Hinata-sama, you shouldn't run around at this place, it could be dangerous. Natsu-san is worried about you." Hinata bowed her head, and apologized, "I just wanted to help Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun in rescuing the others. Please forgive me, Niji and I-san." Listening to the discussion of Niji and Hinata, Naruto frowned. They are both quite weird. Why do they refer to each other in this way? Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest, and explained to Naruto, "Hyuga Niji and Hinata are from the Hyuga clan. Although they are from the same clan, Hinata is from the main family, not to mention she is the eldest daughter of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, which means that Hinata is going to be the next patriarch of the entire Hyuga clan, so her status is equivalent to my Nisan in the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, Niji is just a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan and is responsible for the protection of Hinata. Although the 2 of them are cousins, there is a stark difference in their status. Hinata is master in the Hyuga clan, while Hyuga Niji is just a retainer who is responsible for the protection of the main family." Naruto muttered in confusion, "I don't understand. Obviously both of them are relatives of similar age, so why are they divided into masters and retainers? It's really confusing." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said in a disdainful tone, "Idiot Naruto, in major shinobi clans like that of Uchiha and the Hyuga there are various rules and traditions, and we have to uphold on those rules and traditions." Listening to Sasuke and Naruto discussing the status difference between the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan, in front of them Niji was embarrassed. As he grew older, Niji gradually understood the difference between the main family and the branch family, and also understands his role as a member of the branch family. He is not disgusted with the idea of protecting Hinata, but what Niji truly hopes is to be able to protect Hinata as an older brother protecting his younger sister, rather than a member of the branch family protecting a member of the main family. At this moment, Niji suddenly shouted, "Everyone, move aside," and subconsciously pulled Hinata backward. With Niji's warning, Sasuke and Naruto also reacted and moved away. Boom! Not long after the 4 children retreated, the huge boulder blocking the passage was blown up. After dodging the rocks that came in their direction, the 4 children saw through the breach in the passage and found that on the other end of the passage, several Konoha shinobi were fighting fiercely against a shinobi wearing the traditional Akatsuki cloak. Looking at them, Niji and Hinata quickly recognized the identity of one of the Konoha shinobi and exclaimed, "That's Yui-sensei." Yui-san. Chapter 519, Insta-killed? Smash. Suddenly, one of the figures was kicked out and smashed on the wall hard, cough cough. Damn it! At this rate, I am not even sure if we will be able to prevent him from going any further. We have no other option, Anko. We can't let him go any further. Thousands of lives are at stake here, said Shizune as she started healing Anko's injury while Hyuga, Yui and Uchiha Izumi kept the enemy busy. Initially, there were 20 excellent shinobi who was in charge of the security of this refugee shelter. However, not long after one of the Akatsuki members invaded the refugee shelter, almost all the members of the security team died one after another at his hands. Mitarashi Anko was the only one left and would have died too if it wasn't for the sudden and unexpected arrival of Shizune, Yui, and Izumi who hastily saved her. Anyway, back to the battle. While Uchiha Izumi with her exceptional taijutsu prowess carried out a frontal offensive against the enemy, Hyuga Yui with her Byakugan active rushed towards the enemy's back and directly used one of the strongest and deadliest jutsu that she can use currently. 8 trigrams, 64 palm. 2 palm. 4 palm. 8 palm. 16 palm. 32 palm. 64 palm. Pa 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 pa. With the crisp sound of palm collision, one after another 64 palm were landed on the enemy. As soon as the attack was finished, Izumi and Shizune looked at each other at the same time, and can't help but exclaim in joy, "It's done, his tenketsu should be sealed now." The gentle fist taijutsu of the Hyuga clan causes internal injury by the invasion of chakra. So, according to Shizune, Izumi, and Anko, the moment Yui successfully finished her attack, the enemy's flow of chakra is sealed and it would be extremely difficult for him to move. However, unlike Shizune, Izumi, and Anko, Yui didn't have that joyful look. The reason being that with her Byakugan she can clearly see that even if the enemy's tenketsu are sealed, it is of no use because chakra flow in his body is not stopped. Instead, more chakra is coming into his body from an external source. Probably, through those hundreds of black rods embedded into his body. And just as she expected, the enemy wasn't neutralized. Even after suffering from a whole set of 64 palms, he turned around and fiercely kicked Yui as if he was completely unaffected by the previous attack. Smash! Yui, who was kicked by the enemy, also smashed on the wall. What? Shizune and the others were stunned. How can he still move? After knocking out Yui, the Akatsuki member turned sideways and looked at Shizune and Izumi, who were still standing, and Anko, who was trying to get up again. While the enemy looked at the 3 kunoichi, the 3 kunoichi also looked at the enemy, especially at that purple ripple pattern that tends to exert a certain kind of unbearable oppression on them. The enemy not only has amazing insight because of bearing the Rinnegan, but he can also use all sorts of weird attacks like launching missiles, create 3 pairs of hands, create multiple faces on his head to keep track of 3 directions at the same time, bring out the giant saw from his back, open his head to fire some kind of laser beam and particle cannon, and many other weird attacks, including those black sticks that completely disrupts chakra if they pierce your body. Undoubtedly, the enemy fighting against the 4 Konoha kunoichi is none other than Azura Path from the Pain Rakudo. And faced with the weirdness of his abilities, the 4 of them have been unable to do much. Izumi, who had long since activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and has exceptional taijutsu skills, is unable to keep up with the enemy's speed and strength. Shizune's poison is completely ineffective against the enemy because he is a corpse, and might even affect the comrades in such a small and narrow passage. Therefore, her abilities are greatly limited here. Anko's snakes are unable to do much damage because the enemy kills all the snakes using those black sticks with his 6 hands. And originally being a corpse with an external source of chakra supply, gently fist taijutsu that causes internal damage to the chakra pathway of the body is proving to be ineffective against him. Not to mention that they are unable to use ninjutsu at such a narrow passage because using ninjutsu would endanger the lives of villagers because the refugee shelter that is barely hanging would completely collapse. Taking all these disadvantages into consideration, they used everything they had. Shizune, Anko, and Izumi tried to keep the enemy busy in order to give Yui the opportunity to make a perfect sneak attack with the hopes of solving the enemy with that sneak attack. But unfortunately, it didn't work. Even after the attack was successful, it had no effect on Azura Path. It turns out that the enemy's weirdness makes him immune to the Gentle Fist Taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. At this rate, none of them can resist the enemy. Staring at the Rinnegan in the opponent's eye socket that seems to loom with extreme coldness, everyone felt a sense of despair. Yui, who had fallen not far away, struggled to get up, but midway she felt her throat becoming hot, and after spurting out a mouthful of blood she collapsed on the ground and shouted unwillingly, "Damn it! Can't let him go any further. The civilians' lives are at stake here." After speaking so, she clenched her fist and used all her strength to get up again and put on the gentle fist posture, but even a fool could see that her combat effectiveness is not that high because her hands are trembling in fear and powerlessness. Azura Path glanced at the four Konoha kunoichi indifferently, then raised a pair of arms, and said, "If early death is what you desire, then I shall fulfill your wish." Kaka kaka. Amidst the sound of machinery operating, many missiles appeared out of the arm raised by Azura Path, and these missiles were aimed at the four Konoha kunoichi. Shizune was the least injured of the four, rushed towards Yui because she knew that with Yui's current state it would be very difficult for her to escape the attack of these missiles. Azura Pain didn't seem to care about Shizune's intention and prepared to launch the missiles. Whyish 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 whyish. But just as he was about to launch the missiles, several shurikens were shot from the other side of the passage. Azura Pain didn't move, he just tilted his head slightly and accurately avoided all the shuriken that was shot towards him, then moved his gaze towards the other side of the passage in order to verify the identity of the new enemy. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. The moment Azura Pain looked in that direction, a fierce fireball came towards him. Azura Pain did not move to dodge the fireball jutsu, he just raised his hands over his chest and resisted the attack with his body. Through the observation of Rinnegan, Azura Pain had already judged that the heat of this fireball jutsu is not too high, thus it will not cause him any damage, so using his body to resist it is more than enough. Smash! Yui, who was kicked by the enemy, also smashed on the wall. What? Shizune and the others were stunned. How can he still move? After knocking out Yui, the Akatsuki member turned sideways and looked at Shizune and Izumi, who were still standing, and Anko, who was trying to get up again. While the enemy looked at the three kunoichi also looked at the enemy, especially at that purple ripple pattern that tends to exert a certain kind of unbearable oppression on them. The enemy not only has amazing insight because of bearing the Rinnegan, but he can also use all sorts of weird attacks like launching missiles, create 3 pairs of hands, create multiple faces on his head to keep track of 3 directions at the same time, bring out the giant saw from his back, open his head to fire some kind of laser beam and particle cannon, and many other weird attacks, including those black sticks that completely disrupts chakra if they pierce your body. Undoubtedly, the enemy fighting against the 4 Konoha kunoichi is none other than Azura Path from the Pain Rakudo. And faced with the weirdness of his abilities, the 4 of them have been unable to do much. Izumi, who had long since activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and has exceptional taijutsu skills, is unable to keep up with the enemy's speed and strength. Shizune's poison is completely ineffective against the enemy because he is a corpse, and might even affect the comrades in such a small and narrow passage, therefore, her abilities are greatly limited here. Anko's snakes are unable to do much damage because the enemy kills all the snakes using those black sticks with his 6 hands. And originally being a corpse with an external source of chakra supply, Gently Fist Taijutsu that causes internal damage to the chakra pathway of the body is proving to be ineffective against him. Not to mention that they are unable to use ninjutsu at such a narrow passage because using ninjutsu would endanger the lives of villagers because the refugee shelter that is barely hanging would completely collapse. Taking all these disadvantages into consideration, they used everything they had. Shizune, Anko, and Izumi tried to keep the enemy busy in order to give Yui the opportunity to make a perfect sneak attack with the hopes of solving the enemy with that sneak attack. But unfortunately, it didn't work. Even after the attack was successful, it had no effect on Azura Path. It turns out that the enemy's weirdness makes him immune to the Gentle Fist Taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. At this rate, none of them can resist the enemy. Staring at the Rinnegan in the opponent's eye socket that seems to loom with extreme coldness, everyone felt a sense of despair. Yui, who had fallen not far away, struggled to get up, but midway she felt her throat becoming hot, and after spurting out a mouthful of blood she collapsed on the ground and shouted unwillingly, "Damn it! Can't let him go any further. The civilians' lives are at stake here." After speaking so, she clenched her fist and used all her strength to get up again and put on the gentle fist posture, but even a fool could see that her combat effectiveness is not that high because her hands are trembling in fear and powerlessness. Azura Path glanced at the four Konoha kunoichi indifferently, then raised a pair of arms, and said, "If early death is what you desire, then I shall fulfill your wish." Kaka. Amidst the sound of machinery operating, many missiles appeared out of the arm raised by Azura Path, and these missiles were aimed at the four Konoha kunoichi. Shizen was the least injured of the four, rushed towards Yui because she knew that with Yui's current state it would be very difficult for her to escape the attack of these missiles. Azura Pain didn't seem to care about Shizen's intention and prepared to launch the missiles. Whyish. But just as he was about to launch the missiles, several shurikens were shot from the other side of the passage. Azura Pain didn't move, he just tilted his head slightly and accurately avoided all the shuriken that was shot towards him, then moved his gaze towards the other side of the passage in order to verify the identity of the new enemy. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. The moment Azura Pain looked in that direction, a fierce fireball came towards him. Azura Pain did not move to dodge the fireball jutsu, he just raised his hands over his chest and resisted the attack with his body. Through the observation of Rinnegan, Azura Pain had already judged that the heat of this fireball jutsu is not too high, thus it will not cause him any damage, so using his body to resist it is more than enough. His expectations were correct, the fire did not cause him any damage, but just as the fire was about to dissipate, several figures rushed towards him under the cover of smoke and dust. Azura Pain immediately noticed that the two figures rushing over at the front are 7 or 8 years old children, one with blonde hair, and the other with black hair. The two figures seemed to have a tacit understanding. Instead of carrying out a direct attack, both of them rushed past Azura Pain at the same time. On the other hand, 2 more figures rushed over, both of them also being 7 or 8 years old, but these two were different from the previous two. These two had their Byakugan active, and immediately after appearing in front of him, the two simultaneously took gentle fist stance and carried out palm strikes. Looking at the 4 children surrounding him from the 4 sides, Azura Pain showed a disdainful smirk. A group of children? What exactly can a group of children hope to do here? Although disdainful, he decided to firstly deal with these children, then deal with the other 4 kunoichi before going deeper into the refugee in order to find the Jinchuriki of Kyubi. So, to meet the attack of the 2 children of the Hyuga clan, Azura Pain raised his hand but soon found out that he can't raise his hands because his body is actually tied up by steel wires. Only then did Azura Pain understood that the 2 children who went past him earlier were not just rushing past him aimlessly to surround him from 4 directions, instead they had a plan in mind and used imperceptible steel wires to restrict his movements. The restriction of steel wires caused Azura Pain a moment of delay, and by the time he broke free of the restriction, the 2 children with the Byakugan had already issued their attack. Pa. There was another burst of palm strikes coming towards him. And this time it was a frontal attack, unlike the sneak attack on the back carried out by Yui. The 2 children, Niji and Hinata, used their strongest attacks and directly aimed at the vital parts of the enemy in front of them. After completing a series of attacks, the 4 children, Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, and Hinata were panting heavily and observed the results of their offensive. However, contrary to the 4 children's expectations, Azura Pain seemed completely uninjured. He just shook his head and arched his lips, revealing a flawless smile. With the chubby face of Azura Pain, it is obviously a naive smile, but in the eyes of 4 children, this naive smile is extremely terrifying and creepy, and really horrified the 4 children. Then, with the same smile, Azura Pain raised his 4 arms and aimed at the 4 children, and shouted, "If you have nothing more, then just go to hell." Niji! Hinata-chan. Seeing that Niji and Hinata were in danger, Yui couldn't care about her injury and immediately rushed in front of the 2 of them, and prepared to use Revolving Heaven in order to protect the 2 of them. At the same time, Anko shot a snake from her sleeve. The snake coiled around Naruto and threw him towards Shizune. Izumi, on the other hand, appeared in front of Sasuke and immediately started to weave hand signs for the mud wall jutsu. Azura Pain doesn't seem to care about the 4 kunoichi trying to protect the 4 children. He is confident that even with their best defense they will surely die. He raised his 4 hands that turned into particle cannon from which dazzling blue lights flashed and intensive chakra fluctuations occurred. The extreme heat and light emanating from the 4 particle cannon seemed to burn the skin of 8 people and brighten the originally dim passage to the point where nothing except for white was visible. The 4 children who were protected by someone or the other were trembling. At this moment, they deeply realized the danger that this enemy posed, the cruelty of the shinobi world, and the horror of incoming death. At the same time, they can't help but curse themselves for their foolishness and thinking that they might be able to defeat him. Facing the 2 particle cannons pointed towards her, even Yui was no different from the 2 children behind her and felt powerless. She bit her lip in unwillingness. She seemed to be in despair and panic, and shouted from the depths of her consciousness, as if these words are going to be her last words, "Kuroto-kun, at least, these children must be protected." As soon as the voice fell, Yui's pure white Byakugan suddenly turned into the royal blue Tenseigan. At the same time, an extremely strong repulsive force appeared out of nowhere and slammed on the body of Azura Pain. Boom! Subjected to such a strong repulsive force, Azura Pain's body flew away at lightning speed, smashed onto one of the walls, and was instantly torn apart. Immediately after Azura Pain's body was destroyed, the dazzling light in the passage dissipated. The Tenseigan on Yui's eye also disappeared and turned back into the previous Byakugan. At the same time, all the chakra in her body also seemed to be emptied in a moment. Shizune, Izumi, Anko, Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, Hinata, Yui. Seeing this scene, everyone was suddenly taken aback. The moment Yui shouted Kuroto's name along with a few more words, something happened that inexplicably killed such a powerful enemy in one shot, so everyone was shocked and looked at Yui with a doubtful gaze. What happened just now? How could he be insta-killed all of a sudden? Not to mention the 7 others, even Yui was full of doubts. She does remember that Kuroto used some sort of Fuin Jutsu called Transcription Seal on her Byakugan a few days ago, but Kuroto never explained the effects of that Fuin Jutsu to her, and Yui didn't care too much about it because she trusts him. And now, looking at the scene before her, she can't help but think whether this inexplicable thing that insta-killed Azura Pain had something to do with the transcription seal Kuroto used on her. Chapter 520, Destroyed Konoha. Shizune cautiously walked towards the wreckage of Azura Pain and checked it briefly. After confirming a few things, she said to everyone in the passage, "There is no more chakra reaction." Izumi asked in a low voice, "Is he dead?" Shizune nodded. The Rinnegan pattern in the eyes seems to have faded. Anko leaned on the wall and said while staggering towards the Azura Pain, "In any case, this is just a puppet of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Even if it is destroyed, it doesn't mean anything. We must first remove all those black sticks in his body to completely stop its functioning, otherwise who knows when he might start to function again." Shizune nodded and removed all the black sticks in the body of Azura Pain. After confirming that Azura Pain was completely destroyed, the eyes of several people once again looked at Yui, who was sitting on the passage while leaning against the wall with the help of Hinata and Niji. Shizune asked in confusion, "Yui, what happened just now?" Because the moment Azura Pain was destroyed, it was using several particle cannon, and because of the light and heat emitted by the particle cannon, everyone's vision was disturbed, so no one could see what exactly happened that led to the destruction of Azura Pain. So, they could only ask Yui because the most likely person responsible for the destruction of the Azura Pain seems to be her. But they have to be disappointed as Yui shook her head. I don't know what's going on either." In fact, even Yui herself is not too sure as to what exactly happened just. She could only attribute it to that transcription seal Kuroto used on her a few days ago to be the cause of Azura Pain's destruction. But she didn't mention anything about the transcription seal and all to anyone here because the jutsu is related to Kuroto. After all, the scene here was too shocking. Such a powerful enemy was resolved so easily, therefore, she didn't dare to explain anything to others without Kuroto's consent lest it might cause unnecessary trouble for him. Seeing that Yui doesn't really seem to know as to what exactly happened, Anko looked around and muttered, "Could it be possible that others are hiding nearby, and they did something?" Shizen also became alert. Maybe it's a member of Amatsukami? A member of Amatsukami? On the ground. At the moment, Azura Pain was instantly destroyed in the refugee shelter, the Tendo Pain floating in the sky above Konoha and continuously releasing a very strong Shinra Tensei over the whole village. Fujin, who was leaning out of a bone spear and resisting Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei with his iron sand, and Kuroto was in the Sennin mode and was protecting Kakashi, Kurenai, Heiate, and Hyuga while using a giant revolving heaven sensed the change at the refugee shelter at the same time. The indifferent gaze of Tendo Pain gradually slanted and he glanced in the direction of the refugee shelter in the eastern block. At the same time, a doubt sprouted in Tendo Pain's heart. Was it Yama, the leader of Amatsukami? Is he hiding in Konoha's refugee shelter? The destruction of Azura Pain was too abrupt, and he didn't even sense any attack coming. Moreover, Nagato's attention was divided due to controlling Pain Rakudo at the same time, and since most of his attention was focused on the Tendo Pain who was using a Super Shinra Tensei to destroy Konoha, therefore, he was unable to judge as to what exactly happened to Azura Pain at the refuge shelter. Based on the last message Nagato received from Azura Pain before its destruction, the sudden attack that destroyed was a very strong repulsive force very similar to his Shinra Tensei, but he is not certain. Although he can't judge as to what exactly happened, one thing he can confirm is that the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi is also hiding in the refugee shelter. So, after a moment of hesitation, Tendo Pain stretched out his arm towards that particular refugee shelter and used Bansho Tenin. On Fujin's side. Cough cough, Fujin coughed heavily as he removed the iron sand curtain that was protecting him. He had also sensed that Shinra Tensei he had sealed in Yui's Byakugan using the transcription seal was activated not long ago, which meant that Yui's life was in real danger. Yui should be in the refugee shelter. Have Akatsuki members sneaked there too? Thought Fujin with a frowned expression as he looked at the mess in front of him. Damn it! Although he knew that resisting Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei with his iron sand would be pointless, he had no other option but to do so. What stands in front of Fujin is no longer the Konoha village, and he was very annoyed looking at such a scene. There is no doubt that both of the houses that his parent left behind must have followed suit along with the rest of the village. Jiraiya also got up from the ground and looking at the destroyed village, he was shocked and angry. At the same time, Kuroto, Shadow Clone, and the others that were protected by his Sage Chakra-enhanced revolving heaven also looked at the scene before them with heavy expressions. When Tendo Pain released Super Shinra Tensei, these people were present near the outer wall of Konoha where Satori was present before, so the impact of Super Shinra Tensei was quite less in here, coupled with the protection of Sage Chakra-enhanced revolving heaven used by Kuroto, Shadow Clone, so they were relatively safe. But even then, the damage to the public and property is very serious. This makes everyone who loves Konoha dearly feel outraged by what Tendo Pain has done. Even Jiraiya, who rarely gets angry, was burning with rage as he looked up at Tendo Pain, Nagato, and while shouting in anger, he rushed towards Tendo Pain regardless of life and death. Tsunade, whose injuries were rapidly healing, crawled out of the ruins and looked at the scene with a gloomy expression, but unlike Jiraiya, she didn't madly rush towards Tendo Pain. Instead, she bit her finger, weaved hand signs, and slammed her hand on the ground, Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Poof! Amidst Tsunade's loud shout, a giant poof of white smoke surged. When the white smoke dissipated, a huge slug appeared in front of Tsunade. This slug is Tsunade's summon, the slug Katsuyu of the Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 unexplored sage regions. As the slug Katsuyu looked at the surrounding mess, she was taken aback. Tsunade-sama, how did Konoha become like this? Tsunade shook her head heavily, and said, I will talk about that in detail at a later date. Firstly, please treat the wounded. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu nodded at Tsunade's instruction and immediately split into countless small slugs, scattered all over Konoha, and started to rescue the injured shinobi. Although the villagers have already entered the refugee shelter in advance and escaped this disaster, there are still countless Konoha shinobi on the ground and must have suffered a very serious injury because of the attack Tendo Pain used just now. If they are not rescued in time, then it is likely to cause thousands of casualties, which is something Konoha can't afford now. Fujin did not care about Tsunade and the others. Instead, he prepared a pair of iron sand wings and flew towards Tendo Pain. At this moment, the first priority is to solve Tendo Pain. No way, this guy is simply a human-shaped nuclear bomb. If he continues to toss around like this, then Konoha will undoubtedly be erased from the map of this shinobi world. Outside Konoha, several goshawks were flying in the periphery of Konoha village, searching from one place to another. After a long time, one of the goshawk finally approached a high cliff and saw 3 figures standing there. Looking at the 3 people, a light of wisdom flashed in the eyes of Goshawk. Immediately afterward, the goshawk dived towards the high cliff at an extremely fast speed, as if it wanted to get closer in order to confirm the identity of the 3 figures standing on the high cliff. But before it could get close enough, countless pieces of papers came from all directions and wrapped around the goshawk's body one after another. Although the goshawk felt the crisis of death, it did not turn around and flee. Instead, it increased its speed and dived towards the cliff at a higher speed. The high-speed dive produced a whistling sound, which covered the hiss sound of exploding tag igniting. The goshawk still turned a deaf ear to the crisis, staring sharply at the 3 figures in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a series of explosions sounded, and the goshawk was directly swallowed by the explosion. Nagato, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, briefly glanced at the explosion, then turned his head back. Conan on the side looked at Nagato and said, The enchantment we have used is supposed to prevent the birds and animals from approaching here. It is very likely that the goshawk just now was not an ordinary bird and our position has been exposed to the enemy. Toby on the side was immediately panicked. Oh no, what do we do, Nagato-senpai, Conan-senpai? At this rate, the plan will not continue. Nagato glanced at Toby for a moment, then turned back and said lightly, Don't worry about it, it is very likely that the Gakage are going to be coming here. I am going to take care of them. Conan said with a worried expression, or, it is better to let me and Toby take care of the Gakage. You should reserve your strength to deal with Yama. Nagato thought about it a little, then nodded, all right. Toby was immediately happy. Wow. I am going to fight the Gakage? Amazing. I must ask them, what does it feel like to poop? Nagato and Conan completely ignored Toby's words. Nagato focused his attention back on the several battlefields in Konoha, while Conan started to prepare traps in order to deal with the Gakage. Chapter 521, Jiraiya's Anger. Konoha Intelligence Base. Yamanaka Inoichi opened his eyes abruptly, took off the device on his head, and said weakly, Quickly, send message to Hokage-sama. I have found the specific location of target. As he finished speaking, Yamanaka Inoichi suddenly discovered that the underground intelligence base was in a mess. Several people were already dead, and all the pieces of equipment have fallen here and there. Hearing Inoichi's voice, one of the members of the intelligence team suddenly reported with a fearful tone, Captain Inoichi, not long ago, we lost all contact with the personals in the Hokage building. Lost contact? Inoichi was stunned after hearing the words of his subordinate, and subconsciously asked, What exactly do you mean? How can we lose contact with the personals in the Hokage building? The members of the intelligence department shook his head. The reason is simple, he doesn't know much. He just knows that after that violent earthquake not long ago, all external communication from this underground base was suddenly interrupted and no one outside is responding to their communication, not even the personals at the Hokage building. After hearing the ins and outs of the matter, Yamanaka Inoichi had a thoughtful expression on his face. He did not feel the previous earthquake because he had transferred his consciousness into that goshawk using the secret jutsu, mind transfer jutsu, of the Yamanaka clan in order to find the position of the leader of the Akatsuki organization as per Hokage-sama's orders. Just when Inoichi was thinking about what to do, one of the members of the intelligence division who went out for investigation stumbled back to the base and exclaimed, "No, the village, the village." Inoichi asked anxiously, "Speak clearly, what exactly happened outside?" The subordinate kneeling on the ground said with a weeping expression, "The village, it's gone, completely destroyed." Inoichi's expression condensed as soon as he heard the subordinate's words, and after a long silence, he stood up with a resolute expression. The fact that the underground base of the intelligence department survived must mean that the Umbu base, the secret base where the 4 Kages have gathered, and the refugee shelter should not have been destroyed either. As the commander of the intelligence department, Inoichi knows that the Tsuchikage, Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, as well as several of their subordinates, have gathered in Konoha and are waiting for intelligence about the exact location of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. The 4 Kage together with their personal guards are a force that cannot be underestimated, and as long as they carry out a successful sneak attack on Nagato and kill him in the shortest time, the situation can be reversed instantly. Therefore, it is very important that the information that Inoichi has obtained be transferred to them. With this intention, Inoichi went towards the secret base and soon arrived there. At this time, the secret base was already in chaos, and the 4 Kage were arguing about whether to go out and support Konoha against the main force of the Akatsuki organization, or stay here and wait for the intelligence. Reikage and Mizukage have long been unable to bear it and want to go above and support Konoha. On the other hand, Tsuchikage and Kazekage hope to wait for more information before attacking. All 4 of them are leaders of their respective villages, so neither one of them is convinced by the other's arguments. Additionally, they have lost contact with the Hokage, so the entire meeting room is filled with noise, argument, and mockery. But all these disputes subsided as soon as Yamanaka Inoichi walked in. Yamanaka Inoichi passed on the intelligence to Narashikaku, who informed everyone that the location of the leader of the Akatsuki organization has been confirmed. After learning this piece of intelligence, everyone quickly reached a consensus under the guidance of Narashikaku and decided to put all their attention and efforts into eliminating Nagato. The threat of Akatsuki organization has been deemed too high that even Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, can hardly resist it, and that too only because of the help of a member of Amatsukami. Other villages don't have confidence in resisting the full-scale attack from the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, if they don't take advantage of this opportunity to solve the Akatsuki organization from its roots when the 5 Kages have gathered, there may be no such opportunity in the future. As the 4 Kage reached a consensus, Mitokado Hamura stood up and said, "I will represent Konoha and participate in the fight against Nagato. They have lost all contact with the Sandaime Hokage, so there is no telling whether he is dead or alive. Therefore, Mitokado Hamura has no other choice but to represent Konoha in the fight against the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Anyway, even if he dies, it wouldn't be that big of a problem, as his death would be for the sake of the village and the shinobi world." The 4 Kage looked at the resolved expression of Mitokado Hamura and nodded. After a while, everyone quietly left the village from the secret passage and went straight towards that high cliff where the leader of the Akatsuki organization was detected by Yamanaka Inoichi. In this attack against the leader of the Akatsuki organization, there are several strong shinobi from the 5 great shinobi villages in addition to the 4 Kage and Konoha elder Mitokado Hamura. There is Terumi Mei and the patriarch of the Hozuki clan from Kirigakure, Chiyo, Ebizo, and Baki from Tsunagakure, Killer Bee, Toroi, and Darui from Kumogakure, Kitsuchi, and Gariawagakure, and finally, Yamanaka Inoichi, Narashikaku, as well as several other strong shinobi. Overall, the team consists of nearly 100 shinobi, all of the members being jonin or elite jonin. As far as the 4 Kage understands, such a force should be more than powerful enough to deal with Nagato, Konan, and the spiral-masked member of Akatsuki. Konoha. Rushing towards Tendo Pain, Jiraiya shouted in anger, "Nagato!" Tendo Pain, who was about to use Bansho Tenin towards the refugee shelter, dropped his hands and slowly landed on the ground. This time Jiraiya was really angry at what Tendo Pain has done to the village, so without any nonsense, he leaped towards Tendo Pain and released one of his strongest jutsu, Senpo, Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya, with the Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, rushed towards Tendo Pain. Whoosh! But just as he was about to smash it on Tendo Pain, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tendo Pain and opened his arms. The Ultra Big Ball Rasengan that was supposed to have completely destroyed the Tendo Pain was directly absorbed by this figure. Jiraiya-chan, this puppet seems to be able to absorb jutsu, so this one is Preta-Path, Toad Fukasaku warned. Use Frog Kata against him. Toad Shima suggested. As soon as the jutsu was absorbed by Preta-Path, Jiraiya rushed forward hoping to blast away the figure standing in front of Tendo. Seeing that Jiraiya intended to engage in close combat, Preta-Path flashed to the side at a faster pace, revealing the figure of Tendo behind him, who had already raised his right arm and said indifferently, Shinra Tensei. Boom! A huge repulsive force was suddenly released from Tendo's hand and instantly pushed back Jiraiya at a faster pace. But Jiraiya was not to be underestimated. The moment he was pushed back, Toad Shima standing on Jiraiya's shoulder instantly stretched out her tongue at a lightning speed, entangled Preta-Path, and immediately drew it closer. The angry Jiraiya didn't hesitate at all, and directly blasted the head of Preta-Path with his Sage Chakra enhanced punch. Smash! While in Sennin mode, Jiraiya's strength is not to be underestimated, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that each of his punches is as strong as Tsunade's punches, so the moment his fist hit Preta-Path's head exploded. Seeing that the angry Jiraiya destroyed the Preta-Path, Tendo smiled indifferently, and said, Jiraiya-sensei, you seem to be able to finally feel it. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but Tendo didn't give him the opportunity and continued, the village was ravaged by others. Your companions died, but you were completely powerless and couldn't protect any of them. The pain of losing the others, the pain of not being able to do anything, such pain, if you don't experience it personally, can you really understand it? Jiraiya shouted in anger, stop doing such frantic things in order to make yourself feel better. Do you feel no guilt after killing so many innocent individuals? Tendo said coldly, what about you? Do you people of the great nation feel no guilt upon trampling the lives of us people of the small and poor nations? Just when Jiraiya was left speechless, Fujin leaped down from the sky and rushed towards Tendo. Tendo raised his arm towards the incoming Fujin, Shinra Tensei. Boom! A huge repulsive force swept over Fujin and caused all the iron sand along with him to fly out. Tendo just glanced at Fujin and said, I am not interested in you. Let Yama come. The voice of Tendo was finished yet. Fujin, who was just repulsed by Shinra Tensei, appeared behind Tendo with a quick body flicker. Such speed, even Tendo was astonished, and instantly jumped to the side and barely avoided the slash of the bone blade. But the bone blade still managed to through a part of the Akatsuki cloak. Just as Fujin was about to continue the offensive, he suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Tendo said, your body doesn't seem to be able to hold it anymore. Even if I don't kill you, you don't have much time left. It wouldn't be wrong before your body will collapse. Hearing Tendo's words, Fujin chuckled, ha ha ha. Tendo frowned, what's so funny? Fujin said with a gentlemanly smile, you don't understand what this means. The more my body is unable to hold it, the more dangerous I am. The state of Fujin clone is indeed not very good, but it is both a good thing and also a bad thing. The more dangerous the body's state becomes, the stronger bones are becoming. If the Fujin clones is on the verge of collapse, then it would only mean that Shikatsu Miyaku has reached infinitely closer to all-killing ash bones in terms of lethality. Chapter 522, Chibaku Tensei. Listening to the confident words of the other party, the indifferent face of Tendo turned into a frown. Originally, Nagato only paid attention to the leader of the Amatsukami organization, Yama, because only he had the strength that made Nagato feel threatened, but later Nagato also became vigilant against Homusubi when he learned that Madara had an accident at the hands of Homusubi. Although Nagato did not know what accident did Madara had against Homusubi, Nagato can more or less judge that Madara was defeated at the hands of Homusubi, which made Nagato extremely surprised. After all, Madara's Manjikyu Sharingan is not ordinary, being able to defeat him is an amazingly big achievement. Therefore, Nagato also became somewhat vigilant against Homusubi. After that, Nagato also learned about Suijin's feats, the fact that Suijin can transform into a dragon, and how he can use ice armor along with many other jutsu that he used against Yagura. So, Nagato also took Suijin into consideration. After all, having individual power at the level of a perfect Jinchuriki is not a joke. Of course, Suijin was only taken into consideration, that's all, nothing more. After these three, Nagato thought that he has already seen through the entire Amatsukami, but he didn't expect that even Fujin, who was not too well known, would also turn out to be so difficult. Not only did Fujin completely overwhelm Hirako, who can perfectly use 5 Kekkei Jinkai, but also managed to almost hurt Tendo. Tendo is different from other pain. For Nagato, the importance of Tendo is more than his own life, and no matter what, he would not allow Tendo to be destroyed. Therefore, Nagato's vigilance against Fujin, who can come close to the strength of Tendo, became higher. His strength is strong enough to threaten me, is the thought in Tendo's mind as he looked at Fujin with utmost vigilance. After a while of silence, Tendo's cold eyes became more serious, and he spoke to Fujin, "Report your name." Fujin frowned when he heard Tendo's question, then said, "Don't you already know?" "It's Fujin." Nagato shook his head, "No, I am asking your real name, not your code name." Everyone knows that members of Amatsukami use the names of Shinto deities as code names, but this doesn't mean that these are their real names, and Pain wants to know Fujin's real name. Fujin thought a little, then said, "It's Fuin." Fuin groaned slightly, but he didn't seem to have any impression of the name Fuin, so after a while of thinking, he asked again, "Are you a shinobi of the Kagaya clan?" Fujin shrugged, "Who knows?" Tendo's frown deepened. Fujin didn't affirm that he is a member of the Kagaya clan, so there is no telling whether he really is a shinobi of the Kagaya clan or not. So, Tendo is not so sure about the identity of Fujin. Thanks to Zetsu's special abilities that allow him to gather intelligence, the Akatsuki organization's infiltration in the major shinobi villages has been quite smooth over the years. This is also one of the reasons why Akatsuki has been well informed about the raid of Tri-Alliance at Amagakure beforehand, as well as the current Gakage summit that took place in Konoha, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that the Akatsuki organization also has detailed information about almost all the powerful shinobi in the shinobi world. But no matter how much Nagato searched through his memories, he couldn't find any information about a strong shinobi at the level of Fujin/Fuin who can use both magnet release, as well as Shikatsumiyaku. The Fujins of Amatsukami seem to have jumped out of thin air, or more like, the entire Amatsukami seem to have appeared out of thin air, and matter how much they search, nobody is able to find any information about the true identities of the members of Amatsukami. While Fujin and Tendo were engaged in some sort of conversation, Jiraiya seemed to have made up his mind, and said in a deep voice, "Nagato, as your sensei, I cannot allow you to keep doing these things. Today, I must stop you no matter what." Tendo turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, and questioned lightly, "Jiraiya-sensei, are you going to kill me?" Jiraiya said with a heavy expression, "If you refuse to repent for your mistakes, then I have no other choice." "Repent? Mistakes?" Tendo snorted disdainfully and said, "Why is it that when people of great shinobi villages destroyed Amagakure, it was for justice, but now that I have destroyed Konoha, I have done an act of evil? Why do I need to repent when I am eliminating my enemies? Why is it that always great nations represent justice, but small nations represent evil?" Jiraiya was speechless. He didn't have any counter-argument to Tendo's questions, and could only speak helplessly. "Nagato, you have been blinded by hatred." "No!" Tendo shook his head, and said coldly, "I have just woken up. Yahiko warned me with his life that words cannot be exchanged for peace, people can never understand each other. Power is the true foundation of peace, and only when everyone in this world has experienced Yahiko's pain, only when everyone in this shinobi world will endure the same pain that I have will they truly understand the meaning and value of peace." This is why I want to make this world feel pain. Jiraiya never thought that Nagato's thinking would become so extreme and twisted. He wants to use fear and pain to maintain peace in the shinobi world, and now Jiraiya can't help but feel that he has really failed as a sensei by being unable to guide Nagato, and asked with a saddened expression, "The peace you are seeking, is it really peace?" Think about it, Nagato. Everyone will live in fear and sadness. There would be no laughter, no joy, and no freedom. Would such peace be any different from prison? Would such a peace really be something Yahiko would want to see? The peace Yahiko wanted was the peace where people feel secure. They don't have to starve, they don't have to live in fear, they don't have to cry, but what you are doing now is exactly opposite of what Yahiko wanted. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Nagato recalled the peasant memories of his childhood with Jiraiya, Yahiko, and Conan. Then he also remembered the death of his parents, the sacrifice of Yahiko, the death of all the members of the first iteration of Akatsuki, and said with a firm tone, "It's better than dying inexplicably at home out of starvation, dying silently on the roadside where there is no one even bothering to look at you, crying silently in the wilderness of fear and loneliness." Jiraiya-sensei, you speak of joy, laughter, and freedom? But what would they even mean if even the basic survival is not guaranteed? That's why we should work harder to change this shinobi world into a better direction. You have the legendary eyes of Rakuto Sennin Nagato. Although the prophecy no longer holds any meaning, I still believe that you may be the child of the prophecy who will bring great changes to this shinobi world. Don't make mistakes again and again. Don't get blinded by hatred," said Jiraiya in a desperate tone. "Perhaps you are right, Jiraiya-sensei. I might as well be the child of the prophecy who will bring great changes to this shinobi world, but those changes are not what you expect of me, and since you are so adamant about standing opposite to me, there is only one thing I can give you," said Tendo coldly, then stretched out his hand towards Jiraiya. "Shinra Tensei." Boom! Under the huge repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, Jiraiya instantly flew out. After sending Jiraiya far away, Tendo muttered to himself, "Only pain can bring peace." Jiraiya-sensei, you don't seem to be able to understand me because you haven't experienced enough pain. When you do, you too will agree with me. Seeing that Jiraiya's talk no jutsu failed, Fujin sighed. Fujin had really hoped that Jiraiya's talk no jutsu would work on Nagato, but it seems that Fujin was expecting too much from him. Not everyone is as overpowered as Uzumaki Naruto. And to be honest, neither does Fujin care about who is right and who is wrong, nor does he have enough energy to care about. His current condition is already critical. The effects of Curse of the Kagaya clan are worsening with every passing second, and as Tendo said earlier, Fujin is really about to reach his limit. The joints everywhere are already like rusty machinery. Even the slightest of body movement will cause popping sounds and paralyzing sensation in the whole body. Undoubtedly, the characteristics of all killing ash bones in the Fujin clone are becoming more and more obvious. And since the particles of all killing ash bones are present in the blood, so, the entire body is feeling a paralyzing sensation. All the organs in the body have started to slowly deteriorate, and the body functions are also not functioning properly. Hiss, damn, it really hurts. Cursed Fujin. If not for the mask he was wearing to cover his face, Fujin wouldn't even be able to keep his face unchanged. Enduring the physical discomforts, Fujin looked at Tendo while trying to think of a way on how to deal with Nagato and the hidden Obito. Pain Rakuto are just puppets made out of human dead bodies. Destroying them is pointless because as long as Nagato is alive, he can continue to replace the puppets with new dead bodies. But Tendo of the Pain Rakuto is different. Tendo is made from the dead body of Nagato's dearest friend Yahiko. For Nagato, the importance of Tendo is extremely high, and Fujin believes that no matter what, Nagato wouldn't be willing to give up on Tendo. Therefore, Fujin can use Tendo to make plans on how to defeat Nagato and Obito. After a while of thinking, Fujin completed his plan and shouted at Jiraiya, who was blown away by Tendo's Shinra Tensei, "Don't waste your breath in talking nonsense with him. Even if you want to communicate and want to help him change back to the right track, you must at least defeat him first. Only then will your words hold any kind of value." Jiraiya nodded. By now he has already realized that basic persuasion is meaningless. Incredible strength has brought blind Nagato with arrogance. Unless Nagato is defeated, he wouldn't even bother listening to what others are trying to speak to him and what others are trying to convey to him. With that understood, Jiraiya quickly started to weave hand signs. Tendo snorted indifferently. He too doesn't want to bother speaking any more nonsense with Jiraiya and Fujin and just wants to resolve these two quickly to force Yama out of hiding. With this intention, Tendo clapped both his hands together, at the center of which a small black orb of incredible energy was generated. Then Tendo released the small black orb towards the sky and shouted, "Chibaku Tensei." As soon as the small black orb was released towards the sky, a gravitational extraction swept over the surroundings. Jiraiya's face changed upon seeing this jutsu, and he instantly warned Fujin, "Find a way to get away from it. If you get sucked inside it, it will be over." It wouldn't be wrong to say that Jiraiya has a lingering fear of Chibaku Tensei because he has already experienced the horror of this jutsu the last time the Tri-Alliance raided Amage Cure. If it weren't for Uchiha Shursui to use Susanoo and dig through the planetary orb to save him, he and Killer Bee were finished at the time. Therefore, Jiraiya is very afraid of Chibaku Tensei and dare not take this jutsu casually. Fujin didn't need Jiraiya's reminder, because Fujin understands the true horror of this jutsu very well, but even then, there was no change in his expression, because he fully understands the weakness of a normal Chibaku Tensei. With his Byakugan activated, Fujin instantly located the position of the inconspicuous small black orb of gravitation energy. The small black orb of incredible gravitational energy that seems to be shining with a faint fluorescence is the core of Chibaku Tensei, and as long as that core is destroyed, the jutsu would stop. But Jiraiya doesn't have Byakugan or any other similar dojutsu, therefore, he is unable to locate the small black orb, and could only shout in panic. This time the effect of this jutsu is several times higher compared to the time at Amage Cure. It needs to be stopped as soon as possible, otherwise, there is no telling what would be the consequences. Do you have any method to deal with it? Although Jiraiya doesn't know the exact reason, he can still feel that the effect of Nagato's jutsu this time is several times higher compared to the last time Nagato used this jutsu at Amage Cure. Under such tremendous gravitational attraction, even Jiraiya, who is already prepared, is unable to put any resistance. Chapter 523, Fujin vs. Tendo. After successfully transplanting Hashirama cells, Nagato's physique has improved by varying degrees and has started to match the physique of Akatsuki Azura. After the fusion of the physique of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, Nagato not only recovered from his disability caused by the Hanzo, and later by Yama, but his chakra reserves have also increased both in quantity and in quality. Therefore, all the jutsu he uses now are much more effective. Earlier, if Nagato used to use powerful jutsus such as Super Shinra Tensei or Chibaku Tensei, they would be cast at the cost of overdrawing his own life, but now that's no longer the case. At most there would be heavy chakra consumption and nothing more. So, if the consumption of Rinnegan's visual prowess is not taken into account, then the large-scale and powerful jutsu such as Super Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei can be regarded as ordinary jutsu for Nagato, especially because he has Geto Mazo's chakra support with him. Precisely because of this, Jiraiya felt that the Chibaku Tensei used by Tendo this time is much higher compared to the last time at Amage Cure, and resisting this Chibaku Tensei is almost next to impossible. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jiraiya gritted his teeth and roared unwillingly as his body was buried inside the planetary orb. Similar to Jiraiya, Fujin's body was also gradually buried inside the planetary orb, but different from Jiraiya, Fujin was calm and unusual all along. He did not pose any resistance, instead, voluntarily buried himself inside the planetary orb as if everything is still under his control. On the ground, Tendo looked at the huge planetary orb in the sky that sealed Jiraiya and Fujin inside it with an indifferent expression. There were no waves on his face, nor any emotional fluctuation, as if what happened was not strange at all, and was taken for granted. As far as Nagato is concerned, no one can escape from the Chibaku Tensei seal without external help. The moment Chibaku Tensei seal was completed, the threat of Fujin and Jiraiya was almost resolved, and as long as Nagato manages to prevent others from breaking the Chibaku Tensei seal from the outside, Jiraiya and Fujin would never be able to break out of the Chibaku Tensei seal. So, After dealing with the two hindrances, Tendo's gaze shifted towards the eastern refugee shelter where the Azura path was inexplicably destroyed abruptly. This time, aside from making Konoha feel pain through Konoha collapse plan and deal with the Gakage by the way, capturing the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi is also one of the Akatsuki organization's goals by the way. Now that Tendo has confirmed that Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, is also hiding in the eastern refugee shelter, so naturally, he wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and because Tendo suspects that the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, is also present in the eastern refugee shelter, therefore, Nagato did not let Tendo go into the refugee personally. After all, the safety of Tendo is very important. Nagato fully understands that Yama is stronger than Tendo, so if Tendo and Yama were to fight, it would definitely result in the victory of Yama and destruction of Tendo, which is not what Nagato wants to see. Therefore, Nagato doesn't plan to let Tendo personally go inside the refugee. Instead, he plans to directly bring out Uzumaki Naruto outside the refugee. Ads by PubFuture. With this intention, Tendo stretched out his arms again in the direction of eastern refugee. At the center of Tendo's palms, a black energy ball started to condense, Chibaku Tens, but before he could complete the jutsu, the planetary orb behind him, which sealed Jiraiya and Fujin inside it, suddenly burst out loudly. Boom! The bursting of Chibaku Tensei was accompanied by several tremors, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the planetary orb, and rubble started to fall off of it. Obviously, the Chibaku Tensei seal has started to collapse, and the planetary orb is falling apart. With a frowned expression, Tendo turned his head to look at the Chibaku Tensei as the black energy ball between the palms of his hand faded. How is this possible? The indifferent expression of Tendo finally changed, revealing incredible shock, because he could feel that the seal of Chibaku Tensei planetary sphere was not broken through external efforts, instead it collapsed internally. And this greatly shocked him. In Nagato's cognition, something like this is absolutely impossible. In the case of no external intervention, the seal of Chibaku Tensei cannot be cracked, so once someone is sealed inside the Chibaku Tensei sphere, escape should be absolutely impossible. This is why Tendo is extremely shocked that someone actually managed to crack the Chibaku Tensei seal. As the cracks extended more and more, there was another loud burst, and the Chibaku Tensei giant sphere that was already full of cracks suddenly exploded. Looking at the splashing rocks, rising smoke, and dust, Tendo's shocked expression changed into a solemn one as he noticed a figure rushing towards him amidst the splashing rubble. Fujin, after recognizing the identity of the other party, Tendo retreated instantly. "You can't escape." Fujin chuckled and chased after Tendo. In the blink of an eye, a close combat battle between Tendo and Fujin started. The two figures fought together, their fists collided, producing muffled sounds that shook the eardrums of the onlookers. Aside from using attractive, repulsive force, along with several other jutsu, Tendo's own taijutsu skills are also extremely strong. In the canon, Tendo was able to fight against Naruto in the runaway state, showing incredible speed and power. And now that the strength of each pain has increased by at least 10 times, so the strength and speed of Tendo are almost horrifying. Of course, Fujin, who already specializes in close combat, is not far apart, but because the Fujin clone is on the verge of collapse, which has severely decreased its strength and speed by varying degrees, so although he still has the upper hand, he is still unable to completely crush Tendo, unlike Hiriko. As the battle progressed, Fujin frowned, then immediately used one of his strongest jutsu, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Seedling Fern. Whyish whyish whyish. With the sound of breaking wind, one after another, bone spears emerged out of the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was again covered in a forest of bones. With the convenience of being able to travel through bone spears, Fujin directly appeared behind Tendo, and using a bone blade, he made a severe cut at Tendo's back. As soon as the bone forest appeared on the battlefield, Tendo lost Fujin's position and fell into a complete passive state. However, his premonition of danger did not disappear. The moment Fujin appeared behind Tendo to launch a sneak attack, Tendo immediately sensed danger and did not hesitate to once again an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei. The huge shockwaves swept through Konoha once again, but this time, Tendo's use of Shinra Tensei was sort of hasty and the power was not half as powerful as the previous Super Shinra Tensei, so although it did not destroy the whole village, even so, the surrounding bone forest was instantly destroyed. Immediately after using the Shinra Tensei, Tendo entered a cooldown state. In a short period of time, he used Super Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei, and again an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei one after another, so the consumption was quite a lot, not to mention the last Shinra Tensei was hastily used and caused severe chakra consumption that Tendo's body couldn't bear, therefore, Tendo seems to have entered its cooldown state. But looking at the broken bone forest, Tendo still felt that the consumption was worthwhile. Kacha! With a faint cracking sound, several cracks on the ground beneath Tendo's foot appeared. This! Tendo looked awkward and he wanted to immediately jump away, but at this time, several bones entangled his legs that didn't allow him to escape. At the same time, a figure had already broken out of the ground, and the sharp bone blade in Fujin's hand glowing with cold light immediately slashed towards Tendo. If this bone blade touches Tendo, then without a doubt, Tendo's body would be divided into two parts along the chest, but there is no way for Tendo to dodge or protect himself. His movements are restricted and he is in a cooldown state. Nagato immediately tried to reverse summon Tendo, but the reverse summoning jutsu did not work. The reason is obviously the black seal markings spread on the body of Tendo that appeared on there at some point during his close combat battle against Fujin. Seeing the bone blade getting closer and closer, Tendo's face showed a panicked expression. Nagato doesn't care much about other paths of pain, but Tendo, which is made out of Yahiko's body, is very important to him. He can't allow Tendo to be destroyed, but he doesn't have a method to save Tendo either. No. Sigh. I guess I will do it for you. Do remember that you owe me one. A voice came, following which, a spiraling vortex appeared behind Tendo and sucked him inside. Seeing that Tendo was sucked inside the spiraling whirl, Fujin wasn't surprised. Instead, he was relieved, and muttered to himself, "Finally found you. Obito!" Chapter 524, When Overconfidence Bites Back. Crack! At a distance of 300 meters away from the main battlefield where Tendo and Fujin are fighting, the ground cracked and a figure broke out of the ground under the cover of broken walls. This figure is not someone else but Fujin. Previously, when Tendo used an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei, only the bone forest above the ground was destroyed. In actuality, there is still a densely packed network of roots made out of bone spears under the ground which Fujin is using for traveling through the battlefield. And, the figure currently fighting against Tendo is not Fujin, but a skeletal clone of Fujin. Meanwhile, the real Fujin has been hiding under the ground, waiting for Obito to take action in order to deal with Obito. Although killing Obito is extremely difficult and almost next to impossible, Fujin still wants to give it a try, and Fujin has a plan in mind. Obito may have both short-distance and long-distance Kamui, and he may be able to use Kamui on anyone even from a long distance, but to be able to use Kamui, he must first manifest himself in this dimension. And as per Fujin's plan, the moment Obito would manifest himself, Fujin would make a move. Which is now! A little distance away from the place where the real Fujin broke out of ground. Hearing the sound of earth cracking not too far behind him, Tomoma's DMS Obito, who was in the process of using long-distance Kamui to rescue Tendo, couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After understanding what this meant, the corners of his lips arched in a mocking smirk. Oh, it turns that the real attack was directed towards me, while Tendo was just a bait. Obito, who is good at sneak attacks and playing conspiracy, obviously understood that Fujin's thought process, who planned to use Tendo as a cover in order to attack him, but Obito doesn't care. Although, slightly surprised, Obito is still disdainful towards Fujin. After all, aside from short distance and long distance Kamui, there are skill methods like Mokuton and Susanoo that Obito can use to protect himself from Fujin. Therefore, Obito is confident and disdainful towards Fujin. But Fujin, who broke out of the ground, doesn't seem to care about Obito's disdain. There was no need for nonsense, and Fujin used an extremely sharp bone blade and fiercely slashed it across Obito's back without a shred of hesitation. Although he doesn't have much hope for this first attack to be successful, this still did not stop him from using all his strength in order to be able to kill Obito. If possible, Fujin hopes that Obito remains too arrogant, a fool, and disdainful towards others, so that Fujin can successfully kill him. Undoubtedly, the goal of Fujin from beginning to end was not Tendo. Yahiko's corpse may be important to Nagato, but it is of no significant value to Fujin. Destroying it may be impactful on the other party, but is not worthy of Fujin's risk. The real goal of Fujin has always been Obito wandering across the battlefield. Yes, based on Fujin's understanding of Obito, Fujin knew that when Tendo used Super Shinra Tensei on Konoha, Obito did not evacuate from the battlefield, unlike other Akatsuki members. Instead, Obito has been wandering across the battlefield with the help of his Kamui, looking for a suitable opportunity to sneak attack on Fujin. And when such a dangerous character is watching you from the dark, even Kuroto, who is controlling the Fujin clone, will feel uncomfortable and would have to be extremely vigilant against Obito's sneak attack. It can be said that in current Konoha, aside from Hyuga, Kuroto, and perhaps Hatake Kakashi, who has started to master flying Raijin, no other people, including Jiraiya, who can use Sennin mode, Tsunade who can use ninja art, mitotic regeneration, the 100 healing jutsu, Might Guy who can use 8 inner gates formation, and Sandaime-sama who current whereabouts are unaccounted for, can't resist Obito's Kamui. Therefore, Obito must be given first priority, and should be dealt with as soon as possible. But if Fujin wants to solve the problem of Obito, he must first force Obito to manifest himself, lest all attacks and preparation are useless. And when looking at the entire battlefield, Fujin can't think of anything aside from the de-stress Tendo that can force Obito to take action. The reason why the de-stress of Tendo can force Obito to take action is the importance of Tendo for Nagato and Konan. Don't underestimate the importance of Yahiko's body for Nagato and Konan. If Tendo were to be destroyed by Fujin under Obito's watch, and Obito didn't even make a move to save Tendo, it will inevitably detonate a major discord between Obito and Nagato, and it wouldn't even be strange if Nagato and Konan were to completely turn their face from Obito. If that were to happen, then a civil war between the Nagato faction and the Obito faction will also start. Infighting in Akatsuki is something that Obito would not allow, at least not at this stage when there is such a great threat of Amatsukami, so he, who knows the bond between Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, would definitely not watch Tendo's destruction at the hands of Fujin. Additionally, he, who can not only use short-distance and long-distance Kamui, but also use Mokuton and Susanoo, will naturally be overconfident in his abilities, so his vigilance towards Fujin's attack will naturally be weakened. This is in Obito's character, who overestimates his abilities and underestimates his opponent's abilities. And Fujin wants to take advantage of this character flaw of Obito. All actions of Fujin have been carried out based on this plan. When being sealed by Chibaku Tensei, Fujin did not resist violently or use violent methods to break free, nor did he directly attack the core of Chibaku Tensei in advance, all for the purpose of paralyzing Nagato and Obito's judgment and drop their vigilance against him. For this reason, he even took the risk of almost being sealed by Chibaku Tensei. Fortunately, the bone blade that contains the characteristics of all killing ash bones did not disappoint Fujin. It successfully destroyed the core of Chibaku Tensei, allowing Fujin to break out of it much to Nagato and Obito's surprise. And after coming out of Chibaku Tensei, Fujin did not give them an opportunity to think deeply and started a swift and violent offensive. Additionally, he forced Tendo to use several big moves in order to enter a cool-down period so that Tendo would be a little panicked. If you can't think deeply and analyze the situation, then you will act based on your inherent concepts, thoughts, and instincts. If you can't calmly weigh the situation, things will get out of control, which will lead to panic, and you will make mistakes. And Fujin intends to use these to his advantage. So, at this moment, there is a very precarious situation on the battlefield for Akatsuki. In front of Tendo, and behind Obito, there are bone blades slashing. How to choose depends on Obito. If he were to save himself and give up on Tendo, then infighting with Akatsuki will start. If he were to save Tendo and bears the damage upon himself, then even if he does not die, at least one Kamui will be gone. Fujin does not know that Obito has transplanted more Sharingan because they are being blocked through perception distorting jutsu. Obito obviously understood Fujin's plan, so in the face of such a precarious situation, he did not choose to stop his long-distance Kamui on Tendo in order to save himself from Fujin's attack, nor did he have any intention of sacrificing himself, so when faced with this shrewd attack of Fujin, not only was Obito not panicked, instead his lips arched in ridicule. Immediately, a blue chakra gushed out of Obito's body and formed a chakra phantom around him. Roar! With a violent roar, Susanoo instantly took shape, protecting Obito from Fujin's attack. His Manjikyu Sharingan may not be eternal, but after months of training, Obito can instantly form Susanoo around him. Now what are you going to do? In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are meaningless. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan is the ultimate defense, and it is not something that mere Kagaya clan shinobi can break, said Obito in a provocative tone. When speaking so, he did not even bother to turn his head to look at Fujin. He was disdainful towards the other party. After regaining his other eye, Obito is not afraid of anyone in this shinobi world, not Nagato, not Yama, not Minato, not Homusubi, not Madara, and certainly not Fujin. No matter how strong they are, they cannot even touch him. There is no way for them to come in contact with the Kamui dimension. Not to mention, Obito can also use the complete body Susanoo with wings on his back, so he has also made up for his shortcomings of lack of frontal attack methods. Now he has no weaknesses. But if Obito were to say such a sentence now, he has no weaknesses to Fujin, Fujin would just snort coldly and say, your biggest weakness is your overconfidence, and show him practically, like he intends to do now. Just when Obito was too proud of himself and disdainful towards Fujin, a piercing and crisp sound resounded throughout the battlefield. For some reason, a bad premonition surged in Obito's heart as soon as he heard this piercing sound. Worried, Obito instantly turned his head back to see what was going on behind him. But even before he turned his head completely, he saw a scene that stunned him completely. The bone blade in Fujin's hand easily cut through the Susanoo as if a hot knife cutting through butter. The ultimate defense of Susanoo was cut through instantly, and the Susanoo shattered without putting even a shred of resistance. In fact, rather than putting resistance, in the face of Fujin's bone blade, the Susanoo was like a completely dead tree branch and instantly decayed in the face of Fujin's bone blade. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Obito's pupils shrank, and he can't help but exclaim, what the hell? How is this possible? But the only reply he got was the vague feeling of his body being cut in two halves. Chapter 525, Unreasonable. Swish. While the night wind blew, carrying the pieces of dust around. The original battlefield, where there were constant noises of explosions, muffled impacts, and metallic collision, suddenly fell into a strange silence, and only the wailing sound of the injured Konoha shinobi reverberated faintly all over the battlefield. Fujin's attack on Obito and the transfer of Tendo into the Kamui dimension at the hands of Obito happened almost simultaneously, therefore, the two most dangerous enemies on the battlefield disappeared at the same instant. The pitiful Jiraiya, who had just gotten out of the Chibaku Tensei seal and was ready to again fight against Tendo, suffered from an enhanced Shinra Tensei. Although injured quite seriously, Jiraiya still crawled out of the mound and looked around the battlefield with a dusty face. He was a total loss at what exactly is going on here. While Jiraiya looked around the battlefield, Fujin looked at Obito's corpse. Obito's corpse was just like his Susanoo. The moment it was cut into two halves at the hands of Fujin's bone blade, it fell into a rapid withering state as if it has experienced several months of corrosion in an instant and started to slowly turn to dust. Was the attack successful? Muttered with an expectant look. The series of attacks just now was well planned out and too fast, along with a touch of surprise that Obito could never think or react to, especially the bone blade of Fujin, which contains the characteristics of all killing ash bones. When Fujin effortlessly cut through Obito's Susanoo, it was done at an extremely fast speed, without the slightest of hindrance that even Obito was taken aback and might not have had enough time to be able to use the forbidden Jinjutsu Izanagi that can change the destiny of the caster. Therefore, Fujin is quite expectant in his heart. Perhaps Obito is really dead this time. Although expectant, Fujin can't help but cough out a mouthful of blood, cough cough. Immediately, he staggered his footsteps because of a paralyzing sensation and barely stood up while leaning on the wall on the side. It's an extremely burdensome task to repeatedly use Dance of the Seedling Fern to maintain such a large-scale bone forest. What's more, as the characteristics of all killing ash bones are becoming more and more apparent, the deterioration of this clone body has also become more and more serious. If it weren't for the fact that the physique of this clone body is extremely strong, Fujin is quite certain that his body might not have lasted for even 10 minutes. After stabilizing himself, Fujin again looked at Obito's corpse and realized that Obito's corpse has completely disappeared. Even with his Byakugan, Fujin couldn't find even a single trace of Obito on the battlefield. If the cause of disappearance was all killing ash bones, then at least ashes should remain on the battlefield, but now that there are no traces left, then there is only one possibility, and that is Izanagi. Was Izai still a step too late, or is it that Obito has transcribed Izanagi into his Manjikyu Sharingan, thought Fujin with a sigh, but he wasn't too disappointed. Being able to force Obito to use Izanagi at the cost of one of his 2 Manjikyu Sharingan can already be considered a strategic success. Fujin's main objective was not to kill Obito but to consume one of his Manjikyu Sharingan. Of course, if Obito could be killed, then well and good, but if he can't be killed, then at least one of his Manjikyu Sharingan will be consumed, right? Izanagi may be a heaven-defying forbidden genjutsu that can change the face of the caster, but it is not without a price. Every time the user uses Izanagi, he must sacrifice the visual prowess of one of his eyes, resulting in complete blindness of that eye. Even can't think of a way to cure the blindness of that eye except for evolving that eye to a higher visual prowess, like in the case of Uchiha Madara, where blindness was cured as his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan evolved into Rinnegan. But this case doesn't apply for Obito, because he doesn't have any close blood relative left who can give him their eye. In other words, Obito inevitably lost one of his Manjikyu Sharingan at the moment he cast Izanagi. So, condensing his fluctuating mood, Fujin watched the surroundings attentively. Fujin is fully prepared to again launch an attack on Obito the moment he reappears on the battlefield. With the loss of one of his Manjikyu Sharingan, regardless of the left or right eye, Obito's strength will definitely be reduced. As long as the place of his resurrection is within Fujin's Byakugan visual range, Fujin will again launch an attack on Obito. At that point, even if Obito manages to save himself by using Izanagi, Fujin's purpose would be achieved. After losing both of his Manjikyu Sharingan that have a heaven-defying dojutsu, Obito's strength will immediately decline to the level where even Jonin could pose a serious threat to him, and elite Jonin might be able to kill him. While Fujin was searching for the traces of Obito, Konoha shinobi who were at the edge of the battlefield also rushed here. Kakashi and his tactical force were the first ones to arrive, then Hyuga Kuroto and his team Ro, along with other Konoha shinobi that didn't include Tsunade, who was busy transmitting chakra to thousands of slugs spread all over the battlefield. Most of the Konoha shinobi who came here also had slugs on their shoulder, so even though they had some degrees of injuries, the injuries were rapidly healed with the help of Katsuyu the slug. As a result, the Konoha shinobi were in a perfect state to fight the war. Kakashi looked around, but found no enemy around. Confused, he quickly asked Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sama, where is the enemy?" Jiraiya shook his head weakly. He didn't see the scene where Fujin used Tendo as a means to kill Obito just now, so he is also quite confused at this moment. He doesn't know what happened, nor does he know where did Tendo disappear all of a sudden. Kurenai, who is part of the team Road, didn't stop with the others. Instead, she continued to run all the way to the place where Fujin was. Fujin frowned when he looked at Kurenai coming towards him. Why is she coming here? Then, regardless of her purpose, Fujin waved his hand towards Kurenai and said, "Stop, don't come here." Kurenai was taken aback by Fujin's serious tone but still stopped obediently, although she seems to want to say something. Fujin narrowed his eyes at Kurenai, then noticed the extra slug that Kurenai is carrying and immediately understood her purpose of coming over. But Fujin still stopped her and did not take the slug, because he knows that Iryo Ninjutsu cannot help him. In fact, not only Kurenai but the other Konoha shinobi were also puzzled by Fujin's serious tone, but they are also elite shinobi. After all, so immediately raised their vigilance and looked around the battlefield with utmost vigilance. After minutes of wait where everyone was extremely nervous, the figure of Obito appeared out of thin air a few hundred meters away from the battlefield. There was no spiraling whirl, and no virtual figure. The appearance of Obito was like the creation of God in the void, replacing nothingness with Obito in an instant. Izanagi, sure enough, he did use transcription seal to program Izanagi in his eyes, thought Fujin, but he did not act. The reason being that the location of Obito's resurrection is hundreds of meters away from him, so it will at least take more than an instant for Fujin to appear there. But before Fujin can do so, Obito had already entered the Kamui dimension, so attacks would now be useless on him. Therefore, Fujin decided to not waste his energy on useless attacks. That's Toby! Be careful, everyone. He is the one who uses space-time jutsu. The sudden appearance of Obito caused a commotion among the Konoha shinobi. Kakashi tightly clenched the special flying Raijin kunai in his hand and stared at Tomomaster Obito's figure in the distance with a gloomy expression. No matter how much Kakashi tries, he can never forget this person. After all, it was this person who stole Obito's eye from him. But Kakashi was also a bit hesitant to attack the other party. This is obviously because of his own doubt. Is he really him? And Kakashi is desperate and wants to confirm the identity of this Toby fellow. He wants to know whether this guy is really his best friend as Kakashi has guessed, or someone else who managed to get his hands on his best friend's eye through some way. Being stared at by so many Konoha shinobi, especially the scorching gaze of Kakashi, the thick face Obito doesn't seem to care. At this moment, his left eye under the mask was closed, and his right eye was locked on Fujin. The expression under the Tomo mask was gloomy, and his voice was full of hatred. This is the second time. Obito's current mood at this time is extremely gloomy and filled with anger. This is the second time he has used his Izanagi to survive in the face of Amatsukami members, which indirectly means that Obito has been killed twice by Amatsukami members, which is not something he can accept so easily. Although extremely angry, Obito was also somewhat afraid to approach Fujin. He really couldn't figure out how did Fujin's bone blade cut through Susanoo so easily. You know that's Susanoo, not butter. And yet it was easily cut by a mere bone blade. This is simply unreasonable. At the same time, at the outer wall of Konoha, with the sound of breaking wind, the figure of Shisui and Itachi one by one appeared on the outer wall of Konoha, and the three pairs of eyes saw the scene of the village with a stunned expression. Shisui-kun, is this your village? Are you sure this is your village and not some battlefield? The cat Fuafua, who is resting on Shisui's shoulder, asked him with a curious expression. Even Shisui is taken aback by the scene in front of him. How could the village be destroyed? Itachi had a dazed expression. How could this happen to Konoha? Chapter 526, Cautiousness of Obito. The scene of the village made the two Uchiha feel stupid and incredulous. Unexpectedly, the village that has experienced and strived the three great shinobi wars would be destroyed on such an ordinary night. It's really unbelievable. Shisui sighed deeply. They never thought that Konoha, the strongest of the five great shinobi villages, would be so severely destroyed in the relatively peaceful period, which was unprecedented in bloody and cruel wars. Until now, Shisui is still full of doubts and even wondered whether he is in some sort of jinjutsu, because he simply can't believe that Konoha is destroyed. Itachi's face is gloomier than Shisui. The village has suffered such a catastrophe. He did not dare to think of the situation of his family, because once imagined, countless terrible scenes would spring up in his mind. Itachi can only hope that his parents and Sasuke, Itachi doesn't know about Uchiha Kiyomi yet, are safe. While Shisui and Itachi stood in silence, suddenly an emerald blue light flashed in the ruins of Konoha. Immediately afterward, the roar of Susanoo resounded across the night sky. Roar! Looking at the huge emerald blue Susanoo at the center of the village, Shisui's eyes condensed. Another Susanoo, huh? Itachi nodded gently. Well, this Susanoo has never been used before. Whether Shisui or Shinichi, both of their Susanoo are greenish in color. One is emerald green while the other is dark green. On the other hand, Itachi's own Susanoo is flaming red like the red vapors of death. And finally, Tsukihai's Susanoo is golden in color. So, Both of them quickly judge that Emerald Blue Susanoo in the village belongs to a third candidate, aside from any of these people. As far as Itachi and Shisui can think of based on the people who are alive and have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, the Susanoo in the village is either used by the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, that is Itachi's father, or the mysterious traitorous Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization who has recently stolen Kakashi's eye. Of course, there is also the third possibility that another Uchiha might have recently awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan because of experiencing despair brought by the loss of someone precious during the destruction of the village, but Itachi and Shisui are still more inclined to the second candidate, that is, the mysterious traitorous Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization. The reason for such a judgment is quite simple, and that is the development of Susanoo in front of them. The Susanoo at the center of the village is the complete body Susanoo with wings on its back. This is already the sixth stage of Susanoo. Both Itachi and Shisui have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and fully understands that using the complete body Susanoo with just a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is not possible. The user should either have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan along with extremely high chakra reserves just like Uchiha Tsukihai, or he must have been transplanted with Hashirama cells similar to Uchiha Shisui. Only then will it be possible to use the complete body Susanoo or the near complete body Susanoo. Any other way is difficult to meet the requirement. So understanding that the traitorous Uchiha is one of the few people responsible for the destruction of Konoha, both Shisui and Itachi activated the Manjikyu Sharingan at the same time, and icy killing intent was released from them. But before either one could act, boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded in the forest behind the two, then a dazzling white beam of light shone through the forest, illuminating the entire gloomy night sky. After turning around to look at the situation, Shisui's brows twisted in a deep frown. If I am not wrong, that's definitely Dust Release, right? Although Shisui did not fight on the Iwabikure front in the Third Great Shinobi War and did not get a chance to personally see the power of the famous, and only known Kekkei Toda, Dust Release. As a senior member of the Umbu directly under Hokage, Shisui still recognized Dust Release at a single glance. After all, the power and characteristics of Dust Release are too conspicuous to not be able to recognize. Dust Release, muttered Itachi with a thoughtful expression, then spoke after realization, which means the Gakage are fighting there? As the members of Amatsukami, Itachi and Shisui are fairly clear about Sandame's secret plan against the Akatsuki organization, so, the moment they discovered Dust Release, both of them judged that the people fighting on that side are definitely the Gakage. Columns of dazzling light passed through from time to time, then there were series of deadly explosions spreading all over the surroundings, the skyrocketing fire, the terrifying sound of lightning flashing, the howling wind and tumbling smoke and vapor. The scene that Itachi and Shisui witnessed from the bird's eye view of the crows clearly showed as if hell has come to the world. Such an astonishing degree of damage is not something that ordinary shinobi can cause. Additionally, Itachi and Shisui have already judged that one side includes that Gakage and their entourage, so the person who can force the Gakage to such a degree will obviously not be any ordinary shinobi. In 9 out of 10 cases, the person facing the Gakage should be Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, because in Shisui and Itachi's cognition, in the Akatsuki organization, perhaps only Nagato with the Rinnegan Dojutsu of the Rakudo Sannin is worthy of being able to force the Gakage to unite together. Although Itachi and Shisui now have a clear understanding of the situation, they are also in a serious dilemma now. One is the battlefield in the village where the traitorous Uchiha is wreaking havoc, and the other is the battlefield outside the village where the leader of the Akatsuki organization fighting against the Gakage. In comparison, the battlefield outside is obviously much more dangerous because the battle there is definitely more intense based on the terrifying chakra fluctuations. But faced with such a situation, Shisui and Itachi are not sure which battlefield should they give priority to. After a while of silence, Shisui patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, "I will support the battlefield on the side of Gakage, and you will be in charge of the village side, and provide support to Fujin, Jiraiya-sama, and Tsunade-sama." Since the battlefield on the side of Gakage is much more dangerous, so Shisui, who is the stronger and the older of the two, took the initiative to fight on that battlefield, while Itachi was responsible for supporting the Fujin against the traitor Uchiha. This is not an arbitrary decision, but a well-thought-out one. Aside from the Hashirama cell transplantation, Shisui has also mastered Sannin mode with the help of the Nekashu Kuroka, so his strength has once again increased, and he is confident in being able to support the Gakage site. And Itachi, who has gained spiritual weapons such as the Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror, should be responsible for helping Fujin seal the traitor Uchiha inside the Sword of Totsuka. Besides, Shisui, as the older of the two, will definitely not send Itachi to the more dangerous front, is not because Shisui doesn't trust in Itachi's abilities, but because Shisui cares about Itachi. Itachi also knew that Shisui's judgment was correct, so he nodded lightly, okay. Ads by PubFuture. After reaching the agreement, Shisui also reminded Itachi, be vigilant against that guy Zetsu and his weird means. According to the information given to the two by Kuroto, Shisui and Itachi now fully understand the horror of Zetsu and understands that they must remain vigilant against Zetsu, lest Amatsukumi's intelligence will be leaked, and it would bring great problem. Therefore, Shisui did not forget to remind Itachi of Zetsu. Itachi obviously knew, and nodded, yes. I will be vigilant. Shisui and Itachi then nodded, and both disappeared from the outer wall and rushed towards two battlefronts. On the battlefield on Konoha's side, Fujin, who had just dodged a long-distance Kamui attack from Obito, saw the Susanoo in front of him and sighed. Damn it! I didn't expect that he would transplant extra Sharingan on his body. The fact that Obito can still use both short-range and long-range Kamui, as well as the complete body Susanoo, clearly explains that the Sharingan he sacrificed for using Izanagi just now was not either one of his Manjikyu Sharingan. Instead, it was a simple 3-tomo Sharingan he has transplanted somewhere in his body. Otherwise, the situation in front of him is simply incomprehensible. Being able to use the dojutsu of both the eyes, as well as the complete body Susanoo, is simply impossible with one eye blind. But Fujin did not expect that Obito would go so far. In the previous series of attacks that he carried out on Obito, Fujin expanded the range of his vision to the utmost degree to keep track of all of Obito's moves, so the penetrative power of the Byakugan decreased. Additionally, Obito's clothes and mask are also inlaid with all kinds of Fuin Jutsu that block Byakugan's penetrative vision. As a result, Fujin did not discover the additional Sharingan in Obito's body, and did not take into account that Obito would be so cautious. As a result, the series of plans he had made to kill or take away Obito's power ended up in a big failure. TCH, is it because of the battle at Karakure where he almost died? I did not expect that this guy would become so cautious after tasting just one defeat, thought Fujin with a sigh. But Fujin knows that if he was in Obito's shoes, perhaps he would have done the same thing. After all, each individual 3-tomo Sharingan that can be used for using Izanagi is equivalent to one more life. And Obito, whose half-body is made up of Hashirama cells, doesn't have to be worried about the backlash from transplanting a few extra 3-tomo Sharingan. After recalculating the situation, Fujin converged his eyes, and muttered, there is no telling how many extra 3-tomo Sharingan has he transplanted, and each of those Sharingan are likely to be transcript with Izanagi, which means, other than sealing, nothing would work on him. But there is no trace of Shisui and Itachi. Caw. Just as Fujin was thinking of Shisui and Itachi, a sudden cry of a crow reached Fujin's ears. Everyone who is busy in the fierce fight against Obito didn't care much about just the cry of an inconspicuous crow, but Fujin cast his gaze in the direction of the black crow that is indistinguishable in the night sky. As soon as he looked towards the crow's eye turned scarlet with 3 spiraling curves around the pupil, and the very next moment, a familiar chakra invaded Fujin's chakra system. Knowing the identity of the crow, and the familiar chakra signature, Fujin smirked and did not resist the invasion of the foreign chakra, and soon, he was dragged into the familiar and unfamiliar Tsukuyami plane of Itachi. Chapter 527, Injured Fujin. Most of the Konoha shinobi have focused most of their attention on Obito and his Susanoo, so the only one paying attention to Fujin's changes was Kurenai, whose attention is also diverted on Fujin. She noticed that Fujin suddenly looked into the distance, was startled for some reason, and then immediately recovered as if nothing had happened. What exactly did Fuin see there? Following Fujin's gaze, Kurenai also looked in that direction with a curious expression, only to see a black crow flying away in the dim and dusty night sky. A crow? Is it a normal crow or is it? Kurenai also knows that the number of crows in the forest around Konoha has increased sharply, therefore, when she noticed the crow and Fujin's attention on that crow, she immediately attributed that perhaps this has something to do with Fujin and Amatsukami. Understanding this, Kurenai, who had walked closer to Fujin, immediately stood next to Fujin and asked in a familiar manner, "Say, Fuin-kun, what should we do now?" The moment Obito started to use the complete body Susanoo in conjunction with his Kamui, his power is simply overwhelming, and not something that anyone in Konoha or any other great shinobi villages can resist. Jonin doesn't even have the qualification to fight him, while the higher Kage class can barely defend themselves and don't pose a threat to Obito at all. Every attack of Obito is reaping away lives at an astonishing speed, and in such a short moment, hundreds of Konoha shinobi have already died tragically at the hands of Obito. Whether it is the Susanoo Chakra Blade, Yasakani no Magatama, Kamui Shuriken, or large-scale fire-style jutsu, each of these attacks is overwhelming the battlefield and hundreds of Konoha shinobi taking away their lives like dominoes, while none of the attacks of Konoha shinobi has managed to get past the defense of Obito's Susanoo. The only person whose attacks might pose some degree of threat to Obito's Susanoo is Jiraiya, but even his attacks are all useless because of the bug-level existence of Kamui. Kamui Shuriken is another bug-level attack, and there is simply no defense against it. The attack itself is a space-time attack, and perhaps one of the most difficult attacks to fight against. People who are cut by the Kamui Shuriken are directly warped into the Kamui dimension. In fact, Fujin even believes that the attack level of Kamui Shuriken is on the same level as all-killing Ash Bones. The reason is simply that there is no defense against it. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya wasn't immune to the attack of Kamui Shuriken. Therefore, Kamui Shuriken is another headache that has to be dealt with, and Fujin is thinking about how to make the next set of tactics where he can give Itachi the chance to seal Obito using the Sword of Totsuka. Kurenai noted Fujin's silence, and asked anxiously, "At least speak something." Seeing hundreds of Konoha shinobi dying tragically at the hands of Tobi, Kurenai is extremely anxious. She believes that the only person who can fight against and stop Tobi from killing Konoha shinobi is Fuin, so he is her only hope, and she can't bear his silence. Seeing Kurenai's anxious expression, Fujin sighed and explained in a calm tone, "Usual means of fighting against him are completely useless because of his time-space jutsu. Killing him is also not possible. I have already tried it twice. Both times the result has been the same, that is, he hasn't died. The reason is that he possesses a special forbidden jutsu using which he can cheat death. So, we have to take that jutsu into account too when fighting against him. Additionally, he has also been transplanted with the Hashirama cells, so his chakra reserves are too high, so we can't rely on chakra exhaustion. Double Kamui, Hashirama cells, along with the forbidden jutsu Izanagi, with the combination of these three things with him, killing Obito is simply impossible. Perhaps even Uchiha Madara, who is stronger than Obito, wouldn't be so difficult and can be dealt with relative ease, but Obito with his Kamui is unrestricted and unkillable. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that so long as Obito is cautious enough, no one in this shinobi world can pose a threat to him. So, whether Fujin can defeat Obito is not up to him, it is up to whether Obito will make more mistakes or not. This is Fujin's conclusion, based on his experience of fighting against Obito. He has already tried to kill Obito twice, almost achieved success both the time, but still failed. Although Itachi now has the Sword of Totsuka among the things Fujin can use in his strategy against Obito, Fujin is still worried. After all, there is no guarantee that Sword of Totsuka can successfully seal Obito. What if Izanagi can even counter Sword of Totsuka? After all, Sword of Totsuka turns all the disadvantages and unfavorable factors into Jinjutsu. So, there is no guarantee that it wouldn't be able to negate the effects of Sword of Totsuka. Hearing Fujin's words, Kurenai asked, "Does that mean we should allow him to continue to kill our Konoha shinobi?" Fujin was about to reply, but suddenly he coughed violently and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Cough cough. The body trembled and was suddenly paralyzed. Seeing Fujin's condition, Kurenai hurriedly supported him and asked with concern, "Your injury is extremely serious. Why are you refusing to receive medical treatment from Tsunade-sama? If your injuries aren't healed, then you will definitely die." Fujin didn't care about Kurenai's words. He waved his hands impatiently, and said in a weak tone, "It's dangerous here, neither you nor your colleagues are suitable to fight against him. Don't stay here any longer. Go away now." Fujin didn't want to be distracted in the battle against Obito, therefore, he wanted to drive away his team Rose so as to avoid unnecessary losses of his subordinates. "I am not going away, no matter what you say," stated Kurenai with a serious expression as she looked at Fujin with her red eyes. She didn't know the specific reason why she felt, but the calmer and more casual Fujin was in the face of such a precarious situation despite his serious injuries, the more fascinated Kurenai became. Therefore, Kurenai has decided that no matter how dangerous, she is not going to go away. Kurenai herself doesn't know whether this is natural worship of the weak towards the strong, or her belief and gratitude towards Fujin who had saved her life a few weeks ago, or is it that she had really fallen in love with Fujin, but what she knows is that she doesn't want to go away, despite the risks and dangers. Fujin was too lazy to persuade Kurenai and didn't bother to speak anymore. Anyway, if she wants to die so much, then she can die for all he cares. It is of no interest to Fujin. Fujin himself has to figure out a way to implement his plan and deal with Obito before his body collapses, so he has no time to get distracted, think, and worry about unnecessary things. Whyish whyish whyish. Boom boom boom. Explosion! At this time, countless kunai tied with exploding tag were shot at Obito inside the Susanoo, setting off a series of explosions and caused a burst of smoke to spread all over. However, it was of no use. When the explosions subsided and the smoke cleared, the intact emerald blue Susanoo appeared in everyone's field of vision. Damn it, everything is of no use. We can't win against something like that. He is a monster. Humans cannot fight something like that. As the death count and injured count continued to increase under the useless siege, the fighting spirit and morale of the Konoha shinobi was rapidly broken. At the same time, anxiety and fear started to permeate from one to many. The senior Konoha shinobi have of course noticed this inevitable change, so gritting their teeth, they stood up and shouted, "What we are fighting against is an enemy of the village and the entire shinobi world. As Konoha shinobi we are responsible for protecting the lives of our families and friends who do not have the power and means of protecting themselves. If we were to give in to the enemy so easily, then what would happen to the lives of our families? No matter what, we must stand firm until the bitter end." Ads by PubFuture. Remember the words of Hokage-sama, "When the tree leaves dances, one shall find flames." The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. So, for the sake of our children, for the sake of our families, for the sake of the village, and for the sake of Will of Fire, we must not give up. Even if we die, we will die as proud Konoha shinobi. For Will of Fire. For Will of Fire, X100. Instantly, the scenario changed, and the morale that was about to collapse was suddenly reignited by the words of this elder shinobi. The casualties in front of him did not scare him, who has experienced the first, second, and third great shinobi war. Everyone knows that there are many powerful shinobi out there who have the power to single out entire armies alone. Sandaime Reikage, who fought against 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi, and Yondaime Hokage, who killed thousands of shinobi, are such examples. However, in the face of continuous siege, even people as strong as Sandaime Reikage and Yondaime Hokage will get exhausted and tire out. So, this elder shinobi believes that as long as the siege continues, the enemy will sooner or later get tired and be defeated. Listening to the shouts of the elder Konoha shinobi, Obito sneered coldly. The countless and relentless siege may work on people like Sandaime Reikage, but for him, who has far surpassed the level of Kage and is already standing at the forefront of Super Kage level in terms of hard power and weird means, such siege is simply meaningless. With access to Kamui, the initiative of whether to fight or not is completely up to him. He can choose to fight at any place he wants, any time he wants, and in any situation he wants. No one can stop him. Just like now, despite all the boost in motivation, fighting spirit, and morale, the only thing that increased is the casualty counts and nothing else. After dealing with most of the Konoha shinobi, Obito stared at Kakashi, who was panting due to chakra exhaustion, then moved his gaze towards Fujin, who was standing at a distance. On this battlefield, the only person who makes Obito feel threatened is Fujin of the Akatsuki. After fighting with hundreds of Konoha shinobi, Obito has already confirmed that there was no defensive problem with his Susanoo. This clearly explains that the reason why his Susanoo was so easily cut open by Fujin is not that his Susanoo has weak defense, but because the attack method of Fujin is extraordinarily strong and can directly ignore the defense of Susanoo. Although Obito has never heard that Shikatsumiyaku possesses such power, however, Obito now understands that he can't be careless even against Fujin, so casting a vigilant look at Fujin, Obito swore to himself, there will never be a third time. Never! After swearing to himself, Obito again looked at Fujin and thought about how to capture or kill Fujin. The fact that Fujin has been repeatedly coughing out blood is very clear to him, and with his keen knowledge of the Kagaya clan that Obito has collected over the years, Obito fully understands that this is probably because of the illness that the members of the Kagaya clan suffer from. Therefore, Obito understands that he just needs to push Fujin a little more, and the serious illness in the opponent's body will become the cause of his defeat or death. The chance is right in front of him, so, after groaning for a while, Obito decided to take the risk. Anyway, Obito is confident that he wouldn't die. After all, there are still 2-3 Tomo Sharingan in his body, which can be used to cast as Izanagi. And if Obito can capture a member of Akatsuki at the cost of 1 or 2 Izanagi, it would be worth it. Therefore, Obito made up his mind to catch Fujin. Seeing that Obito locked his gaze on him, Fujin immediately guessed Obito's thoughts. He shook his right hand slightly, and immediately a bone blade protruded from the palm of his right hand. What's amazing is that the bone blade in his right hand is not the previous kind of bone blade. Instead, it has changed significantly. The previous bone blades used by Fujin were all pale white, sharp, and glowing with cold light, but the bone blade in his palm at this moment is dim gray. The color is much deeper, and there is no sharpness in this bone blade. From the perspective of a bystander, the bone blade in Fujin's hands doesn't seem to carry any power. Instead, it feels extremely weak and inconspicuous, as if it will be broken into many fragments with very little effort. Even Kurenai, who was standing next to Fujin, keenly noticed the changes in the bone blade in Fujin's hand, and was really worried now. His injuries must be extremely serious, so serious that even the bone blades he is creating have been weakened to such a degree. Chapter 528, Fujin's Defeat. Chakra condensed, and Obito, who was standing inside the diamond cavity of the huge emerald blue Susanoo, held the huge Kamui shuriken in the hands of his Susanoo as he observed the other side. Under the Tomo mask, Obito had a solemn expression. His Manjikyu Sharingan was revolving at an extremely fast speed, catching every move of Fujin on the ground. Seeing Obito looking at himself, Fujin abruptly pushed away Kurenai. Smash! Unsurprisingly, Kurenai flew out and fell into a pit in the distance with a muffled sound. Thankfully she had 2 Katsuyu slugs with her, therefore, whatever injury she suffered from was healed instantly. Kurenai really wanted to curse Fujin for treating her so roughly, but looking at Fujin, who seemed to be staring at Toby, Kurenai chose to remain silent and did not say anything. Perhaps the reason he pushed me abruptly was that he was worried of Toby's attack, was the thought in her mind. Unaware of Kurenai's thoughts, Fujin's eyes gradually condensed, locking on Obito standing inside the diamond cavity of Susanoo. Under his Fujin mask, the blue veins near his temples on both sides of his eyes had already bulged to the maximum degree, and with these high-purity Byakugan, Fujin was observing each of Obito's move to the extreme. Both sides are using their individual dojutsu to capture each other's intentions and movements, predicting the attack method that the other party would use. This scene reminded Fujin of their casual fights during the academy days when they were mere children. At that time, both were children and did not have much strength. One was unfamiliar with his Byakugan, while the other hadn't even awakened his Sharingan, and their fights couldn't even influence their class. But now, both of them have grown to the degree where they are strong enough to be able to easily influence the future pattern of the entire shinobi. It's really ironic, in the current pattern of the shinobi world, the genius and talented ones are struggling to stand on the swaying boats in order to be able to survive this stormy shinobi world, while the ones with poor talent are the cause of all the storms all over the shinobi world. Fujin chuckled, then moved his gaze on Obito's mask. Then very next moment, the gaze of the two people met each other. How long will your body last? The curse of the Kaguya clan is getting more and more effective with each passing second. Will you still be able to move as fast as before in such a condition? And how long will your chakra reserve last? It's best to give up, because there is no chance of winning. Obito sneered in his heart. Because Obito understands the curse of the Kaguya clan very well, therefore, he is certain that Fujin cannot last for very long, and each passing second is equivalent to pushing Fujin one step closer to death. Not to mention Fujin has already participated in so many fights, so his chakra reserves should be consumed already. After all, Fujin had gone after another fought against and solved the threat of Satori of the Box of Bliss, Hiriko, and Nagato's Tendo Pain, and in these several fights Fujin has used all kinds of jutsu, including Magnet Release Jutsu, Storm Release Jutsu, and Advanced Shikatsumiyaku's secret jutsu that cause heavy chakra consumption, so even if Fujin possesses Biju-class chakra reserves like Hashigaki Kisame, the chakra reserves had to have gotten exhausted by now. Therefore, Obito is more certain of his victory. I will have to break through his Susanoo first, in order to ensure that the plan goes safely, thought Fujin, and continued after a pause, will you still make mistake, Obito? Will you still get overconfident and give me a chance to resolve your threat, Obito? Fujin is sober and understands full well that success or failure does not depend entirely upon him, it mainly depends on whether Obito will make mistakes in overconfidence, because only when Obito makes a mistake can he be dealt with, and as long as Obito does not make a mistake, Fujin doesn't have the slightest chance of sealing Obito. While the two stood on the opposite side, cold wind blew past, also blowing away the dirt and leaves in a circle. And as soon as the leaves landed back on the ground, Obito made the first move. The more than 100 meters high Susanoo that is controlled by Obito's consciousness shot out several Kamui shuriken towards Fujin. Accompanied by the deafening whistling sound of cutting through the wind, the huge Kamui shurikens that were thrown by Obito's Susanoo rushed towards Fujin in several strange arcs. Humph! Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu? Fujin thought as his lips arched in a smirk. The Shuriken Jutsu of the Uchiha clan is the most famous across the shinobi world, and Fujin is no stranger to Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. This is because not only has he mastered Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu while training the Tsukihei clone, but also has good experience of dealing with Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu because of several training spars against Itachi and Shisui. Therefore, Fujin can easily judge the trajectory that he must take in order to be able to dodge these Kamui shurikens. After waiting for 2 instants, Fujin immediately rushed towards Obito following a particular trajectory. The direction he is rushing forward is towards Obito, not the opposite. This is because Fujin understands that only by putting pressure on Obito will be a chance where Obito will be forced to make mistakes, and Fujin plans to use that opportunity well. It's just that not all plans go well, just like now, as Fujin was rushing towards Obito, suddenly a crack sound reached his ears and the very next moment, accompanied by bone-breaking pain, his body lost balance, the speed of advancement slows down and Fujin almost fell on the ground. Fujin hissed in pain and cursed, "Damn! My bones don't seem to be able to hold on for much longer." Although Fujin cursed, somehow, he managed to prevent himself from falling and added a lot of chakra to the bone that had broken to make sure that the bone heals quickly. In this way, although the chakra consumption rate will increase, at least, bones will no longer break all of a sudden. Now with the problem resolved, Fujin can again rush forward, but by now a lot of time has already been delayed, and the Kamui shuriken have also knocked on the door. Whyish whyish. Accompanied by air-cutting sound, 2 Kamui shuriken rushed towards Fujin from both sides. With death knocking him on the door, Fujin had no choice but to roll on the spot in order to be able to dodge the Kamui shuriken. Although, dodging in such a manner would be a little embarrassing, however, being able to dodge both the Kamui shurikens will at least give him further chance to be able to carry out his plan, so Fujin did not hesitate in the slightest. As Fujin rolled on the ground, the edge of one of the Kamui shuriken managed to touch the black Amatsukumi cloak of Fujin. Of course, the flesh on Fujin's back was not spared either, and like a sharp blade it directly cut through skin and flesh, causing red blood to flow out. Thankfully, Fujin used his backbone in due time and managed to push away the Kamui shuriken, else the Kamui shuriken will continue to tear him apart and transport the torn part into the Kamui dimension. Phew, almost died there. Taking a relieved breath, Fujin thrillingly avoided Obito's attack, and without wasting a single moment and caring about the injury on his back, Fujin rushed towards Obito to launch a counterattack. As he dashed towards Obito, Iron Sand flew towards him and took the form of a pair of Iron Sand wings. Now with Iron Sand wings on his back, and a grayish bone blade in both hands, Fujin cut his way towards Obito. At the edge of Konoha village. Amidst the trees, Zetsu's half-body also leaned outside, and he was observing the Fujin vs Obito battle in the distance. Looking at Fujin, who condensed Iron Sand wings, and flew towards Obito while dodging or cutting through various long-range attacks, White Zetsu said, "Are we going to go any closer? Obito wanted us to take advantage of the chaos and kidnap Uzumaki Naruto, as well as collect some of Fujin's blood and deliver it to Haiden. But if we remain at the edge of Konoha, how will we be able to complete those two tasks?" Black Zetsu denied. The entire underground of Konoha has been packed with dense bone forest, and the bone forest is continuously expanding like tree roots. Don't you remember what happened not long ago? Do you still like the taste of being pierced by countless bone blades? White Zetsu immediately shook his head. Don't joke around. Those bone blades can even cut through Obito's Susanoo. We are very lucky that we managed to survive the last time. I have no interest in being pierced by countless bone blades again and again. After hearing White Zetsu's words, Black Zetsu became silent and cast his gaze on Fujin, more specifically on the grayish bone blades in Fujin's hands, with a thoughtful expression. White Zetsu did not know what Black Zetsu was thinking and muttered with a doubtful expression, "It's quite weird. That guy obviously has a problem with his body, so why does he maintain such a large underground bone forest that is covering entire Konoha village? Even if it is created to secure a retreat in case of emergency, but such a large scale is of no use to him, and it is quite burdensome on chakra reserves and body, and yet he is continuously increasing it. Why?" Black Zetsu also frowned after hearing White Zetsu's doubts, and immediately a panic burst into his heart, causing him to blurt out his thoughts. "It's definitely because he knows of our existence and knows what we can do, so that bone forest is definitely created to prevent us from entering inside the village and prevent us from capturing the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, as well as prevent us from interfering in the battle against Obito." White Zetsu was shocked by Black Zetsu's words and can't help but look at Fujin in a new light. On the battlefield. With the Iron Sand wings on his back, Fujin's speed returned back to the peak state, which unexpectedly surprised Obito a little, causing Obito to become vigilant again. Obito understood that the defense of his Susanoo is of no use against the other party's bones. At the same time, because Fujin's speed is extraordinarily fast, so Susanoo's attacks are of no use against the other party, so Obito instantly dispersed the Susanoo in order to save his visual prowess, at the same time, activated the Kamui to enter an intangible state. And Fujin, who tried his best to launch a final blow on Obito, seemed to be unable to hold anymore and directly vomited a mouthful of blood. Immediately after that, the Iron Sand wings on his back collapsed. Being unable to use magnet release chakra to recreate Iron Sand wings, Fujin fell from the air and fiercely collapsed on the ground, further breaking a few more bones. Obito in the intangible state also landed on the ground at this time, and his lips arched in a smirk as he looked at the embarrassed state of Fujin. TSK, collapsed already? And here I was thinking of playing with you for a while. Heh, it's really disappointing. Although he said he is disappointed, his tone clearly indicated that he is very happy that Fujin collapsed on his own. Fujin, who had fallen on the ground again, vomited out blood, then wiping it away, he tried to get up, but couldn't because of several broken bones which agitated him, and Obito's provocative words angered him. Gritting his teeth, Fujin raised his trembling hand and shouted, "5-finger drilling bullets." The inaugural upload of this chapter took place via /n/ov/l/b/in. Instantly, 5 bone bullets were shot out from Fujin's hands and rushed towards Obito. But similar to all the previous attacks, no matter how powerful they were, in the face of Obito's Kamui intangibility, they were all useless and passed through him. With finger bone bullets embedded in a rock not far away, Obito walked towards Fujin step by step, and said, "Despite being an enemy, I guess, I do respect your strength and means. To be honest, I am a little curious about your identity. A master like you shouldn't be an unknown, but it doesn't matter anymore. Now that you have lost, you are my captive. After tonight's objective is completed, I will have Nagato torture out all the information in your brain about you and Akatsuki behind you, so rest assured, it wouldn't be very long when your companions will follow you." Although Fujin's state was extremely bad, he did manage to mutter with some difficulty, "Don't think you have one, yet." Chapter 529, I am Uchiha Madara. I must say, Akatsuki organization sure is fascinating, and the members of your organization are quite self-confident. Despite the condition you are in, you still believe that you can turn the situation around? Obito said with a slight smile as he slowly walked towards Fujin step by step. Cough cough, puke. Fujin was continuously coughing out blood and struggled to back away. It's just that this Fujin clone has already reached its limit, all 4 limbs are already numb and unresponsive, there are also a lot of fractures in the body's skeletal structure, therefore, the speed of retreat is much slower compared to Obito's. Seeing this scene, Obito had more confidence in the situation, and said, "After getting rid of you here, I can also breathe a sigh of relief." Although Obito is constantly walking towards Fujin, he has not dropped his vigilance. He has experienced a similar situation before against Homasubi of Akatsuki, therefore, Obito is extremely cautious and has been constantly observing Fujin's state to make sure that the Fujin in front of him is really the real Fujin, not a clone or some kind of trap like the last time. On the other side, seeing that Fujin has basically lost even his basic ability to move, Kurenai, who had just crawled out of the pit, was really worried. After a bit of deliberation, she made up her mind and decided to rush there in order to assist him in any way possible. Kurenai also knows that even if she rushed there to assist Fujin, she would actually be of no use, given her meager strength. At best she would be a momentary distraction for Toby and immediately die at his hands. Despite knowing this, she could not remain indifferent and watch Fujin losing his life in front of her. After all, back when her life was in danger, Fujin did his best in order to save her. Therefore, Kurenai must do what she can, even if it costs her her life. But just when Kurenai was about to rush there, Kuroto, Shadow Clone, appeared beside her, pressed his hands on her shoulder, and whispered, "Don't rush there without a plan. Beside, even if you go there, it wouldn't have much help." Kurenai was irritated. "So, what do you mean? Should I just watch him die and do nothing? After all, he has done for us." Kakashi on the side coughed slightly, and said, "Cough. I agree, he has done so much for us, protected Konoha against such dangerous adversaries. No matter what his identity, we Konoha shinobi wouldn't just stand by and watch him get killed. But, rushing there without a plan is not a good idea. Leave this job to me and my subordinates. We have trained specifically to fight against Toby." Kakashi has long seen that Kurenai and Fujin seem to know each other, and their relationship is more than just acquaintances. Kakashi doesn't know about Fujin's thoughts, but he can see that Kurenai seems to have unusual affection towards Fujin, so he understands that now that Fujin's life is in danger, Kurenai is really worried. Therefore, Kakashi didn't try to argue with her or stop Kurenai. Instead, he took the job of rescuing Fujin upon himself and his tactical team, who have trained specifically to fight against Toby Fellow. Listening to Kakashi's words, Kuroto, Shadow Clone, was speechless and couldn't find a suitable reason to stop Kakashi. On the other hand, Kurenai bit her lip in unwillingness and said, "I have never hated my incompetence like I do today." Kakashi turned his gaze towards Toby in the distance and said, "Don't be discouraged so early. We are still young, and as long as we are willing to work hard, we would be able to become strong just like them. But to be able to do so, we need time. Therefore, we must survive tonight. not only for our individual objectives but also for those who have died protecting us. This is our responsibility, therefore, we must not carelessly throw away our lives." After speaking so, Kakashi made a gesture towards his subordinates of the special tactical team, and immediately, 3 Konoha shinobi, each one holding a special kunai marked with the flying Raijin seal, appeared around Kakashi. Each of the 3 of them had a firm expression, and they're determined to kill Tobi tonight. After all, Kakashi's special tactical team was created with the purpose of getting rid of the treat named Tobi. To complete this objective, Sandaime Hokage went as far as to break the traditional norms of the village, and regardless of contribution or merit, as long as a shinobi showed sufficient talent in time and space jutsu, he was made eligible to learn flying Raijin jutsu and become part of the special tactical force. It was also this bold move Sandaime-sama that 3 shinobi excluding Hatake Kakashi managed to learn flying Raijin jutsu among the nearly 10,000 shinobi in Konoha village. Of course, these 3 shinobi are not the 3 members of the Hokage Guard platoon who were taught the flying Raijin jutsu by Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato. These 3 are different, and managed to grasp flying Raijin jutsu to some degree. However, the problem is that the training time has only been a few months, and also because their talent is not as good as Namikaze Minato, so even Kakashi has barely mastered flying Raijin jutsu to the level of intermediate mastery, far from reaching the level of proficiency of Yondaime Hokage or Nidaime Hokage. Of course, Sandaime is confident that as long as they are given enough time, these 4, especially Kakashi, will be able to master flying Raijin to a very high level of proficiency. But, then again, they don't have enough time at their hands. Now that Fujin's life is in danger, they have to take action against Tobi in order to protect Fujin. Kakashi knows that if Fujin were to die while protecting Konoha and the Konoha shinobi did nothing to protect him, there's no telling how will Akatsuki respond to this. One Akatsuki organization is already more than what Konoha can handle. If Akatsuki also declared enmity on Konoha because of this reason, then the village will be done for. So, whether it is for Kurenai's sake or for Konoha's sake, Kakashi's special tactical force must take action against Tobi and protect Fujin. Of course, Kakashi didn't bother to explain the ins and outs of this matter to the others, and after just a brief nod towards Kuroto, Shadow Clone, he rushed towards Tobi. The brief nod of Kakashi towards Kuroto simply meant, "My team will distract Tobi, in the meantime, your team will rescue Fujin." Kuroto understood what Kakashi meant, and nodded towards him. Whether he will rescue Fujin, or allow the rescue of Fujin, is something only he knows. Back to the battlefield. Whyish 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 whyish. With the sound of cutting through the wind, several special kunai marked with the flying Raijin seal was shot towards Tobi, blocking his route towards Fujin. Tobi obviously did not care. In fact, he had a mocking grin under his mask, and allowed the 4 kunai to phase through his body that was in the state of intangibility. As Fujin noticed Kakashi's special tactical team coming to the battlefield to interfere with his plan, he can't help but curse inwardly, "Kakashi, you idiot, what the hell are you doing? Don't get in the way, else the carefully laid plan will result in failure. And what the hell is my shadow clone doing not stopping Kakashi?" Although Fujin thought so, he didn't bother to speak anything and continued to back away while enduring the pain and discomfort. The objective is obviously to bring Obito in the perfect range where his back will be facing Itachi's side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And while Fujin was backing away, several silhouettes appeared around Tobi at the position where the flying Raijin kunai were placed and surrounded Tobi in a 3-sided siege formation. At normal times, Tobi wouldn't mind playing with them, but currently, he has a much more important objective of catching Fujin, so he didn't bother to waste his time. Using perfect opportunity, he quickly deactivated intangibility. The moment he activated intangibility, he used his long-distance Kamui to transfer half of a shinobi's body into the Kamui dimension. At the same time, he also used short-range Kamui to shot out a rain of shurikens on another Konoha shinobi, and Tobi didn't stop there. While the 2 Konoha shinobi were resolved using Kamui, he also weaved hand signs. And instantly tree roots appeared out of the ground at the foot of the 3rd shinobi, entangled his body and started sucking away his life force. At a speed visible to the naked eye. Chirp! While the 3 members of Kakashi's special tactical force were killed by Tobi in a flash, one of the kunai marked with flying Raijin seal exploded into white smoke, and immediately, a sharp piercing sound of thousands of birds singing resounded behind Toby. Before the attack even came, Toby seems to have already predicted it and entered an intangible state, causing Kakashi, who was using a sneak attack from behind him, to phase right through him, and the moment Kakashi phased through him, Toby used wood style cutting technique on Kakashi, which resulted in 2 sharp wooden spikes to penetrate Kakashi's body, as a result decapacitating him in a single move. Then Toby again entered the intangible state. Seeing that Kakashi's special tactical team was dealt with such speed and fineness, even Fujin took a cold breath and can't help but admire. Obito seems to have improved his combat skills. In the previous short battle that only lasted for 4 moves, Toby used a perfect combination of all of his attacks to easily resolve the enemies without giving them an opportunity to fight back. There were no wasted movements, and each attack dealt with an enemy in the perfect sense. The tactics especially were wonderful, and even Fujin couldn't have dealt in a better way, therefore, even he had to admire Obito. Of course, admiration is another thing. This doesn't change Fujin's plan against Obito. On the other hand, Kakashi, who had fallen to the ground with 2 wooden spikes piercing him, clutched his stomach and asked Toby a question that has been eating away his heart for the past few months. "Answer me, who are you?" The moment Kakashi asked this question, the attention of all the surrounding shinobi was focused on Toby, waiting for his answer. Seeing Kakashi's serious face, and attention of all the surrounding shinobi upon him, Toby obviously hesitated a little, but after a short pause, he replied, "Since you are so eager to know my identity, then I shall answer your question. I am Uchiha Madara." Silence. The moment Toby stated that his identity is Uchiha Madara, a pin-drop silence covered the battlefield. "Uchiha Madara?" Kakashi murmured in shock, then shook his head. "It's impossible. He died in the Battle of the Valley of the End, and even if he didn't die back then and survived somehow, his age should be more than 80 years old. You can't be Uchiha Madara. Answer me, who are you?" Madara stood still and stared at Kakashi with a gloomy expression, and after a long silence, he said in a fierce tone, "Humph, an ignorant fool who doesn't understand anything and is bound by this fake reality. I am Uchiha Madara, whether you believe it or not. Now, just lie down there and don't get in the way, trash like you don't even have the right to die in my hands." "You!" Kakashi didn't know what to say in answer. Indeed, he is a trash who couldn't even protect his companion, therefore, he really didn't have any way to refute Madara's words. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Madara no longer paid any attention to Kakashi and stepped towards Fujin. Seeing that Obito was in an intangible state, Fujin mustered up all his strength, and tremblingly stood up from the ground while holding a gray bone blade in his hands, and rushed towards him. Obito did no action in defense, just allowed Fujin to phase right through him, then immediately turned around, deactivated the intangibility, and used the wood-style cutting technique on him to deal with him in the same manner as he dealt with Kakashi a few seconds ago, then instantly activated the intangibility. The sharp wooden spikes fired by Obito rushed towards Fujin at an incredibly fast speed. Wood-style cutting technique is a very dangerous Mokuton jutsu. Once these wooden spikes pierce the body of a target, the user can continue to inject chakra into the wooden spike and promote the growth of wooden spike inside the body of the target. This way, the wooden spike grow up like roots of a tree and completely destroy the internal organs on the target's body. Because of the cruel way of killing the target, wood-style cutting technique is considered a very vicious ninjutsu. The wooden spikes fired by Obito rushed towards Fujin and hit his back. Ding ding ding! The moment these wooden spikes collided with Fujin's back, a muffled crashing sound echoed. Obito's gaze condensed on Fujin's back, and he discovered that just before the wooden spikes were about to pierce Fujin, a layer of hard and dense bone had covered his back and protected him from the wooden spikes. But perhaps that was the last resistance of Fujin, because immediately after, Fujin, whose back was hit with high momentum, vomited out more blood and collapsed on the ground. He didn't even have the strength and consciousness to turn back his head, and his back was completely exposed to Obito. Of course, Obito was not happy. Instead, he was very angry after seeing that his attack couldn't even injure Fujin despite Fujin's severely injured state. Gritting his teeth, He murmured to himself, your periosteum can block my Mokuton ninjutsu, but can it block my Kamui? This will be the end of this farce. After making up his mind, Obito cautiously withdrew from the intangible state and activated the long-distance Kamui on Fujin. Immediately, a spiraling whirl appeared on Fujin's back. The spiraling whirl expanded rapidly and started to swallow Fujin's body inside the Kamui dimension. Seeing that half of Fujin's body has already been distorted, Obito was relieved. It's finally over. I caught him! Boom! Why-ish! Just as Fujin was being sucked inside the Kamui dimension, suddenly, a flaming red sword emerged from the forest not far away and immediately stabbed through Obito's body and instantly paralyzed him. Fujin, whose body was being sucked inside the Kamui dimension, reluctantly turned around and waved his hand towards Obito with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, goodbye, now spent the rest of your life in drunken dreams. But Fujin's chuckle soon solidified, because he found that not only Obito was being sucked inside the gourd of Sword of Totsuka, but even he, whose chakra was half connected with Obito, because of Kamui, was also paralyzed and was quickly sucked inside the gourd of Sword of Totsuka, and sealed in it. What the? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 13. Peace.